And we're live.
What's going on, community?
Hello and welcome to the second annual PlsConference.live 42-hour live stream PulseChain and HEX extravaganza. I'm Maddie ALLin, and we're here with Walrus, Rags to Riches, and Axis Alive. Welcome.
Thanks for having me, man.
Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate the invitation. Glad to be sitting up here with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
I can't say enough good things about you guys. You're all super respected in the community. You're all excellent speakers and great leaders. I really appreciate you guys coming on to host the first hour. And I'm really looking forward to people during this 42-hour live stream. We've got thousands of people watching around the world. We've got 70 streamers from many different countries and all the different time zones. We've got 100 people here in Austin, Texas, and there's 40 different meetups happening all over the US tonight and tomorrow. So that's like 80 meetups. This is a historic time in crypto, and I'm really excited for you guys to explain how you see that Pulse is a big deal and, you know, whatever you want to talk about. So thanks for being here, guys. Everybody hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll catch you next hour.
Now, wait a minute, Maddie. You got to talk about that Hex Bolo that you have on right now.
Oh, this old thing.
Love it. Love it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Welcome in, everybody. This is going to be a juicy conversation, I'm sure.
You mean they just let us have the conversation now? That's kind of dangerous, man.
Just handed the baton, baby. Handed the baton.
We wouldn't get too far off into the weeds, but no promises.
Yeah. So I'm super excited to hear from you, Walrus. I mean, you're in Miami right now. You're leaving. You got to see the show last night. What are some of your thoughts without, I guess, ruining it for everybody else?
Yeah, it was an amazing experience. So yeah, I'm in Miami right now. I'm literally in the airport. I've got 30 or 40 minutes here to hop on and speak with everybody before I fly to the Austin spot. I'm gonna hang out with y'all in Austin. So I might actually stream on the conference from Miami to Austin and then from Austin to everybody else. So yeah, it's gonna be a fun couple of days here, as you can tell. I've been up late hanging out with the premiere and everybody. It was a little surreal to see it in person, to see it all unfold the way it did, and having everyone around, to have you know, the entire crew there, you know, block off everything in the theater, have, you know, RG3, Richard's dad was even there, so just to see it together. It's different to feel it in person, right? That's why we talk about all this, you know, these things that despite how technical all this stuff is, a lot of times, man, it's about feeling someone else's palm and doing a handshake. So to have all of those people in the same room, you know, Gary, Kinetics, all those guys, to reach out the way they did, there was a lot of emotion. Like, those guys were really excited. You know, those guys have been doing this for like years. You know, we've been kind of just seeing trailers, but I mean, there's years of work that went into this thing. Hearing those guys talk about Richard from a very personal point of view and seeing what's going on, it was a lot, man. It was a lot going on. It was really powerful. I think, especially seeing the SEC and stuff now, I think even those guys, the two directors, got a sense that like this is just more than just the sum of the parts, right? That there's a lot going on here and that there's a lot of change to be made. So it was a pretty powerful experience, man. It was really good. The movie's fire, super high quality. Everything's interesting. They did a good job of getting in some stuff that's like, you know, again, it's going to bring on conversations. It's very jarring. You feel it, man. When you see, you know, Mikey and some of those guys, you know, buy at the top, you're like, that hurts, man. I know what that feels like. And then to see the kind of conviction and to see some of the stuff that RH, I would have liked to have seen a little more of the balance side of RH, but they definitely got the gravitas and a lot of that cool stuff together. So I think people will be really excited to see, especially given with everything else.
Awesome. And one of the things I like to ask people is, you know, what was it like walking up to the movie theater? Did you have people that say, "Oh, Walrus, I know you," or like, what was that like? How was that like?
Man, the community is ridiculous about it. Every meetup I go to, man, like they even like ask, like, "Can I get a picture?" Dude, don't ask me, man. Like that, it is not that type of party, man. I'm happy to be here. I come to these things to meet everybody and say hi, and everyone's just participating, doing what they can.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, man, the community is wild. One of the guys from the UK, who's loosely associated with the race team, he flew out and was just like, let me know if you want to come catch a race and all that kind of good stuff. Danny, the singer, came out and shook hands, again. And man, that's one thing about the people in the community. They're so giving. Every time I get a chance to come reach these guys, Brian, who sent out a lot of the hats and all that good stuff for a lot of people in the community, he was there. And you just see how many people just show up and are just putting in where they can. They're helping with the movie. They're doing outreach. They're, some of these guys were like, hey, if you guys want to do a retreat here, we have a space. They're just offering up their homes. If you're part of the community and doing things like that, you'll always have somewhere to go and somewhere to stay. I promise that.
Yeah, dude. Awesome, man. And I will just keep going here. I'm Axis. I'm kind of curious. You and I were talking last night, and we were talking about the charts, and we're basically saying, what dip, where'd it go, what happened here? So you made the point that this could be potentially, this could be a bottom. That spike down could have been the bottom. What are your thoughts on that now this morning?
Well, it's always up for debate, until it, the bottom's not in until it's in.
Yeah.
But if you go look at my pinned Twitter post, I overlaid the Bitcoin 2019 fractal on HEX back on January 8th of this year, and it projected out a run up to like 10 to 12 cents, and then and then I annotated in there that potentially something like a mainnet release could cause us to drop all the way back to 0.2 of a cent, and we're not too far off. And the time frame was roughly that end of July, August time frame on that projection. So, if based on what we're seeing on the actual chart right now on PLS, and it looks to me like we're seeing these outsized candles, this buyback. And if some of the chain analysis that's coming out right now is right, it could be one of these big exchanges that's buying back this dip, which would make sense because the top on PLS was formed when HEX listed PLS and the bridge cleared up. So the timing of everything, and then the culmination of a huge fundamental news event in this SEC thing that's going on. This is all whirlwinds and turmoil and emotions and two guys creating big red candles on the chart. And then everyone else just stepped in to pick up their bag. So it's pretty cool to see that, we may be at true capitulation. Not to say that we need to just reverse tomorrow, but that typically that's how these things go. So I would definitely keep my eye out on watching for any other buying opportunities in the short term, because a lot of times the wick lows, they're not seen too many times. Like you get the spike down, that's way into extreme fear, and then you may dabble spending some time above it for a little while, and then it's off to the races. So, I have a hard time believing that with all of the anticipation around this movie launching, and now they're going to do international showings of it, and kind of Richard's gung-ho attitude of, we're still building, publicly on Twitter. I don't think we're any weaker. We're strong standing, and we're pushing forward. So, this chain is going to live long after we're all dead. And I think it's good to keep everything in frame, and, things are looking good.
Walrus, I want to rely on you to give some perspective to some folks who are in chat right now who have no idea what PulseChain is. And there are some people there. So maybe you can give us an idea of what PulseChain is and why you think it's important.
So, at the simple level, just from a crypto sense, it's Ethereum, right? It's the road all these other things are built on. And the issue that we see with everything from, the SEC to gas fees to people trying to participate is that road is closed, and that there's a lot of people governing where the road goes, who can get on it. And that's not okay. That's not how these things are supposed to work. That's never how they were supposed to work. So the sort of culmination for all these things from PulseChain comes from wanting crypto to be used for what it was intended for, wanting crypto to be between peers and not between centralized entities. So now we're at a position where we have more and more censorship on ETH, and we have more centralized problems that were not what this thing was supposed to be. And that's where PulseChain is stepping in. So it brought all the cars that were on the road came over and are now on PulseChain, and now that road is cleared up, and there's not the same centralized entities blocking things off and stopping people from doing what they were intending to do and being able to use these things between peers. So it has brought together a group of people who want to build all kinds of different things, and we don't always agree, and that's the point too. It brought up a complaint from the SEC, but that didn't take down the chain, and that's the point too. So now what we're seeing is that this is a place for people to come and build, and you don't have to ask. You do not have to ask. That means you can't be told, no, you don't have to ask me. You don't have to ask Richard. You don't have to ask anyone in the community. You want to build something, go build it. And PulseChain is a space for that. So it's this blockchain where we're building and doing all these smart contracts and launching tokens. But it's a calling card to just getting back to what crypto was supposed to be, and really just autonomy for everything that we're trying to do, because freedom to transact is the freedom to exist. You don't have the freedom to move around your money the way you want. You don't have the freedom to move around that value. You're not free at all. So it's become a bit of a flag, I think, for, I mean, it sounds dramatic, but for freedom and decentralization as a whole.
Absolutely. And
right.
access. Yeah.
I was going to ask you, like, what's your what's your opinion and what's your stance on basically how big this is in terms of what does this really mean in the face of all this adversity from government officials, especially after what we just saw with what XRP. It almost seems like they're grasping for straws at this point. I'm kind of curious to hear your take on, like, how big maybe is this Richard Hart lawsuit for this space as a whole?
Yeah, I want to bring this up. There's a popular voice out there in the world. I don't necessarily agree with everything he has to say, but he makes the point that if you get loud enough, the Matrix is going to come get you. Okay, you're going to get noticed. And what PulseChain represents, more importantly, what Richard Hart represents, and what he's been a champion of this entire time, is pointing out the fact that I think government continues and has continued to overplay their hand for decades and decades and decades and decades at this point. And when you start looking at the patterns, when you start looking at the clues, you also realize that the government is very, very deeply in bed with centralized banking. I want to point this out. There was a community member, Jimmy Diamond 369, a couple days ago on Twitter, and he points out, hey, take a look at Uniswap. So if you guys aren't familiar, Uniswap is stopped the ability for HEX to be accessed in their front end right now. And then also MetaMask had a similar situation yesterday. So when you look at Uniswap and you look at their COO, this actually blew me away. Their COO had been deeply involved at the highest levels of BlackRock for at least the past 7 or 8 years. And now Larry Fink, who is with BlackRock, he's publicly stating that Bitcoin is the future. Now that sounds crazy. But when you take a step back and you see that all the actions that have been taken up until this point, BlackRock's ready to come out and try to grab the crypto market. Now, what's the other thing? I don't think they want any competition. So it really frightens me when we have people like BlackRock, who are the people that are closest to centralized banking, closest to the inflation that the government divvies out. And those people are spreading out into decentralized finance, such as Uniswap. At this point, it's completely obvious that Uniswap is compromised. And I would say that Richard Hart represents the voice that's going to push back. And underneath, you have all of these people who share the same common values. And we're not going to play ball with the rest of the world. I really see our community as the community that's going to stand in the face of the Leviathan and say enough is enough. And I think our response in the face of what's happened says plenty about who we are and who we're going to be moving forward. So I don't see people who are capitulating to these land grabs. I don't see people that are capitulating to grabs of freedom and sovereignty. And that's really, really what it's all about. And it sounds cliche until the government starts doing what they're doing right now, which is they are destroying the wealth of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people when there are no real perceived victims. And some people have even, you've even tied this to a form of extortion, founder extortion as well, because they, throw these charges up. The community didn't have an issue with it in the first place, and then they slap them with a fine, and then they take that money, and who knows where that money goes. But that was your money, that was my money, that was everybody's money. So if you guys ever needed a time, and if you guys ever needed a reason to stand up for something that's worth it, fortunately you're in this community and you can stand up with your chin up and your chest out and just say enough is enough. So I would say that's a summary of mine.
You got any thoughts as well on that, Walrus? Maybe like the positives of like a BlackRock or Legacy Finance getting in, or the negatives of them cornering the market and propping up Bitcoin and maybe shunning DeFi or legislating it out of existence? Or, is it even a fight? Like, do we even stand a chance of that even happening?
So the couple of things that I would mention to Rags's point is there's very much a guise around protection. Like, these guys don't protect things. They do post-mortem reactions to things and add fines. They don't prevent things from happening. They come in and levy things after the fact. Even the Department of Justice recently, with their actions on Binance, put out that they were basically, some of their considerations were criminal charges, which has nothing to do with investor protection. Their criminal charges, they were being cautious of how they affected Binance because of the customers. The SEC, whose job is supposed to be protection of investors, just comes out and levies this thing here and caused more damage than anything they were trying to claim, right, wrong, or indifferent. So the reason I think that that's important is that regardless of even some of the specifics, the way they carry this thing out is not what they're saying the message is for. They're supposed to be here to protect, right? Now, if these guys are wrong and inaccurate in everything they do, nothing happens. The SEC cannot be countersued. If I make a claim against Rags and I'm wrong and I do something that damages Rags' character, his bags, anything he's building, there's recourse. He can come address me as a person and handle these things with a countersuit. There's a lot of different mechanisms. With the SEC, zero. They're unelected. They're immune from prosecution. They're immune from countersuits. There is nothing else. So what you have on top of all, again, just the general things that we talk about with some of the cronyism that goes on in the government, is that you have an entity and a group of people who have zero recourse, who are not going to lose their jobs, who are not spending their own money, who can go out here and take a shot. And if we're kind of looking at this from like a motivation aspect, everyone there who's associated with this, if they lose, nothing happens. They spent taxpayers' money. If they win, they're all getting promoted. Period. They're going to have taken down one of the big flashy guys in crypto. So this is an asymmetrical opportunity for a lot of the people at the SEC. And then so when it comes to the overall side of some of this, looking at large entities, this was always going to come. And I think that we sort of had a notion that all the entities of power were just going to crumble around us, and that we would just start doing everything through DeFi.
We'd make these mad gains, and like it would just be like not a fight, right? But I think Richard kind of knew that the whole way along. Is like how big, if the inevitability of this getting as big as he really did believe, like how much adversity that would be there. And it was all prepped from day one. Like if somebody made a tweet recently of just the text image, it was a text file before HEX launched, that he basically went through and said, this is nope, have no expectations of profit from the work of others. And if you need to understand more about the Howey test, go to the howeystest.org or whatever, and like explaining how HEX fails all 4 legs of the Howey test. And I mean, this guy was like on top of it way before he ever even launched the original HEX contract on Ethereum. And so I think this really is a battle between not crypto versus, or not even DeFi versus legacy. It's really a battle of, DeFi as a whole. It's crypto people too so this is what's crazy, is like it's not crypto versus legacy at all, or it's not like the old versus the new. People are in bed with each other now because part of crypto is now compromised. And this is something that I realized years ago. I was driving home and I just realized that we were going to have to sacrifice Bitcoin. Like we were going to have to sacrifice Bitcoin to the liquidity gods in the legacy finance. And that really, I had to make terms with, this founder of this HEX contract to be, you know, potentially the first DeFi trillionaire, because like it was really the only way forward. It was to have this benevolent king in a sense, potentially, or this whether it's whether these economic centralized assets are, you know, in the hands of Richard, or if it's a group of people, or however this works out. No, nothing about that's illegal. We don't even know how it's set up. It's never been clarified on purpose because it's not supposed to be. You know, you don't go to a store and pay for something and ask, what are you going to do with that money that I just paid you for, that, like my groceries or something, you know? So it's like an interesting place. Now, where does this take us in the future? You know, if you're either on the stance of pro DeFi or you're pro authority and centralized governance, like, and capital controls. And I think like that's really the debate, is it's capital controls versus freedom to transact. That's what this is about. And if in the inevitable situation where the SEC lawsuit fails here too, just like with XRP and others, you know, it's just going to push the bar even further forward in the favor of innovation in America. And like, so we won't have this battle anymore of you know, we actually have a place to turn when our currency is being debased every day and we're being taxed to oblivion. We'll actually have a way out as a nation from the usury that's being put on us from the centralized banking system for 100+ years now, and really thousands of years before in other countries. And so it's that big. And I think this is like the biggest thing happening in crypto. It could end up being the biggest thing ever, depending on how it all plays out.
So this is, sorry, Ray, I just want to hop on
good.
one point, because I think this is like a really important narrative to get, is that crypto already won. Like that's already over with. Like whether it's the only debate now is what form it takes. Like crypto already won. Money was already digital before crypto, and got more digital as it's gone on, and crypto won. Period. That fight is all the way over. It is now a question of, is it CBDCs? Is it variations on stable coins? Is it commodities? Is it Bitcoin? Is it the rest of these things that we're building? That's it. That's the only thing left to decide now. I think that's really important. And the reason that's important is it's not crypto versus legacy anymore. What it is how does crypto look in the future? That's the actual debate we're in now. And so if we don't look at these things carefully, what we're going to do is basically just have a cryptographic background to the same bad actors and the same bullshit that crypto was invented to build in the first place. And all we've done is build a tool that we handed over. That's where we're at right now. So when you look at these things, even something like Uniswap, the company, Uniswap Labs, and Hayden and the COO that Rags was mentioning, those guys can do whatever they want, but they're not on our team. So the Uniswap code is fantastic code, and it's a DEX. So that's why we talk about multiple front ends. That's why we talk about this in HEX and so many things, why it's important. We just found out. I talked about this when Uniswap, they banned another token, BEN, which I could care less about the token. I made a video anyway. I've never owned it. I wouldn't own it. I don't even really like it. I made a point because this is where stuff starts. This is how these things do, and they get slippery, and you allow these people to use asymmetrical application of the rules to do things they're not supposed to. So Uniswap, the code is fantastic. But we keep saying that Uniswap is a decentralized exchange. Nope, not what we're talking about. What most of us are talking about is a front end run by a company that, in my opinion, has very terrible values and is based out of New York and has their own jurisdictional concerns and risks. That's not the decentralized exchange. The decentralized exchange is the code base that very few people interact with directly. So understanding front ends and having multiple front ends, that's important. And again, these things this is going to come from every aspect we have in crypto. We're going to see the same general issue that we just saw with Uniswap, where we call it one thing, but we're interacting in a different way. So we need to make sure that we're treating crypto as it won. That's a done deal. This is not crypto versus legacy. We need to bring these players into our worldview and have these tools available for what we want to do. That's what the debate is now, and that's what the fight is now.
Dude, I love it, man. I completely agree. And when we go back to the Satoshi white paper and we go back to the reason why it was written, we go back to his justifications there. It was written out of consequence of the 2008 financial crisis, where we put trust into people who mismanaged our money and destroyed wealth. destroyed families, and destroyed lives. So whoever Satoshi Nakamoto is, shout out to Gary Gensler for calling Satoshi Nakamoto a woman. Shout out, Gary. But here's the thing, guys. Why, moving forward, if we've had all of these issues with traditional finance, why are we going to try to model decentralized finance after the old way? That's not the point. But I also recognize one thing. It's important for none of us here to be naive. They look at us like we're stupid, okay? They look at us like we don't have a clue. It's because some of us say, oh, these guys are stupid. DeFi is going to take over and it's just going to run into the sunset forever. Guys, that's not the case. One thing you got to understand about these companies and corporations, they have a longer lifespan than anybody on this stream. Why is that? It's because the people that are running these companies, they die off. But guess what doesn't die off? The wisdom and knowledge that these companies have acquired to play the game as best as they can. And they have the smartest people working on these problems to take over. Really, I think they have to take over, and they have to corner, and they have to control cryptocurrency. I think that one of their avenues and one of their ends is preying on greed. So what do I mean by that? Let's look at the Bitcoin folks. The Bitcoin folks are excited right now. They say, BlackRock, take me to Valhalla, pump my bags forever. And BlackRock's just out there champion. Let's go, Bitcoin. Bitcoin's taking over forever, okay? Now think about the people who, over the past 13 years, think about how this has transitioned. You know, I think Bitcoin used to be a very like libertarian type thing. And this has absolutely changed. Okay. They say Bitcoin is decentralized. It can't be controlled. Well, I'll point this out. It can be controlled. It can be controlled through who controls the hash power. All right. It can be controlled by who owns the primary supply. And they say, well, not one entity owns all the supply. Yes, but one entity owns small portions of tons of supply, i.e. BlackRock, i.e. their ability to own shares of companies who are involved in securing the Bitcoin network all over the place. So I think that they want to push out decentralized finance, and then they want to take Bitcoin. I think that they want to control most of the supply, so the volatility will be low, and they have the ability to create business products on top of that, and then just consume it into what has been going on, the status quo, for years and years and years and years. And there are a select few of us who understand. I would tell people in chat, you have to try to have compassion, and at the very least explain to these people who are all on board this Bitcoin train, and pretty much what you said, Walrus. It's the control aspect. It's the centralized planning aspect. It's those folks that are trying to control Bitcoin. You have to explain to people what's really happening here. And I'll tell you, they will be willing to pump a small people's amount of bags in the beginning to take over the market in the long run. And that's fine for them. So they'll make a small amount of people fanatics about what's happening. So guys, just be very, very careful. I would want to ask you, Axis or Walrus here, why do you think that the SEC names 20 different projects in official documentation, and they identify these projects as securities, and the first one that they actually come after is HEX? Why do you think that is, guys?
So first part is, and I think it's the reason that they have the misallocation and fraud allocation parts in there around RH. No one cares about securities except them. But if you give them a flamboyant character to hate, something that's easy to point at, the reason those things are brought in is for the character assassination, because they can point at all these things and people have a very cursory view and they have an attention span this long, and all they're going to see is, oh, some money got raised and this dude's driving a McLaren. Done. Yeah. That's I think the reason. And the other is because he's successful. As you said, there's a founder tax. You have to have something to tax. So because RH has been successful in many ways, because a lot of those sacrifice funds are still on chain and visible, I think they see not only a character that they can use to replace their losing narrative around SBF, around XRP, even some of the other political things that are going on in the US. they would love nothing more than the talking point to be about RH and not about SBF, Gary himself, and the rest of these concerns with ETFs. Like, they don't want to talk about those things, right? That's why aliens start to come up, right? Like, they want to give you anything you can to not talk about what they're doing, right? They don't want to talk about the family that's, you know, in the office right now. They don't want those things. And this is a flamboyant character that gives has a lot of people a reaction, right? Like, look at the engagement the community has. Every time outside people talk about us, their engagement spikes because we're an engaging group. There's a lot of you know, a lot of characters. There's a lot of, you know, charisma in the team and the founders and the people around here, and like, that's important, right? So they want to use that as a way to, again, control some of this narrative. And I think the other part is because it's divisive, right? As we talked about with Bitcoiners, people instantly, I mean, we're seeing some gross stuff. One I would like to call out specifically, and I'll even say his name, Max Kaiser. I think Max Kaiser is an overall pretty productive force for a lot of positive things in the world. He's pro El Salvador. He likes a lot of Bitcoin. He was early on that stuff. But he commented back to a 2-year-old post where RH said, let's debate, and said, yeah, I'll do it now, Richard. Tell me when you're in jail. And the reason I'm going to call out Max is because I have a lot of respect for him, because I think he's intelligent, because he's done a lot for the space. That's disgusting. Why would you ever want a human being to go to jail for building code or raising capital in a way that everyone understood and for being successful, and to go 2 years deep and try to revel in that is disgusting. One, these are civil charges, not criminal. Two, why would you ever want a human being locked in a cage over something like this? And so the reason, again, I'm highlighting this, one is I was a little particularly perturbed by it. The other is, like, that's the point though. Max Kaiser is pro so many of the things we talk about, but they picked a Alex Jones, a Trump, one of these grandiose characters that's divisive, hoping that a subset of the community that would rebel behind other people aren't just going to back RH. So I think that in a lot of ways I get it. I know why they're doing it, right? It makes sense from that side of these things. But I think to see so many people not stand up, that's a problem. That's gross.
Yeah, it's almost like, in that case, it's like laziness. Almost like it's easier for these OG Bitcoiners to just, you know, they took their trade a decade ago. They're happy with their position now, and they just want everything else to just go away so that their workload has to stop. But for a lot of us, like, the work never stopped. Like, you guys are both building on PulseChain today. You know what I mean? It's amazing.
Right now,
it's like, it really is just a testament to kind of like the human condition and how nature tugs us in that direction. You know, once we get comfy, we get complacent, and I think that's what that is. And I think really Richard got under his skin. You know, or a lot of the Bitcoin space is like sick of us winning so hard. You know, and so it is what it is, and so they'd rather just, like, you know, go pet the beast and, like, just ride their bags into the sunset, kind of, rather than have to, you know, re-diversify and actually, like, work with DeFi and use crypto the way it was meant to be used. You know, we're seeing that is really the then they fight you stage of Bitcoin, even dealing with what Satoshi had originally intended Bitcoin to be in its true form, which is DeFi. You know, and the way that it's set up, and this is why this is so big, is because the origin address of HEX PulseChain and PulseX is the new Federal Reserve of decentralized finance. HEX made Uniswap popular. All of the liquidity came through HEX, through Uniswap first. This was the 10,000X coin. It's the only one that exists completely outside of centralized exchanges. If this wins, this is the new Federal Reserve of cryptocurrency. And so many people cannot let that happen.
Love it. Walrus, I know you got to go soon. You got what, 5 or 10 minutes?
Yep, just about. And like I said, I am not ditching you guys. I'm actually flying to meet the rest of y'all.
Cool. I want you to, if you can, if you will, please. There's a lot of folks out there that they're curious about what happens to a chain that doesn't have a flamboyant founder, for example. If that founder is just gone overnight for some reason, or if he decides not to participate, what happens to PulseChain? What happens to PulseX? What happens to HEX? I think that would be really, really good alpha for people here.
So let me watch the timer right now. Okay. And another pulse block just dropped. Hold on, guys. Everyone sit tight. Okay. And another block just dropped. I don't know. One of those blocks might have even been some of my validators. It might have been some of the validators who are in this chat. That guy does not run the chain. The chain runs itself. We run the chain. You are the network, right? If RH never lifted another finger, in a couple more seconds, another block will drop. And all those data and all those transactions from people who voluntarily chose to come in and make transactions and move value and do things they found valuable will keep happening. That will keep happening, and another block drop. That's how these things work. That's the entire point of this, is that you can't just come tear these things down and that one guy doesn't run the whole show. So he brought everybody to the dance, but he's not the one playing the music. He's not the one dancing around. All the rest of this is all us. So there's, of course, that leadership is always positive. We're always going to wish the best for RH. So this is not it doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter. It will keep running. I didn't have to ask him to build. He didn't reach out to me and ask me to build. I didn't get permission. There are 37,000 validators. They're spread out everywhere.
And for the people who are in chat that don't know what a validator is, and we have to assume that there's those people, we need to educate them. Maybe explain to them, what is a validator?
Yeah, so when you actually to run a chain, most people are kind of familiar with miners that used to have to run all this hardware for Bitcoin. So essentially, when you have a proof of stake, it's similar to mining. So validators are people, individual people who choose to lock up some of their coins as stake, right? It's proof of stake. That's the idea. So they basically put up a collateral, and then they run the hardware that is actually running all this network, and that's spread out over 37,000 individual nodes. Now, certain people that have large backs could be running multiple nodes. I have multiple nodes, but they are spread out in a way that there are 37,000 individual nodes, all of those. And even if you want to get into some of the centralization stuff with RH, the team did have some nodes, we call it bootstrapping, to get it off the ground. And then when the community took over, they turned theirs off, and you can literally see it in the chart and watch those validators turn off. So there's certain things you have to do to basically get the system up and running. Mm-hmm. They're all gone. So validators are people. These are people. There's a few people in the community I'd really like to give a quick shout out to because it's so important. But David Federer, RH Max, Gamma, those guys do a great job of making sure that normal people, not all out tech gearheads or people who are in IT or run software for a living, can say, hey, I want to participate in the network. I want to say in how this thing moves. I want to help these blocks come through. I want to help other people transact. And there are 37,000 individual nodes in something that hasn't even been up for a single quarter. Like, that's what freedom to transact means. I know that some of the technicals on that can be difficult, but this is a network that people are running. You don't have to ask. You don't have to have governments. You don't have to have big entities. People can handle this stuff individually. Like, I don't know if you've looked around. Most people around you are grown-ups. I promise you they're okay. They don't need training wheels anymore. They're okay. Let people transact. Let people be sovereign. Are they going to make mistakes? Yep. Is there going to be problems? Yep. But there's problems in legacy. There was already problems built in. So if the choice is between flawed perfection on either side, I choose freedom every damn time.
Love it. And Axis, let me ask you this, man. What is actually important about a chain? I think that a lot of people think it's just all about. Walrus, do you need a bounce, buddy?
I was just gonna say, yeah, I was gonna get some parting words here before I have to jet too quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm about to board. I appreciate you guys coming on. I appreciate Maddie running this whole thing. I'll be happy to see all you guys down there in Austin here in just a little bit. And you see it in the price and some of the stuff with the SEC, but the rebound tells you enough. Like, people didn't lose hope. Like, everyone's still building. Like, there was a movie premiere last night. Now, again, the movie itself, it's kind of its own thing, but everyone's rolled around. Like, people flew in to meet, to shake hands, to keep doing great things. And like, now I'm in a rush to get back to somewhere else because there's more people doing great things together. Like, this isn't a me thing or an us thing. Like, this is very much a we. Like, they're everywhere. I meet people overseas. I met people in the Middle East because of this community who are building things. Like, there are people all over the world participating in this stuff. Like, this isn't just a group of talking heads on YouTube. Like, these people shake hands. They run businesses. They build cool stuff. They make movies. They run insurance companies. They run dental offices. I mean, everything. And people contribute in all kinds of ways. There are people that have done a lot to fill my cup individually and to help me do more things for the community that don't write code. The majority of us do not write code. I don't write code. That's not why I'm here. I have an opportunity to help speak and do certain things. You know, I have a lot of entrepreneurship background, so I can contribute in ways, and so can everyone else. But that's the whole point. Like, we'll just keep building cool shit. That's what this stuff is for. We don't need their help. One complaint, win, lose, or draw with RH, it's not going to change anything about the chain. It will change the story, but the story's going to keep going on, and the music's still playing, guys.
Love it, man. Keep it up, man. You're such a professional representative of what we're doing, man. Thank you so much, buddy.
See you, brother.
See y'all in Austin.
All right. And then there were two.
Morning, pumpkin.
You make me blush, but they can't see because I'm Snow White right now. Casper the Friendly Ghost.
Just blends with your beard.
That's right, dude.
There's a big beard on your head.
Yeah, dude. It's like a pumpkin on a toothpick right now. So let me ask you something, Axis. How do you think the community has responded to all of this? Because in my opinion, I think it's been pretty cool, man. So what's your opinion on all this?
I mean, no bullshit. That's the Hexicans, man. No one's really phased. 2 guys sold. That was about it.
Yeah.
See you guys next week.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, it's pretty cool. Also, you know, a big shout out to you and Funding Jim for coming on. And now we're getting exposure from people like the Wolf of Wall Streets and, you know, in these big Twitter spaces with Mario. And so we're front and center right now. And this is the time to stand up and put on, you know, straighten your tie and teach people and educate people on what our movement's all about. If they, you know, a lot of them are just blind to it by bias and they don't really haven't given it a fair look. But now we're actually getting that opportunity. It's because it's ironic because people like these folks are stepping into like a kind of like a trap. Like they're coming into a debate potentially where they think they got the upper hand, and then we're kind of more just neutralizing the debate and just explaining and educating on what it does. And so that really rugs their perception of really what HEX is and what PulseChain is. You know, and I think a lot of people get stuck on, you know, you ask what is a chain? A chain is a community of people that come together for the freedom to transact. That's what it is. And this one's already been pushed out enough in terms of like it's the amount of validators that's on PulseChain, the amount of people like staking or mining HEX. There's a lot of activity. There's a lot of interest, engagement. You know, we took Uniswap's rating from a 5-star down to a 1-star on one of these the Google stores or whatever, just because like we don't stand for a product that gatekeeps. That's just not cool. That's the opposite of what DeFi was designed to do, and crypto as a whole. So really, we're primely positioned for. This is like the ground floor, I guess. You know, this is like, you know, let's say when Elon put his first rockets into space, they blew up the first couple times, you know. Mm-hmm. So but that didn't mean that he stopped building, right? And we're the same way, but this thing's already out there in the wild, and Pandora's box is opened. And it, you know, what's a scarier world was a world where Richard never created HEX.
Yeah.
Because then what would we have? We'd have all these, you know, multi-chain hacks, CRV hacks. You know, there's been a lot of stuff going on in DeFi lately. You know, that's not, it's like half-baked DeFi where it's like parts of it are centralized and parts of it aren't. And that creates a attack surface. And so now like the cracks are starting to show on a lot of these other protocols because they're not truly decentralized, whereas like what we have is. And to me, things are looking really good and really bullish. Downside is good because it gives you a chance to buy the dip before the masses come in and flood in behind you. Upside is good because you're seeing returns. The liquidity is so thin on a lot of these assets that moving them up is not an issue at this point. It's more just about getting rid of the last non-believers before we really start to take off. And if, again, you can always keep up to date with my projections online and to try to get ahead of that curve. And things are at those lows now, by my opinion.
Yeah, dude. I want to point out that we are so fortunate to live in a time that allows technology to actually encapsulate values. And I'm going to say that again, technology encapsulating values. The values that we're bringing to the table are represented on the blockchain. And we show up every day because these things really, really matter to us. And we're going to have a sellout crowd at all these movie theaters because these things really matter to us. And we're going to have so many people view the PLS conference here because these things matter to us. And I love the fact that this community doesn't wait for other people to go do things. We don't wait for Richard Hart to push forward. We are all pushing forward together. He's helping us and we are helping him too. This is what it's all about. Okay. I love that. Love that about us. If we want to go do cool things in this world, we have to take what we have in front of us and go build it and go make it. And regardless if it's blockchain, if it's just anything in life, that's what you have to do. You've got to push forward. You got to push forward boldly. And now we are on the center stage. Everybody in the world's watching us. Everybody in the world wants our commentary now. And we have the ability to spread this message that there is an alternative. Axis, you said, what would it be like if HEX wasn't created? It would be a really scary and dark world right now. A, because nobody would know what's really possible. Okay, nobody would have that A/B test. And B, nobody would be there to push back against what's happening. And you wait 10 years with no pushback, and suddenly this whole experiment with cryptocurrency that started 13 years ago evaporates almost overnight. And that one opportunity that we had, that one chance to actually change things in some significant way, or at least, change the trajectory. They say if you throw a tennis ball at the sun and you just barely touch it right after you let go of it, that one little touch might not mean a lot, but 93 million miles away, it misses the sun by quite a bit. And that's what we're doing right now. We're getting bigger and bigger, but that one little nudge could change the trajectory of this whole thing forever. And that's what really excites me. And that's why I think it's worth fighting for, and it's worth talking about. It's worth putting my reputation on the line because I've got something that I really believe in here. And I hate the way that so many people across the world, the Western world, all over the place, are getting taken advantage of from unelected bureaucrats that gobble up power at the expense of the people in this chat here. So super excited about that. Sorry, I got a little pumped up, man. I got the adrenaline flowing.
Value is what you pay, not what you get. So
yes,
it's what you get, not what you pay. So like value is the alignment of this. It's that we're all locked in by our time commitment to this. The value in this is so much bigger than what the price is reflecting. The market is so mispricing this stuff so much because it's so misunderstood. You wish you could just shake people and just like, hey, this is the opportunity of a lifetime staring you in the face. But you can't. You just got to educate people, and people will come on at their own pace. Unfortunately, most of them will come long after these lows are in on these price charts. And so like our values are aligned in this, especially in the HEX contract, because a lot of us are locked in and we're giving up our time. And this was the first thing that really attached time and value on the blockchain together and created that first certificate of deposit on the blockchain. So that very concept there is what has propelled the propagation of a completely new blockchain network and Pulse. So because the inflation model was designed properly, and there's a community that's now rallied around it, connected to it, locked into it, and now giving up their time and their energy, like this thing can go as long as there is that commitment to it. And so it's, when you're buying these coins, you're buying your time back. You're buying the value is you're buying a piece of the community back, and so you're virtually transmitting your own essence and value into this ecosystem that then, spurs other people into action as well. So it's there's so much more going on underneath the code on a social level as well as there is on a technological level.
So much more. And I like these analogies that you're making here. And I'll say this, guys. I'll take a line out of Shawshank Redemption. All right, he talks about time and pressure. All right, you can have a lot of time with a little bit of pressure, and eventually all rock cracks. You can drip water on a rock for 1,000,000 years; it's going to cut right through it. And I think a lot of times we make the mistake of not being patient enough. But if we can keep our message consistent, I would even suggest that, I know there's a lot of content creators in the chat here. I want you guys to take a look at some of the streams that have happened recently with some of these people that didn't necessarily agree with HEX in the beginning. And I'm not here to toot my own horn, but I'm here to give a message. You can't expect people to believe everything that comes out of your mouth, and you certainly can't get upset when they don't. But what you can do is control your emotions in the process, and you can be okay with them not understanding now. They might not understand now, but maybe they have a conversation with Axis after having a conversation with 7 other people about it, and finally it clicks. These people that have high followers and these people that are social media folks, they're no different than you and me. All right. If your whole worldview is X, you're not going to change it overnight. This is a slow process. So if you're a content creator out there, I would highly suggest that you arm yourself with facts, because when you have facts, you can be extremely surgical, and you carry a lot of weight and a lot of power when you have those facts and you wield those facts. And also have compassion with these people and treat these people like human beings. And they're fallible just like everybody else. So that would be my message moving forward. And I think if we can all stick to that message, it's all about time and pressure. Eventually, these people are going to see. These same people that invested in Celsius, these same people that invested in all sorts of scams in the past, do you think if they find something better that eventually they're going to hop on board? Yeah, they will. But we just have to have patience and compassion with these folks and be awesome ambassadors. I see Axis. I see us as the true leaders now that are really going to be able to take these arrows for most of cryptocurrency and stand up in the face of this dragon and say enough is enough. What do you think?
I think so. And we're standing on a rock solid foundation. Because the technology is good and decentralized, there's nothing to hide from. Like we can be out here, we can risk our reputations, we could risk our names, because to us it's asymmetrical risk. There's no real risk because we're standing on rock solid code.
Yep.
Tried and true and battle tested for 4 years now. Like HEX works. Tell me who didn't get paid last night at the rollover. Tell me who didn't. Everyone did. Nobody's promising USD returns. We're promising returns in the native currency.
That's
Simple
huge.
as that. If you're gonna blame a loss, like for example in USD terms, because you didn't understand investing in finance and certain concepts like dollar cost averaging or this or that, that's way outside of the context of what the code in the contract is promising you in the first place. People are conflating these ideas and then they're blaming HEX as a scam.
Mm-hmm.
And so you need to be really granular with your approach about how you explain HEX to people.
Yeah.
You need to explain how decentralized the PulseChain really is. 37,500 validators is no small number.
Mm-mm.
And that's a lot of economic energy that's locked up as well. Trillions of pulse coins. And this all is setting up for tremendous opportunity for us to like carry the baton forward. And man, this is going to free so many people up. I'm excited by that. There's not many words that I can basically step in here and say that explains how big this is unless you can just kind of see it with me and be with me on this journey, because I got into this with no face, on no camera, no face, just a dude with his voice on the internet with whales only in 2021 talking about this innovation that was the T-share, because I wanted people to understand. I had felt a moral obligation to teach people about this new inflation model that could really take us out of the grips of a centralized actor adjusting interest rates every year and creating these boom bust cycles. And if enough people jump into this contract, understand it, and start using it as like a savings account, long-term savings account, the way it was designed, the price chart will start to perform in a way that it hasn't in the past, which is basically like the Amazon chart, where it would just, as you bring in the next 10,000 users every single month for the next 10 years, we would all get wealthy together based on how the economics of it would work. And I think that's a very real possibility. And it doesn't even need to do that to be meaningful for a lot of people. It's not just about getting rich, but honestly, that's like a consequence or a side effect of how these liquidity pools work. It's just how the math works out, So there's so much opportunity and so much to say, but I'll pass it over to you,
dude. No, you're very well spoken, man. Thank you for pointing all that out. I think that everything that you've said, I think that the words that have been said on the stream really represent how many people feel. I think there's a lot of people that'll watch this stream too that are on the fence about what we have going on. And what I would suggest, guys, I would suggest that we're not begging you to come buy our thing. We are begging you to recognize, who the enemy is here, and we are begging you to come and talk and have a conversation and join that conversation and spread the word about what's good and spread the word about what's bad. If you can be a part of the community, ultimately, it's not only going to make your life better, but it's going to make people's lives better from all over the world, because this has massive implications for all of decentralized finance. I think it was Buck that said this first, Buck Fiat, and then I tweeted it out and a couple other people did. And the idea here is this is not RH versus the SEC. This is DeFi versus the SEC. And then OG Mike, he said that this is human rights versus the SEC. And it really is, guys. If you've looked back over the past 3 to 5 years, and I know you guys here in chat see this, and I know you guys talk about it at dinner tables, at cafes, on the phone, in text messages with your friends, there's been a massive overreach in the past 3 to 5 years. Okay, more so than the previous 20. And that's because I think that these bureaucracies across the world saw an opportunity to come and grab power, not only from a human rights aspect, but also a financial aspect. And we play a part in the grand scheme of things here. And we are not going to be the people that just roll over and die. Our community is the strongest. It is the best out there. And that's for a reason. Again, not begging you to go buy our thing, but I encourage you to come and join the conversation about what's really important. When we are dead and gone, what's the world going to look like? Well, we're creating and shaping that narrative right now. And I think that the world axis, I think that it has been boiled slowly. And I think people are just accepting this fate. And guess what, guys? You don't have to accept it if you don't want to accept it. And once you understand that, and once you join a group of people that understand that, then really special things can happen. And we've got that vessel, we've got that avenue here to be the leaders for crypto, to be the leaders for the world and create a really, really cool story. And frankly, we need the highest of stakes to have a sequel here. So that's really why we're doing all this, guys. You know that.
Yeah, there's definitely a part 2 to the Hexagon story for sure.
So
Rumor
yeah,
has
man,
it there might be more filming going on as
that's
we
what
speak.
that's what I heard, man. That's what I heard. I'll check chat here. Bobby Hexelrod, he said overreach is an understatement. I guess with the context that it's happened in the past 3 to 5 years. What do you think about that? Overreach is an understatement.
They might have had good. When I say the SEC and the government might have originally thought this was like a huge problem. Think about this. Let's pretend for a second that 2017, all of the money in the world was the ICO mania. Do you understand what kind of a Great Depression that would have caused?
Yeah.
So there was real world consequence to if our base currencies did thousands of X's and then 99% retracements. People would be dying because of starvation, and so there is a real threat there as well. So it's good to be honest and balanced about this. But that's why the natural progression of things is a slow adoption of cryptocurrency so that it isn't so catastrophic when there is these huge bear markets. Because in a truly free market where the liquidity gets thinned out, you can have rough things. But on the flip of that coin, it's better to have hard-coded inflation rates that can't be adjusted so that we can have a nice, steady up into the right curve, predictable outcomes, and just a positive growth rate, but that it's not happening in the dollar value, it's happening on the code level of the coin value. So this is getting granular on this stuff, and we probably don't need to go into all that yet.
People like that. People like that.
Conversation for another time, but
yeah,
the basis of this point is that when the whole world is tied to, let's just say, an arbitrary number percent, potentially like a 3.69% inflation rate forever, that's a sustainable growth rate versus like where we're getting these like 15% inflation, so that when you go to the store this year, you're paying 3 times as much potentially on food prices as you were pre-2021, pre-COVID. Like the amount of the cost to transact has gone up so much at the pump, in the grocery store. So this is where the only way that you can combat this problem, this currency debasement and money printing, is to get in and become a natural speculator on something that can outpace the rate of inflation. And so when you get into something like this that gives you that constant 3.69% inflation, and it can perform in price as well, multiples of X, multiples like 10X, 100X, then you're going to be able to be in something that's a vehicle that can actually create generational value for you and your family. And this is kind of the point, is it's a life raft for humanity, and for social rights, and for freedom to transact, and privacy, and a lot of these things. It's all being built, being able to take loans from yourself, over collateralized loans, being able to what's some of the other stuff? You guys are bringing, I don't know if you've publicly announced, but you guys are bringing like a Uniswap V3 port over to PulseChain. Like this is all going to give us more tools and more effective way to transact on the blockchain, and it's a bright future ahead.
You guys couldn't tell, but in the conference center room here, people were actually applauding.
Love it.
While you guys were talking about freedom and sovereignty and the different values that you hold dear. And so I wanted to make sure that you knew that, because the room is hyped about you guys and the presentation you just gave.
Thank you so much, room. Appreciate you guys. And I think they're excited because it matters. And we're speaking to what people are feeling right now. So we're all together in this, folks.
We're in this together, guys, and we're not going anywhere. So let's not kick this can down the road. Let's get in the rocket ship and blast off.
That's right. Now, where can people find you guys?
Yeah, you can. YouTube's good for me. I tell people not to like, comment, or subscribe, because if you do, you'll never be able to turn back, and you might turn to stone as well. But youtube.com/@R2R.
Awesome.
Yep, and you can find me on Twitter and on YouTube at AccessALlive, one word. And then I have a website, accessalive.com, for all your market needs.
Awesome. Well, thanks, guys, so much for speaking, and looking forward to keeping up with you guys going forward.
Thanks for having me, buddy.
Thanks,
Take it easy now. Thanks, chat.
All right. Now, up next, we have a great group of guys that are very familiar. And so I'm going to be introducing here Crypto Heartbeat.
What's up?
Crypto. And KG is here with me, so he's going to take my spot. And thanks, guys, for being here. I'm really looking forward to your talks.
Thank you for having us, Maddie. What's up, Cabana?
What is up, Mr. Heartbeat, sir?
Dude, I love your background, man. That's perfect.
I'll be walking around here in a little bit, but yeah, trying to get some shade while I can. It's quite hot right now.
What's up? What's up, KG?
KG with the space yesterday. How you doing, man?
Hey, Cabana Crypto. Hope you hit that follow button yesterday. Crypto Heartbeat.
Buddy.
Good to see you. Good to see you both.
What do we have to talk about? I mean, is there anything like newsworthy or important going on this week? haven't been keeping in the loop. Actually, it's probably the most spaces I've ever been on or in this week. It's been absolutely crazy, and the communication's just been absolutely amazing, in and out of the ecosystem.
Yeah, there is no lack of exciting and eventful, rather, is the right word, times. I mean, from every direction, it seems that there's always something going on. Crypto never sleeps. PulseChain right now is on overdrive, so it's really cool to see and be a part of what could shake out to be a really historic event in this newly evolving industry.
What's the tempo in the room there, KG? You're with some people in person, and that's got to be. It's always great to be with Hexicans and Pulsicans and Pulsexicans. What's the feeling there in the room?
The feeling is steadfastness,
Yep.
confidence. Like Maddie was saying to Rags, Walrus, and Axis, there were certain things that they said that people in the room were all clapping in unison and agreeing, even though that wasn't coming through on the stream. There is still strength, even though the government and the powers that be will try to suppress the things that go against what they want to impose upon us. You can't stop passion. And right here in this community, there is no shortage of passion.
Yeah, what's so incredible to me is, here we are on the day of the release of the film, at least publicly. You think about Richard and the story and everything. Every great story has got these moments of conflict, and to think that we have something greater than just some cryptocurrency to be defending, right? This isn't like my coin over your coin. It's truly a battle. And, I would say it's a battle between good and evil, right? Those that are trying to centralize versus those who actually want to, animate this tool for good. And, that's what's incredible to me about this is that, Richard's smart, right? He's a smart guy, but also he's had incredible favor with timing. And, we wanted the movie to come out earlier and all this kind of stuff. But to think that all this happened at the same time, I joke that the Gary Gensler was, a silent producer on the film, because this is incredible set of circumstances and timing, and especially where we are in the market cycles. It couldn't be better. And, to think that if you were going to put some gladiator in the ring with the regulators, who would you choose from crypto, right? Richard Hart's the only guy, in my opinion, that I've seen that can truly, step up into that and be aggressive. And, that's the thing. He's a lightning rod, but it's also in defense of what he's been talking all along. He didn't just change his tune, about free speech and free movement, free to transact and privacy. He didn't change his tune because some event happened. This has been consistent since the very beginning as, ultimately a Bitcoin guy, understanding and appreciating that freedom and independence story. And I think Richard, honestly, he sees things ahead of time, and he really saw before a lot of people really felt the pain of censorship. He was talking about it with the sacrifices. And to me, it's almost prophetic to me. I just see this stuff coming through, and I'm like, what an amazing opportunity we have. And then to see the community just rally around this, they didn't get scared. Only a couple people got scared, and to see this bounce back, it feels like the early days of HEX again, in a way. It's like, all right, here we go. No one's gonna stop us, and we got a bigger dragon to fight. So I'm glad Richard Hart is at the helm.
Yeah, I too would like to thank GG and the, as I've been calling it this week, the Serendipitous Exchange Commission, because it really could not have fallen any better for the guys that invested their time and money and efforts into the highest of stakes, getting this, finally to be in theaters and ultimately who knows where. And, you're talking about, I guess, centralization in crypto. We're finding out who is really for what.
Yep.
I know I've privately, and I'll just say it here, I've drawn parallels with perhaps a certain political party in the United States, and they stand for something. But if you have one person on the other side that you just cannot stand, you despise them, you hate them, your ideals go out the window just because of that one person. And that is what is happening with crypto. It's what's happening with Richard Hart. And we're finding out, who the real is and who, the fakes are. And, it's only been days, and the lights turned on, and you're seeing, what's really on in the room and what's left and who's staying. And it's quite telling, and we're going to see more and more of it in the coming days for sure.
And Crypto Heartbeat, I wanted to comment on something you had said about, there being resistance, it being a battle of good and evil, all those things. Well, there's a guy, his name's Joseph Campbell, and he didn't necessarily create this. He kind of just discovered that it was a reoccurring phenomenon. It's called the hero's journey. And you could very much so argue that Richard Hart is on the hero's journey. We as the community are on the hero's journey. And one of the core elements of the hero's journey is the hero has to meet resistance. It has to. And if the hero doesn't meet resistance, the hero can't be burned to ashes and have the rising phoenix moment. And the rising phoenix moment is when we're all watching the movie and the hero comes back and you're like, yeah. And that, to me, is what this all is it's that moment in the movie where you think we know it's what's going to happen because we've seen every movie is basically the same. And this is just another iteration of that. And so I think that every single one of us in the community should realize that we are, as a group, with Richard included in that group, a figure in this movie that is the battle for financial freedom and financial suppression. And it only makes sense that the Agent Smiths of this reality are going to try and destroy Neo. And so we as a group, as dramatic as that may sound, I think that we should try to resonate with Neo and try to resonate with the hero of this story, because what is going on with this community, with the government overreach, it is a battle that is going to shape and reshape crypto for the rest of the time in the space. And so if you're out there watching and you're like, I hate Richard Hart, I hate PulseChain, I hate HEX, well, that's fine. But when they come for your thing that you believe in and you've taken power away from yourself, you'll realize how silly you were by not standing up for this movement against the same people who are going to try and suppress you in the future.
Yep. Yeah. Donald Miller, he said, who wants to watch a movie about a guy who wants a Volvo, a boxy, safe vehicle? He's like, nobody wants to watch that movie. And, you think about this story. I mean, the human experience, the things why do we go to these movies? Why do we root for the underdog? And if you think about the structure of this world, I think knit in the human heart is this desire to be able to make choices freely, right? This freedom of choice. And of course, when you can tie and you see direct, relationship between what's happening in crypto, because it's so a fundamental resource to everything, being able to transact, be able to move and speak, is that, this why this is so powerful isn't because of the token names. It's really because of the fact that we're aligning ourselves with the very nature of the structure of the universe, in my opinion. This is how we were built. We were built to be free, to make choices, and to create. And if you think about it, nothing that's ever been created wasn't first conceived in the mind of a man or woman. And if you think about that, well, hang on a second. All you're doing is you're aligning yourself with how things are structured. And why are we attracted to these stories? Well, the haters that are out there, they may not like a personality. They might not like language. They might not like the flaunting of those things. But at the end of the day, if we're successful at holding the line together, then we are advocating for everyone, right? This is an option for everyone. And that's why the PulseChain to me is so significant, because if it is truly decentralized, and KG, you know this stuff from development standpoint, if it truly is not sitting on some public cloud somewhere, and I know it's not going to compromise. Richard will not compromise his principles because he understands the fundamentals and the reason that cryptocurrency was invented. And so I look at this and I go, it's not just about the tickers. This is truly a future in which we would have the ability to freely choose and freely transact. And that is a fundamental function of survival. And to me, to have that connective tissue, we didn't see that with Ripple. That's not the story there. They wanted to be the backbone for CBDCs. No, this is pure. And to me, I think that there are a number of people out there that if they can see that the PulseChain and the builders and the people that are doing things, if we can build their appropriate infrastructure, that literally we can stand up. This is a total David and Goliath story. But what is the outcome? The outcome is your freedom to speak, to move, to act, to transact. And to me, I don't want to commit my life to anything other than that, right? Let's advocate for people to make their own damn choices, period.
Cabana, I'm going to let you respond because I have more to say, but I want you to go ahead.
I mean, I don't really have too much to add to that. I think it is, interesting that, we're talking about, what goes into movies and, KG likened, it to the Matrix. And I mean, we could, take characters from different movies and, insert character or protagonist, antagonist here and draw parallels. It is interesting because Richard was essentially a character that he developed, and he admits this, and he has changed now. Like, that video last night was just, I think, absolutely excellent, because he was like, the man that you see in that film doesn't exist anymore. That was essentially him saying, I was playing a character, and he had many reasons and angles that he was taking to do so. And I in my opinion, it worked. We'll end up seeing, what the ultimate results are, but I think it ended up working perfectly, at least up until now. So it's, just cool to see that, that parallel there to where, he was a character. And like Heartbeat said, nobody goes to see a Volvo or, ugly women and stuff like that. It's like, you want the hot babes, you want the sports cars, you want the helicopters, you want the jets. It's exciting. Go ahead, KG.
Sure. So what I wanted to, and you're right, the flash does sell, right? It's because even though people may not necessarily be able to resonate with it, it is an expression of life that most people don't get to live. And so they want to go see what living like that looks like. And so, yeah, it definitely sells. And, I wanted to.
It reminds me of Entourage, the HBO show, because even from years ago, and many in the chat will know who I'm talking or what I'm talking about, and you guys might as well. But it was interesting watching that show because you were either a fan of it and the glitz, glamour, money, mansions, jets, vehicles that was appealing to you, that attracted you to watch it because you found that exciting, not necessarily because you thought you could attain that. We can all dream, right? But you also had that subset of people who absolutely hated it because out of jealousy. It's completely fictional, but they just hated. They were like, "Oh, those guys are D-bags, and it's just what a horrible way to live and stuff like that. That's not real, blah blah blah." And like you saw, at least in some of my circles, it was just like there's that portion of population that will never be happy. They'll always be miserable, and it's just like it's entertainment, guys. It's a show, and so what? Even if it was real, if that was actually, you know, if you knew these guys, are you just going to hate on them because they're successful and they're running around with hot babes and driving fast cars and are in the movies? Or, you know, good for them. And I find it entertaining. And thankfully, I think most of the people out there found it to be entertaining. And I would hope that's the case with the highest of stakes here. Sorry for going on, KG.
No, don't apologize. Absolutely not. Your perspective is valuable. And I'm actually going to take what you said, and I think this is a good transition. So I'm going to quote Don Montoya, for anybody who may know him out there in our community. Something he talks about all the time is there are 3 groups of people. And they're divided into exactly 33%. 33% of people are going to hate you no matter what. You're never converting them. They're going to hate you. Even if you checked all their boxes, they're hating you. There's 33% of people that are going to love you no matter what you do. No matter what you do, 33% of people are going to love you. And there's 33% of people right in the middle. And your success or your failure is contingent upon those 33% of people, right? So we as a community, we need to focus on those 33 because there's people out there watching. They're watching all of this go down and they're not sure how they feel about it. So when we have somebody out there who is an obvious hater and who is somebody that is in that 33% who is going to hate us no matter what, don't even lose your positive outlook on life, or don't get all worked up over that 33%, because no matter what you say, they're never going to be on board. So when you're talking to people, there's a saying, don't hurt them, convert them. So every single member of the community, whether you have 1 follower or 100 million followers, it doesn't matter. Every time you're engaging with somebody, think about there's somebody in that 33% of people that are in the middle that can be sold or closed or converted to this ecosystem. And instead of meeting them with resistance and attacking them, I'm not saying everybody does this, just in general. Instead of meeting them with resistance and attacking them, meet them with overcoming their objections. Hey, why don't you like PulseChain? Hey, why don't you like Richard Hart? Hey, why do you think the SEC should suppress your financial freedoms? No, I'm legitimately curious. Please tell me. So instead, ask them questions and try to lead them to the same conclusions that you have come to. And always remember, even if you're arguing with one person, there's 100 other people reading that conversation. So don't get lost in that one single conversation. Think about everybody else who's reading it and stay focused on that 33% of people that are open to be swayed. Because the more of those people we get to the 33% of people that are always going to love what's going on here, the stronger we're going to be as a community and as a force, not only against the SEC or the government, but if we all collectively are the marketing force of the thing we believe in, we will be a stronger force in that realm as well.
Yeah.
Well, you're
okay,
absolutely right. And it's, you know what I'm most impressed by is how many people of different walks of life, different backgrounds, have chosen to communicate this message, right? You think about, look at all the trailer park people that follow Rags, for example, right? There's plenty of them, but there's someone in here. And that's what I really like about this is you're right. You want to meet people where they are and overcome their objections. What I love about this community is if you want to find somebody that's talking the way you talk, that looks the way you do, that sees the world the way you do, you will find them. Mm-hmm. If you look at any other community, I do not see that. And there's something really special about this community we have because it's so diverse. And that's the amazing thing about it is what is the underpinning of all of this stuff? Independent, free-minded, thinking people who see that this is actually something that's not just a speculative asset, but it is a vehicle for so many different people to accomplish their dreams, whatever those may be. And, I'm just amazed by what an amazing time we live in right now. If you look at what's happening in the world, just the fact that, somebody like Elon Musk, right? Generation X, we've got the new X app, for example. We've got people that are pushing back, the Russell Brands, the Joe Rogans. There's a group of people that were Gen Xers, which I am, and they're coming into leadership. Richard Hart is one of those. And one of the things that is indicative of Generation X is they don't trust authority. And that's worldwide. And we're coming into this era, which is obviously a crisis era that I think began to fall apart in the 1960s with my parents. And what we see now is, hey, we got to clean up this mess. Never before has there been an opportunity where the entire financial system has the ability to be like literally taken up by individual people, meaning we can have the same footing as BlackRock. And if you think about an immutable contract on the blockchain like HEX or like many of the other, true cryptocurrencies, it's you and the contract. I don't care if you're a big business, you've got big bags or not. That's the only differentiator is the amount that you're willing to buy or sell. And that leveling of the playing field is not how, those who have consolidated power they don't want to promote that because it gives you too much, we can't control you. And, I know a lot of people want to amass, resources and such, but we've got to realize that why you're so, I think, interested and why this is so compelling is because it has a purpose and a, philosophy that is fundamentally rooted in freedom and sovereignty. And that to me, I think there's so many people who understand that. And when you said, wait till they come after you, your thing. And I think that we're seeing this all across the world. Wow. Hold on a second. This is very much like things happened, which led to ultimately Nazi Germany, is that you divide and conquer. And, it's not a big deal when they don't come for you, but they will come for you. And so who's going to stand up to that? And so I would appeal to anybody. You've got to get over the cult of personality. That's not what this is. Right? This isn't, Donald Trump. Richard Hart is that kind of character, and he's used that kind of strategy. But you got to look at this differently. This is something much, much more fundamental. And what's sad about it, but also good for us, is that people are revealing who they are. MetaMask and Uniswap and, influencers, they're proving to us who they are. And actually, I appreciate the fact that we get to see them for who they really are. And to me, that's the hope of this, is that if there's anything I've learned from Richard over the last 3 years, it has been he's not going to compromise his principles as it relates to advocacy for people not getting wrecked. And, this isn't like an incremental thing. We can't just go, well, we'll just do the next thing tomorrow. No, we have to stick to these fundamentals, because if we give an inch, they will literally take it away. And that's what I see all other founders compromising. They will compromise. Richard will not compromise, and nor should we. And to me, that's the main thing that is that's driving me. Why do I keep doing this? It's because I understand it's not just about a person. It's about, what we can do to advocate for the world.
Well said, sir. I want to go back to something that KG was talking about, and that's having a conversation with other people, or if they are willing to at least have a conversation and hear the other side outside of the RH ecosystem. And just quick shout out to Funding Jim and Rags for having a great chat on the Wolf of All Streets channel. I guess it was a couple days ago. If you want to know how to talk to people and you are armed with facts, Rags put on a clinic with addressing and holding a conversation with a skeptic. I might have the opportunity with Funding Jim and someone else next week, and we'll do the same thing. But take notes of what Rags did there, and if you're armed with facts, you can't be stopped. And if you answer questions, thoughtfully, effectively, and don't just go counterattack. I mean, it's hard not to. Believe me, I've grown over the years, but still, there are some that just like they get to you, and it's hard not to. But again, if you do that and you do hold that conversation, you're gonna look better, not only for yourself but for the community. So it drives me nuts to see like a couple of the most common narrative points right now are, oh well, we all knew that he was going to use the SAC funds to that's where they went, is cars and fancy watches. No, you don't do that. Like Dev Brett on Twitter, transaction hash please.
Oh, epic.
And it was just like bird.
Mic drop.
Yeah. And it was just like that. You can respond that way, and that wasn't argumentative. Just like, all right, show me the hash. What's the other one that I love? It's oh shoot, I forgot it. But there are just multiple. They're the same points over and over, and I'll think of it here. If KG want to comment here really quick, but yeah, drives me crazy. But at the same time, like if you take a breath and you respond, you're just like, well thought out. You don't argue. You don't smack them back over the head, especially in these larger spaces. Like I said before, not only do you look good, but the community looks good as well, especially if you have one of those gradient logos and HEX in your bio or PulseChain in your bio. Like, people will click on your name and see what you're about, and some of them will be like, oh well, of course this person's going to say that or whatever. But at the same time, if you can hold a conversation, that also has its own effect, because it's like, oh well, this guy's a Hexkin, this guy's a Pulskin, Pulside, and whatever you want to call it, and they're actually having an intelligent conversation with us. That's pretty cool. I can engage with people like that, and that's what we want.
Absolutely agreed. And for those who haven't studied the psychology of sales and haven't been in a sales position, there's something called the ABCs, and this is the philosophy of always be closing. And make no mistake that each one of us is a brand ambassador for PulseChain, or whatever it is you believe in, whether it's PulseChain, whether it's a project built on PulseChain, whether it's something outside of PulseChain. Even if you're wearing Nike, you are a brand ambassador. And so when you are out there representing the brand that you believe in, you need to always think before you engage in any conversation, A, B, C. Am I closing? Or am I responding because I'm pissed off? So if the answer isn't I'm ABCing, then you're not doing it right. A, B, C. And then I also want to say, with MetaMask and Uniswap, what I love about what they did is they made this statement. They believe in the philosophy of guilty until proven innocent. Guilty until proven innocent. Isn't that something? And then finally, one other thing about this situation is the SEC is an American arm of the government. American. All right, we Americans, we choose to live here. Okay, that's fine. We ascribe to that system. What about all the people that aren't American, which is a huge part of this community? Doesn't matter. The SEC thinks they control you too. The American government thinks they control your jurisdiction of the world. This is America overstepping lines and hurting everybody's investment, whether you're an American citizen choosing to partake in the American system or not. The SEC says, we don't care. And I got one more point and then a question for you gentlemen. In the gaming world, it's hilarious. Cabana, you said GG for Gary Gensler. In the gaming world, after you destroy somebody, you say GG for good game. So I want to start saying GG. Good game, Gary Gensler, because he is about to get destroyed by the crypto space. And then I have a question for you two gentlemen. Do you feel protected by the SEC?
Ha ha ha. No, they have caused more wealth destruction from the people who they are trying to help this week than could be replaced. I think we will come back from that, but some people just got completely wiped out, including a whale or two, and that's verifiable. So that sucks, on that front. I did think of my other talking point, which I just wanted to bring up before we go over to Heartbeat on this, is that Richard promised 10,000x returns. That is the most easily refutable misclaimed narrative out there. You can easily refute that because he never did. He said it was designed to. Other things did this. This could possibly do that, but never was there a promise. And it just infuriates me. And this is where you got to take your step back and take a breath. But that's the other point. And anybody can refute that. You don't have to have, deep knowledge of crypto. If you follow the Richard Hart ecosystem, watch his streams, he would never say such a thing.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a fan of trial lawyers at all. But I would say this. If you think about how, publicly traded companies, right? Let's say someone does something and it affects your investment, right? And you make a really good point, KG. The SEC has, because of their actions in the US, lawsuits are about damages, right? And that's why we say, where are the victims, right? Because you have to have provable damages, because what are you fighting for? When I look at what the SEC has done to, let's say, everyone outside of the US with this action. And of course, if you were to think in a publicly traded company, if someone had done something that affected your investment and it was frivolous, right? It was not, based in reality, you'd have a case because you have damages. And of course, we're in DeFi and no one's talking that way about a class action lawsuit against the SEC by holders of HEX and PulseChain and those type of things. But this is the foundation of those things. And you're absolutely right, is that this is the problem that exists right now. And it's also the opportunity, because we have all this gray area, because we've got, a regulatory, law in the United States that was done in the 30s, and it's trying to apply to the digital currencies, and the fact that, this is a legislative issue, right? This is not one to be settled by regulators or the courts. This is something that could be solved pretty quickly if, in fact, legislators got it together. My hope is that ultimately, what is a win, what is a loss? We've already won. This has galvanized the community, and it's given us something to rally around and fight for. And anyone that's sensible at all or understands the true tenets of crypto, you kind of have to, okay, we'll get over Richard Hart's, flashy behavior or whatever. But at the end of the day, if you were to reason with somebody that actually understands crypto, they'd say, you know what, you're right. I can't stand with the SEC against it. I might not like the guy, but this is it. I mean, if you can't attract attention, you got nothing. And the hardest thing we know in crypto is to get people to care about your project. There are a lot of things out there. And so, yeah, this is the greatest opportunity, but also the SEC has created provable damages to people across the world because of their regulatory, actions here. And, I think this is just going to be another opportunity to bring this thing to a head. And nothing would be more satisfying than seeing this go the distance. So I'm curious what you guys think. Does Richard settle, or does Richard go the distance?
I mean, if we're talking price desire, I think people would want this over sooner than later. I would prefer, and this is just my gut, if this is by design, if the outrage marketing, truly has worked perfectly as intended to get the attention of everyone, including, possibly a government agency, then I think this goes the distance, because I don't think he would have ever brought the attention on himself and his product/projects had he not, have an ironclad case to, stand by/on. So I think he, goes with it and just fights it out and does not settle. But I'd be cool with either way. I mean, if you're wanting, you know, people want price go up, please, you know, my bags are wrecked right now. Then I guess you would want a settlement like this afternoon. And, you know, if there's a fine, and, you know, they take their cut and that's it. And we can move on our way and, you know, it's behind us. But if you want that grand victory for crypto, put it to bed, no one can ever say crap to us ever again, then you fight it out, you win, and then it's on now. Yeah, if we get that kind of W, it's on.
Yep.
I think that whatever happens, it will have been well thought out and carefully executed, whether it's a settlement, whether it's a fight. I don't think there's going to be anything willy-nilly about this. With that said, RH, if you're listening, man, my heart goes out to you, brother. Truly, I cannot imagine the immense pressure you're under and how hard this must be as an individual man and human being that has to deal with all this. But I will say, if he settles, in my uneducated opinion, there's going to be implications. Someone said in chat here that it implies, you know, guilt, and not that this is a criminal accusation, but implies that whatever the SEC is trying to do, it's that party is accepting that, yeah, you're right, I did the things that you said I did. And so maybe it's easier to write the check and move on, but there are a lot of social, political, worldly implications for that. And also, even outside of Richard Hart himself and HEX and PulseChain, agreeing to those things sets precedent for the entire crypto space. So I think Richard, as the philosopher that he is probably also struggling with the moral conundrum of, wow, I right now represent a martyr for the entire industry that I believe in and love. And either way, there's no easy decision. But if he does fight, I think it will be legendary. And if he put a vote out there, I would vote to fight.
Yep.
Because you're going to have thousands, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands or millions of people on your side that actually see that this is a fight for crypto and financial sovereignty and freedom. And we're even seeing many cases of this already. People are literally saying, I don't like HEX. I don't like PulseChain. I don't like Richard. But what is happening is not okay. So we're even seeing, like, I don't agree with what they're doing, but I more so don't agree with what you're doing, government. And so I think that this is worth a fight because there's so many implications. There's so much precedent that's being set. And so RH, if you're listening, the community and crypto is on your side. And I know it's going to bring a lot of turmoil to your life, but I do believe that this is a fight worth having. And I do believe that he will get support.
Yeah. For those of us who have followed Richard since the beginning, this is what he was designed to do, right? This is what he's been doing the whole time, right? He is a fighter. But I've done some breakdown on kind of analysis of Richard, and the things I see in him is that he's an advocate primarily, right? He's advocating for people. He actually does care about people. It's clear. But he's also an innovator, right? He's one of these people who's saying, hang on a second, he's seeing things before most people do. And when you've got principles, you see things in advance as an architect, if you will, and you're an advocate. I mean, this is powerful. And to me, there's no option but to fight it, right? Because it has to, well, it's already accomplished something incredible. And that is, you know, you think no one wants to have this type of suit against them, you know, the fear, right? But somebody that's willing to say, no, this is already exposed Uniswap and MetaMask. That's huge. That is a huge thing. We know where they stand now. And that means that you're going to we're drawing the battle lines on the sides. Who's with DeFi? Who actually is going to stand with the true tenets of DeFi and why crypto was invented? And who is not? And that to me is a really great service for people. But you know, it's funny. What did he say? You can't You know, you can't delist the unlisted. And that's what I love.
Right.
I love about this is I don't care what you do. That's the beauty of it. It's almost like we've been trained. We don't need centralized exchanges. We don't need all this stuff. And to think that this much value and this much energy and power really in, you know, out of those who are really actually active, what do we think? Maybe 150,000 holders total in HEX? I mean, this is not a large group of people that can make a huge difference if you look at the population. So we are a part of a group of people, the resistance, if you will, that could literally change the course of human history. And everything I've ever watched from Richard, that's who he was designed to be. He will go down in history, in my opinion, as somebody who has literally, you know, changed the landscape of the century. He's an important person. And why? Because he stuck up for his principles and advocated for other people. I mean, that's what I want to be about. That's where the alignment comes in. And a lot of people ask me, to be honest, you know, they're like, Crypto Heartbeat, you're an old crusty guy and conservative guy. How can you handle the things that Richard says? And I say, I don't handle the things that Richard says, right? And for those who deify him, he's not perfect. And I can point out a lot of ways, but nor am I or any of us, right? And I think this flawed hero is what we really value in him. He is, we see ourselves in this, right? The underdog. And, you know, that's this whole pirate analogy. I love it, right? Because it's like, you know, we're the Dread Pirate Roberts. Come on, let's go.
No, and well said, Heartbeat, on, you know, people want to look at and scrutinize, oh, RH did this and that. Yeah, I don't agree with everything he did either. I don't agree with everything any one person does.
Right.
Can you imagine if your life was the center stage of hundreds of thousands, millions of people? Everybody who wants to think about casting that judgment, imagine if your life was broadcasted. Have you made any mistakes? Of course you have. And even if you didn't perceive them as mistakes, somebody did. But the point is I agree in that he is revolutionary. And look at what he inspired in all these people. We have in this community one of the hardest things to do in crypto. Bitcoin did it, right? They have this global community that people make music and art and technology and dedicate their lives to it. Bitcoin did that. And so did HEX, and so did PulseChain. There are not many communities out there that can say they did what Bitcoin did. And I agree that Richard is a face of this financial revolution. And, you know, if there are different generals, so to speak, Richard is definitely the commander of this army. And look at how crazy this is. All right, guys, we're on a list right now. I hope you understand that. We're on video expressing revolutionary sentiments against the United States government, okay? What this is, we're talking about it like it's like, oh, yeah, you're right. This is big. We are a part of a financial revolution. The United States government, the governments of the world, they don't want you using crypto. They want you under their thumb using their financial system so they can control you. Oh, I don't like what KG did that week. Well, I'm going to turn his money off. That's the reality they want. So make no mistake that what is happening right now is a fight for the future of your freedom in every way. Because Walrus said it earlier. I don't remember exactly how he said it, but basically, if they control your money, they control you. And so everything that's happening, I hope that it inspires people. Yes, there is fear in revolution, and that's okay. But try and transmute that fear into inspiration and a burning passion, because we're fighting for the future generations of this planet. And so, yes, we're all on a list, and it's a list I'm damn proud to be on.
It's awesome.
Inspirational, brother KG. Inspirational. Yeah, just talking about like the list, you know, different lists, like who's out there that has come out on the good side so far. BitBoy. You know, I just want to, you know, shout them out in the chat, you know, for people that who are outside the community that, name names of the good people. I mean, I can name names of the idiots too that just came out because they're just blinded by their hate. But I believe, I want to say Coin Bureau actually tweeted, not like a huge thing, but in support of decentralization, at least. And that was after this past Monday. Even Coin Bureau, the guy who has ignored HEX for years, and I know Hexkins have tweeted at him and made requests for him to cover it on his channel. It's bringing the likes of those very followed figures together. We need to know who those guys are, and like I said, throw them in the chat. Retweet them on Twitter, share that, and tag or hashtag Hex in it, so other Hexkins can see who is on our side. Because as we've mentioned, I think everybody on this panel so far, it's important to know who's with us and who's against us. And as long as we're out there fighting the good fight and taking notes as to who's with us and sharing that information, our side only gets stronger.
Well said.
I want to shout out your friend Somi. He broke down recently. I just absolutely love his style. But he was making the point, look at all of these top cryptocurrencies, and there's a person at the top. Even though Satoshi is unknown, that is a character, right? And when I was just coming into business, I read the book Built to Last by Jim Collins. And one of the chapters is called A Cult-Like Culture. And it said the things, because he was doing research on businesses that were exceptional, right? They performed exceptionally well. And one of those things he defined was a cult-like culture. And of course, that's, kind of a term of endearment for people in HEX. You'd call it a cult. But that's actually what you attempt to do. If you think about what do we want to create? We want to create a culture that is strong. And it requires leadership. And if you think about it, people say, I'm just in it for the tech. No, you're actually in it because you're following and you're aligning with a philosophy of a person, and it requires people to lead. And to me, leadership is so important. And, KG, you, Cabana, everyone fills a role in that. And what I love about decentralization is Richard may be the guy that's, up front. He's the one getting sued. He's this founder creator, but there's a lot of people, and I remember when I first came into streaming, I gave credit to Richard Hart for building the community, and people stomped on my head. They're like, no. RG3, coffee, talking about, people like, Kinetics and Maddie and all of these people that really, Hexo. I mean, these are the people that at the toughest times were out there, and without them, we wouldn't be here. I mean, if it was not for Hexo, I would not be here. And you think about that. I want to encourage anybody that's out there, lead. You have a voice. And I think that's what's so great about the tools we have now to communicate, the ability to live stream, these things. If you're somebody that's on the fence about that, you need to get out there and start speaking, because whether you're young or old or whatever it may be, if you have conviction and you're authentic, there is an audience. It may not be giant, but you will have an impact, and everyone can do that. And that's kind of this Braveheart moment of hold. And I don't mean like hodl your bags. I mean, hold the line on this core tenet and principle of DeFi, because actually there's so many people, we're working with folks that are in like abject poverty in the Philippines. When I see the situations they're in, they don't have the ability to do Web3 technology. And when you think about who we're advocating for, we're not just advocating for the crypto bro, right? When Lambo. No, this is for people who literally, what would things look like if nations accepted DeFi instead of CeFi? What if it wasn't CBDCs and, retina scans from, an orb, right? And you didn't have some digital ID. And, what if they really actually said, no, let's give this power back to the people? That's what makes the American idea so unique. They could have been kings. And what did they do? They gave it away. And I think that's at this very core 10. That's why it resonates so much with us deeply, is because it's right, it's true, and it's aligned with how like the entire creation is formed. And so, you know, the stakes could not be higher, and the irony is not lost on me.
I see what you did there.
You like that? Yeah,
it was great.
Oh my gosh.
You know, and Crypto Heartbeat, I want to hit on one point you said there. A lot of great points, but one point I want to emphasize is the call to action from everybody. You said that basically the way I took it was, it doesn't matter how big you are. It really doesn't. It doesn't matter what your platform is. It doesn't matter what your skills are. You are a unique person with a unique perspective, and you're going to attract and resonate with people that will only resonate with you. Even if there's someone with 100 million followers, you may have the one follower in the world that would not resonate with that person. So you need to go out there, like you said, and be your authentic self and make the things you're passionate about making. We have musicians in this community. We have fashion designers. We have tech guys. We have tech girls. We have, I mean, you name it, we have it. And so each person that goes out and does that, you are going to attract people to this community, to the things you believe in, to the things you talk about, just by nature of being yourself. And, you know, in the spirit of authenticity, like I said earlier, 33% of people are going to hate you no matter what you do. You might as well let them hate you for being you.
Strong, man, strong.
Well said, sir. Well said. Everything you gentlemen have said. Just you know, it's this is what we're talking about. It's uniting. It's driving a consistent message. And to whom are we driving that message to? Who are we reaching out to? How are we saying it? You know, I think it's been well articulated, you know, in this past, you know, almost hour through you guys. So thank you.
Yeah. I want to remind people too, you know, there's a lot of men in crypto, right? A lot of bros. And, you know, my wife, it's really interesting, you know, my wife's take on crypto. And, you know, she's busy. She's got a different, you know, her life is different than my life is, and what I focus my time on. And realize that there are people that have a different perspective than you, and they see the benefits in crypto differently than you do. You know, there are some people who are one Lambo, some people are young, they're getting started, you know, it's about mad gains and those type of things. But just when you're talking to people, recognize the fact that what they value, don't assume that it's what you value. Listen first, right? And if you listen to people first, they will tell you what they care about. And you can tailor the message. You know, some people really care about this, like, you know, serving the world thing, but some people are like, tell me about the investment opportunities, right? And so you have to, you know, so many times we speak out of our own story. And if you can kind of stop for a second and listen to people and understand what is a benefit to them first, you can tailor this message. Because the reason my wife is thinking about crypto is because the kids and college and weddings and future and security and protection, I'm thinking about like, let's change the very nature of the world. Those are different benefits. And so I really encourage, because I see a lot of people that they just assume that everybody sees the world the way they do.
Completely agreed. And I want to give a shout out also to what you said there, Crypto Heartbeat, is even though those of us who come on screen and do what we do, just off screen over here, my wife, she has been sitting here in Austin with me basically the entire stream. She got up 6 o'clock this morning to make it here. She's constantly supported with our children in every which way. I am only here doing what I am doing because of what she puts in, and that goes unseen. And I'm sure you both can say similar things for your partners and the people in your life that support this. So shout out even to the people that go unseen, because without them, the people that do go seen, well, they wouldn't be seen. So everybody plays their part. Everybody.
Well, somebody that's in the room needs to look at her and have her blink twice if she needs help.
She actually did just step out, so you know, I probably would have asked her if she was still sitting right there.
That's great.
Oh, look at that beautiful water.
Oh man, I'm jealous, man. Is this what it's like being in HEX, Cabana?
Sir, this was my lifestyle before HEX, so no one can tell me any different.
That's right. That's right.
But yeah, I mean, kind of what to just touch on what KG was saying there is like, you know, I'm been on vacation this week, but I still want to give back and chat and get in spaces and, you know, talk to different personalities and even, you know, make the voices louder of whom I feel are, you know, important people in our community, like an Alex, like a Buck. And yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, I don't think what I'm doing is great by any means, but it's just like little things for everybody out there. You know, this is, you know, my little way of, you know, participating, but so many people in these spaces this past week, you know, just, you know, this is a knowledgeable community and so many names that I'm not 100% familiar with, and hearing from all these people, it is truly exciting that it's not just, you know, a bunch of dozens of influencers. It's, you know, our community listens and they learn, and they haven't just been, you know, plugging their ears within the past, you know, few years. They have clearly paid attention, and that's why we're so strong.
And I'll have to interject here, gentlemen. I have Maddie who has asked me and told me that our time is up. So he has asked me for you both to please shill and let people know where they can find you.
All right. Well, you can find me on YouTube. Just type in Crypto Heartbeat, one word, and you'll find it there. Twitter as well. And our project, Texan.cc.
Cabana?
Trying to make sure I'm not muted. Cabana Crypto, all platforms. Just had one of our most highest viewed shows in the happy hour history. That's the show I host. With Alex from Hedron and Buck from the PH ecosystem. So yeah, usually Fridays at 5. The summer's vacation alters that time a little bit, but yeah, all platforms. And love to see you. We have the funnest chat, in my opinion. Haha, to all my influencer or content creators out there. But the chat is always on fire. I just love this community. Thank you, Maddie, too, for once again putting this together.
So I'm KG. You can find me on Twitter at BrotherKDG. You can find our native PulseChain wallet at internetmoney.io. We do not censor HEX. We do not censor PulseChain. We liberate the things we all love and believe in. internetmoney.io. I'm KG. Maddie? Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate you. All right. And here we've got, so far it's been a great stream. Hit the like and subscribe button. I really appreciate everybody tuning in. We have so much more of an amazing program continuing here. Right now, I'm going to bring up Hodpro and Dollar Cost Crypto. Welcome.
Hey, what's going on?
Now, if you guys don't mind, I'm just going to, as quickly as possible, I'm going to run through who some of the other speakers we have coming up the rest of the day is. And today we're going to be having Crypto Coffee joining you guys, as well as Cultivate Crypto on this panel. Then we're going to have Abit, HEX, Corey Costa, Serena Alonzi, Cosmic Cowboy. Then Hexy Bastard and the Long Vacation, Dipcatcher, Gold Key, myself, Toby1 Hexobi, Brissology, and Marco the Hexican, Buck Fiat, Hexistani Dylan, 0x Coast, KDP, Ben Cage, Kareem, Randy Hilarski, Hex Tangent, Hex Ninja, Thothschild, Magic Carpet Ride, Blue Bum, Hexmac, Sammy Chica, DJ Cryptomatic, DOS Bomb, Markable, Papa Boehner, Hans Crypto, Crypto King, Wales Only One, Sticker Guy, Proof of Beard, and Tom Gillespie. And then myself, a Hex photographer, and Frank is going to be closing out the day. the first 24 hours at least. That's just in the first 24 hours. And welcome to Cultivate Crypto.
Hey, how's it going, man? Thanks for having us.
Now, you three are really outstanding community members. Dollar Cost and Cultivate Crypto have probably the most successful education course that's been ongoing in all of crypto. HodPro is an OG in many different ways. And so I'm really excited to hear your guys' powerful panel today.
Awesome. Let's talk shit.
Thanks, guys.
Let's do it.
Oh shit. Okay, I thought Maddie was gonna moderate some stuff. All right, what are we talking about then?
Welcome to cryptocurrency, everybody.
Right.
So it's happy Friday.
No, definitely, man.
It is a happy Friday. It's a nice day.
Wait, you mind introducing yourself? I mean, this is the first time I've ever met you, actually.
Yeah. I am HodPro, and I'm just around. I don't have my own channel, but I'm often on Telegram. I'm on Twitter, and those are the two places I'm at, really. I'll meme and shit post, and occasionally have more serious, conversations. I tend to try to chill the most when there's a green candle, on Twitter, when people start looking.
As one does. Yeah, that's right.
But I'm on Telegram and Twitter, and I'm just around. So that's about it.
Yeah. I mean, sorry. Go ahead.
I admin too, so.
No, definitely. I mean, I don't know, Charlie. I guess maybe Charlie, maybe you should introduce yourself as well and stuff, just for people who don't know who you are as well.
Yeah. I don't know what angle to take, because I could take the angle of the converted, heathen to Hexagon, I guess.
Right. I mean, Charlie has one interesting path, to say the least, when it comes to Hex and stuff like that. So,
right. Well, I gotta thank DCC for that 110% because, I guess long story short, right? Crypto journey began in 2017. Bought ETH first, then started my YouTube channel. January 2019 or March, something like that, and then just help people talking about crypto, kind of giving no nonsense, no bullshit information on crypto since then, because Twitter was just full of people that are just talking shit. But I would say my biggest mistake in crypto thus far has been when I did say Hex was a scam back in 2020, right? And I think this week, out of all weeks, would be the week that, people would want to say like, oh, you were right. You should have stuck to that initial position. But I still think, and I still know that I was wrong at that time, right? And it took DCC, I think, the summer of 2020, just continually harping at me and being like, Hex. And I was like, I know DCC knows the shit. So, all right, I'll buy a little bit and see if I'm wrong, right? And I bought a good chunk, and the price chart showed me I was absolutely wrong, and that helped me to look into it a bunch. Did a stream with the Discourse Syndicate back then, and learned a lot about Hex and all that stuff. So, I love the community, love everything about it. A little bit of a rough start, but it's one of these things. I'd rather make money than be right. I think there's a lot of people who can't abide by the idea of, hold strong convictions loosely, meaning that once you're wrong in a financial market, you have to pivot really, really quick, right? And then you also have to hedge your bets, and you also have to risk manage and do all that stuff. So that's what we talk about all the time. And the co-founder of the Crypto Mindset course, which Maddie said, accurately is the best most extensive crypto course and the best crypto course and the largest crypto course. We've helped over 13,000 people, something like that, over the course of the last 3 or 4 years. So, yeah.
We haven't been not too shabby. All other competitors have fallen to the wayside because they've given up in crypto winter.
Yeah.
But I will say this though, when it should show, like, I don't know how controversial I should be right now, but I mean, maybe I should just start with the knives out. There's a lot of fake friends in crypto, especially with like Hex and stuff like that, because I mean, during the good times and stuff, not a peep out of them. A lot of people have tried to, make friends and try to connect to somebody, and then in the minute Hex ever has a problem, the knives come out.
Yep.
And I'm not trying to turn this into some Kim Kardashian bullshit. They start naming names, but like, I'm pretty disappointed in Eric Wall personally. Like, this is one person, I've met him in person and everything like that. He's a good dude once he gets a couple alcohol drinks in him and stuff. But he has been. What you don't need enemies when you have friends like him. Let me tell you that much. No, he turns around. It's just like it's just a pretty crazy level of stuff that guy ends up saying and stuff. It's a little insane. So, but besides that, that friend right there, I think this is what's happened to Hex is probably a rallying call for all of DeFi, and especially after that. I think I've seen just overall the time that's happened over the last couple of days in Twitter and stuff, that people have kind of woken up to what Uniswap did to Hex. I think the SEC come after Hex should already be a rallying call. Like, I didn't understand this when I first got into crypto when it happened to XRP, because people were like, screw XRP, they're helping the banks out, right? But as time has gone on, this is even before all the stuff happened with Hex, I kind of knew that was wrong. That, like, you shouldn't, like, that coin never should have been delisted. Why should any coin be delisted, right? If Uniswap doesn't delist scams, why are they delisting good coins, right? So it's just this crazy sort of turn of event, and then you have a lot of people now pretty angry with Uniswap now, where even in their own Discords and their own Telegram groups are like, why are we taking coins off the front end? That's crazy, man. We're looking really bad out here and stuff. So these are just some of the things that just kind of happen. So the reason I'm so why I think a lot of crypto is going to unify with Hex over time is because if they end up putting if the SEC ends up getting their way, this is a stepping stone to essentially hurt Ethereum and to hurt all of DeFi. And I think a lot of people are starting to wake up to this and stuff. And I've said this on my stream. I've said this. I've been saying this for quite a long time and stuff. And me and Charlie have said this as well. We have to the tribes have to unite over time, and it doesn't. And it's just not the Hex tribes, the PulseChain tribes, or any of this stuff. All of crypto has to unite together. Has to unite together because we're in a crazy, unprecedented time where they've. I'm dating myself here a little bit, maybe being around from 2016 and stuff like that. But I remember a time where at most, you'd have a funny post here and there at most on Twitter, and that's it. As soon as the 2017 bull market started up, you had just about every other community starting attacking each other and stuff because there's financial gain in it, of course. And since then, a lot of these paid influencers this is just something that's stuck with crypto since 2017 is just the tribalism attacking each other and stuff instead of I don't understand why crypto does that to itself,
human nature. But it's like, you get 10 people in a room, right? You put them in a prison cell or whatever. And basically, they're going to create like groups, right? It's like, okay, well, let's create some alliances. Let's do this thing. So I think it's just crypto not having enough of an outside influence / target to kind of rally against, and it's unfortunately the only thing that's like, I'm just like, kind of like, come on guys, in crypto, like, we're smarter than this, right? We can band together better. Is when crypto does finally band together against like all the tribes come together and like, okay, let's do this. It's only when we have like the biggest existential threats from the, different governments, large organizations, other whales from other communities like BlackRock and stuff like this. Like, anytime we have an existential threat to the entire crypto space, then we're like, okay, maybe we should be a little bit more kumbaya. But up until that point, I think people just, I don't know, they're stubborn as hell.
Right. If you listen to what's going on, you really research the SEC beyond even XRP, which floored me when that happened, and that trial act, what was it, 3 years long, and just it's tanked and delisted and everything. And I was ecstatic when it came out victorious because, again, no matter if it's a little more centralized because of where it's at, it's an attack on DeFi, and it's an attack on every token or coin or token that isn't Bitcoin. And in fact, I think the SEC contacted Brian Armstrong and said, you need to delist everything but Bitcoin on Coinbase. And it's like, where are you coming from with this business model? This isn't how this works. You know, that's like the government trying to truncate pi to 3.14 and it being mathematically incorrect. You know, you can't just do this. You can't, I mean, that's a serious breach of power.
Well, they can. That's the thing.
Math now.
Yeah, and I knew getting into crypto, I've been in for a while, mostly Bitcoin in my whole crypto career, but that this would come, that part of having a token, part of being on the higher end of the Pareto distribution of it as well, is kind of having the balls to hold and to not be scared when it gets attacked. And
yep.
I think that now the USD is in some serious speculative danger, you know, the price. And that's the point when people are, or the powers that be, are going to start attacking any other vector of asset that people are going to be able to maintain their wealth. And it's going to get nasty and bloody and terrible, and you'll be bugged, you know. And it depends on why you're in crypto. Are you there to make gains, you know, monetarily? Yeah, it'll come and go, but are you here for, you know, the blockchain and what it stands for? Then you're probably going to have to hold through some bloodbaths, you know. And I would rather be with the people willing to hold through it, you know. Yeah, I'm proud of that.
Well, and one thing that people forget, right? I think, what do people equate money to, right? What I equate money to is specifically crypto, which is a form of money, you know, no matter what people outside of crypto say. The way that I equate it is crypto is freedom. Blockchain is freedom of speech. You know, what Richard Hart said the other day on Twitter was like exactly the same as what Andreas Antonopoulos was saying back in 2015 to 17. You know, and those two guys don't like each other. I know that, but you know, they agree on this, and everybody in crypto should agree on this, that money is freedom and crypto is encoded money, which is freedom of speech. And like, that's why, you know, we should have the right to freely act with all this stuff. And that's why we need to hodl. And that's why, you know, we need to really fight for all this space. And so, you know, people who are here for the tech and the money, it is actually the same thing. It's just we tend to get confused emotionally with the fear and the greed. And because of that, I think people don't always associate those two things together.
Right. I think we came for the gains. We stayed for the freedom.
Yeah. Well, no, I came for the freedom and stayed for the gains. But actually, I came for both at the same time. Like, it's like a chicken and the egg scenario. You know, you just get both.
Yeah, two birds, one stone. Why not, right?
Yep.
But how are we liking the recovery on the prices a little bit? It's not too shabby on PulseChain, man. Shout out to the boys right here. I'm buying it up.
Well, I think the price, if you go from like the wick low of what it did during that time up to where it is currently, it's still on a about 107% increase,
nice.
You know, over that time. So if you bought the, you know, absolute low, then you're on a double. It's not too shabby.
Yeah.
Well, there's definitely, you have to take into account as well that there's a little bit less volume now. So it will be more volatile. So you'll wake up, oh my God, it's pumped a bunch, and then go down. Oh, it really tanked, and it'll go up wildly up and down. If you're a trader, it might be a good idea to get into your degen habits. I mean, I'm holding, but I'm just, you know, we have to wait for enough volume to get back into the system, which will happen because it's going to pump, and most people are in it for gains. And so but what a recovery. My God, it only took a few days. I was not anticipating it being that quick. I thought maybe next week we could start going up. Maybe we'll hit 20% if we're bullish. Like, took a few days, like, 38%, 30%, you know, holy cow, we're almost at sack rate just after this. Like, that's extremely bullish.
Well, and that should be the case in terms of, you know, if the community is really, you know, strong enough and believes in PulseChain and really what it all represents and everything Richard Hart has said since the sacrifice phase, you know, then I do expect that from the community. I expect people, because we can't rely on whales. to save our bags, right? We can't rely on, other people in the community. Like everybody has to pick up their pitchfork and be like, all right, I'm going to buy a little bit. And it hasn't totally, like, it's recovered, but like it hasn't recovered a few like kind of key levels. So like it's still technically there is some, danger, but that's just, it's a good time to buy more, but hashtag not financial life advice. That's what I'm doing in particular. Right. But it's one of these things where I don't think there's been too many tradable opportunities yet with PulseChain and HEX. I mean, there have been like a handful, right? But I mean with like PHEX and everything on PulseChain side, basically. Yeah. And so, there's been maybe a handful, which is fine, and maybe one or two major ones, depending on how you're looking at it. But yeah, I think like the real money to be made on PulseChain and PulseX and all the Richard Hart ecosystem stuff on the side of PulseChain, because meme coins are a totally different story. I think, all of that is just like, it's goodness, like the longer it stays at sacrifice rate for all these coins or lower, right, just the more discount everybody's getting. So to me, the price should always kind of magnetize back to, the sacrifice rate prices, which makes, if that does hold true, that basically gives the easiest buying opportunities in the history of man, in my opinion, right? If you do look at, what happened with HEX doing the 10,000X, it's like, yeah, I think I'll take a chance, on this one here. And so, yeah, under those sacrifice rate prices, just keep buying it. If the community just does that, it's like fucking simple as hell, then everything's going to be great.
I mean, just all the community members that I know personally that said, I finally became a squid today or a dolphin today.
Yeah.
Was crazy, dude. I mean, that was so cool. It's like, most people were not deterred by this, but I mean, shocking nonetheless. It was mostly capitulations from some whales, I would imagine. That really dropped the price. I mean,
they have leagues. They have leagues on Deck Screener now, so you can kind of
I saw
more.
that.
Did you see that?
That's just for the PulseChain side, right?
Oh, is it? I don't know. I didn't check the Ethereum. It's on PulseChain, but
yeah, they've added like leagues if someone's selling to sell if their wallet, what size wallet they have, or like more or less, or how much of a position they're selling.
Is Silver jumping on any of these streams?
Oh, Silver the Antidote? Maybe it is.
When we get to talking about whales and talking about on-chain data stuff or whatever, it's like, it'd be interesting to have him on and give his 2 cents on that.
Oh no, definitely. Yeah, Silver's a good dude.
Yeah.
But
so when's it all going to zero?
Tell me, when's it going all zero?
Well, I said that HEX would reach parity downward, so how right would I be if that happened? Yay.
You mean EHEX with PX, or what do you mean?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
anybody who's selling EHEX to just get more PHEX, it is a joke. It's just like they don't understand, like, yeah, they're going to be connected at the hip 100%.
Yo, but I'm not completely shitting on ratio trading here. But hey, nobody has to do that. Never do that with the full bag, right?
Well, never do it on a daily basis.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
But it's everyone's cup of tea, right, and stuff. I mean, right now, the way I've been saying it, at least when me and Charlie's students and stuff, is kind of, this is liquid season, and what that means is collect the biggest liquid bags that you possibly can now. And this is not just HEX; this is everything. And then once things really start ramping up, this is when you start deciding what you're going to stake out, what you're going to yield farm, what you are going to kind of do outside of if something just launches when the yields are high or something. If you're going to even do that, because really right now, like, people have to gain this muscle, because like a lot of students, especially students that have been around maybe a couple months, know how hard it is to, like, people save in Ethereum, or if HEX is their main coin, they start finding like, damn, it's hard to hold on to these coins because I keep trading it for other stuff. And this is a muscle that you have to kind of build up over time. This is just this delayed gratification. And I know the staking button's there, but what I'm trying to tell a lot of guys is you want to get your liquid bags to a certain size, and then from there make these decisions, because what will happen is they make one purchase and they stake it out, and then they end up making mistakes in terms of sizes, either on the Ethereum side or on the PulseChain side. And it's kind of going from the strength theory, the theory where like, hey, I'm not going to touch these coins for a couple months. Then from there, once I kind of know what I'm doing, then I'll start making ladders, or I'll start kind of positioning around, or maybe people decide to yield farm on PulseX or on one of the other platforms on PulseChain and stuff like that. Like, I really think that's something we should be like preaching a little bit more to people, is to like build up that back to a certain size before making these decisions and stuff. Because, you know, you had a lot of other people not knowing what they're doing and doing like tiny stakes or doing these very weird like lengths, like very strange ladders and stuff, and for some people they really can't fix it in time, you know. So yeah
well, and I think with HEX, right, you just look at how HEX acted over the last bull market, and whenever it wasn't doing anything for a long period of time, right, people would there's kind of some sentiment indicators in terms of like influencers that are like aware of HEX but not totally friendly towards it at that time. They were like kind of neutral to antagonistic, and a lot of those people, you would see them right around the time HEX was about to pump, or like maybe a month before it, something like that. They'd be like, you know, just opportunity cost, kind of jonesing, you know, like I got to do something, and then they sell, and then HEX pumped like fucking crazy, right? And then like it would, and then they're like, okay, I got to get back in, and then HEX would drop and chill off and, you know, go down 60%. So like, you know, there's got to be, I haven't found any yet for PulseChain out there, but you know, there's been enough people this week, you know, that are like neutral to positive or neutral to negative, depending on who they are. But you know, Eric Wall's been one that's like neutral to negative, and right, and then like Sunny Decree's one that's like neutral to positive and stuff like that. So like, it's interesting to watch kind of like how those people react sentiment wise, because just finding a couple people to counter trade is always nice.
And Eric Voorhees being a little negative, actually taking the side, that one shocked me as well.
I didn't see what he said. What did he say?
He said it under an Eric Wall tweet or something like that, because every Hexican ends up retweeting it for some reason. You know, it's kind of funny. Richard saying like, "Hey, ignore, right? If you don't, you know, if you don't like it, ignore, right? But you know, people like the drama, right?" I think Eric Voorhees. I'd have to find the exact. I don't want to misquote him and stuff, but basically, he was kind of taking the side. It's okay if Uniswap decides to do that. Basically, because they can
say it one more time.
It's okay for Uniswap to delist anything they want off their front page, because it's Ethereum basically.
Well,
so they
and it's okay for people to call them out on it when their token's gone too.
Yeah,
you know, it's like, if you're going to be DeFi, understand that that's going to come with a fight. You know, you can't just. Well, you can, but I mean, people are angry about it. People aren't happy with it, so you have to be kind of an edgelord a little bit about this from here on in. You know.
Well,
you do, because
But the only thing I was going to say was like Uniswap, their biggest mistake is how they started, right? Like basically they started with no lawyers. And like
Hayden Adams didn't even create Uniswap. It was Vitalik gave him the blueprints to make Uniswap. It wasn't like he was just drinking coffee one day and he was like, "Oh my god, Uniswap, I should make this." And then like with a
Well, exactly. It was pretty hodgepodge, and it was like, okay, I'm just going to do this from, you know, seemingly, you know, the basement or whatever, right? And so it's like put together real quick and then pushed out, but they never like looked at it as like, okay, we're building a company, we're building an organization, we're building something like Binance, right? But in a DeFi way. If they would have taken that approach, they would have avoided this type of stuff. But they stepped right into the fucking bear trap from day one. They didn't know it. And by doing that, that's why we have them having to delist things, because I guarantee you somebody's coming up to them, putting something, you know, like a gun to their head or whatever, not literally, figuratively speaking, obviously, and saying, you know, hey, delist this shit, or else we're going to force you to do KYC. And if you don't do that, then we're going to basically sue your ass out, you know, of business, no matter how much money you have. And we're just going to screw you really hard. So play ball. Like, I guarantee you that's what's happening in the background, right? So what has to be done for DeFi is not trying to resell the Uniswap and being like, okay, it's okay if Uniswap delists some of these things because we hate this or that, we don't like this or that, or we care about this more than that. Like, nobody cares. That's what Binance was doing for the longest time, right? In 2017. Right. So what we have to do is we have to go to DeFi options that have their shit together in terms of the law, right? And what people don't understand is that governments are going to come after you, whether you think what you do is in agreement with the law or not. But you have to be have enough guns to defend yourself. And that's what Uniswap never did from day one.
Right. Yeah. And I don't blame them either. I mean, I don't blame them. I mean, they should have known better, but you're brought up in America, because Hayden's from the States and stuff. So you're brought up in America thinking that, hey, if I want to succeed, I'll make a corporation out of a state that I live in, and I'll be able to do commerce or make something on the internet, right? Imagine if they stifled people during the tech boom. It's crazy. What they're doing to crypto is just so insane. They never did this to tech. As a matter of fact, up until I think, what was it, 2006 or 7, no one was paying even sales tax on the internet. They allowed certain things in order for the internet to grow to the size that it is today. I remember it was a big day. Obviously, stocks went down a little bit on that day. It's oh no, we got to pay taxes, but then it just who cares? It is what it is. But this is one way they allowed Amazon and some of these other eBay and stuff to make a lot of money, was that it would be literally cheaper because you wouldn't even be paying sales tax on states or anything.
Yeah, I think it was I forget what year, it was 94, 95, something like that. Bill Clinton signed something into law that said basically, these tech companies related to the internet have a 10-year tax exemption or something like that. Right. And so, I mean, they obviously wanted that technology to flourish, and they clearly don't want this one to.
The boomers are old enough
because
to
people hear it and they just think money and they get scared, right? The people in power. It isn't they don't think people are in it for the tech. They think they're in it just to launder money and scam people. And they're not completely wrong. But you can't make it to where, what kills me about this is, if you're going to go after crypto, why are you going after all crypto except for Bitcoin? Because we're vested in that. And
why are you dropping charges on Sam Bankman-Fried, the biggest criminal of all?
So the way I see it is, even though things are stupid and they don't make logical sense, it's kind of good to see this, how DeFi this is tested out, even though it's going to temporarily tank the price. But the eyes on HEX and PulseChain, have you seen some of the follower count of people tweeting out, that this is an issue, and people even that are against the token? When you get the name out, people have it in their head. They remember. And a lot of people don't know about HEX. They still don't. And this is even coming after, the fact that the highest of stakes is sold out many places. But still, people know what Cardano is. People kind of know what Solana is. You go out. If they're crypto people, they know what Ethereum and Bitcoin is. But they're not as aware of PulseChain. They're not as aware of HEX. And Hexicans can be a little insular. We could... when we're fighting amongst ourselves and retweeting, people that say unsavory things or scam, we're not trying to, we're not really getting an audience beyond our own group. And as funny as it sounds, a lot of Richard's haters that are tweeting, screw Richard or the SEC's right and everything, they have more of a follower count of people that are more willing to actually take a look at it. So the payouts, and also the payouts on staked HEX have been close to 7 on both chains for a long time, which doesn't seem like that much now that HEX isn't worth as much. But when that pumps again, really, you could end up making money on all this madness if you just hold. It's all you have to do. Just, again, get a 40, go to the lake, don't trip, don't let us, you really don't even necessarily have to buy in. Although if you want to make gains, it's a pretty neat time to do so in my, non-financial.
You guys go on an ATV, drink Everclear, and then just go out, into the
Whoa!
I prefer on my Fridays going to the racetrack, driving some cars, and then having my 40, and then go to see the movie tomorrow.
That's right. You do whatever you need to do. Or, you could have s'mores if you're kind of wholesome.
Ooh,
whatever. A little lighter and whatever makes you happy, but just don't freak out when these things happen, because it puts, when you step out of the scope of things, all this HEX stuff is going to go up and down, and the more eyes on it, the better. It's already kind of hard to get people into the PulseChain, because not only do they have to open a MetaMask and get HEX and get Ethereum. Okay, this is how the bridge works. Oh, I'm too scared to put this much money in a bridge. Yeah, it's going to take, maybe in 15 minutes to an hour. And if you're not used to it, you're scared because you don't know where your money,
Well, and I like
Westcott too. Shout out to Westcott.
Yeah, shout out for Westcott for sure. He said, "What? My God, look at Hidpril." Shout out to the Moon Gang. I love it.
Yeah.
But what was I gonna say? Like, God damn it! Now I forgot what I was gonna say. What were we saying just before that? What were we saying just before that? My bad.
We got off. On trail and stuff like that. We were going over freedoms and stuff like that, and then kind of the bad moves that Hayden Adams kind of did in terms of with Uniswap. He didn't launch it properly in terms it's wrong. Right now right now one of the biggest mistakes I think the United States is probably doing on purpose is right now is they're stifling innovation here in the States. I mean, I know there's a lot of people in Europe and stuff, but Europe's like kind of the dead man of the financial space. But China and America really do lead the financial world. So whatever these two do is kind of what sets the tone for everything else for everyone else, basically, right? You have China turn off, we don't get $100,000 Bitcoin last cycle, right? Yet America not buying, we wouldn't have had a bull market. Period. Right. So this it is a sort of a yin and yang with these two countries and stuff. So I've said this before on my channel a lot. I said this on Charlie's channel is that, one thing that me and Charlie have been watching for is these central bank digital currencies. And, we are always a big proponent of DeFi, owning your own keys, holding Ethereum, Bitcoin, whatever floats your boat, as long as you have the keys for it and you're able to transact and you say that this thing, if you feel that this has value, it has value, right? And if other people decide the same thing, then you guys should be able to, do commerce basically, or invest or be in a community, right? But it's kind of a crazy point in time where we're at right here in the stateside, where basically you have some of the best talent on the planet. They're having to go to Dubai, or they're having to go to another country, or having to go to Puerto Rico, or having to do all kinds of crazy sort of things in order to skirt.
You know what it really does? A lot of people have to go to China, right? Big Daddy China for money. Look at Curve, right? Curve's getting bailed out by Huobi and Tron. And if you Tom Emmer is the only U.S. politician that actually understands this, in my opinion, and he actually is one of the only ones that actually understands crypto. And he sees this, and he's like, "Do you want to empower China?" Right? That really should be the question that we're asking the politicians and the people at the SEC and anybody who has that power. That, as Hidpril said, that they are abusing it, right? And they know they can abuse it.
The problem is the answer is yes.
We got to create a red scare, you guys. We got to create a red scare. We got to create the United States versus the USSR.
I'm dressed for a red scare.
But right?
I'm dressed for a red scare.
She's dressed like a red
scare. King. Everybody, don't be afraid of the red. You know what? The red candle's going to get us more attention. It's kind of outrage marketing, and if you think about it.
Yeah, this has been really good for the movie, at least. Whatever all this drama does help, the movie eventually get onto either when Netflix, Hulu, or some streaming service at some point and stuff, as well as more people are kind of like, what's going on, and they're more likely to see the movie. So, I know a bunch of naysayers and stuff like that that even in the HEX community that don't, for some reason, are hating on the movie for some crazy reason, right? But yet are still going to movie premieres. Hilarious. But this movie is, a community effort that's going to, help expand out. It's pretty balanced. We're going to be seeing it here live in Vegas. Shout out to the boys. We're doing the movie premiere for Las Vegas on Saturday, and
Moon Gang.
Come on down to the Red Rock if you're in town. But it's kind of this crazy event where as more of these movie theaters sell out, eventually, this can get to the point where they can get a deal done, so they can get it onto the main reason the movie. I feel like the movie was created was to eventually have a crypto movie on a Netflix or on a thing that isn't just like this one-sided film, or because most crypto films are just make crypto look like it's a couple tech dorks and then it's like these evil people where it's all scams, and that's not true. You know, so we need more films that are more balanced and stuff. And this is kind of like the start of it. The same thing why me and Charlie have just started, you know, we started like our own movie studio, and we've started like making films about Red Pill and all these other and crypto content and stuff like that, is because no one else is doing it. So we got to do it ourselves, basically. So that's kind of why we've started. Same thing with this. We saw a problem in the market. Like, damn, it's really hard to teach people. Like, well, let's go teach people, and no one wants to do it. So,
well, there are a lot of people make it like an infomercial too, because they're actually trying to sell wares, and that's when you stand back and you think about it. 100% shilling is a turnoff to everybody involved. Like,
but there's an art to the sale. There's an art to the sale.
Industry should be turned off. Should be turning off everybody. You know what I mean? Like, it's just shill central. Like, the one thing I think is incorrect in crypto is people, you know, when they create businesses or when they create value, right? They are like, you know what? It's kind of like the socialism a bit. It's like, I shouldn't be charging for this stuff, you know? And it's like, no, we live in a capitalistic system, and that's, you know,
Charlie, we're communists. You need to stop, bro.
And so it's one of these things where it's like, you know, just everybody has a choice, right? And it's like, let's create a free market and let's let everybody play. And, you know, when we see bullshit, when we see people who are taking advantage of other people, yeah, let's fucking call it out and see that in the community. I mean, I know all of us have been doing it. Westcott's been doing it real good. You know, there's some people in the community who don't do that enough, in my opinion. But really, that's what we need. I think there's maybe it's because there's a lot of young people in crypto, but yeah, a little too idealistic on the socialism, you know, a lot of the time when it comes to business in crypto.
Yeah, the Zoomers weren't taught finance at all and stuff like that. I was brought up around capitalism. You know, I believe like a red-blooded American. There's an eagle somewhere around. I mean, drill, buy guns. You know, America. Fuck yeah, right. I mean, this is the America I was brought up on and stuff. But
to stay the month. Rated PG.
I like that rendition.
Awesome. But you know, I mean, but you know, this is in the immortal words of Charlie here. You know, if you can't shill yourself, what can you shill, right? And look, and everything is a sale. Everything is sales. Everything is sales, right? The thing is like, I mean, the main problem that, I mean, we've talked about this more. I think we've talked about this previously on the Pulse conference. I think on other conferences and stuff. Like people ask us like, why are me and Charlie so good at actually getting? Because the main thing most people, what they do is that they fight over the little people that are in crypto. What me and Charlie do is we go outside of crypto and onboard from outside of crypto.
The 99% of people who will be in crypto are not in crypto yet. So
you know what? Texan did a pretty good job. That.
To
call out a group that actually went beyond people that are usually in crypto. I think they had some sort of cash option or something.
Discourse
get the libertarians in. No, there's no better on board than like someone who's kind of libertarian who wants to get into crypto but doesn't quite have the tech chops and is willing to not be embarrassed about it. Like, well, I got all this gold under my mattress. Like, oh, well, I need to diversify, get on the blockchain. Well, how? And then, you know, I've noticed a lot of people that are that type, and bless their heart, are kind of more willing to open up a wallet and be DeFi. So just so you guys know, you know, people who are into gold, people who are into kind of like, you know, growing their own survival crops, they'll be the first to jump on the blockchain and hopefully PulseChain, you know.
Yeah, and well, guys like Robert Kiyosaki, you know, he said when we were on stream with him the other day, he's like, well, if Peter Schiff can start to, you know, turn a new leaf and understand Bitcoin a little bit, well, you know, so could I. And you know, he's half joking on that, of course, but you know, a lot of guys like that, you know, I really commend them as well, because like they're like-minded people. 110%. The way he put it was, we're the same person or the same form of mind. We're just different generations. Our generation was more gold. Your generation is more crypto, right? And I think really kind of like putting those olive branches, like people don't think about it enough. It's like, okay, sometimes people just like are autistic and they're like, hey, crypto's great, like let's buy it all, you know, and everybody's kind of like, yeah, bro, sorry, not so good.
It's great in the bear market. You can make money still doing that, like, you know.
Right, but the best way to shill it is to go to other libertarian type communities, other, gold type communities, people who won't see crypto as a direct threat to what they're doing, and it aligns.
That's what it is.
Yeah, and it aligns with their incentives, or it aligns with their morals. Like we're part of the red pill space, and a lot of those guys are about self-sovereignty, right, and freedom. And that's what America's about. That's what a lot of people are about. So, finding those like-minded groups and really helping them to understand that, like, there's always this like kind of light bulb moment. They're like, oh shit, okay, now I see. And then you get like a whole bunch of people from that community flooding in because they're like, okay, now I understand this. And so I think sometimes people are selling to the wrong people, and not selling indirectly, but in terms of the dream of, what crypto is.
Now, Charlie, give me some rope here, okay? So give me some rope because I'm trying to hang myself here. But one an advice I can give to somebody, because I get this question all the time. Sort of me and Charlie is like, okay, where can I go to onboard people, right? Like Charlie's just had a great example, but another example of what you can do is, what are you already passionate about outside of crypto? Nothing, Miguel. That's all I do. Oh, okay. No, but like, but besides that, like some people are gym guys, some people that's how you onboard, right? If you're actually part of a community and you actually use, like me and Charlie it wasn't that we started onboarding from the red pill community. It's because we were already red pill guys, already friends with people. Then, we talked to them about crypto. It wasn't because we came there with a malicious plan or anything like that. It's just, no, we wanted to teach people about finance in the crypto space. There's people like, if you're an actual,
and you find a willing listener too, right? So you start talking with your friends about it, and then somebody pays attention. You're like, oh, the 1 out of 10 people, that's fucking smart. Okay, cool. Let's have a conversation.
And
it's usually 1 out of 10. Always is 1 out of 10.
Yep.
Yeah. But you gotta have that. You gotta make those bridges, right? And so if you like, I'm just gonna use the gym one as an example, because I think a lot of people in the HEX community are go to the gym and stuff. If you really are knowledgeable about the gym and you're able to actually get onto these shows talking about that, and then, hey, I'm also into this finance stuff as well. That's a way to do it. But the problem is that you do have to have a certain level of proficiency in a different aspect or a different niche on the internet. And I think Richard used to say, I could get more views reviewing keyboards than I can crypto. Which is, he probably wasn't wrong on that, but that's the sort of thing I'm talking about, is that you use this. We have our guys on our own stuff that they're pro gamers, and they're on Twitch all day, and then eventually, like about halfway through the stream, they start talking about crypto. Now all their guys are in crypto now. And that's kind of how you do it. So there's a lot of people that are starting crypto channels where, like, if you're passionate about it, but like you still have other stuff, you can make another channel, and that's how you onboard. And then that's how you get an entire community into it and stuff. And that's the beautiful thing, especially as a bull market starts up for you. It's just, the one thing I just got to really warn you about is shilling right now is hard. And I'm only using shilling in like a joking sort of sense. The way to onboard is tough right now during a bear market. When it's really easy, when the prices are really crazy, you also got to remember, hey, things are really hot right now. I need to be careful of what I'm like, of who I'm onboarding at what time, because people get caught in the mania really a lot. So when it's easiest is sometimes when like you should be maybe pausing and hey, I think things are a little high right now, dollar cost average slowly, or wait a while and stuff like that, because it's like right now, whoever you're onboarding right now is like in the money, but like if you're getting somebody into like very late 24 or in mid 25, you could be setting somebody up for failure, possibly, depending on where we're at in the market, whether but I'm just being for real. I'm not trying to like put like water on the fire or anything like that. But that's just a thing that I think that isn't talked about. Like, right, this is why it's so important to be trying to get people in right now, because it's fucking easy in the peak of the bull market, Yeah.
Well, and we're just telling them what we're doing, right? It's like, hey, I'm doing this. This is what I've experienced that I've had, right? And like just giving a few people recently that I've talked to that, are just like normies here in Vegas and whatever, like they were kind of shocked. They're like, you're in crypto and like, you're doing well, you're enjoying it. You're not like pulling your hair out. Like, this is different from what the media has been telling me. Like literally, I've had that conversation with people, and like, just by telling them your story, right? Saying like what I did with HEX or what's happened so far with PulseChain, why the opportunity exists there. That's all, like that's the most important part of it, is really giving people the experience of the community thus far, because that's really, the strength of all this. But it's also, once people are able to relate to it, then they're like, okay, maybe I can give this a shot. And then when their walls come down, that's when then they're open to learning, actually.
Yeah, and then they're shocked that you're chill about it. Oh, I heard that some, Luna went down or Sandbang. And these are people that are more knowledgeable, because most people have no idea about this stuff still. Other people go up to you, are you upset? Like, no.
About what?
I'm in HEX. And you can say that when you're in HEX, you can say that when there's a bear, you're making more of a payout because you're staked and you're happy because it'll go back up, and you're not lying. That's not cope, but that's how this was designed. And so that's a good talking point too. Like, well, what's the best token to hold during a bear? It's HEX. And so I'm hod pro. I like to hold. I like to stake and hold. I like passive yield. That's the kind of how I do. I don't like to trade that much. It's degen, but it is. You're not lying when you're telling people that.
Yep. And most people aren't good at traders at all. I mean, most people are better off just buying and holding, really. Yes. And especially if you're in the stateside, you want to hold for over a year anyway, just for tax reasons when you sell into profit. But a big thing too is like not aping in your entire stack in one shot. Terrible idea. Super bad idea, because if you're brand new, if you've been in the market a long time, okay, c'est la vie, do what you want, padre, respeto santo, and may your only pain be champagne, right? But if you're new to the market, you don't know the rhythm of the market at all, right? You could be buying the low, but the chances of that is very low, right? So you have to kind of, whatever you end up deciding to, because people usually have one thing, they have a savings amount that they're going to throw in, and then an actual DCA from like if they really believe in this, because there's some people that say, okay, I've got 20 grand, this is what I'm putting into crypto. Okay. And there's other people like, I got 20 grand and I'm going to put a certain portion of my paycheck or my business income into crypto. You need to have a plan and set it up and sort of say, well, I'm just doing this much over a certain period of time. And that really is going to save a lot of people's butt over time and stuff, because they're like, right now it's a great time, right? It is a great time, right? I mean, me and Charlie were like screaming from the rooftops trying to get people into Bitcoin at $15,000 and Ethereum at like 800 or below 1,000, and like no matter all this stuff that's happened with the SEC and everything like that, people are still we're at 2x on the two safest assets. We bought the low on Bitcoin, on Ethereum, on HEX before it even, we bought the bottom on HEX before it split, when it was just HEX itself on Ethereum, and that ran up to 12 plus cents. You know what I mean? It's and these gains in a bear market happened, right? And I mean, this is just the sort of stuff that's happening right now. We're in this very boring period. I mean, Charlie's the one that brought this to my attention, was like, we're kind of in the 2019 year where, in 2019, we got the bottom of Bitcoin. We hit $3,000 in Bitcoins for the last bear market, and we went up to 6,000, and we were just stuck at 6,000. That's exactly where we're at right now, because Bitcoin bottomed at 15,500. We're at basically 30,000. We're stuck at 6,000 again. So we're in this boring period.
Yeah, well, and it's also kind of like like you can do different equations to like kind of like massage like which price exactly is the price, and like it's never going to correlate exactly, but it rhymes. And you could say like 6K is roughly 25 to 30K, right? Or you could say that's maybe 25 to 30K is like 6K Bitcoin in 2019 to like maybe 9K, something like that. Because where was the area that Bitcoin kept kind of hitting upon that was like just really hard to break through? And then when we did, it was like boom, bull market, right? That was about what was technically, if you go to the widest range, it's $6,000 to $10,500 for Bitcoin, right? And if you're going to go to the widest range right now for us, I would say it's like 28,000 to like 36,000 or 38,000, somewhere in there. And that is kind of similar to that $6,000 level up to that 10,500 level. And so if you just kind of think about the market like that, it makes it a little easier when things do dump, and understanding as well that pretty much the on-chain data with realized price, balanced price, and a few other things is really showing that unless we get a black swan event, we're not going under $20,000 ever again for Bitcoin, right? And so since we know those two facts, where we're getting resistance to the upside, right, 28 to 38,000, let's say, and then where we have support on the downside, like then everything in between there, it's like, oh, this is the area of maximum opportunity. I think I'm going to buy this, right? And then, I think also the area of maximum opportunity correlates with after Bitcoin's having everything in the market freaking pumps. So, okay, I'm up for the next 9 months. I'm going to buy as much PulseChain as I can as well, right? And so really understanding that simple equation allows you to jump into the market with confidence. And then some people are like, well, even going down 25% of my portfolio is like painful. So I can't do that because I don't have that much cash position right now. And cash is very, very hard to come by for a lot of people. So then you got to basically be like, okay, when in doubt, zoom out, look at the bigger picture and be like, where are we going to be when, for PulseChain and for different things, when Bitcoin is back at all-time highs at 70K?
Right.
Where are we going to be when Bitcoin hits 100K, right? That psychological area that Bitcoin is going towards in this bull market.
And also, what are the, what's the strength of the dollar going to be? What's the Big Mac index going to be in the next? Because people are asking, hey, are we going to see $5 HEX? Like, yeah, but are we going to see a $20 Big Mac? I mean,
well, yeah,
I know it's kind of stupid and edgy to mention, but it's really not. I mean, the dollar going up against a crypto also it's against the dollar, and the dollar itself is volatile right now.
Well, I have a question for both of you. Yeah, I have a question for both of you, which is, where will the dollar be, in the next couple of years? So, but adding to that question, one little caveat, which is, with the central bank digital currency being released within the next few months, right? In terms of getting it really adopted. And then if you want to add a little spice to it, right? Your biometric data, your ID, and your bank account are going to be all linked together through, real ID in 2025. And it's going to be a slow process of frogs and boiling water until 25. And then once they take all of your freedoms, of money and different things like that, and they choke out all these small banks, where's it all going to be at that point in 2025? And then where is, crypto going to be at that point in 2025? I mean, we all know the answer on that, I think.
I mean, we're in some weird world right now. Stocks are doing good, crypto doing bad, or semi-bad, right? I mean, just to put this into perspective, right, of where we're at right now, what kind of discounts we're at right now. Obviously, do what you want, buy whatever you like, but like, if you wanted to natively stake on Ethereum today, it takes 32 Ethereum, and that costs you $59,000 to natively stake on PulseChain. It'd be $2,200, to make a validator. Now, I would hopefully you'd have more than one validator, but it's that sort of thing. Is that it's much more affordable, and you actually can't. It's much more democratized. We're closing in on 40,000 validators. Shout to David Feeder, but 40,000 validators, and it isn't just one person. It's the community. I mean, Richard, or whoever had the original 4,000 validators, they turned off and burned their PulseChain, and now it's completely community run. Which is really beautiful and stuff like that. So they couldn't shut this down even because I know there's some crazy. I mean, there's always some crazy Australian with Starlink somewhere out there running a node somewhere in the bush. I actually know a couple guys even here in the States that are running from they're running it from I don't know a mobile home or a what do you call those kind of traveling sort of houses and stuff like that. The RVs and stuff they're running their nodes from an RV on the roads and stuff, and then so that's not going to get shut down. So no matter what, PulseChain is going to keep running. It is what it is, right? But that's a kind of cool sort of stuff. But this is why I do implore people, build your liquid bags. And just as a warning, because I had somebody in the chat ask there, don't stake your Ethereum anywhere. Unless you have I know this is really hard to say this, but you really need 100 plus Ethereum to really make any decent yield natively staking Ethereum anyway. If you natively stake 100 Ethereum, which is $188,000, in order to make four Ethereum in a year, you need 100. I think there's more productive ways, or maybe you take 20 of those ETH and put it into some altcoins, put it into PulseChain ecosystem, and some of these other ecosystems. I think you'll do much better.
Unless you're Paul Tudor Jones, it's better to do more productive things.
Right. So it's that sort of thing. It's because one thing that I'm scared about with the rest of even though I'm a big supporter of DeFi, it's not lost on me that Ethereum is more centralized now than it's ever been, and Bitcoin's heading towards that over time. over time. It's getting to the point now with another halvening. The Bitcoin halvening is happening early next year, and the block rewards keep getting smaller and smaller. Only corporations and countries at some point will be the only people that will actually be able to mine Bitcoin. So at some point that'll head towards centralization in the next 10-15 years. Ethereum, like most of the Ethereum, is staked on exchanges and on Lido, and they gave their votes away. You give your votes away to that as well. So it's like, and we're decentralized at the same time too. Like where like a lot of it's kind of crazy how many people, because they're just trying to earn this because they've been brainwashed with like a 4% dividend's incredible. Well, it's incredible if you got a lot of incredible amount of money, but if you don't have a lot of money, 4% is nothing. 4% on nothing is nothing.
And even 4% on a lot is, higher risk if you don't understand the asset class.
Correct. No, definitely. I mean, just ask people who aped all their money into REITs how smashed they got when these interest rates went up. Because people fall for that REIT stuff all the time, and so it's like it does. I mean, I much more would recommend somebody, because you've seen the stuff that's happened with people losing their pensions and everything like that. I think if people took control of their finances and instead, even if you lost half of it, you'd still be better off than a lot of these people who lost their pensions and all these corporations going down. Because, it's really sad with some of these truckers. There's trucker companies are starting to go under, and people have lost
California,
everything. It's really sad. So this is why we always implore people to, take time to, get financially educated and learn how to actually, invest their own capital and money and stuff like that. And I think real estate's a big part of that, along with crypto. So, yeah.
You guys have done an amazing job as usual. And I'm so glad that you could take time out of your busy schedules to make it happen, even though I know you two have a whole thing going on this weekend. So shout out to you guys and everybody who's going to be at any of the HEX meetups. I think that there's like 45 of them going on in 45 cities tonight, and Vegas and Austin are no different. So definitely looking forward to that. Where can everybody find you guys?
Sure. You can find me at Dollar Cost Crypto on YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. I'm verified on all of them. Please don't follow the fakes. And can't wait to see you guys in Vegas, man. We're throwing a big party all weekend long, you guys. You'll see it on Twitter. We'll be blasting it everywhere. And we have a packed, sold out theater full of, crypto mindset alumni and HEX enthusiasts for the Heist Stakes movie in Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, you can find me on Cultivate Crypto pretty much everywhere. So cultivatecrypto.com, Cultivate Crypto, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, all those places. So, but yeah, if it's misspelled, then that's a fake account. I will never DM you first.
Beautiful.
I am HodPro on Twitter and Telegram.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, guys, and we'll catch you next time.
Later.
Thank you.
All right. So for the next part of our conference here, we've got the next group, the next panel here. We've got Corey Costa, Serena Alonzi, Cosmic Cowboy, and abit_hex. Welcome, everyone.
Yo.
Hey, aloha.
How you guys doing?
Now,
Good to see you, bro.
thanks for being here, everybody. I know you guys are going to have a great panel. What we're going to do right now is we're going to have a 3-minute musical interlude. And then Sticker Guy is going to take that off the screen. And you guys are going to go straight into your panel as soon as the music stops. How does that sound?
Whatever you're doing, it's your stream. We got this.
Awesome. Great. Well, here we go. And thanks for being here. Fly.
You're welcome.
Well, on board to do whatever it takes. Show love, and we enter in the FUD with our ladder stakes. Ladder stakes. Ladder stakes. With interest, getting paid off of ladder stakes. Well, on board to do whatever it takes. Show love, and we enter in the FUD with our ladder stakes. Ladder stakes. Ladder stakes. With interest, getting paid off of ladder stakes. HEX killed the market, that's sick. Like the wax tips of Richard's candelabra, I'm lit. Just need the fire roasted. Meetup got me toasted. With friends across the border and any y'all order hosted. Ooh. They try to FUD me on my bag, but I don't need your interference. I'm a track to retire my parents. Are you coherent? Then let the stakes ride, cause so we'll be around for at least 4, 5. See, that's a max stake, baby, quattro, cinco. Yeah. Don't be overwhelmed, cause you will soon learn the lingo. Always dropping alpha, and next on the roster is kicking out toxic energy from imposters. You just can't compare. Try to get the streets to go from grabbing purses to grabbing T-shares. We headed for decentralized profit. This here will get you through the scare. Oops, I mean the bear market. Well, on board to do whatever it takes. Show love, and we entering the FUD with our ladder stakes. Ladder stakes, ladder stakes. With interest, getting paid off of ladder stakes. Well, on board to do whatever it takes. Show love, and we entering the FUD with our ladder stakes. Ladder stakes, ladder stakes. With interest, getting paid off of high on passive income. And PulseChain is the drug. I'ma re-up, I guess I mean Richard Hart is the plug. Resurrecting the game for Christ's sake. And y'all be sure to tip me for the song. I'm trying to polish up my ladder stakes. Robin Wesley on the beats, you already see. Instrumentals get deceased soon as Drix gets a piece. Capiche, we will never be a piece. Till at least the middle classes has a chance as the upper be a beast. You be fleeced, cause the system it was broken on the least. Never prepared, God was never coming over there, gee. Richard the philosopher is never scared to debate any charlatan anytime in the wind. Let me guess, your ass got wrecked on a day trade, or were you picking up pennies in front of freight train? Decentralized profit, this here will get you through the scare. Oops, I mean the bear market. Well, on board to do whatever it takes. Show love, and we entering the FUD with our ladder stakes. Ladder stakes, ladder stakes. With interest, getting paid off of ladder stakes. Well, on board to do whatever it takes. Show love, and we entering the FUD with our ladder stakes. Ladder stakes, ladder stakes. With interest, getting paid off of ladder stakes. Well, on board to do whatever it takes. Show love, and we entering the FUD with our ladder stakes. Ladder stakes, ladder stakes. With interest, getting paid off of ladder stakes.
It's Valiant Brand. Welcome back to the Crypto Coffee Channel, Hex Tribe.
Today we have the hexologist on.
Hello, I'm here with Hod Pro.
Without further ado, I'm gonna bring on Lit.
It is me, Fashion Coder.
Guys, it's K4K Crypto.
Ladies, discourse. How you going, Serena?
I'm your host, Black Hexkin.
This is T-Rob here.
What up, though, Black KC Crypto?
Welcome here on KSB TV.
It's Hexray Vision.
The King of Chaos, Johnny Chaos.
I'm a Wild SJ.
We have Drury Hex, CZ Hex, Lindsay the Hexkin.
This is Crypto Heartbeat.
RH Max Channel.
Whales only.
So I'm Falschild. How are you all doing?
Welcome to HEX Token Channel
with Ashley Ash.
Hey, Corey.
My name's Brandon Davis. Do not like or comment on any of my videos, and please do not subscribe.
DJ Cryptomatic.
I'm Fred. Go by Freddy Quotes.
Hex changed my life.
Cryptocurrency was invented to remove middlemen. Your keys are your keys. No one can ever stop you from minting your own rewards. It's perfect. It's flawless. It's amazing.
Wow, what a great song. And I'm so excited to be here with you guys today. I think this 48-hour live stream is already amazing, but I have these very amazing community leaders here with me today to discuss what is going on, right? I'm in holidays, so I've not been able to catch up too much, but I know Corey Costa, Cosmic Cowboys, and Serena, you guys are in the community, a lot of involvement right now. Corey Costa, you were leading the discussion of the SEC and Richard Hart and bringing a lot of clarity here, performing amazing live streams. So I would like to talk a little bit on that, but I think mostly we should talk about our experience in the Hex community, our experience with Richard Hart, and how everything is going along. How's it going, guys?
I'm doing really well. Thank you for asking.
Great to be here. Great to be here. Great to see you, Abit.
Yeah.
and Serena and Corey. Corey, I've you know, it's been a while, so it's great to be on stream with you.
Indeed, it's been a very, very long time. I just want to say, what I was going to say. When you did the Hexy Awards, I watched the whole thing, and I appreciate the kind accolades and the kind words you gave me. So thank you.
Of course, of course.
Yeah,
so do you want
to? Go ahead.
Oh, go on. No, I was just gonna say, do you want us to start with like a question, or do you want us to like, how do you want to get it launched? I've got a few things I wanted to share.
Same here. A bit, whatever you want to do, man. Whatever makes you, whatever you think is the best beneficial.
Well, it's funny, right? I'm not really the moderator here. I'm just hanging out with my friends right now. I asked Maddie if this is an open panel or if he maybe has some nice topics for us to discuss. But we are all pros. We can just talk about our experiences. Like, I would definitely like to talk about community building, really. This is my favorite topic. I would like to talk about my experience being in HEX, being an early investor, you know, being involved for 4 years now in this community. And I have personally grown so much. I've seen the community grown. I've seen a lot of FUD. I've seen a lot of fighting. And now I've seen a lot of uniting as well. And I would love to touch on all of these things today.
I think that's a great
Awesome.
topic. Cool.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll take it away here because I know that a bit you wanted to talk to me about like community building as a functional force. I think it's very important to be able to now understand the distinguishing factors between a tokenized community and a layer one community. A layer one community needs a couple of things, and it needs outside support, it needs interior support, and it also needs a community that is able to create a sense of outreach with prominent influencers and prominent developers and other layer one chains, because this is a capitalistic environment. This is a competitive environment. Every layer one chain is basically competing with each other. This is a fact. It's not fiction. And I think it's very important to have that community. It's very important to have community, but it's also very important to be able to garner relationships with outside influencers that create that ability to onboard new users, like being friends with very powerful names in this space. I think that's very crucial to onboard new users that may or may not have heard of PulseChain, or they have, but they're trepidatious in joining the community. I think these are valuable things that I think more, even Hexologist said it last night in his last stream, that like the movie, and again, I haven't seen it yet, makes us appear to be cult-like. And that's a good thing and a bad thing. And he said basically the bad part was that we haven't really reached out to other community members. I mean, other communities. And I think that's very valuable to be able to reach out to other communities.
I think being in a cult can be very exclusive, right? We call it a cult, even though it's obviously not. It is just a community building. But we all believe into the same thing. We all believe in Richard Hart, in HEX, PulseChain, PulseX, but most important, we believe into the first principles of crypto, right? And you said it so nice. There's totally a difference between the old days when we were a tokenized community. There was HEX and only HEX, and we talked only about HEX. If you talked about anything else, it was very bad. And now we have a layer one. PulseChain, so many things, right? At least 5 Richard Hart tokens. And then we could argue that Pepper on PulseChain is also a Richard Hart token because he invented it, right? And now we have so many more and interesting things to discuss. And you made the distinction between tokenized and layer one. And it's interesting. They are different, but they're also the same somehow, because at the end, it is always the same thing, because cryptocurrency is a social consensus. And therefore, what we are doing here is a self-governing system. Yes, we have Richard Hart as the leader. Yes, we have the second layer, which is all the developers. Then the third layer, all the influencers. The fourth layer, the people that are interacting with the influencers. And then the fifth layer, the new people that come in and learn from all of these different layers. And every single person plays a vital role by just engaging, by bringing the word out, by developing new things, and of course the most important person, Richard Hart, leading the way, giving the lead of his invention that he has, right?
Well said.
Serena, you are in HEX since, I think you did the very first video about HEX, if I remind myself correctly, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yep. And
so
just like
why don't you take it from here and talk a little bit about like the history, and your experience from the early beginnings up to today?
Mm-hmm, sure. So like you said, there's all these layers in HEX now and in the whole community. But in the beginning, it was just like me and a few other streamers. So to see where it is now was really cool. And yeah, early days, it was just a few people, just a few videos, and just more and more people have been joining and learning about HEX. And all the OGs are still here, and I'm not worried about anything that's going on or like the SEC FUD or anything, because there was that before and that blew over. So this will blow over again. And we're all still here making more HEX daily. So yeah.
When we talk to those motivational speakers all the time, right? And then they would give advice. They would say, try to find out what is the why. So Serena, I want to ask you, what was the why for you? Why did you start making videos about HEX? I mean, Richard Hart did not tell you, hey, Serena, do this. Nobody told you, but you did it anyways. So why did you do it? Why did you feel the urge to do that and inform everybody about this new world?
So the reason I started was because I thought HEX was so great and people needed to hear about it. And then also for myself, I wanted to get better at being on camera. So it was a bit of both. But yeah, I really wanted to give people the opportunity to get in this amazing opportunity. And I'm glad I did, because there's a lot of Hexicans that tell me like, oh, you know, because of your videos, I got into HEX. And that's really cool, just to share knowledge, right? So when you know something, it's important to share. So that's what I've been doing. Yeah.
And I have totally the same perspective on that. Like, I started learning about HEX. It changed my life. And then once I realized what I really got into, I wanted to teach everybody the same opportunity, you know, like, because cryptocurrency, now we have all the same opportunity all around the world. It really, there is no filter anymore. If you're rich, if you're a man or woman, if you're in this religion or this religion, or in this region or in this region, right? Like in the past, you would say people from maybe Russia would not have the same opportunity like the American people. But today, with the internet and with cryptocurrency, this makes us all equal, in my opinion. And that's why I had the feeling this must be discussed outside of, like, you know, the possibilities that we have.
Yeah. And there's Hexicans like all over the world. It is so cool to see all different countries participating and new people joining all the time. So yeah.
How about you, Cosmic Cowboy? How would you see your role as a community member, and what do you like to do the most?
Let's see. Well, first off, aloha to all the Pulse Hex community out there, everybody watching this, whenever you're watching this. It's great to have everybody here. It's, I think, really important to recognize that we are once again at another conference, that we're about to have a massive global film, which has been going on for a few years, and it's premiering right now. And if you haven't seen it, The Highest of Stakes, you should check it out. And, you know, to me, I think you started with something that's an important clarification and distinction. I've always seen this as a community, which is a C. Now, the word cult has come up, and I feel like that word has a lot of negative connotations. And in a very simplistic sense, I think there's distinctions. A cult sort of represents not having free thinking. There's usually a leader that dictates how things go and how people think, and you're sort of mindlessly going along with it, following some kind of belief system or dogma. And that's not what this community is. We're the complete opposite. We are a group of free thinkers. We've been on the fringe or the edge of the crypto community for a long time, but many of us have come from other areas of crypto, have welcomed the entire crypto community, and now are opening our arms to the world at large. Something that I've always thought was important was for all of us to recognize that truly this is about abundance. We're trying to create and embrace abundance, and there's enough abundance in the world for everyone. Crypto is just a new opportunity. It's just a new game. It's a new system and community way of operating, way of thinking, way of finance, for us all to create abundance. And now more than ever, I think it's important for us to embrace that. Corey and Abit, you've been mentioning how now we've got Pulse, which is a layer 1. And so we need to sort of go like this. We need to keep our arms wide open and welcome everybody. It's not going to be for everybody. It's kind of one of the beautiful things about life is that there's a variety of systems. So there's going to be a variety of chains. PulseChain has amazing opportunity and function, and so does HEX. It's like I said, so there's many cryptos and there's many chains. We have a wonderful one that we want to promote and invite people into. And I just want to put that out there, that I think it's really important that we start calling ourselves and identifying ourselves as a community. That's the C that I really love. And the other thing that I just wanted to share is for those that are within this community, like those on this stream and many watching, many at the conference, many that are celebrating the film, you know, this has been a challenging time. And I think that I've always said that everything is like a microcosm of the macrocosm. Everything is a reflection of everything else. And we've had the very, very rare, or not all of us, but many of us that have been in for a long time had the extremely rare experience when you got to see this, moonrise. You got to see this incredible XXXXX experience, and in a way that forged the community. And now I think that's a word that the captain RG3 uses a lot. We're forging our community. I don't know anybody in life that has only had wonderful, amazing experiences. You come into this world as a baby, and most of the time, your biggest experience the first few months is crying. It's a challenge. Life is filled with obstacles and challenges, and you're forged. That's what makes us who we are. That's what helps inform your decisions and your choices in life. And almost everybody that has become successful and is thriving in life has echoed this notion that it is the challenges that make you who you are and that make you stronger and make you have the ability to celebrate what you have. So I just want to tell everybody it's okay. Yeah, you might feel like you're wrecked, but HEX is an immutable code. HEX is no different than it was in the beginning and when it was on the huge rise. And it might price-wise not be where you want it to be right now, but it has nothing to do with where it's going. And where it's going has everything to do with us and our community and how we move forward and the choices we make. And now we've got PulseChain. Now we've got this incredible level 1, which invites everybody else. So there's just as much abundance around us now as there's ever been. So it's just, really it's up to us to just embrace that and accept where things are at and create what we want into the current moment.
I want to touch on something that you were saying. You were mentioning financial abundance. And financial abundance is always around us. Even before crypto even existed, there was financial abundance, but it was only visible for the people that were able to see it. And when HEX started, for example, I did not know about financial abundance. I did not put myself in a situation where I could harvest this financial abundance. And then with HEX, I was basically forced to do 10,000x, right? It was glorious, but I did not have the mindset yet of financial abundance 100%. But now with PulseChain coming out, my mindset has totally changed. And I think this is just naturally what is the community is going through as well. With HEX, we had the mindset of, staking and baking, basically staking and, just sit on your hands and don't do anything. The 10,000x will come to you. Now with PulseChain, I see it totally different. We have the ability, first of all, to have like 5 coins, right? And even some others. We have the ability to LP, to farm. We have the ability to transact for very cheap, which makes it possible to maybe buy this and sell that and so on, which maybe in the past on Ethereum, I just didn't do it because of the fees. And now PulseChain gives us the opportunity to do all of these things. And that has changed a lot in my mindset, because now I believe, let me, position myself like this in the farms, in the LPs. Let's do some ratio trading. Let's try some things. Let's learn and participate in all of this. So I am able to harvest this financial abundance, which was always there. But what really has changed is my mindset, and this is really something that I'm trying to advocate in the community. That there is actually the possibility right now on PulseChain to make money. We do not have to wait till the market really comes to us. Has anything of your mind shift changed since PulseChain is out?
Oh, absolutely. I'd love to. I want to make sure we keep it open. I want to hear from Corey and Serena too.
Sure, Serena, you want to go first?
You can go first.
Okay. So you talked about community, and you talked about the importance of onboarding new people. And I think one of the major important roles that I'm attempting to play is to onboard people who we presumed were not on our side. And many people that you would presume that weren't on our side are. And there's two I want to highlight specifically. One is Altcoin Daily. So when I was on ATB, because I go on ATB quite frequently, which is around the blockchain, it's BitBoy's subsidiary show that basically allows for individuals to go on a panel like this and talk about different topics about crypto. And I spoke to Altcoin Daily before the show, and basically he highlighted he's like, don't worry, Corey. He's like, the HEX community is a very, very, very passionate community. I think it's we think it's a very passionate community. And the same thing with BitBoy. BitBoy has been on our side for quite some time. And I had a live stream with him 2 days ago. That wasn't even planned. I just hit him up and said, hey, do you want to come on the channel for 20 minutes? Do you want to talk to me about like your perspectives on HEX, PulseChain, and your perspectives on the SEC regarding what could happen to Richard? And immediately he said yes. And the point being here is that there's a perspective change. There's a perspective transition surrounding HEX and PulseChain that many people, I think, don't see, because they're not looking at the they're not looking from the exterior. But there are very, very, very powerful people in this industry that are siding with HEX and Richard Hart. Maybe it's perceived as neutral, and neutral is better than negative. And here are some people: Altcoin Daily, BitBoy, Crypto Wendy, for example, are all very large names that have been on the side of Richard Hart as opposed to the SEC. And I guess the role that I'm going to continuously play, and God, I don't even know how. When people ask me how I get these connections, I don't even know. I just ask. The main goal is to just give kind of the HEX community that highlight that we're not seen as this adversarial community anymore. But there are many different misconceptions. There are many misconceptions about the HEX and PulseChain community that I have seen being outside this community. And the main ones that I see are these. People presume that there's a HEX office, 1. 2, people presume that the HEX postcards that went out were from Richard Hart himself. 3, people presume that Richard Hart spent the SAC money on the Ferraris and the McLarens and the Gucci and Louis Vuitton stuff, when on-chain analysis dictates and shows that has never happened. And 4, people think that it's obligatory that you have to stake HEX the second you buy it. And I think that those misconceptions have really created this model of false information against HEX and PulseChain that's unwarranted, and it creates this smear campaign against the community on the basis of false pretenses. And I don't think that's fair. And this is why I'd implore every person in the HEX community, everybody on this panel, everyone who's on separate panels, to really start outreach outside the HEX and PulseChain community and really start creating an autodidactic atmosphere so that people can actually learn that the 4 things that I just said are falsehoods.
Maybe you can talk a little bit about why that is. Why does the mainstream media has such a bad view on HEX? And maybe we can talk about those 2 different worlds. HEX was the first real DeFi product, that was brought to the world, basically trading mainly on Uniswap, 4 years ago. And Serena and Corey Costa, I don't know about you, Cosmic Cowboy. I know that you guys are in crypto way longer than me, for example. And in the early days, there was only CeFi's for some reason, right? Nobody was trading on Uniswap. Richard Hart made it popular. And now we are actually entering into a new world, which is this DeFi world. And I have the feeling that this mainstream media, the people that are buying their Bitcoin on the centralized exchange and leaving it there, they don't have any idea of the first principles of crypto. They don't have any idea of what decentralization actually means. And Serena Alonso, why do you think this is, that we have such a hard time explaining DeFi to those old crypto people,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, well, you mean the old people? Well, I was going to say the new people. When they get in, like, they're just used to putting their money on like Coinbase and all those exchanges and stuff. So the fact that Hexicans like made Uniswap what it was, and now it can't be traded on there, that's like not cool. But yeah, most people don't understand. Like, it's hard to explain DeFi because like even regular banking system, people barely understand the actual details about that. So it's, I'm not saying this right, but yeah, I don't know how to explain it. either.
But it's really abstract, right? Really, because maybe it's just a thought experiment that we can do here. What is decentralization? I think what I've learned is that decentralization is always a spectrum from here to there. Right? You cannot pinpoint this is decentralization, because this is exactly what it means. It means that it is everywhere, right? And there are so many parts on it. Like we have the ownership, for example, we have the validators, we have all of these different things of what makes decentralization, and that's why I think it is so hard to grasp this concept. And then in this part of decentralization, there's also this topic of ownership of the coins, and you really only have that in DeFi. And that's why I always make this thought experiment. Can you actually own anything in your life but the things on the blockchain? And I make the statement that you can only really own space on the blockchain. That's the only thing in life that you can really only own for yourself. What do you guys think about that claim?
Makes sense. Yeah.
Go ahead.
One thing that I think is important, just I agree with a lot of what you were talking about, Corey, and I think that clearing up these misconceptions, both on a personal and more broad-based streaming influencer level, is important. In terms of expanding and that invitation, and in terms of PulseChain, one thing that I think is still in very early stages is letting internally the rest of the crypto community know there's still a ton of people that have tokens on the PulseChain that don't know, that have not been exposed, that if they, that was always the idea, is world's largest airdrop. And that still, because of a lot of the things Corey was talking about, because people either don't know or sort of have this like resistant straight arm, like I'm not really, I don't want to get involved yet, or I don't know what that is, haven't taken advantage of that. So that I think kind of coin, as a fun phrase, is we need to play that coin. We need to get those people to be exposed and learn about PulseChain in that way. And then I think another thing that's really key right now is just this understanding of evolution. Twitter, as we all know, Twitter is no longer Twitter. It's now X. And I know for a while, people will still be calling it Twitter and referring to it. But even if you're looking on your phone or something, you don't see the little bird anymore. You see an X. And the reason I'm saying that is because in time, there will be a new group of people and a new community that'll say, what's Twitter? Same thing happened with the Xerox, Kinko's. It was Kinko's. It was purchased by FedEx, and then it became for a little while FedEx Kinko's, and now it's just FedEx. And the reason, so this is the evolution of, that's, examples of corporate entities. But the idea that I'm trying to point out is that things evolve, things change. And the same needs to happen within this community. We need to, even this whole thing that, we're talking about now, and of course it's a very present tense thing, which is the SEC. I believe that there will be vindication, and that will actually open a lot of doors and give us the sort of, I guess you could, again, funny using this term, but give people the security of investing and utilizing these things that some have never had. So we have to let that play out. But again, that will become a thing of the past. There was a time when people thought big payday, what was that? And it was everybody was arguing, and it wasn't, and then it happened. There was a time more recently when, again, it's already sort of quieted, but if you were here in the community, people said there is no PulseChain. Again, that's just a scam. It's never going to exist. It's always just going to eternally be, oh, the developers are working on it. But we knew there was a legitimate PulseChain. We knew that hard work was being done by a group of people to create a new level 1, and now it exists. So, you're always going to get the dichotomy of, those in favor and those against, and, that's the sort of things of the moment that people are arguing about or confused about. But I think the focus should just be, again, what are we in this moment? What are we creating? What are we sharing with the world? Let go of all the other nonsense. And that's, HEX is still something specifically I think that could be greatly promoted. Crypto is volatile in just inherently. I mean, a lot of people talk about, oh, but there could be a black swan event in crypto in general. And I kind of laugh at that, because there's always going to be a black swan event. There's always going to be the economy going up and down. There's going to be a new election. There's going to be an announcement that we're not alone in the universe. You know, there's always going to be things, and that's just the nature of the game. And so you have to accept the volatility. The people that are in this community, we're not status quo. You know, I mean, maybe we will expand to the point where we are welcoming and it's a little bit more mainstream. But like I said, we've always been on the edge. This community that's going on cruises, that's creating conferences and festivals and awards. And like Corey pointed out, like a lot of people have the misconception and think it's organized. It's all decentralized. It's all voluntary, which is a pretty incredible, beautiful thing. There's no other community in this space that has the sort of vast reach and enthusiasm, like you said, passion that we have. And so if you look at why is that, why are people so excited? And then we just focus on what is PulseChain, what is PulseX, what is HEX, and introduce people to these amazing things. You know, I really think the future's bright.
Yeah, and I think that this what a bit said before about the CFI versus DeFi amalgam that Serena and I saw. I want to ask you guys this, and then I want to go into the point I wanted to make was, have you guys ever read the 48 Laws of Power? Have any of you guys read that book by Robert Greene? Okay.
I actually have not.
Okay. It's one of my favorite books. And it basically highlights, it's a very Machiavellian oriented book. And the CFI and DeFi amalgam it brings up the perfect deception that is highlighted in DeFi and CFI. So there's a section of the book where there's an emperor by the name of Wang Mang, and he wants to change China's China's political direction. But he knew that radicalization was not going to get the populace on his side. So he knew that familiarity was the only way that the human animal would be instinctually backing him. So what he did was he lied about finding Confucius's writings underneath Confucius's older house. And what happened was, as a result of that, he was able to facilitate state-sponsored policy changes. Now, how does that have anything to do with CFI and DeFi? The reason why it has to do with CFI and DeFi is that CFI, because it has been the familiarized notion in cryptocurrency, DeFi was not the familiarized notion. It was CFI, like you said. What has happened over the last year and a half with Celsius, BlockFi, Genesis Lending, FTX and now Uniswap, is you're having CFI masquerade in a sense of familiarity as DeFi. And this is why so many people have gotten destroyed in these entities, is because people presume that there was this idea that, that they are the same. They used this familiarity deception to manipulate people into utilizing their platform and saying that it was pure DeFi, that it was pure first principles, that it was what the cypherpunks wanted. But realistically speaking, it was just a deception tactic. And you're seeing it now with unfortunately what's happening with Uniswap is that, yes, Uniswap has entities in Brooklyn. That's true. That has offices in Brooklyn. Their front end is supposed to be, Uniswap was championed as a DeFi application, as a DEX exchange. But we're seeing now through centralized ownership the power of these of the idea of familiarity of CFI masquerading as DeFi, and as a result, the HEX community, unfortunately, with Uniswap, has kind of paid the price as a result. So, and when I say pay the price, I don't mean like price-wise. I mean by being delisted. And we're seeing firsthand the idea that decentralization and DeFi is distinctively different from CFI, which is why I think real DEX narratives will play a strong role
in the coming months. Like, for example, PulseX, perfect example here, because there is no ability, to my knowledge, where literally someone can just shut off a token to be traded, because I think that's antithetical to the principles of cryptocurrency. So I just wanted to highlight that to you guys, that I just wanted to share this because I think it's a valuable point, that in a new industry, deception is rampant and manipulation is rampant, and what they do is they utilize familiarity as a means to fool people.
You know what? I really want to talk about one thing, that everything that is going on, every single thing that is going on has to be exactly like it is. The SEC doing what they do with Richard Hart just a couple of days before the movie starts. Serena Lonzi doing her first video about HEX, then I did the tour, for example, and I have to ask myself, like, was it really worth it? The money that I spent, the time that I spent, we all have to ask ourselves, is it really worth it? I always come to the conclusion, yeah, it is worth, out of two reasons. I am getting better and other people have something from that as well, right? And then I asked myself, if I would have just done nothing, right? If I would have never came out to speak about HEX, would anything changed? And the answer is probably no. So this means all our efforts, yeah, they are important because of our personal reasons, but it doesn't change the outcome, because HEX is still gonna be a working product. There will still be PulseChain out. The price in the future will still be $7. And here's the beautiful thing. Like, I think how everything is going, the universe just, makes it happen, because we as a community, as the self-governing system, are manifesting it all together. Over 120,000 stakers by now, are working towards the same goal. And if there's this one person not performing, well, then guess what? Then there is another person stepping up. And this is so beautiful to see for me right now. Serena Alonso, you said in the very beginning, all the OGs, they are still there. Like, all of my friends that I started with in HEX, they're still around me. They're still coming to our events, to the HEX cruise. They're still here on the 48-hour stream. I'm so hyped, because I'm realizing that this is something bigger than I've ever thought. A community evolving like this, working together on this one idea to make the world a better place. Like, I just love it, because I have the feeling I have found the purpose in life, being part of this huge, huge thing that we are all working on together.
Awesome.
Beautiful. Yeah, well, yeah, no, I just was going to say, well said. I think it's a shame if anybody values themselves based on the value of their crypto wallet. Like, your crypto wallet is awesome, and it's part of you, it's part of your journey. It's not who you are. And I think that this community is much more about people that are figuring out, learning, evolving, and celebrating who we are, and doing that and going on that journey together. And like I said, and working on creating abundance for all of us. And like, I love that you said making the world a better place. That's something that has always been part of my purpose, mission, and inspiration. And I feel like it's one of the things that I've always loved about this community, is that there isn't a single person that I've met that on some level, at some part of them, that's not part of it. And and you also mentioned the founding principles. I think principles are important, just in terms of, like, at the end of the day, why are we here? Why do we stick around? Why do we make effort? Why do we stream? Why do we, all of it is because there's certain principles that we believe in and support. And that's, that's important.
Oh, 100%.
Very
and then, of course, like, we have this amazing leader, Richard Hart. The reason why I am in HEX was initially because Richard Hart helped me so much with the self-help videos and books, and I became a fan of the person, Richard Hart. Only later, when I have staked already, I realized, oh man, those t-shirts are really where it's at, right? And then I wanted to say something else, like about CeFi and DeFi. I think it's just a natural way how everything is progressing. How, we as human beings, we only know CeFi. We only know the government controlling everything. We only know the bank, where the money is at the bank, and they have all the power. And like, DeFi is just evolving, and it's actually really was invented by Richard Hart and HEX, right? Like bringing everything on Uniswap, making everything so decentralized for the very first time. And now the very next logical step, PulseChain is out finally since a couple of weeks. Like everything has changed for me.
Yeah, and you bring up you know, the natural evolution of things, and I think I think that one of the unfortunate growing pains of cryptocurrency is though I don't like to see it because it's obviously been corrupt and it's obviously proven itself numerous times, is the SEC. And I think a lot of people need to distinguish the fact that the SEC is not the DOJ, and the SEC is a civil regulatory entity. It does not its aim is not the same as the FBI or the CIA and the DOJ. Like a lot of people, again, on Twitter, have really had misconceptions surrounding the intricacies of what the SEC does. And now they're wrong? Yeah, especially with Richard Hart. If you look at, for example, I would say I hope that all of you who haven't read the SEC complaint yet to go read it. And specifically number 57 in that complaint. Number 57 in that complaint basically says that, and I said this on ATB, and you guys should watch that around the blockchain segment that I had. It's all over Twitter. Basically, it says that anyone who had, you have to stake 5 million PulseChain to become a validator. On that perspective alone, it makes me think that the entire document is worth nullification, because that sentence right there proves to me that they don't have the facts straight. Now, if you've been in PulseChain for a while, you guys know that 32 million PulseChain is needed to be a validator, not 5 million. And on that basis alone, that notion, the SEC complaint, it brings up questions. How did you do this research? Why couldn't you have just went to the PulseChain website where you could have gotten accurate information? So I really believe right now there is a over-exaggeration of the SEC. Cardano has been in the eyes of the SEC. Solana has been in the eyes of the SEC. Even Coinbase, they came to Coinbase a month ago and said everything except Bitcoin should be taken off the exchange. And I find that to be very despotic. And I think that since this is a budding industry, what the SEC is actually doing is it's actually taking innovation and business away from America and sending it to our adversaries. And I really hope the SEC wakes up to that notion very, very soon, because you have the United States being challenged by other world powers now. And one of the main ways that the United States could have a technological upper hand is embracing this technology, not by demonizing it.
But like I said before, everything that happens for a purpose. And the SEC doing so many things wrong in the past when it comes to crypto, and now also going after Richard Hart. What did the SEC really do to our community? They have united us. It is crazy. They made us a united force again. And now what they also helped with is, Corey, what you were speaking on. Now we have all those influencers in the crypto space that already know that the SEC is malicious, now actually are advocating for HEX. You were mentioning a couple of big ones, but there are even more that you were not even able to mention, because there are hundreds and hundreds of people speaking out and saying the SEC went after XRP, now they're going after HEX, and my coin is probably next. So I'm gonna side with Richard Hart. And like, how is it possible that the SEC made us such a present, to be now finally, we were always the outsiders in cryptocurrency, but now we are migrating into the middle, and everybody, I have the feeling, like, gives us a nice welcome.
We are the staple now, basically.
I think one thing that's important to also mention is, if you have something really special, really beautiful that you feel truly can help people and help the world, you want people to be exposed to it. You want people to learn about it. You want people to experience it. And if you can, kind of get a bird's eye view, kind of a 100,000 feet in the air looking down perspective, I think that's important when you look at Richard and the phase that is exposed in the Highest of Stakes film. he said himself, this term outrage marketing. He's he's an extremely intelligent person. And, there's a lot of different strategies. You might not like it. It might not be the most popular with everybody, but there's this understanding, like with any publicity is good publicity, if your goal is just to expose people to something. And I think over that period when, the outrage marketing version of Richard was really, being put out there, I think that was his goal. Even why would somebody buy this, world's largest black diamond? You want eyes, you want people. So he wanted people to be exposed to HEX because he believes, and we feel that it can be really helpful and create abundance. And then it was only in recognizing how we were, the problems with other chains, that he was inspired to create the PulseChain. Again, what is its inspiration? It was to make things less expensive and faster and easier for all the coins, for all of crypto. So his incentive, his goal, or his purpose for all of that was to help people. And Abit, you mentioned, hey, I got into this thing, which literally transformed your life, changed your life, has brought you to this moment because of his early self-help videos. So I just always like to emphasize that. I know he can be polarizing, especially if you see the movie, but you kind of have to see things from a very large perspective, I think, to truly have a better understanding of him. And you have to look at, what is his intention? What is his purpose? What has he been driven for? Again, he's been retired and a wealthy person for a long time. And when you're in that position, you don't need to be in front of cameras. You don't really need to do much of anything if you want. You can just retire, live a quiet life, and do your thing. Most of everything he's done has been to try and help and empower other people. So I think that's what we should keep our focus on.
And fun fact, I have this story, right, where I was in a bad place in my life, and then Richard Hart helped me. I found out about Cyber, about the videos, and that really changed my life. I toured across America, and this gave me the opportunity to speak to hundreds of hexagons, and they told me their story, and I realized that my story is not that special. A lot of hexagons have the same story, and we're in the community already because of the Sci-Vive movement. And this was like back then, like also like 5,000 people. So that's why Richard Hart has such a strong core fundamental, to a point where outsiders would even call us in a cult and stuff like this. Not knowing and understanding that this is actually exactly the kind of community that you want to build when you're in cryptocurrency. Because in cryptocurrency, it's very competitive. And the only thing that matters is actually that people buy and that people hold. Nothing else is actually from other importance.
Vitalik said it perfectly back in 2019. You can have a fantastic product and no marketing, and your product will fail. You can have great marketing and a decent product, and your product will succeed. Now, I'm not saying PulseChain is just decent. I'm not saying that at all. The point I'm trying to make here is that Vitalik's point that marketing is everything in cryptocurrency. Green candles is a form of marketing. In the community, I would say the most important things for eyes on a project are green candles and community. And looking outside of HEX, I'd say the largest communities in cryptocurrency are Bitcoin, Ethereum, not in any order, by the way, XRP, Cardano, Doge, HEX, and Sheep. Those are the largest communities that I have seen from an empirical perspective. And why is that important? It's very important because if the community stays strong, if the community stays sticky, if there's a stickiness to the community, there's a higher chance of longevity in constantly evolving a market. Because evolving markets, we see this, Serena, I'm sure you've seen this as well, being in crypto for very long, is that generally cryptocurrencies only last in relevancy 1 or 2 cycles at best. Mm-hmm. And in order to create a cycle of longevity where your coin or token lasts longer than 2-3 years in the public eye, in the public narrative, is you have to have the same size or larger community than what made it successful in the first place. So I think as cryptocurrency evolves, we all have to evolve with it, because if we don't, longevity is kind of threatened, and that's how you onboard people is community. And I've said this so many times that community amalgam is very important. I see a future of multi-chain. You already see it already with multiple dApps being launched on different chains. So I think that very, 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 not in the so distant future, you're going to see, you're already seeing it now, not in the so distant future, a multi-chain environment. And I think that that is reflective on what needs to happen between communities. Just like the tech is now being merged, communities now need to go out, like Hex and PulseChain, like we're doing, and be articulate in our approach, non-combative unless you're obviously being, unless someone's being antagonistic to you. If someone's getting the facts wrong, I think it's very, very important to just be more educational rather than antagonistic, because you're not going to get people on our side by being antagonistic. So that's what I've seen from being a community ambassador for multitudes of different projects in my crypto journey. And that's what I've been trying to convey to the Hex and PulseChain community since I got here in 2021.
I love it. I want to...
That you mentioned the stickiness that we have in Hex, because I want to mention two important things. It's like two laws that I think everybody should know of when they are involved in cryptocurrency, which is Metcalfe's law. We see that communication systems, which blockchains are exactly that, communication systems, get more exponentially more worth as more connections they have. And as we onboard more people, our network Hex gets more exponentially worth more, and the same with PulseChain. But this takes time. It takes time to tell somebody and onboard somebody. So over the years, the price of the network really goes exponentially higher. And now we also have the second thing that is working to our favor, that we have the very best product in crypto. The T-share system that makes us and incentivizes us to stake in an immutable smart contract where we earn, but we are also locked. And this means we all hexagons, we are sticking together for at least 7 years, because that's the average staking duration. The OGs even longer, up to 15 years. And that's really something special, because now that we know we're going to stick around and we'll probably onboard more, and we know about Metcalfe's law, we can really have the financial future coming towards us, and we are just, chilled, waiting for the right outcome.
I want to tag team on that, and usually when I use the term CC, it's referring to Cosmic Cowboy, but right now on this stream, I'd like to introduce that CC as something that we can spread, and it stands for Community Challenge. I think we need to challenge our community so that everybody in this community onboards at least, at a minimum, 108 people. 108 has always been a very sacred number, and I think it's great, so that you can literally have a little list, and every person that you bring on and starts using Pulse or learns about Hex and gets into Hex, you can write that name down, and if everybody in our community onboards 108 people, we're going to be in a really, really good place. So that's my inspiration from today's panel, is that we spread that community challenge, even if it's just word of mouth to our friends, to everybody we know. Make sure that everybody's onboarding a minimum of 108 people. Abit, I mean, you're an inspiration because of your tour. I mean, you're going on 108,000 probably.
Oh, it's really every single person has a different scaling. I talked to Famous, for example, and he said, Abit, it's awesome what you're doing, but this is not me. Famous, for example, he likes to talk to the people one-to-one, right? I like to make videos and have that scale, and people just take whatever they want. But Serena, I want to give this question to you. What do you think? What can the normal hexagons do in order to onboard the next 100 million people that are coming to crypto? What has been your experience? What's worked, and what do you think the hexagons can do best to be most effective?
I would say just continue making videos and sharing on, I guess, Twitter or X now, whatever you want to call it. I still call it Twitter, but yeah, because maybe you think it, one more video, one more post might not make a difference, but it really does. And also, it would be good to try, if you know anybody who's open-minded, that would be the best people to talk to, because people unfortunately don't like what they don't know, and it's hard for them if they don't understand something. So I find the best is with open-minded people who want to learn and want to hear more and want to change their life like the rest of us have. So
I totally agree with you. Basically, there are two things that you can do. First, you talk to your friends and family. You talk to the people in real life. When you just meet somebody and you think, oh, they might be interested in cryptocurrency, why don't we talk about the topic that I like? And then there's also the other side where you can just be by yourself at home and make a video and reach thousands of people with this video. And then somebody who is in need, somebody who is ready to receive this message, he will then take this message and maybe changes his whole world around. And that's the motivation for me, why I'm doing what I'm doing. I know 100% that I have something important to give, because I research it for myself, because it makes me financially free, because it makes me a better human being, and I know I can give this to other human beings. And that's why I'm so eager to work every single day to teach the people out there about real DeFi, about our community, and about financial freedom.
Exactly. And some people, like the smart people, eventually come around, and like once they hear information and learn like the truth about HEX, because like Corey said earlier, unfortunately, there's a lot of false information about HEX and the community. So I was watching earlier the panel before us actually, and I just want to shout out to Cultivate Crypto, because he admitted that he was wrong about HEX before, and now he got into the community and like understood it. So like that takes a lot of guts to admit when you're wrong, and once you understand something, you change your mindset. So that's really cool. So good for him. And just I don't know what else to add to that, but yeah.
I agree with making videos. I think that we need to always remember that we represent everything. So I know a lot of people just respect Corey. They see him on different streams. I think he's always been a good example of being non-adversarial, open to the rest of the community, and just, I guess what you could say, a trusting voice of reason. So it's less about like promoting or trying to tell people what it is, but just people see you and they say, wow, what's your take, or what crypto are you into? What chain do are you involved in? And then you share the joy you have with other people. And I think that's very, it spreads. It's in a good way.
That's a very good point. And I appreciate those kind words. I think it's a very good point, because if you've ever been to a car dealership and that car dealer, the individual there is very pushy with selling you a car, hey, chances are you're not going to buy it from them, because it's very, very, it becomes almost annoying. There has to be some sense of common ground where individuals can discuss what benefits each other. And that's exactly why, for me personally, I think the major components for me is to onboard people through similarities, because there's so many similarities in different blockchain projects.
Hey, it looks like we got some nice new panelists bringing us into the next hour of the conference. Hexy Bastard, Long Vacation. Good to see you guys.
GM,
greetings.
How we doing?
Yo.
I'm not sure if you guys have a kind of guiding topic. We've been talking about sort of the power of community building, and even right now with everything going on, just the importance of us not only sticking together and uniting, but inviting others into this wonderful community. So that's what we're wrapping up now.
Yep.
Yeah. I think the SEC thing actually did bring us all together a little bit more, right? Like we were all a bit dispersed and everyone was going off in their own directions, but now it's gave us a common enemy, common goal kind of thing. So yeah, it's good to see people getting along again instead of just fighting.
And not only on our community level does it bring us together, what the SEC is doing, but also in the complete community space, crypto space, right? All of a sudden, BitBoy Crypto is joining us on the team, right? All the other crypto influencers are speaking out and saying, I am with Richard Hart, just because the SEC has treated crypto so badly. And we were speaking before as well about the topic that, everything that's happening is happening for a reason, and the SEC, what is happening there. Of course, I would have liked if they would have never looked at Richard Hart at all, never looked at HEX at all. That would be my preferred outcome, but now it is how it is, and now we are seeing all of these benefits coming towards us. The free marketing, the Hexican community is united, and the crypto community is welcoming us into their middle. I think it's amazing.
I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up the fact that I interviewed BitBoy 3 days ago. If you guys have not seen that yet, you will see his courageous words and his backing of our community. It has about 8,000 views across Twitter and YouTube. I would implore all of you to go watch it. BitBoy is someone who's been on our side. I know many people did not believe that, but I'm hoping that this video that him and I had solidified that notion.
One of the things that I think I just wanted to point out, Corey, earlier you were mentioning the distinction between CeFi and DeFi. I know almost everybody probably watching this knows, but CeFi, of course, centralized finance, DeFi, decentralized finance. For people that don't know those acronyms, imagine if you're walking out of your home and you know, in your yard there's some nice flowers, and you're friends with your neighbor, and you just want to put some flowers on your neighbor's yard. What we're all about is a world in which you can do that freely, whether it's flowers or finance. We want the ability to interact with one another without some large supervising entity deciding, observing, dictating how that transaction takes place. That's really at the heart of what decentralized finance is all about, and what the whole crypto community, at least in its first principles, is about. You know, we should have that freedom and that ability to do that. And so I think it's great. And I really hope that the larger crypto community sort of recognizes, you know, essentially we're all in this together. You know, there's different spokes, but they all are connected into the same wheel. And that's how I see the different communities, different chains, you know, in decentralized finance in general.
And in our panel here today, we were talking about community building. We were talking about our own experience in the community with HEX and also with Richard. We talked about CeFi and DeFi, and now Hexy Bastard and Long Vacations, you guys are up. And maybe we can like pass this one question to you. How did you experience the community building for your personal products, 9inch and also Power City? Because what I'm seeing here is that we are a big HEX community, of course, but then there's also this little side community, 9inch, growing by themselves. So just some people that like this product, or another small community that is rising, the Power City community that like exactly those things that you guys are doing. So Hexy Bastards, you first. How do you see your community growing right now, and what is the most exciting things going on for you right now?
I mean, to be fair, it's sort of like 80% of the community building is really easy, because especially with the crowd we're going for, we're just going for like the degenerates, and we've had like, man, we get some fucking jeets in our chat. Like they don't have a clue. A guy actually I noticed earlier on said because we launched another token yesterday for 9inch, not yesterday, the day before. Where did the ETH go? Just for jokes, and it's actually up something like 3,000x. I don't even know. It's up a lot, right? On PulseChain especially. And someone in the chat said, "Do all PulseChain shitcoins go up like this?" And I just like replied like, yes. So we're getting like random ETH bros coming through and you know, participating. It's actually quite cool that we outperformed so much more on the PulseChain side than we did on Ethereum so far. But it's kind of easy to build a community in some ways, but you do get like a bit of pushback. Obviously, everyone who's building is getting pushback from like the maximalists, and because they just want PulseChain to be a ghost chain, and you know, Richard's only going to bring in a certain caliber of person. He's not going to get everyone. The crowd I'm dealing with right now, they will not go near Richard. I'm just telling you, like, these guys are. I don't want to insult them, but they are fucking degenerates, man. That's kind of all I can say. But it's fun. It's interesting. I do like bringing communities together. Before I built anything, I was doing this with the HEX UK guys anyway, organizing all these events and you know, going and meeting people in real life. And then we've got like the Lambos going on and all of these things. So I really enjoy this aspect of it anyway. But when you have your own project, it's much easier to do that. Yeah, I hope that answers your question. LV, go ahead, mate.
I think the interesting thing is if you trace it all back, most, if not all, the builders that are working on PulseChain right now were all born from the HEX community, right? And then when PulseChain was announced, you know, a lot of us found inspiration to, hey, we could do something too, right? And we can build X, Y, or Z, whatever it is that we're bringing our own flavor to, projects on these chains. So, it's wonderful that we already had this community, because I truly believe, from a PulseChain perspective, the community is the true value proposition here, right? And the community is looking for all manner of things, not just HEX, not just Pulse, not just PulseX. They want to do everything in crypto on PulseChain, right? And they care about what's being built on PulseChain. They care about the environment. They care about DeFi, right? And the builders here are of that mindset and of that community. And the beauty is you're seeing a little bit of everything. Like, Hexy Bastard, you're targeting, folks in your community that otherwise might have been missed. And that inclusivity is a game changer, right? Well, PulseChain is big enough for everybody to come find something over here and to build something and try to add to the community. So, from a Power City perspective, we knew we wanted to build some DeFi. We had a lot of ideas, and it has only grown from there. We have our Portal X swap that's already live, that allows people to swap from over 60 other blockchains onto Pulse, so they can buy Pulse directly through Portal X from all these other locations. They don't have to go through Ethereum first if they don't want to deal with Ethereum fees, for example, right? So we're building infrastructure to help there. We've been, opening doors with Change Now nodes, now payments, Rubik, and other partners to help expand these services, right? Worked with Morales.io and other companies to bring attention to PulseChain as like, hey, there is opportunity here for all these developers that have something coming to the chain, right? They're going to need your services. They're going to want your services, and kind of, trying to open those doors to build that infrastructure that we need to make it a mature environment, like the luxury we have on Ethereum, right? So,
sorry. Oh, no, I just had to say I have to leave. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to cut you off, LB. I'm sorry.
That's fine, man.
Sorry.
It was nice to see you, buddy.
I have to prepare for the highest of stakes and start heading into Manhattan. All I want to say is you guys are all awesome. Thank you for everyone who's watching and viewing. You guys are great. Make sure to follow everyone on this panel and make sure to support all of them in their endeavors. And make sure to subscribe to my channel if you haven't yet. I want to thank Matty ALLin for bringing me on today. He's fantastic, a fantastic community leader. And I want to say thank you to everyone on this panel. Y'all be well and God bless.
Take care, Corey.
I also gotta sign off. I hope everybody enjoys the premiere tonight, the highest of stakes, and the rest of the conference. Thank you, Maddie. Thank you, Abit, Serena, Long Vacation, Hexy Bastard. Great to see all of you. And let's keep it going. That's the most important thing. Is this community is awesome. This DeFi, these products are amazing. And, the future is really bright, and it's what we make it. So keep it going. Thank you guys for being here. Until the next stream. Aloha.
Aloha, Cosmic Cowboy. Well, unfortunately, I have to jump as well, but I definitely want to ask Hexy Bastard one more question. You were mentioning it already, the new meme coin from 9inch.io that was just released yesterday. And look, we have somebody in the chat who is saying, props to Hexy Bastard, got my airdrop $1.30 and rising. So it's really successful on the PulseChain network, right? You were talking about 3000x. I don't agree with that 100% yet, but could you maybe
No, it's not. I've just
bit?
measured it. It was like 320x or something, I think. Let me. I'll just quickly calculate it because it started.
Oh yeah. And I mean, it's always different for anybody. Where did they get in and stuff like this?
Yeah,
I only did the 3x so far, right? Still pretty good. But can you maybe elaborate a little bit on this meme coin, which is a token that doesn't do anything, but still somehow there is this utility a little bit, right? Like, can you elaborate on that? Because this is exactly what made me interested into the token.
Yeah, so we did this meme, where did the ETH go? I was listening into a Twitter Spaces the other day that Bullish and Accept Cookies were in, and they were joking about we need to just start like spamming where did the ETH go everywhere under all this like SEC FUD on Twitter and stuff. And it just got me thinking like that would be an interesting token. So what we did is we made a token which currently doesn't do anything. It's just it's quite a low supply though. It's 1 million supply to represent the 1 million ETH that Richard Hart is rumored to have gotten from the HEX adoption amplifier. And of course, with this being a 9-inch, this is the first token that we've released as the 9-inch team, and of course that means that it's probably going to have like a nice spot on 9-inch, and it's probably going to get good yield and maybe even single-sided staking. So I guess people are speculating on that. But we launched it with a $2,000 market cap for fun. We just wanted to move. We wanted a chart that just went up, and that, like I say, the value. The value now, it's like 139. It's going up as we're speaking. It's like I've been watching this for 48 hours now, and it's just amazing. It's amazing.
I think there are many great things, right? Like the narrative is perfect. Where did the ETH go? It is a narrative in the HEX community already, right? This is what the people ask Richard Hart, but it's also a narrative outside of the HEX community. Because when people were doing things like send me Ethereum and then you get to mint this token, right? People were always asking, even outside of the HEX community, where did the ETH go? So it is a narrative that sticks and that speaks to the crypto people. Then you have this utility almost, because you made a DEX, right? You have a DEX and this meme coin will have its certain part there. But what made it the most interesting to me is really that it is almost like a closed circle, and it's who is buying the token. First of all, I think it's the insiders that know about this opportunity and that are in this community of 9-inch that maybe got it airdropped a little bit. And who are these people that are on the set of the list, right? It is the believers that really do not buy it to dump it very, very soon, but to hold on to it. And then when 9-inch is coming out in a couple of weeks, right? Like I'm with you. I cannot wait to have this token that earns me a high yield on the stacks. And this is what I'm personally speculating on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like a lot of these guys coming in, they're just coming in because of the massive green candles, right? And that's exactly what we wanted. We wanted it to just moon out the gate. And this is why we're getting like random people joining that like perhaps didn't even know about 9-inch. We only gave it out. So just to quickly elaborate on the tokenomics, if you want to even call it that, 50% of it went in liquidity and 50% of it was distributed to people who sacrificed for 9-inch, and it was based upon their like sacrifice points. So it was all split like that. So people only really got like a couple of dollars unless they sacrificed a lot. But like the top guy he's got a lot of it. He's got more than the liquidity pool is worth at the moment. So obviously these things are risky because we put 50% in, that's been eaten up now. So it's down to like, I don't know, 10% of what it was, because it's just all been eaten up. Like people have bought it all off the market. So it's very decentralized now. So I'm not going to encourage people to ape into this, because there are holders that like can destroy that chart. But something tells me that these guys might not do that. I just don't know. Like it's an experiment. I don't want people to lose money. I don't want people to ape into it. Unless they know it's a calculated risk and they know that they could probably lose all their money doing it. You know, I take no responsibility if people lose money. But right now, literally, the price has gone up like 12 pence since I got on this stream. So congratulations, guys. Enjoy the free money.
There's only one more thing, but before I leave, that I want to say, well, it is a social experiment with where did the ETH go, right? And when do you have an opportunity to shield a token which is only 1 day old to your community, where I already know I want to be part of this community of 9-inch, and I want to use this token to earn yield on this DEX, for example? Really rarely. And that's why I went ahead and I tweeted about it. I talked to my community about it and stuff like this, because I think it's an actually great opportunity right now with this where did the ETH go meme coin. Guys, thank you so much for all you are doing. Thanks so much for having me here, Matty ALLin. The 48-hour live stream is really something that the community needs. First of all, because we have this uncertainty because of the SEC, but also because we have this amazing movie going on right now. And I'm so excited to listen later on to more of the community members, what they have to say about this current situation. Right now, I have an appointment and I need to go, unfortunately. Thank you, everybody, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Peace, Albert. Serena, you've been very quiet. I don't think we've met before, have we? How are you?
I think once, but yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, doing good. Are you in the film, or have you seen the film or anything?
No, I'm not in it, and I haven't seen it. So No.
You planning to go to one of the premieres?
No. Are you?
No. Well, they've just announced that they're going to do it in the UK now. I was talking to the highest stakes guys, but I think the day that they're going to do it, I'm not here, so I can't go. I'm gutted, man. I know a few of the guys that were actually starring in the film. Shout out Hex for Life and Hexacologist. I was also supposed to go and do one of these like things where you read the like leaflets and they're like, oh, describe Richard in one word, blah blah blah. They gave me the wrong address. I don't think they wanted me in the film, guys. Gutted. But it would have been fun. But actually, it's probably a good job I didn't go, because this was the day after the 7:31 event in London that Richard Hart was at, and I was so hungover that day, like I just couldn't. Like I would have looked terrible on the film. They would have just cut me out. Honestly, I wouldn't have even made it.
They would have had to cover up the green look on your face with some makeup or something, right? It's like, can you turn the lights down a little bit? It's a little bright.
Oh, my head, guys, fuck. You guys got makeup? You can do me some makeup or something. I'll just wear the shades and the hat and just please help. Like, you got any water? Fuck.
The documentary should be interesting. I know it's sold out in a lot of areas, and I'm very curious. In light of recent events, does it age well? At the time, we know Richard was doing a different style of marketing and social media engagement. And I'm very just curious how people react to that versus what they see now and what they used to see prior to that. And how it all adds up into the overall experience. It should be very interesting. I'm not going to be able to see it this weekend myself, but we'll definitely try to catch it at some point. So
I can't wait to see it. I agree. I mean, I don't know whether it'll age well. I think putting it out honestly with the charts kind of looking the way they are, especially the HEX HEX chart, which is the chart that everyone's going to go and look at when they see the film, and it's still down 99% That's not a good look, unfortunately. So I hope we get a pump between now and when it goes like mainstream. So let's imagine it does go on Netflix or wherever. I hope that the price is more like 8 cents or something around that region by the time it hits that, because right now people are going to be like, oh yeah, the film was right, it was a fucking scam. Everyone lost all their money. Like
they don't understand that it's just a buying opportunity, right? So unfortunately, they might think that, but.
Well, or even the macro patterns, right? I mean, understanding that we are historically in a crypto bear at the moment, right? And haven't gotten back into that full bull, pattern yet. So, knowing that when you look at altcoins and the cycles and how they're typically affected by the cycles, without that knowledge and that background, the chart can look a little scary, right? But once you've been through a couple cycles, you've been through a little bit with crypto, you start to understand, like, all right, it's just all part of the process. Now the bigger question is just how many more of these macro cycles will we see before things start to normalize as more money enters the space? I mean, there's been a lot of talk about tokenizing traditional assets on blockchain, bringing a lot of traditional finance into blockchain. I've seen so many articles over the past just few months talking about a 30 trillion wave of capital wanting to come to blockchain in general. Now, they're talking about blockchain as a technology, not as a specific chain, right? Because I see tokenization of current traditional finance probably going on private chains and not necessarily Ethereum or Bitcoin or PulseChain or other things like that, personally, because that's how TradFi likes to work, right? Close things off. But that's still a lot of money coming into the space that will trickle over into other things and open other opportunities. And as a market matures, right, you tamp down some of that volatility, which if you're looking for crazy gains, might be a bad thing. But if you're looking for a little more stability, right, and less gut-wrenching drops, it might help normalize that out a little bit. Right now, crypto is still a crazy roller coaster ride, as we saw this week, right?
Well, that's the thing. Like, if even if the traditional finance guys come in and they just buy Bitcoin or just buy Ethereum, that will lift everything. And altcoins always outperform the big heavy ones anyway. I'm actually just looking at the Bitcoin chart for the first time in a while, and it looks pretty good, man. It's higher highs, higher lows. I'm not saying it's going to moon anytime soon necessarily, but it looks like I think the worst is over. Of course, it could go right back down again, but I don't think we're going to see a new low. Actually, it could go all the way back up to like 60 to 70K and then have a big drop. It could like retest the highs at some point, but it's been lingering around 30K for a while now. And I think it's over, man. I think the bear market's over, but it doesn't necessarily mean price go up. But whilst Bitcoin is steady, other things can start to go up. Ethereum also is very steady at the moment. It's not really moved from the 1800 range for months, it feels like now. But I remember it wasn't that long ago that it was like $800 or like $900. So it's just for them, man. Like during this time, this is where the alts can really rally. I consider HEX as an alt. It isn't a blue chip crypto. It's not on any exchanges. It's still very much a outsider coin, I would say. It's not like on the top 10 coin market cap, anything like that. Like hardly anyone knows about it. So HEX could really just out of nowhere pop off. And PulseChain and everything as well is PulseChain looks decent. That bounce from the dip, it was incredible. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, when that dip happened, I was like, oh fuck, I've just lost so much money. Like, oh no, everything's over. And but then it's already basically back up at the price it was. So I think there's a lot of strength in that, like the fact that we went down that much. God, what was it, like an 80% dip in about an hour? And it's already bounced all the way back up. I think it shows a lot of strength, and there's a lot of people waiting on the sidelines trying to buy this because they're confident what will happen in the future. The movie's going to help. Everything about it is just looking positive, man. I think the bear market is over. I really do. I think it's over. So hopefully we can all be rich soon.
Well, I mean, I think the important thing is we have an ecosystem that's only three plus months old, right? It's still extremely young. But we have a lot of projects that are coming to bear, throughout the summer, the fall, this winter. We're going to see this, ecosystem mature over, the course of this year with a lot of projects. And as you bring more projects, more liquidity, you get more maturity, you get a lot more, mature market behavior. There's a lot of tools that aren't here yet that we're used to seeing in Ethereum that those markets heavily rely on. Borrowing, lending, leverage trading, things like that, derivatives and so on. We're just scratching the surface on these things. And a lot of these tools will slowly come to market and I think start to make a big difference in the market as it matures. But it's nice to see that we have everything coming to the table here, right? I mean, just like you want the big blue chips, you do want the memes, right? Because, not to say a pecking order, but typically there's a waterfall style approach to capital in the markets, right? And as the big blue chips make money, that spills over into the altcoins, and that spills over into the next thing and the next thing. And you see how these markets kind of, when there's an uptrend, it kind of trickles and there's a delayed response, right? Bitcoin goes up, there's a delayed response by Ethereum, right? The Ethereum goes up, there's a delayed response by the altcoins, and it just kind of, capital kind of moves out from there. So there's room for all manner of things. And I love the creativity that we're seeing on chain, right? All kinds of ideas. It doesn't need to just be some big formal, master project. And we're seeing forks of existing stuff that's been tried and proven on Ethereum and other chains. We're seeing brand new ground up builds as well, which is awesome.
Yep. There's like the amount of people building on PulseChain is the thing that I find most bullish about it. I know that there's a lot of guys in the maximalist camp that think that this is bad and that we shouldn't be draining economic energy away from HEX and Pulse and PulseX, right? But I completely disagree. When I'm in that Builders Guild chat and I see all these guys who are working their ass off full time every single day, communicating and just trying to make PulseChain a better place, that is the thing that makes me most bullish on it in the long run, because Richard could like disappear right now and it wouldn't matter because we've got so many people building over here. The gas fees are cheap. It's the same thing as Ethereum, but it's just that like everyone's going to attack it from different angles, and the amount of yield you can earn on PulseX is amazing. By the way, like I didn't even realize how good the yield was until a few weeks ago, and then I put some in. I was like, holy shit, this is awesome, you know. And that made me more bullish on 9inch because I was like, well, the yield over there is probably going to be a little bit better. Not going to lie, but just a nice little soft chill there. But yeah, when I see the amount of things being built on PulseChain, that is the thing that like really makes me want more of it, and just think this thing's going to be a resounding success. Anyway, I don't think there's another layer one out there other than maybe Ethereum and Binance that has this many people building on it. Smart people building it, not like me. I'm a dumb fuck, but a lot of you guys in that I think I'm the dumbest guy in that chat, by the way. It cracks me up. I read a lot of that stuff and I'm just like, I don't understand any of this.
Well, I mean, the industry needs everybody in the sense that just because you program doesn't mean you design well, right? And just because you design doesn't mean you know how to program. So, I mean, from my background, I'm more on the business design and software delivery management side of things. I don't know how to program. I don't know Solidity. I can't read it, right? But the concepts, right? You can figure out like how do you design a system that balances out, different motivators and to get to a desired result. You have multiple users. You want them to do certain things in the system. How do you encourage them within the system to do the things that are good behavior and contribute? Right. And, a lot of the designers or developers building on PulseChain, it's funny, have taken bits and pieces of inspiration from HEX and other things along the way on how some of those internal mechanisms, the real nuances of HEX when you get into it, of how it works internally without requiring admin keys, et cetera, can be utilized in other ways. And you can apply those concepts. Oh, hey, I need to do this over here. This one staking mechanism, I know I can apply that concept that's proven over there. I can do this here and make that balance out, right? So there's some really interesting things that are coming out of this community as a result of our background, our shared background in a sense. But yeah, I mean, we need the builders and we need this community to just keep pumping out good projects, because think about it this way. If you're a maxi on, say, Pulse, what is the number one thing you want to see happen, right? You want to see more transaction activity on chain than any other chain. You want to see the most volume on chain than any other chain. And why do you want to see that? Because you want to see Pulse burned at a higher rate from every transaction that's processed. So anything that's going to generate activity is a win, right? That's a win, because that's burning the coin that you're interested in, right? If you look at PulseX, right, you want to see trading volume for every token, any token, right, going through that DEX. Same thing with 9inch, same thing with other projects, right? Anything that generates volume, that is a win, right? And it's a win for the ecosystem, because these transactions are occurring on chain and they're benefiting Pulse as a whole. So, to say that you just want to have Pulse and trade it around and not doing anything else with it is a little bit closed-minded and kind of missing the entire point of an L1 in the first place, right? Ethereum, if there weren't any smart contracts running on it, it would never be what it is today, period.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. I think you just summed that up perfectly. Like the more transactions there are on Pulse, the more volume on PulseX, these all benefit Pulse in the long run. We're all doing our little bit. Like when people see a coin's gone up bloody 300x in a day or whatever, then they come a flocking, because people buy green candles. Like most people aren't smart like us guys and see dips as buying opportunities. People sell dips and buy tops. That's what they generally will do. Like my friends who all want to get into all of this now, they messaged me like, what we were joking about this in the voice chat the other night. When the XRP thing happened recently, and they won the case, and it went up, it doubled in price, whatever. It only doubled in price, by the way, actually, and then it got sold back down again. But I had like 3 people text me like, hey man, you're into crypto. do you think I should buy XRP? And I'm just like, bro, no, just no, you're too late. That's the point. Like normal people only buy when it's too late, and they only sell when it's too late. Like they just don't play the game properly. And I think it takes like a long time in the game, and you need to make a lot of mistakes. You need to actually trade and lose all of your money a few times. Like, it sounds horrible, but that's kind of how you learn, man. It's the game's brutal, and I think 95% of people in crypto probably lose unless they just they buy stuff and forget about it, and then come back a few years later and they're like, oh shit, this like $2,000 I put in's worth 20 grand now or whatever. Like, it might not even be a crazy game, but they're not looking at the charts and playing the game the way that we're playing it, you know. And I think we're all our community is very educated, so actually sometimes when new people come in, they might be a little bit off put by the way that some of us act. I don't think I do this, but like there's guys who I see it in the chat sometimes where a noob will come in asking like a newbie question and people are just rude to them. It's like, you ain't gonna onboard these guys if you're just rude to them, right? They're noobs because they're new, but you want their money still going into your system. So I think in general, and I've been saying this for over a year now, that like, if we want to onboard people, we've got to be nicer to people. We've got to like not pretend that we're better than them because we're already here or we were there early. You have to be inclusive and welcome these guys in and show them the better way, because if they don't like you, because you know you as a representative of the community, when they get into the chat, they don't like you, they're just going to walk away. And I see this happening too much, man. I'm just kind of lurking in the Hex chats these days. I don't really talk too much in there now. I get too much hate when I do it, so I just kind of stay away. But I lurk, right? I'm still a Hexican. I've still got like a lot of Hex. I've got my 15-year stakes, and I love Hex. I think Hex is the best idea for a crypto ever. If you want value to go, well, that's the best idea you could do. Time blocking it and stuff. It's awesome. But yeah, when I see some of these guys, man, they are just fucking rude. Like, we ain't gonna onboard people like this. So let's be nice, please, everyone.
I mean,
yeah, we have to be nice.
I'm sure you.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm sure you've seen it in the same community, right? I mean, you know, our community here, and I'd love to know your opinion on just, you know, out of a desire to protect PulseChain, people end up repelling people from PulseChain, and it's they get the opposite result that they really kind of wanted, right?
Yeah, it's unfortunate because, like Hexy Bastard was saying, like, we were all new at one point, so like not everybody just knows when you first get into crypto, right? Like for me, I made the mistake of, like, I got into crypto, it was like near the end of 2017, and that was the hype when everyone was already like buying and things were going up. So that's how I got in. I didn't know. And then I held it. Things went up like crazy. And I should have sold to make money, but I didn't know any better. So I didn't. And I held on. So like, I didn't know. So not everyone is going to know. So just have the patience, have the like understanding that we were all noobs at one point. So just be nice, right? So yeah.
Well, if you look in traditional finance, why are there, you know, advisors, financial advisors? Why are there index funds and, you know, robo advisors and things like that? And the answer is that, sadly, these days, you know, finance is not always something that's taught to, you know, by your parents. It's not always taught in school. You know, usually it's this weird, you know, black box that we don't understand. And the idea of investing is overwhelming to a lot of people. The idea of putting your money to work and utilizing the various different tools available in the marketplace. So, you know, you need help to navigate these things. And we as a community kind of acting as that proxy, because we don't have the equivalents in crypto yet. To help people understand and learn the concepts, you know, teach them to fish versus giving them a fish, right? That old data still works, because we want people to come be a part of the community and learn and to be an active part of it, not just to, you know, lose their shirts and get frustrated and go screaming because, you know, they weren't paying attention and made some, you know, dire mistake with their crypto and lost everything, right? Now, you know, it's a highly volatile, you know, market, and it's something that people need to fully understand going into it, right? And, you know, it's very easy for people in social media to present ideas and recommendations, very strongly opinionated ideas on what people should be doing with their money. constitutes advice. And the thing is more about don't give advice, teach them how to analyze and do their own research to make their own good decisions, right? Help people get to that decision point so they can figure out what makes sense in their personal financial situation versus telling them buy this, don't buy that, etc. Because we see the results of that when people just blindly go and follow something, right? Like Hexy Bastard was saying, it looks like he may have lost some video connection here.
Really?
You know, that's when you see people buying tops and selling bottoms, right? So, you know, we can, you know, be inviting, like he's saying, invite others in to learn, explain to them, help them understand how they can do better and how they can make better decisions versus just kicking at them and saying, you suck because you asked a silly question, right? That's just not good behavior. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And also like Corey Costa was mentioning earlier, also like don't also be that annoying car salesperson where you're just telling them to buy this and just because then they're not going to want to, right? Like this it's not a good idea. People don't want to be told, and help them understand. Once they understand and it actually clicks and they get it, then they're like, oh, okay, I see why I want to buy it, not just because my friend told me to, right? So
yeah, because the value proposition from, you know, a person's personal perspective might be different than why you got into it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But helping explain your experience, what drove you there, and, you know, helping them learn and see, giving them access to the resources and things to be able to read more, or learn more, and things like that. Great. When you're out there just saying, buy X, Y, or Z, you know, just trust me, it's going to do great. You're making promises that none of us can control because none of us control these markets. And, you know, there's reasons why you can't do that in traditional finance and why we shouldn't be doing that in crypto either as responsible, you know, members of this community, you know, just to again, you know, just be good citizens and help people learn. I think PulseChain has a lot of promise, and I think it has a lot of opportunity here to learn, you know, in an environment where it is a cheaper transaction. If you want to experiment with playing around with providing liquidity and working with a decentralized exchange, you can do that on PulseChain without losing your shirt to gas fees, right? And that you will have on Ethereum, for example, right? So, I mean, there's a lot of opportunity here for people to just get involved and learn and be a part of crypto. And then hopefully, you know, see what else is on the chain that they might want to then, you know, investigate further.
Yeah. And it's a crazy opportunity. Like you said, it's been what, like just a few months now. So it's like there's already all these people building. It's only a few months old. This is just the beginning. So I was somebody who was in HEX from before even day one. And to be in PulseChain and see how early we are, like it is crazy. And then for the dip, like everyone else should be like, oh my God, yes, buying opportunity. Anybody who's new, like this is amazing. I'm not stressed out about any dips or anything. I don't care. This is just great. So I'm excited. It's really awesome to be a part of this. So.
Well, it was funny when the news came out on Monday about the SEC, you know, market tanked and everyone's freaking out. And I spent basically the whole day, you know, assuaging fears in the sense that, you know, one, volatility is why we're here, right? And with the market go up, you get the market go down, and that's all part of the equation, right? Hexy looking better, more solid there. Cool.
Sorry about that. My internet just rubbed me, man. Like I didn't even realize there was anything wrong, so I just tried to refresh it and it wasn't working. Like I've got the best internet you can get in the UK, and it's so shit. Like it does this to me when I do my own streams. Sometimes it just cuts me off, and I don't even realize I'm still chatting away for like 10 minutes, and then I'm like, oh shit, I've been disconnected for ages. Like anyway, yeah.
But we're talking about how this week was kind of an emotional roller coaster for people. It was a great example of a lesson on, you know, how to take emotion out of your decision-making process, right? Because how many people were, you know, ready to hit the sell button, you know, the second the market tanked, and they're at the bottom and they're freaking out. And fear is a very strong emotion. Greed is a very strong emotion. And, you know, you can make decisions based on either of those that you may regret in the future. And instead, if you stick to your fundamentals, you do your research, you do your analysis. And I always like to say, like, if you're invested in something for a long term, you should already have an exit plan, And, because I learned this from someone else in a different market, but it totally makes sense as far as, if you have targets, if my investment gets up to a certain level, like certain price or whatever, I am going to sell a certain percentage of it. Because the whole reason is to then realize those gains, lock that in, and be able to go do something else with those funds. And if you have that plan, then when you're in the heat of the market and things are going up, you go like, oh, baby, we're going to make all this money, right? And then you realize like, oh, I'm just going to let it ride. And then that next roll comes around and all of a sudden, the market tanks 20% down. You miss that opportunity and you're kicking yourself like, oh, this is the worst decision ever, right?
I've been through
There's
that.
strong emotions. Yes. I mean, well, we all have to learn it. We have to learn it the hard way, and it's gut-wrenching, right? When you make those decisions. So, how do we help people, learn to make better decisions by taking that emotion out? And that's really been, my focus over this past week is just trying to help folks remember, PulseChain hasn't changed. It's still running. Validators are fully decentralized. It's not going to go anywhere no matter what happens, right? Just keep perspective on things, even though you may hear plenty of FUD in the markets, right?
Yeah, I could not agree with that more. You need targets. Like if you're back, especially now, like everyone here now should sit down and think about at what price points are they going to take profit if this thing, really does start going up. And I've already done this, and I'm not going to go back on my plan because I remember I got into crypto a little bit later than most people. Okay, so I got in 2020, I think. I remember Bitcoin at 42K was my first purchase. Okay, so I'm a noob really with crypto, but because I've been hanging out with all of these guys, I feel like I'm almost. It's almost like I've been through like 2 cycles or 3 cycles by this point because I've learned from everyone around me and I remember being high on euphoria. Like I was when HEX was going up to 50 cents, I thought I was a genius. I thought that my couple of $1,000s that I put in, which had gone up to like, I can't even remember how much it was at the top, but at the top of HEX, I think I had something like $8,000, maybe like $10,000, which for me at the time was more money than I'd ever had in like one go. But it's all locked up for like a long time, right? So it's like, but it was just looking at the Staker app, and I was like, damn, I'm gonna be so rich! Like this is amazing. And I was on stream, we were doing like these UK hangouts, doing price predictions for the next year, and my prediction was $85. But that was me being like. That was hopium, really, because I was like, if it gets to that price, then I'm going to be like a multi-millionaire. But I forgot about all the people that were buying it at like fractions of a penny. I started buying it at like 4 cents, 5 cents, somewhere in that region. And, I felt like a genius going up a 10x. So I was just like high on the euphoria. So like whenever I start feeling that again in the future, I am going to start selling, and I'm just going to be strict about it as well. Like when we're all when I'm seeing people cashing, like that I know had no money, going and buying Lambos and fucking Rolexes and stuff, and I knew that those guys didn't have much money, that's where I'm going to be dumping, and I'm going to keep a good percentage of it in ready for the next bear market to like load up on the dip. But these are like the secrets that people don't tell you, man. Like you won't learn this on your own. That's why like having a good community around you. I don't think Bitcoin's got a community like this. In Bitcoin, they're just like, yeah, just stack sats, man. Just buy and hold, never sell it. It's just like, why? Who the fuck doesn't sell? Like, what you doing this for? It's not like a collectible. It's not like collecting stamps, bro. You're trying to make money here. That's what we're all here for at the end of the day.
Well, hexagons are the same way a lot of times. It's like everyone has to be fully staked at 5555, right? And the way I always approach it now, I fully agree with you, Hexy Bastard, because everyone's personal situation is different. Their own needs, their own goals are different. And remember, Hex is a tool in a toolbox. It does what it does extremely well. So use it to accomplish a very specific goal. And that goal is going to be different on each person. There's not one way to use it. And that's why you can put the exact number of days you want to remain staked in there if you want to stake at all, right? So, the beauty is that it is flexible. As one of the things we've been trying to do in Power City is I love flexible systems. I love customizability where you can personalize an experience based on whatever it is you're trying to get out of a system, right? And we've tried to really incorporate that into a lot of the things that we're building so that, if you want to just hold, great. If you want to stake, great. If you want to, compound and do other things, great. All of these things are possible because you have multiple ins, you have multiple outs, and each person can play the game however they see fit for their needs, right? So, when people want to pound that hammer people down and say there's only one way to do HEX, they're kind of missing the entire point of HEX, I think, right?
Yeah, I mean, flexibility is what you need. Like, it's all well and good if you're like a small guy coming in and saying, okay, I'm going to make a choice here. I'm going to put $1,000 in. I'm going to stake it for 5 years and just see what happens. That's cool. But if you want to do like the whole, if you've got like a little bit more to play with and you want some longer stakes and you want some shorter stakes, that's cool as well. I really disagree with people just saying, oh yeah, just lock it up for 15 years. Like, what if you need some of that money now? Maybe lock some of it up for 15 years. I think everyone should have at least one 5555 stake, just one or two, whatever. But you got to bear in mind on the east side, the gas to end that stake, man, you could be talking like $1 million to end the fucking stake. I don't know how much it's going to be, but it's going to be one of the most like difficult transactions to put through on Ethereum. Maybe they sort it out, but that's why we got PulseChain. But even PulseChain fees could be quite high by then as well. Like, this is something not everyone's accounting for. Right now, it's a few pennies to transact, but if the network gets really busy and the price goes up a lot, then it could well end up the same as ETH did. But we're not going to care though, because we're going to be rich as fuck by that point. We'll be chilling. But yeah, the new guys coming in, can you imagine the memes in a few years? Like, oh, I had to sell my house so I could transact on PulseChain. Do you know what I mean? Like, we were all doing this about ETH like 2 years ago. ETH isn't even that bad anymore. It's like $5 for a Uniswap. I can live with that. It's not too bad.
For now.
Yeah.
PulseChain is better, so.
I remember once paying $85, I think it was, to buy $100 worth of HEX, and then I didn't have enough ETH left to stake it.
That's the worst.
Oh,
You
man.
run out of gas fees, and it's like, oh no, you got to transfer from different wallets and stuff.
Yeah, I had a $60 transaction fail on me once as well, and that's the first time I realized that you don't get your money back when the transaction fails. I was like, bro, I just lost $60 for no reason. Like, it's horrible.
That's gut wrenching. Those are very hard mistakes to make for sure. But the important thing I think people who are staked very long term may not always remember is like when the market's down, like it has been over the past year. That was the time to accumulate Ethereum to pay for those future transactions. You don't want to pay future prices for the amount of Ethereum you're going to need to end the 5555 stake. You wanted to have accumulated that when it was cheap, right? So you want to think about these things in advance and make sure that those tokens are set aside, those coins are set aside, because otherwise you're going to be buying that at a future price, and that future price may not be what you want to pay for it in the end. Because the problem when the idea of PulseChain was born was we were right in the middle of bull run, Ethereum going crazy high in price, and the value of the gas required to end the stake was greater than the value of the stake that you were trying to end, right? And that very well could potentially happen in the future. So, you got to plan for those things in advance.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just see a good comment in the chat. Yeah, from Martin saying I must be aware of the upgrade. Like, of course, I'm aware that there's going to be an upgrade, right? But like, it's not. But my camera okay because I keep getting around it. Is it all right?
We see how we have the 9-inch robot here. Sorry about that, Hexy. You're breaking up, bud.
Yeah. Oh.
I
think I heard him mention about, what was it? There's supposed to be an upgrade that will happen to the Ethereum network. I think that's what he was trying to say, but I'm not sure.
Well, there's definitely plenty of plans, right, and plenty of things that they want to do, to improve things in the future. The question is, sharding is one thing, layer 2s is another thing. Will these things bring down the cost of gas on the mainnet, though, right? You can do very cheap transactions on Optimism, on Arbitrum, and some of these other layer 2s, but you need to have the contracts running there, and HEX is not running on those chains. It's running on Ethereum mainnet. So the reason why those layer 2s are really making a lot of sense is because they can roll up those transactions and be able to, sharding will allow all that to work. So you have multiple chains, but you still need to bridge those assets back and forth. So, I mean, there's always going to be some level of complexity that they'll need to figure out. I'm hoping it's solved. I'm hoping, in the future, gas won't be an issue because, those folks who do have longer stakes, we want to see them succeed, right?
Yeah. There's a comment from Sunchips5 was asking what happens to Pulse, PulseX, and HEX if the court rules that these are all securities and Richard Hart gets sent to prison for 100 years. I would say nothing happens because everything is still going to run just like how it's supposed to run. Code is code. It's done. It's finished. It's complete. It works. It's the best. It pays you yield. So if something happens to Richard, which hopefully it won't, but if it does, we don't have to worry. It does not matter. Everything is the same. So.
Well, he already tweeted that he shut down all the validators that he launched the chain with, right? So all of the validation is being done by the community. So we're fully decentralized in that sense right now. Yeah. Anybody can spin up endpoints. And we know that Alex from Hedron and Icosa, he's already been working on that and building a data center to run multiple endpoints and whatnot. So, we know the community is already doing that. So by definition now, you have a chain that is already being run by the community. So it does not need one person to be, the quarterback of it. It is already out there. PulseX, while it may have an admin key, it does not require someone to execute some function for trades to operate, right? If that contract was never touched again, PulseX will continue to do what it does today, every day, going forward without issue, right? So, we just need to understand the environment and how these things work. And in reality, regardless of what comes out of that suit, we're already live. We're already operating. PulseChain's not going anywhere, right? And it's now up to the community what we want to do about it. Just the same way that you're not going to shut down Ethereum, you're not going to shut down Bitcoin. It is worldwide. So that the genie's already out of the bottle. Now it's just a question of, what this civil suit, not criminal suit, civil suit ends up with, how it handles one individual, not the entire community.
Sorry again about my internet. I've literally had to hotspot from my mobile phone because my Wi-Fi isn't working, to my PC. What the fuck is life, guys? Seriously. I don't think it's gonna get any better. So if I cut out again, I'll just leave. But it might be okay for a bit now. But problem is my phone's almost dead as well. So it's I got a good few minutes, I think. But can you guys hear me okay now? Is everything all right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You sound good now. Yeah.
Thank God. Right. Anyway, so I missed a little bit of that. What were we talking about now?
Surinder read a good question about will any of the tokens in question be shut down or something if that lawsuit was lost in some reason, and the answer was a resounding no from both of us. And I do want to also emphasize that it is a civil suit and it more often than not, I'm not going to say what's going to happen in this situation because we have no idea, but it's just more often than not, these things tend to be settled, right? So, take that for what is, with a grain of salt. We don't know how this is going to play out. And in the end, in the meantime, and I think what the group before us was saying when we joined, there's no such thing as bad publicity, right? And if anything, this is just bringing attention to PulseChain, bringing attention to HEX, to PulseX, one way or another. And as people learn about it, right, now they might, some amount of them might look into it and might actually be interested in what they find, right?
If the settlement thing is on the table, wouldn't it be hilarious if Richard did a sacrifice to get the settlement money?
No comment.
I can't imagine Richard wanting to pay it, to be honest.
There's a lot of
it broke up
conjecture
again?
about, what he may or may not do and how he may or may not react. And my guess is the reason why we don't see him commenting about anything publicly would be just legal counsel advising him not to talk about it. But we'll have to just wait and see, what comes out, as things progress.
I think my internet's rugged me again, man.
I did read a story earlier today about Gary Gensler pivoting to AI and kind of putting his attack on crypto on hold. So, not that they're dropping the suits that they already have in play. They're maybe pivoting their focus to AI in the meantime, due to, how, AI trading bots could, present an existential crisis to traditional markets. Hence, their current focus on that technology instead. So, I mean, who knows what's going to come out of this, to be honest. It's just a shame that, trying to regulate through, lawsuits versus actually trying to, define or adjust or amend existing regulations to, factor in some of the uniqueness of software, right? Crypto is different in the sense that you can have a contract written, executed, and deployed that has zero control whatsoever, i.e. HEX. You can't shut it down. You can't change it, right? And there's other projects out there that do the same thing. So if you can call it a security all day long, but it's not good, you can't turn it off. So what do? Right? I mean, these regulations have to somehow figure out how to accommodate these situations. So it's not as clear cut as they like to make it out. There's a lot of nuance that they're just kind of sidestepping by, suing all these groups versus actually trying to find solutions and clarify language. It's a little frustrating.
Cool. So, because my internet is just so bad, what's up, Gorky and Dipcatcher? I'm just gonna sign off because my internet's terrible and it's just breaking up constantly and all of that. So, sayonara, everyone. Go follow me on Twitter at HexyBastard. You carry on with a great show and shout out Matty. Thank you for bringing me on. LV, Serena, it's been lovely speaking to you guys, and I will catch you on the next one. Peace.
Yeah, Serena, thanks for joining us for our hour. It was wonderful to have you. I'm going to drop as well. So you guys have a fantastic afternoon. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, nice meeting you.
How's it going, everybody?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Here we are.
Sorry, I was just gonna say hey and then bye. So
yeah.
You're good. What's your where can people find you? What's your Twitter?
Oh, my Twitter is Serena Alonzi, just like how it's spelled here. So yep, that's my YouTube, Twitter, Instagram. It's all the same. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Great segment.
Thanks. Hey, you guys have fun and yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Have a good one.
All right, you guys too. Bye.
What's up, everybody? Dipcatcher Radio back again. Here for another amazing online conference put on by Matty ALLin. Thank you so much for doing these. These are some of my favorite events in the ecosystem. I am Dipcatcher. To my side is Gold Key. We are the creators of Maximus DAO. We're known for our suite of HEX staking pools, which are set to keep tens of millions of dollars in the ecosystem due to the gas fee savings from our protocol. We're always building on the HEX and PulseChain ecosystem. And we've really learned a lot through this whole process and through some stuff that we've done before that we're hoping to share with you all today. And so that you all can continue to help PulseChain and HEX grow and thrive. So do you have anything to say?
Yeah, guys. Well, congratulations for being here, everybody. This is amazing to be a part of the first PulseChain conference where PulseChain is actually live. We waited a long time for it, and it's here. And I'm fired up. I truly am. When Matty asked me to speak and then confirmed it on Wednesday, I had no idea what to talk about. And last night, I literally just had kind of a revelation of the stuff I wanted to talk about and share with you guys. And so I'm fired up to be here. And so last night I was laying in bed and thinking about what I wanted to talk about. And in the past, I've really encouraged people to not doubt the value that they can bring to this community. And I kind of harp on that a lot and try to encourage people to contribute and bring whatever unique qualities they can to the table. And I want to take that a step further today. And I want to declare that everyone here, every person that's part of the PulseChain community is a founder. You are the core of what makes PulseChain great. And today I really want to dive in and kind of share probably the most important thing that I've learned as a founder and in my 7 years of working on products and bringing them to market and marketing them. And I've worn a lot of hats. I've done product design, I've done marketing, photography, videography, graphic design. And the thing that all of those things have in common is what I call framing. So you may have heard of narrative. A lot of people talk about narrative. I would define the frame as the framework that a narrative lives within. And as a founder, it is your job to define that frame in order for your product, your thing to be successful. And so I am constantly, as a founder, and now that you are a founder, I want to encourage you to pursue the frame. And it's kind of like what we're all doing here. Everyone's hopping on here and kind of sharing their perspectives and adding to this frame that we all hold that is PulseChain. And the power comes from when you kind of pull back and realize that you have the power to define that frame. We all have that power. And that's what we're all kind of doing here, right? Like, we all have our idea of what PulseChain is, and we're here to kind of define it, to figure out what everyone else is doing and how we fit into that and how we bring that to other people to bring them in. So there's probably one of the most impactful things in my early founder career was a video I watched called by Simon Sinek. It is called Start With Why. So the underlining thing that Simon Sinek talks about in that video is that people don't care what you do, they care about why you do it. And I had a conversation actually a few days prior to the SEC stuff coming out with Dipcatcher, and it wasn't really a concern. It was just the, as a founder and looking at PulseChain, I was a little, there just wasn't a strong enough why yet. We hadn't found it. So to just kind of define, dive into what Simon Sinek talks about, he makes this diagram called the golden circle. And so on the outer reaches of this circle are the what. The next inner circle is the how, and the inner circle is the why. So everyone knows what you do, right? If we're talking about PulseChain, we're a blockchain that people can use, right? You move inward, the how is your unique value proposition. So I see a lot of people on Twitter and just, on streams and everything, and we're sharing the how. That's really where I think PulseChain kind of lived a lot is, we're faster and we're cheaper. But the thing is and this is kind of a harsh truth for everyone listening. That is not where we want to compete, because the truth is there's faster blockchains and there's cheaper blockchains. And we're not trying to win on those things is not going to take us to a level that really defines something that's unique and mind blowing. So it's really a matter of how do we get to the why? What's our purpose? Why are we here? And I think, people talk about how bullish the attention that we're getting from this SEC case. It is huge. The publicity is huge, but even more than that, I think the thing that is more powerful is that it has provided a why, a thing that people can get behind, a purpose that will drive people to go above and beyond to fight for PulseChain, for this freedom of speech, this freedom to transact. And we need to embrace that. That is so powerful, and it aligns with not only people in crypto, but the broader crypto space. you know, we sacrificed for freedom of speech, and now it's here. And I don't think anyone, you know, people say, oh yeah, I knew that was going to come, but it's here now, right? Like regardless if you thought it was going to happen, if you're not, it's here now, and we have something to fight for. And so it's a matter of like, how do we embrace it? How do we own that power to make PulseChain something special that people are drawn to and they want to be a part of? So, you know, in talking with Dipcatcher, we've been having great conversations, and he's been talking to a lot of communities and spaces and dealing with kind of a hostile environment, right? Like the hard truth about the publicity and what's going on is like, it does paint a narrative that's very hard to fight, like go up against, because it's like, we are going into it labeled as a scam. People have a laundry list of things that they are like just pointing to. And Dipcatcher's done a really good job of handling those kind of pushbacks and really kind of bringing people to the light of like the truth of what is PulseChain and why we're here. So Dipcatcher, like in those conversations, what have you found to be, you know, you were talking about one of the most impactful things was like, as a builder, why are you on PulseChain? Why are you building on PulseChain? What do you believe in, and why, why are you here?
Yeah, I mean, so, you know, people numerous times in these spaces have asked, like, why are you involved? And I mean, it kind of comes down to a couple of things. One is skin in the game. And I think that's what really brings everyone here together. And that's why people really latch on to these like growth and onboarding efforts, and, you know, like putting on these conferences, and, you know, everyone really comes together, is that, you know, we have skin in the game. You know, we put our money where our mouth is, and we're, you know, we want, you know, our outcomes to be positive. And that's really what it means when like we are the network, and that this really is a decentralized force, is that these things there's not some central company who's operating all this. Like, this is you and me and everyone else. And so I think skin in the game is really important. And then also with, you know, kind of on top of that is just the growth opportunity. It's like, you know, it's like starting, kind of standing on the shoulders of giants with launching as an Ethereum fork. There's so much opportunity that's out here that, you know, we have, you know, a unique opportunity to, you know, execute on, because, you know, it's like we've been in this ecosystem since the start. And, you know, we have the nuance, and we have the relationships, and we've been kind of building on top of that, and, you know, carrying this momentum forward. And so, you know, just like you know, those two things, and you know, just like skin in the game and opportunity, like that is big. And I think that's something that people can, you know, really communicate to others well, is that, you know, like it's kind of this whole open realm over here. It's like in a lot of things, like for instance, in this like space last night, a guy kept coming back to, like, you know, there's, you know, more mature, more advanced chains that focus on these other things. But I'm like, okay, what you're really describing is that those things are just like more mature. And so like, what's the upside opportunity of something that's more mature? You know, like how much, it's like, where in the S curve is that relative to where we are in the S curve? So I think that opportunity is something that's really, really important. And also I think that I really do feel like this is a really unique community because of the core values that we all come together around.
Mm-hmm.
And I think those really come down to censorship resistance, freedom of speech, the ability to choose what you do with your money, and this overall sense of support that people give one another.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, it's like people can, and I think some people may have taken advantage of that, but, you know, it still is a really beautiful thing that when you're contributing in this ecosystem, people absolutely recognize you, and people absolutely support you. And so I think that those are some of the core things that really bring all of us together in this. And that's what I think makes it a really, you know, positive, you know, place to build on. And then, you know, kind of to touch on what you were saying about just like the framing, the way I really view that is really just like the context. You know, it's like a lot of people, especially if, like, you know, maybe they heard about HEX way back when, and then they looked on Reddit and just saw like the Reddit spam that was like saying, oh, Richard's a scammer, HEX is a scam, notorious FBI most wanted, like the, you know, that was like their frame. They ignore HEX. And now, you know, they probably just like knew HEX was going up so much, but they just ignored it. And then now, you know, this SEC filing, and then they're like, ah, see, I knew it. And they look at the linear chart and they're like, look, it's back. It's more losses than Luna. Then you look at the log chart. It's like, okay, not even close.
Right.
And so it's like they have this preset context. And I think what in these spaces, what I've really enjoyed doing is really kind of like resetting the context. Because I think what people, like, I've noticed this, you know, kind of in these, what you describe as hostile environments, it's like they're like waiting for like just kind of like delirious, like shilling or like delirious, you know, just like kind of crazed, like, oh, like, you know, who knows what they're expecting. But I think kind of coming in with like a, you know, like a focused mind and really just kind of reestablishing it where like the things that they're trying to say as gotchas, you know, it's like you can flip that's frame, be like, okay, well, all this stuff is just like fully public. Like this was built into the contract. It's been well aware since the launch, 3 years old information. It's already way priced in. Like you're not like you saying like, oh, Richard has too much supply. It's not bringing anything new to new here. It's like already priced in and kind of, you know, just reset the frame on them. And I think that's something that, you know, it's just like kind of I view that as an opportunity where there's, you know, because I've noticed that through these, it's like when I go on these spaces and I'm talking and really kind of, you know, making it, you know, making them aware that like people who are really serious about building and have really good reasons why they're building and our perspective that we share, you know, it's like I come out of those spaces with, you know, dozens or hundreds of new followers that aren't in our ecosystem. And those are people that I think like, you know, it's like you come in because you hear, oh, this thing's a scam. And then you hear really reasonable, you know, explanations and discussion about the topic. And then it, you know, kind of resets that frame. And that's like a really effective way to kind of, you know, bring people in and keep pushing things forward. So, you know,
I think that's a really good point. And, you know, one of the things about a frame is that we all have our own frames and, you know, I call that your paradigm. I mean, I don't call it, I've learned that is your paradigm. It is your frame of reality. Like you hold truths within your mind about yourself, about your surroundings that form your reality. And you make decisions based off of that frame, off of that paradigm. So when you're having a conversation with somebody, you're dealing with their paradigm. They're going to reflect the things that they hold true. And I'm not going to lie, like where we're at right now and talking, that's why I'm so impressed with how you've actually handled those spaces, is because we're not in an easy position to defend why we're here and what we're doing. Like the price is down, you know, a huge, you know, the SEC thing, it's like a big thing to a lot of people outside of our community. And we're dealing with a lot right now. And so it's not an easy task to like handle someone who has such a strong paradigm of like their truth about who you are and what you do and what the things you believe in are. And it's not necessarily easy, but like you said, it's opportunity and it's a challenge that we all have to embrace because it is our reality. Like we are here and we have like for the next couple of years, like we're going to have to fight for the things we believe in with the SEC, with the people around us, and push this thing forward in order for, because like the truth is like the thing that I think is so special, one of the core tenets is no expectations of the work of others. And the crazy thing about the fact that we've kind of made that part of our religion is that came from the Howey test. Like we embody that because out of kind of a necessity that Richard put forth that we can't have expectations, we've made it a part of ourselves. And yet the SEC like is still deeming us this, you know, a security, even though one of the core tenets is a prong to the Howey test. So like the thing,
and to add to that, I think that just like that is a premise to live your life under. Like
totally,
it's like you're on your own. Like if you want something positive to happen, you have to make it happen. You can't expect that someone else is going to come and, you know, do anything to benefit you.
Right.
Like you should expect the opposite. You should have the expectation that everyone is trying to actively hurt you.
Right.
And, you know, it's like, I think it's like a generally like, I think it extends beyond just like how you interact with blockchains. I think that's like a lifelong premise.
It really is. Like it actually is a very empowering ethos to have. And really, again, is what, like, in my opinion, made HEX so successful is the fact that everyone adopted it and everyone took that and then took action. Like, they didn't just say no expectations. They literally took it upon themselves to make things happen. And I don't think any other community has done the level of outreach and marketing and like the hours of streaming and educational content. Like, no other community has done that. And that's because of that core tenet. And also another thing that I think is really special, like you put out a tweet a little while back about what's the difference between now and early HEX. And obviously there's a lot going on, but I think another thing that made early HEX really, really special was that everyone was in the pursuit of kind of the frame. Like, everyone, you know, when you look back on like early streams, HEX was a new idea. It was revolutionary. And in order to get to the truth and the things that mattered, it took work, it took communication, it took people bringing their ideas, their thoughts to the table and discussing them. And through that is why we kind of have the pillars that are HEX, right? Like, there were core tenets that Richard Hart brought to the table, and the community took it upon themselves to own it and take it further. And, you know, I want to encourage people that are listening to this is like, we need to be doing the same thing with Pulse and PulseX. And I've been kind of, you know, this idea of frame and kind of like encouraging people to pull back and actually look at what they're holding as true about PulseChain and how they describe it to whether it's a new person or somebody in crypto is critical for us. And it's not something that like is a one and done thing, right? Like, I think a lot of people had, or maybe hold this notion that it's like, oh yeah, PulseChain is a faster and cheaper blockchain. Come over here. And that's just going to like bring over the masses and everyone's going to love it. No, like this is a process. And if I'm being honest, I think HEX was a little easier to pursue because it was so revolutionary. Like, it was so different from everything else that kind of identifying the things that were unique regarding like delayed gratification and self-custody. Those were things that we could like grip onto and integrate them into our stories and how we presented HEX to the world. I think PulseChain, it's going to be a process of discovering what actually matters and the things that people actually care about. You know, and it is a lot of testing as well. It's not like we just discover it. Like, the way you discover it is by discussion and communication and testing, talking to people, finding out what works, what doesn't work. And then, you know, I'm confident that this community has the experience from HEX because I think that was such a core tenet, that pursuit of frame was such a core tenet that made HEX successful, that this community has the ability and the people and the knowledge to do the same thing with Pulse and PulseX, honestly. And it's just a matter of like being patient and willing to try new things as well. Like, willing to be able to stay agile enough to not hold truths about like what you think PulseChain is or PulseX is, and being able to like kind of adapt to the changing environment and how you explain things. So with that being said, like, you know, talking about HEX, like, where obviously like the early HEX had its own kind of frame about this delayed gratification and time lock your money. And I think that's still a core tenet that a lot of people love and adore. I think for me, at least, like, if I'm being honest, like, my grander vision is like, I know this sounds crazy, but I want HEX to be the world's reserve currency. And I like question myself when I say that sometimes, but then I'm like, holy shit, like, that is what I want it to be. I think it's, I think it's built in a way, and it's in its early success, like, at least maybe not the world's currency, actually not currency, like asset. Like, I think it has a huge, like, in comparison to like gold, for example, people don't like transact with gold. So I don't think currency is the right word. I think like world reserve asset that can be used to back other things and really hold value in the world based off of its design. So what, like, kind of from where HEX was, 3 years ago in its early days to then, with Hedron launching and us launching and kind of this, and now it has its own chain. How do you view HEX kind of evolving into something bigger than we ever thought it could be?
I mean, I think I touched on this the first time I was on this show or on this conference, like 2 or 3 times ago. Just simply by operating and continuing to operate and maintain a community day in, day out. Like, it's not so much any like one thing that HEX like needs to do. It's the act of continuing every single day to maintain the community, to maintain demand, to continue operating. Like, and it's kind of like a, because so many different things are going to come and go, so many different cycles are going to come and go. But the thing that lasts through it all, like, that's the thing where there's evidence of continued demand and evidence of sustainability. It's like, that's the thing. It's like, you don't just become the, like, right. No one just decides like you are the, because like what you mean by like world reserve asset, it's like kind of like the ultimate collateral, like the apex predator in the financial markets, like, the risk-free asset. And I mean, maybe in the past we've seen like, governments on like declaring that and then maybe enforcing it through violence. But you become that in this new age of, where there's infinite options, and it really comes down to what assets people demand. You earn that spot by showing up every day. And like that daily payout per T-share that gets delivered every single day. And so I think that just continuing to exist while everything, other things come and go, and, just building up that long track record of history. Because I mean, right now we have about 1,300 days of price history. We've basically, we had about 2 years straight up, and now it's been about 2 years down. But the down only takes us, to the 50x if you consider the combined EHEX and PX. So just like the broad HEX value, down from the all-time highs, which were kind of a fluke that it actually got that high. Only 50x down, but from the very bottom, it's up hundreds of X. And so it's like that long-term uptrend is still by many orders of magnitude intact. It's like we at least on the last leg up, we really took the elevator up and then the stairs slowly down over the course of the last 2 years. Yeah. And so all things considered, we are really in like a very strong uptrend still. Right. I know for people, because a lot of people joined at the tail end of that first leg up. So, it all depends on perspective, but as a whole economy, and, in terms of like, that market structure on that chart, it's like all the signs are there that this really does have staying power. It's like the numbers only grow. That doesn't mean price always grows, because, it was definitely overpriced. And then, even with like, it's not calling them like self-inflicted, but, things that we did ourselves, have caused the price chart. It's like, with like the fork where now we have 2 versions of HEX that can, has, on one end, it has some dilutive power. On the other end, it kind of, protects against that. We've only seen the tail end of it because, it's like the demand now is split across 2, but we also haven't seen that the supply also is split. So that kind of cancels it out. So right now we're seeing how the demand is split, but in an uptrend, we'll see how the benefits of supply being split. And so we've only experienced half of that whole equation. But, it's like things like, like that, or now with, it went from having one RH token to now EHEX, PX, PLS, PLSX, and INC. And so it's like, like these are things like where maybe so much of the downside in the price are things that are like homegrown. And I would rather, and I've said this before with, when people were, like in the past, more so around the launches before the HEX pools kind of proved themselves, people were kind of worried. They're like, like acting as if this was going to like destroy HEX, or, even though it really is not even close to that scale at all, or, doesn't even have that effect. But like, it would be, specifically with the things, with these, our ecosystem having grown, it's better that we disrupt ourselves and that we are our own competitive forces, as opposed to some other thing outside of us coming and eating our lunch. Like that's a much better, it's like, we can't just sit on our laurels and just, bask in our glory. Like, it's like, and I think that even though maybe in the short term it's had a negative impact on all the prices, because now it's like, our ecosystem, where it was all kind of centered around one asset, is now kind of centered around like a web of 5 assets, each of them, a little bit different. And, like it's better that that's happening because of our own actions. And we all, most people have exposure to all of them. So, it's
definitely
ourselves than from some external force.
I mean, definitely growing pains. And, I think a lot of people just don't realize the reality of like what a shift that is, like going from 1 to 5. It is a big shift. And not only 1 to 5, but, launching an L1, you have a whole ecosystem now forming around Pulse. And, it's obviously heightened with the bear market, but it is, I try to encourage people to view that, not just from the fact that like people are like having pretty heated debates because it's the bear market, but like this is the launch of a new ecosystem, and it's not going to be this like clean cut, like it's the Coliseum. Like people are figuring out where value lies and fighting for what they believe in, within our community and broader, right? Like this is not unique to our community. I think people, because the echo chamber, like you only see our community having heated debates on Twitter or whatever, but the reality is like that's happening everywhere. That is not unique to PulseChain, and everywhere there are people that are extremely passionate about the thing that they hold, and they're going to like fight you to the death of why their thing's better than yours. Kind of bringing it back to I don't know. I want to push back on what you said about like simply existing, because I don't think, kind of like bringing it back to like a frame, I don't think that's inspiring, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't think simply like I think it's a benefit, like compared to everything around us that's like disappeared and collapsed. I think it's huge. Like, to be honest, I think that's big, but it's not awe-inspiring that's going to drive HEX to become something greater. Like, what's your vision? Like, where do you see HEX going that like would inspire someone else?
I mean, just continued growth in terms of demand. Like, that's really what it all boils down to, is, are people going to buy and hoard this asset? And that's like the key growth. And I think that's what I was debating with the guy yesterday, is he was like trying to suggest that there's nothing like technically innovative about HEX or technically innovative about PulseChain or anything else. And what I was like, okay, that's not even what matters here. Like, what matters is, does the right message hit the right person that encourages them to buy something and make a long-term financial plan around it? Like that's really the thing. Like, and I think that's, not to say like simply existing, like what I mean by that is that like, amidst all other things, that it just like continues to, go on across all cycles, across all competitive forces. It's like, and it's, you can't even suggest anything is up and to the right forever, because that's just unrealistic. But like, continued growth and where every year, so long as new people are coming in and making this part of their long-term financial plan, I think that's like a really, really important factor.
I think that, and kind of bring it back to this whole like theme of frame, it's interesting. Like what he told you there is that the frame that he has heard about PulseChain is weak, essentially. Like it's a fork of Ethereum. So it's, like people will view that as copy paste. And it's our job to figure out how to like take what people are viewing PulseChain, that it's just like a fork in I just don't think like the things that people say regarding like it's a fork of Ethereum and it's cheaper and faster. Like, I'm sure there are people that's like, oh yes, that does align with me for sure. But in the broader market, it's like, again, there are faster and cheaper blockchains, and we have to actively be figuring out like what the thing is that makes us special. And I think like, there's already some narratives around PulseChain that I think are evolving. I think we all kind of had this, and it's not. I still think there's opportunity here, but obviously the like world's largest airdrop and the narrative of projects coming over hasn't played out necessarily. If we're being honest, I don't think it has panned out as well as like many had hoped. Whether that is like, and I take personal responsibility on the fact that I think that more work should have been done prior to the launch of PulseChain to get those projects in line and ready to come on board when it went live. So now we're kind of playing like behind. I feel like a little behind in that like PulseChain is live, these tokens exist, and now we're like trying to play catch up a little bit with like, hey, come on over. So I think it's important to be like real on something like that and observe like what's actually happening. And what's actually happening is PulseChain, PulseX, and HEX both reacted so strongly to a huge announcement from the SEC. Like obviously there was a price dip, but like the market is holding very strong and people are rising up. Like it's serious. Like people in this community are not like leaving. They're more empowered than they've ever been. And on top of that, I think another thing to observe is that we thought PulseChain could be kind of this like copied, like with those bigger projects coming over, that would be the thing that like makes PulseChain special. But I think the thing that's going to make PulseChain really special is just kind of like, even though all those copies exist, like this grassroots movement of people building things and being passionate about like what PulseChain is now is going to have a lot more impact than, and I'm not saying we should stop like trying to bring bigger communities over, but I do think like recognizing the fact that the game has kind of changed to be more of a grassroots movement for people building stuff. And taking, no expectations, taking it into their own hands to make it something, right? So let's talk. I mean, we've got about 20 minutes left. I think maybe I'll give it over to you to kind of explain how we like the things we believe in and how we're kind of grabbing the torch and carrying it forward, with HEX and PulseChain in general.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big part of it is just leading by example. Like when yesterday in that space, the guy kept pushing. He's like, "What are the developers going to go to?" And he was trying to cite like technical things, but what it really is seeing other developers having success and making things happen and kind of paving that path. I think that's like probably by far the most important thing to do, because what really drives people into the ecosystem, like the only reason you bridge over is if you think there's some opportunity there.
Yeah.
Like when I think back of all the things that we've bridged over for better, for worse, they were things where like, okay, this thing's going to pump.
Right.
Like, there's this thing happening over there that I need to be a part of. And then, you go through all the steps of bridging over and, putting that money at risk. And so, I think just creating those opportunities is, like it's almost like you can lead a horse to water, or like you can make the case for like why someone should care, but it's almost like that movie Inception where like they need to feel like they came to that on their own, or like deep down inside, they need to feel that driving force. And I think a really powerful thing there is the feeling that there's some opportunity that you could be, a part of that you aren't yet. And so I think that, continuing to build things that create that opportunity, that's a big deal. And I think that's what can, kind of drive that in. And as far as getting like the existing applications that had their system state copied over, I think that it really comes down, just like the economics don't really line up yet.
Totally.
Because it's like, okay, there's gas fee, say there's, 100x. I mean, even though it could be more, like just for ease of use, like 100x gas fee savings, and, the values of the copies. I mean, I think the highest I've ever seen, I mean, other than HEX, which is a unique example, if like the value of the copy is 1% and the gas fee costs are 1%, it like still, it's like the gas cost relative to the value, it's pretty same, and much smaller markets. And so it for some projects, even though they may have their copies over there, it just doesn't quite make sense yet. And so maybe that, like, and I was I have a tweet where I was talking about how, like, I think this, like, the cross chain, really leaning into the cross chain copy, like with these other ETH forks like ETH and ETH POW, that was more about the proof of work aspect. It wasn't really about the assets on top of it. It was more like in defense of the miners. Whereas I think with PulseChain and like the world's largest airdrop, that was, I think that really can be the secret sauce of PulseChain, is that you can have this kind of like dual chain ecosystem where, like, because like right now it's like if you're to bridge your HEX to Polygon, you can't stake the HEX on Polygon.
Totally.
But you could, bridge your HEX from Ethereum over, and then perhaps swap that HEX from Ethereum to the native HEX on PulseChain, stake that one, and then, and then say when your stake ends, you end it, and then maybe you want to extract that value back into the HEX on Ethereum, then you can, end your stake, swap back, bridge back, and now it's like as if you staked your HEX from Ethereum, and maybe the price, it all depends on what that price ratio between the two assets was. Maybe you like amplified your gains if the price moved in your favor during that time. So like there's, like that cross chain ecosystem where the assets are independent but kind of bound by those markets. I still believe that is like a key unique advantage that PulseChain has, but I don't think we've seen that play out yet. I mean, we saw like a little bit of the like incentivization, like using the Inc token to incentivize the liquidity providers for, I think, there's so far the only ones that come to mind that are not in our ecosystem were the Wrap BTC, Pepe, and then Uni for a brief moment. And I think that probably, like, it seems that effort, because I mean, I set up those email alerts and it basically went off one time, and then there hasn't been any activity, any further activity on the incentivization. So, I think maybe just because, like, I think it just happens to be the initial ones that were incentivized there. Where maybe those people already had negative, perspectives, or those people just wanted to extract as much value as they could, and where it didn't really make, there really wasn't anything, because like like for instance, Wrap BTC, it's not like there's any type of, I mean, the main use case for Wrap BTC is its use in other DeFi protocols. And so like Wrap BTC on its own, there wasn't really, like, the people who actually held that, there's not really any benefit for having your, version over there. There's, I mean, zero benefit other than just like speculation, which is a benefit, it must be said. But that one maybe, wasn't like the perfect example. And then the Pepe one, like it seemed like, even though that I think still is one of the more actively traded ones, I think maybe from overlap in ecosystem or overlap in risk profile of the user base. you know, like that one, you know, was, you know, maybe kind of an experiment, and then Uni was just like kind of it really wasn't even there long enough to make any sense of it. But you know, it seemed like there was a lot of bridging out as a result of that, and I think that probably was what made those efforts kind of be put on pause. But I that's what I really hope to see, even though, you know, and that's something, you know, it's like I don't expect I expect no more actions to be taken, you know.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, regarding the ink pools, I think personally that the market needs to mature a little more naturally for an extended period of time before utilizing those pools and allowing people to like do what they want with their copies before like really boosting liquidity on assets. Because who, like right now, who's boosting those pools? It's our community. And I did have a problem with WBTC because I don't like WBTC forked. I don't like any of the stables forked because they carry that name. I think that a lot of people that aren't like as in tune with this community. I mean, they can look at the price and realize it's not the same, but you know, I did have a problem with that being incentivized because they're meme coins that have the name of like legit assets. Like, you know, WBTC on Ethereum is redeemable for actual BTC. Forked WBTC is not, right? Same thing with DAI, same thing with USDC. Those forked assets are meme coins. And I don't like dishonesty and a lot. I was arguing with people on Twitter that were trying to tell me that they're the same thing. And it's like, no, they're not. And that is lying. And I don't like that. But other than that, like Pepe, I don't have a problem with Pepe. Like that community, I was like, I mean, I'm going to stand up. I'm not a meme coiner, and I believe in assets that actually have utility and value. That's just my own ethos, and I'm going to put that forward. But like, trade what you want. I never tell people what to do, but I am going to put forward what I believe in, and I have that right. So for me, it's like with the ink pools, obviously, like you said, I don't have expectations around it. I just think that that's a tool for maybe a little more of a mature market once it's not just like our community that are going to be supplying liquidity. Because like reality is like, we kind of saw this play out. It's like we pump, like people buy that asset, provide liquidity to earn ink, but then that community is like, hey, come over and dump on these idiots. And they did that and they bragged about it. So that didn't play out. Like as right now, it's not, in my opinion, not the best idea. I would just wait on it, but
or it probably
it's a useful tool.
Because like there needs to be much more things all simultaneously. So it's not like it's all concentrated around like any one thing. It's like, okay, this week's episode of Incentivized Pool is this one asset, and then people pile into that. I mean, all things considered, it really is a small number. I mean, even though it still is people in our community, it really is a small number of people actually driving that price up, and they're kind of aping into that because they think it's going to pump more. That's really what they're doing, or using it as a way to get ink. But I think that like if it was like a ton of things at once, where that's all diluting the ink that's actually being allocated there, and it like dilutes the kind of like concentration of like that exit liquidity.
Yeah,
I think that is probably an effective strategy than kind of like the one at a time. But you know, it's like it all comes. It's entirely at the discretion of.
Yeah, I just think. Stuff. I mean, the thing regarding ink pools, and I shared a tweet a while back on this, but I was a bigger fan of ink pools with the initial design of a DAO managing them, because what it forces that community to do is like to get listed, they need to integrate with PulseX. Like they need to own PulseX in order to vote. They need to, you know, be able to kind of politicize, like talk to our community, integrate, so people that will like support them on having a pool, and they kind of earn it rather than like, you know, an unknown entity just deciding like, we're going to pump this today. And the thing, like, the reality is until it becomes more decentralized and a DAO like decides that no, like people aren't going to be happy. Like people want you to pump their token, and until it becomes more decentralized, which, you know, I have faith it will. I don't have expectations, but I have hopes, right? Like, but yeah, so we have about 10 minutes left. I want to shift a little bit. Obviously we're working very hard on an upcoming project. We've been working hard on a few things. So I'll dish to you. Maybe talk about Pool Party and what it is and kind of the vision for it.
Yeah, so Pool Party is really the next iteration on the concept of HEX stake pooling. We've launched 5 stake pools so far, kind of spanning the whole range. We have Base, which is a 1-year one that is scheduled to end here in 2 months, 2 months from now, actually. So Base 1 year, Trio 3-year, Lucky 7-year, Deci 10-year, and Maxi 15-year. So far we kind of span the whole range, and so now what Pool Party is it really allows anyone to organize their own stake pool to kind of fill in the gaps of the length, and allow people to kind of brand their own coins, and establish their own narratives and branding around this, and tell their own story, and be incentivized to grow and do their own onboarding to help grow HEX and help grow the HEX stake pool ecosystem. Because the more HEX that is staked through a pool, the less money that's extracted through gas fees. So that's like a really critical piece. And there are other benefits of that where, these coins are fully transferable. So, you can split them up amongst numerous wallets, maybe with different security procedures around them, some on deep cold storage, some more in a hot wallet that you can trade. And if you want to sell, you can go on the decentralized exchanges and find a buyer. And so a lot of benefits of these pools. The pool contracts themselves, the staking of the HEX, like that mechanism is identical. But with these ones, there's so we kind of took all that we've learned from the last set of stake pools and really just improved upon it. So one is that all the hedron that is earned by these pools is actually split amongst people based on a built-in diamond hand system. So the other pools, they handle the hedron a little bit differently, but with this one, you can, if you mint or if you just own it, you can always join this built-in diamond hand contract that where you're basically just like by joining it, you're committing to hold the pool token till the end of the stake. And then based on how long you've committed, meaning if you joined on day 1 versus joined on day 100, you get these points, and then based on the points, that's how you allocate the hedron, and the people that early unlocked from that diamond hand, those penalties are allocated as well. So there's a really awesome diamond hand system. It's a little different than the existing diamond hand on the perpetuals, because with those you could only join at the start, whereas with this one you can always join at any point. And so a lot of innovation there. And so that's currently just undergoing a lot of testing, and then also these pools are incentivized by they're like with the existing perpetuals, there's kind of one driving force, which was team, which was incentivized to grow these pools. But now with these ones, the incentivization goes to the ability for whoever is organizing these pools to be able to set an organizer fee. So it's like so then that person's incentivized, it has to be within reason, because if it's a massive fee, then maybe no one will want to join your, 2-year pool. They'll look at the other pools that are available to join. So it gives people, skin in the game and the incentive to grow the pools. And then also with Party, which, earns a little bit of yield from all these pools, they're incentivized to grow the pools. So that incentivization, I mean, with the, with the incentivization with team and then those perpetual pools, the total amount that was put into that was like 3 times larger than the original maxi pool. And so like that incentivization is really powerful. And so that's another big part of it, is just increasing that incentivization and allowing more people to be encouraged to grow and foster these pools.
Yeah.
And so that will be launching. I mean, really, there's one particular thing I'm waiting on to really launch. This hasn't happened yet. Not going to say what it is, but one particular thing that's going to happen. And so soon that'll be launched. I've just been mainly just testing on my own private test net. We are going to have an open public test net phase here once the UI is just fully optimized. And then, so that's the HEX staking on Pool Party. You'll be able to mint Party on either chain, either ETH or PulseChain. This will be a fully cross-chain. We're really leaning into the dual chain, cross-chain ecosystem. And yeah, so that's what's next. Really, this next innovation in HEX stake pooling.
Yeah, very, very excited for this. It is absolutely our biggest product to date. Kind of a culmination of everything we've learned through our time from starting Maxi over a year, almost coming up on a year and a half ago now. And I'm super excited. With that all being said, I don't know if Richard Hart's watching or where he's at right now. I just want to give a special shout out to Richard Hart. We wouldn't be where we are without Richard Hart for building such an amazing product that is HEX, that is a product that we believe in because it's trustless, doesn't need anyone managing it. So we're able to build these products on top of HEX with the same ethos that people can use. But it like the cornerstone is the Richard Hart product that is HEX. And it's been so amazing. And now we have another chain that we can have fun on as well. I know everyone who's listening is very thankful to Richard Hart. We are especially thankful to Richard Hart and to this community as well. The support that we've had over the past year and a half is really the thing that drives us the most. And we just want to see our team win, man. Like, we're doing everything we can. We're bringing our hearts and our brains to the table every single day to push things forward. And with everything that's going on, like, we are in this fight alongside of all of you guys. Like, we're not going anywhere. We feel even more inspired than ever to really push onward. And the future is looking very, very bright. And I have a crazy sense of just gratefulness and like an honor to just like be a part of everything that's going on right now.
So there's some questions I'm seeing in the chat. Let's run through that and quickly answer. Hexiest Man in the World asks, what about Water Token play a role in pool? We shall see. We shall see. Let's see. What else?
Yeah, guys, drop it. If you have any questions.
My only comment on that is you can't have pool party without water. So where are the other questions?
Oh, I do. AJ Rip City says, I look like, I think it's he said I looked like James Hartfield. So mid COVID, I actually went to a Metallica concert at a pull-in theater, like a drive-in theater. I love Metallica. That's funny. That I take that as a huge compliment.
Were there any questions from your tweet that people had asked?
Let me pull it up.
Someone asked about Maximus events. We need to host a Maximus, a gathering of the gladiators type of deal.
Oh, yeah. It's gonna be the best event ever.
Not sure where. Maybe some type of tour. I don't know. It would be cool to get everyone together.
Absolutely.
So maybe soon after pool party, we need to get pool party done. And then we'll start doing some of that.
So I had a question. Hans asked, we now have a much greater vertical integration with our own L1 DEX, store of value, community, stable coins, community wallet, DEX aggregators, lending protocols, and other DeFi tools. What's next in terms of removing middleman and friction for our ecosystem? I'll hop in. I think there's so much, like, you can't ask for more progress in such a short period of time than what PulseChain and this community has done. It's just a matter of like everyone launching their thing. Like there's so much like that is like up in the air right now and needs to launch. There's, NFT marketplaces and so many products that just need to get their product to market. And, and then we can, like, once everything launches, like, we can reevaluate like what we need. But right now, like, I mean, we do kind of have everything we're going to need. People, the thing I want to, like, I mean, I don't know if this is just an ethos that's kind of carried over from like forking a chain, but it's kind of like carried into the ethos of like what products are coming to PulseChain. It's like a lot of forking, a lot of like, okay, that existed over there, so we're going to bring it here. You know, I think there's value in that, but like, I want to encourage people to build things that don't exist. Like what things can you build that are game changers that no one else has, that no other chain has? Like everyone's got DEXs, everyone's got stable coins, everyone's got like, what is something that you can build that's truly innovative, that doesn't exist, that people are going to be like, holy shit, I want to come to PulseChain because of that. I think that would be my encouragement to every builder out there, or anyone that wants to build something. It's like forking a product, like, yeah, you know, it still takes work for sure, but it doesn't like set us apart. I want to see true innovation and products that don't exist yet. So that I would leave it with that. What are your thoughts, Catcher?
Yeah, I mean, you know, definitely there's room for both. Like on one hand, like seeing what works elsewhere and then bringing that here, that's like one good strategy. But then also like, you know, there's like some type of, I guess, like limited upside from there, because it's like there's less risk because something's already proven. I think that's where like the ultra high, like anomalous performers are going to be things that are like entirely new invention.
Yeah,
you know, something that, you know, you can't even fathom yet. So you know, I think that's, and also, I mean, things that are just like dead simple. Like, I mean, even just like reaching the right people at the right time. I mean, like what really drove HEX, the first big leg up, was that someone who'd been sitting on billions of dollars of ETH from the launch just happened to decide to get really bullish on HEX.
Yeah.
You know, and like that really kicked it off. And so, you know, it's like, even, you know, more so than just like what type of products it's, I think the other big element of that is just like, you know, who's going to reach that breakout user,
right?
You know, so I think that's a big deal. So they asked us to keep going for 5 more minutes.
What other, I feel like you asked what questions should be asked, and or what questions we should answer, and people had.
Yeah. So, okay. So someone asked just about the like about base and what it's gonna yield here in 2 months, and then just the other tokens. So why don't we just rattle off the yield and the premiums and stuff right now? I'm looking at HEXFire just because it's all right here. So the so with Maxi, it's currently backed by 1.37 HEX, and the Maxi price is currently at a, let's see, where is it showing the, let me just pull it up here on a separate screen. Look at the price. I think I saw it pumping the other day. So we have Maxi, so measured in so on Ethereum, Maxi is worth 1.33 HEX, so just under the backing value. And then on PulseChain, Maxi is worth 1.25 HEX. So it's actually at a premium relative to HEX on Ethereum, and a little bit underneath the backing value. But that's pretty amazing considering just like how far away it is to redemption. And so let's go to the opposite side of that spectrum with Base. We have Base versus HEX on PulseChain. That is at 1.099 HEX, so very close to the end redemption rate. So kind of working just isn't, you know, because like there's only 2 months left, and so there's only 2 months of yield to price in. So it actually makes almost perfect sense. That's like, and I mean, currently on Ethereum, Base has earned, let's see, yeah, so it's earned about exactly, it's earned 10 million HEX on 110. Yeah, so it's earned 10 million. Yeah, so it's earned so far 10%. In the remaining 2 months, it'll probably earn about 2% more. So base on PulseChain is like right at that par value of its backing. And then let's see, base on Ethereum, base versus HEX on Ethereum is actually at a discount at 1.04 HEX, so 4%. So that is, so in 2 months. So right now, I mean, you have to consider liquidity, the lower liquidity there. There's, only 1 million base for sale in this one pool I'm looking at.
Yeah.
But if you're buying at the current price of 4 and it's going to, in 2 months, it's redeemable for 1.12, that difference there is, it's like 8%, like about 7% guaranteed in 2 months measured in HEX. So, so that's like, you can, it's like staking for 2 months and earning 8%. Whereas if you were to be staking on your own for 2 months, you'd earn about 2%. So, that's probably liquidity weighted as well, and that was just like the last trade. So, if you were to buy with any size, it'd probably move up close to that redemption rate. But, that's pretty, and everything else is just kind of in between there. We don't need to go through all those prices and backings right now. But base is scheduled to end here in 2 months. And that'll, I think, even though it's been proven in a handful of ways that like the whole end staking, just kind of how the whole thing works. I think that when people see that actually happen in real life, that'll inject a lot of excitement into the ecosystem. And I guess one thing that's been a really big boost to the liquidity aspect has been with PHUX having that the pool, like the kind of like combined pool that contains a balance of all the coins. So right now there's $1.12 million of liquidity in there for 30% PHEX, 25% PMAXI, 25% DECI, 8% Lucky, 6% Base, 6% Trio. So these are mainly Maxi and DECI pools with a little bit of the others kind of peppered in there. And so a lot of liquidity has been kind of concentrated in the in those pools. So that's been a really awesome contribution to the ecosystem, is that new type of liquidity incentive. Because so far, we really haven't done anything related to liquidity incentive, because it's like that really comes down to the market. It's like there's, the holders of these coins want to, put them in liquidity pools and potentially future earnings. And so it's really, kind of coming, it really comes down to the market in terms of how that works out.
No expectations. But how, we haven't really ever presented a roadmap to people about where Maximus DAO is headed. But I would say this first leg of Maximus DAO, almost coming up on a year and a half now, has definitely been an asset launch phase where we're trying to build and launch the most valuable assets for this community. And again, Pool Party is kind of the crescendo on that, and bringing everything to a point. The next phase, and this is obviously no expectations, but the next phase of Maximus DAO is truly building products that bring even more value to these assets on top of the yield that they're earning in HEX and, with Poly, with Inhedron, in Icosa. But truly the next tools I think are going to be pretty mind-blowing, that we've been talking about in regards to even furthering kind of the economic energy that goes into these assets and really building out an economy around them. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be an exciting time for sure. And I'm very excited about that. But yeah, I think one thing to talk about as well is we are going to be launching diamond hands for any asset. So, and this is tied into Pool Party. So maybe Dipcatcher can can talk about that.
Yeah. So the that diamond hand that's probably one of the more popular things, because if you look at the perpetual pools, about 20% of all the pool tokens were during the launch locked up for the whole duration, and that I think has been a pretty like compelling use case. Just like it's almost like turning any asset into a certificate of deposit, where in this case you, like with the diamond hand pools, for the perpetual pools, for instance, you lock it up, you're earning early end stake penalties, and also it's kind of like an open-ended airdrop system. So far, all the diamond hand contracts have earned a bunch of team from the mystery box, and that it airdropped to them. And so so something that we've seen just how people like that, and we've already improved upon the concept for this new pool system, and it's kind of a general purpose thing to work for any ERC20, and so we're really interested in
we're live.
Hey,
we're really interested in putting applying that for any type of asset, because it's really compatible with that. And so like we've already been thinking about doing that for like Inc, PLSX, Wrap Pulse. Really any coin could fit into that kind of diamond hand, where you're just committing to hold for a certain period of time and you're earning from the people that break that commitment. So
yeah.
The products that you guys have made, they're amazing. And I think you guys are really, really strong leaders in the community and very brilliant in the things that you design and the care that you take with everything. And I've really enjoyed having you as speakers here again this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie. Thank you so much for putting this on. Another banger of an event. And congratulations. This is the first conference when PulseChain is live. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks for inviting us.
Well, I was hoping maybe we would all get to stream again sometime and talk about how Time Pays Me would work with the Maximus DAO coins and whatnot.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
Looking forward to seeing you guys again. And for now, how can people find you?
So Twitter's definitely the main channel. Follow me, Panto Nomini, and then Gold Key at goldk3y_. And then also Twitter Maximus_DAO, and also t.me/Maximus DAO.
And then to learn about Pool Party is it's hexpool.party, where you can learn more about that. But yeah, thanks so much, Maddie.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Good
Catch
to
you
see
later.
Guys. Take care.
Yeah.
Love you, Gold Key.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
What? Marco and Briz. Marco's in the house. What's up, Marco? Good to see you, bro.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
How's it going, everybody?
Maddie, Toby, Bruce. What's going on, guys? What's up?
Good to see Briz.
There's like 4 of us, but I only see 3 screens. It's kind of freaking me out.
Briz is a disembodied head. That's kind of freaking me out.
I time locked my body, and I'm slowly releasing it back to myself.
Hey, dude, will you do me a favor and just say "Mecca lecca hi, Mecca heiny ho"?
Bro, that looks
in honor of Paul Rubens.
I don't even know what you just
rest
said.
his soul, Pee Wee Herman. Rest in peace.
What are we talking about?
First, we're gonna talk about Toby's mustache. He looks like the only porn star ever, bro. I love it. I love it, dude.
Yeah,
it looks
like
great on you, bro. It looks freaking great.
You know, the significant other likes it, so it stays. It lives another day. It's like I've been ready to shave it about 15 times, but it's like she likes
You
it.
look like you're about to go enforce the IRS.
I know, right? Serve them.
I get my cop sunglasses on, and it's like people definitely treat me differently. It's like Serpico or something. But
what we could talk about,
well,
I think the journey.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think just the journey of what brought us here, and I guess how we felt the past maybe 3 years on this journey, and the interaction between each other and the community and all that stuff. So,
well, I feel really fortunate to have all 3 of you as part of the history of us all streaming together, and I know the community like ebbs and flows and everything, but like all 3 of you are really great people, and thank you for us having this history of streaming together. I appreciate it.
Well, Maddie, it comes down to this, right? Like at the end of the day, life is life, right? Things happen every month, every day, every week, and you always figure out a way where it's either every 6 months or every year doing something to bring the community back together And I think that's powerful, right? To be in the main poncho to do that, that's hard. It's not easy to do, especially with you just going through a regular lifestyle, your own life things too. And to do that, it's incredible, man. It's I hope you don't stop. I hope 15 years later, when we all look like older men, with canes and shit, and we're still doing this, we're live, it's just gonna be awesome, dude. It's just don't stop, man. Don't stop.
Yeah.
I'll be in an urn.
Right?
Maddie will have my urn and bring it out every once in a while. One's still in there.
CA with Toby-Wan's ashes.
Right. You sprinkle them on the chart.
Right on the microphone.
Tie, Maddie. I don't know if anyone's told you that yet, but that's a dope tie.
Oh, thanks, man.
The tie is super cool. It's like,
Wait, didn't you
if
have?
ever
Yeah,
see it
you
in
had
person,
that
it's
in the past, right?
It's got some heft to it.
It's futuristic.
It's very futuristic. It's not. It's like metal.
I had a tie, but it kept falling off.
Well, you have no shoulders to hold
exactly.
it up. Right? It slips right off. Boom. So,
But my first question to you guys, right? More to Toby, and I think Maddie, you was in the premiere too, I believe.
Maddie
right?
wasn't able to go. He
not yet.
He
Okay.
was going to be my +1, and he had to get over here and get things ready, and couldn't
just
find a
set
flight
up.
to do both. So
Okay.
he chose you guys and that instead of being able to be at the premiere with me. But he's going to be there tonight at the showing
awesome,
in
man.
Austin. So it'll be fun. Yeah.
Toby, how was your experience?
Dude, I tell you what, it's like, obviously I'm biased, I'm one of the producers on the film, so I've gotten some special access for quite a long time now. I saw the original cut of the film that was originally pitched to different streaming services and whatnot before we decided to make the pivot to do a cinematic release. And, so I came in with high hopes, but to be honest, and this, I really want this to come off the right way, but it's like, I got roped into a little outing after dinner with Kareem and RG and Kinetics and
Kareem, I'm not surprised.
And Westcott and Raquel and David Morales and there's another guy. I'm sorry for getting your name right now, but yeah. So we ended up at a club. I'm 50. I'm going to be 52 years old, bro. It's like I haven't been in a club in forever. And clubs are different. Like when I was growing up, it's like there was music you could dance to. It's like this was like this discordant, weird stuff where it's like I was wanting to give the DJ some Ritalin because it's like, dude, focus. It's like you got like 30 seconds of danceable music and then you're switching it up. And then it's like all of a sudden they're coming out with sparklers and like holding signs. And it just is, to me, it's like the cringiest shit ever. But it's like, I get it. People are having fun. And then this is what like the best part was. Here's the visual. I go home after the premiere. I go back to my hotel because I'm like, I gotta be on a flight. I gotta be at the airport at 6:30, right?
Wow.
So I go to my hotel, I pack up, thinking I can get some room service, closed. I'm like, damn it. So Raquel hits me with a message, somebody else hits me with a message. We're like, oh, we're at Playa, come down and grab some food. So I change to like like white guy tourist outfit, right? Like pretty much what I'm wearing right now. Like t-shirt, HEX t-shirt, not this one, but HEX t-shirt, cargo shorts, sandals. I go to Playa, we eat. Playa is also kind of like a club. I walk in and it's like, am I in a hip hop video? And then like I get patted down and I'm like, dude, it's like I'm a 50-year-old white guy and everybody's all decked out like they're out to party. And then everyone else has got all their duds on from the premiere. So they're all looking sharp, And then I'm like, derp, 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 coming like that. But
hey, stand out, man.
It was more like a restaurant, right? So we eat, then we go to a club. Long story short, was there way too long, slept very little. And then I had to be back at the airport this morning at 6:30, at the airport this morning at 6:30 to get here and have very, very little sleep. So, so forgive me if I'm extra rattly today, but in regard to the movie, what I don't want to say badly is that I really, really, really like the new ending. I really like it. I don't want to say like I didn't like the old ending. I'm just saying, and think about the timing too, right? Like PulseChain wasn't out yet. Like, how are you going to end a movie like that?
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Because think about it. Like the end of the movie, they always have like a little dun dun dun. They have like the little sentences about maybe some people in the movie or like
to be continued
things, right? Or to be continued, right? Whatever, or like Clay Collins, Nomics failed, or whatever. So it's but in the original, it's like HEX is down 98%. PulseChain is yet to launch. To me, it's like, yeah, that's kind of a cliffhanger, but most people, I feel like we're going to walk away from that feeling like, it's wrecked, it's scam. It's like, no matter what the rest of the movie kind of made you feel. And they do a really, really good job of not only educating about a really dry topic, which is crypto, but they keep it engaging. The outreach marketing stuff with Richard and just the wealth of knowledge that he is that we've all known for years now, really help flesh all that out. But to do that and keep it entertaining, I thought was a tremendous feat. I'm really excited for you guys to see it because I really want to, it's a very small group that can actually talk about it.
So excited
still.
Man.
So it's like I can't wait until more people can kind of give their opinions about various parts of it. Like after the premiere last night, I was talking to Maximus and his lovely wife, and it was just like back and forth about just like counterpoint point in the movie. So I can't wait until you guys can kind of engage in that. So you're really in for a treat. But the new ending, I mean, think about it. It's like PulseChain's out, right? It's like Hex is still down, but now there's 2 hexes. So it's like it's definitely more of an upbeat ending. And I think Hexo kind of already. I have watched part of his like no homo stream or whatever you want to call that.
Oh, that was funny.
It was so funny, man. It's like and his buddy, like his Hex artist, super nice guy. I wanted to meet him. I didn't get a chance to. Okay, if you had to guess, who's the bigger guy? Like who do you think's a bigger guy?
I mean, bigger, like
taller, bigger dude.
Explosive
you would think he's explosive, but when you think about it, he's not.
Me too.
He's
not at all.
When I seen him, he's tall.
Yeah, not at all. It's like, and I mean, and Hexo's not a huge guy. It's like Maddie's taller than Hexo, but it's like, I was kind of surprised. It's one of those things. I mean, Marco, like when you meet people in person after you've interacted with one line, it's like everyone's always like taller or shorter by a lot, like than what you imagine. It's like, and then there's tons of really tall. I'm like, I'm 5'11", and I feel short with all these freaking monster Hexicans. But anywho, so basically, he was saying that in the movie, it does a really good job of trying to stay unbiased, and of course, there's going to be people that are going to find things to like latch onto that's negative about it and try to like, bring us down. But I think, and this is what I said to Maximus and I can't tell you the specific points because I want you guys to see it yourself, but it's like, dude, it's a trap. It's a trap. It's great that they left this like that because now people are going to be using that against us and then we're going to give the rebuttal. Like the movie didn't give the rebuttal. We can, as a community, we can educate. And all this is going to do is like give us more opportunity to like kind of change the narrative. And I think also, with Richard being humble Richard, like everyone saw like his opening video that he sent out, I'm sure, right?
That was cool, man.
So so it's like that you kind of see that in the movie, right? Like that was a character he was playing for a particular reason, yada yada. So I think to have a definitive piece of material like that film out there to point to and for just people to see, I think will dispel a lot of that disdain or distrust or, just kind of general, like, with the outrage marketing that people have and Richard in general, because that was the Richard they knew. So I think that's going to go a long way. And I honestly, I mean, maybe this is pie in the sky, but I feel like, before the chart, Richard gets his glory, and he gets his glory by people rallying around him as an example of DeFi versus
look how far he's gone, right? Like whether the news is bad or good or whatever, like this guy's mainstream now, right? And he's about to get bigger. So
you guys referenced a video that we haven't shown yet at the conference. And so for people who are still catching up, I'm going to go ahead and I'll play the video now.
Yes.
Cool. Everybody, Richard Hart here, welcoming you to the highest of stakes premiere. I really hope that you guys are going to enjoy it. These guys put blood, sweat, and tears for years into this project. Wasn't my idea. Didn't have anything to do with the production. Didn't have anything to do with anything. I was just in a bunch of scenes. Yay. I'm a movie star. No, I'm a clown. The me that you see in this film died, so enjoy it. Humble me is what exists now. What I wished that everyone would get is that there's only a few things in this world that can really change man's relationship with government, man's relationship with money, man's relationship with his time. Right now, we've got the highest inflation we've had since I've been alive, and that's 43 years now. I'm not a spring chicken anymore. And we've got banks collapsing, and we've got bailouts, and all of the things that people predicted would come true that are the reason that cryptocurrency was invented are happening. There's certain countries that you may not have been to that this is life or death for them. High inflation countries where their money is worth, half as much at the end of the next year as it is this year. You got to get your money out of those currencies. And the dollar is not one of those currencies yet, but historically, about every 50 years, fiat currencies fail. It's very hard to have a fiat currency backed by nothing that lasts longer than 50 years, it seems. And, dollar's been around for a while. So I hope you guys enjoyed the movie. You know, I feel that it's wildly important for you to understand that the future really is digital. It really is cryptocurrency. And if you can get around the gatekeepers, if you can get the word out, if you can get people to learn about something that could really change the future, everyone gets rich together. When you get rid of all the middlemen and you get rid of all the waste and you get rid of all the inefficiency, that value, it goes somewhere. And it goes to the people that deserve it, the people that believed. Enjoy the film, everybody.
Inspiring.
You know, Maddie,
All
I
right,
love
yeah.
that you brought that up, man, because I noticed that literally everybody was taking pictures with Richard's father. I think that was like a cool experience, man. Like how dope is that, right?
That was really, really cool. Number one of the sweetest men I think I've ever met, just genuinely kind, like right off the rip, you know, I mean, just big, genuine smile. Took a time like any, I mean, and there were people like lined up to like try to get a picture with him. So it's like, you know, I wasn't trying to take up too much of his time. But RG3 and I sat together in the film. So we were kind of leaving at the same time past him. He pulled RG3 over and told him a joke. And, you know, the best jokes are the joke, maybe not even the punchline, but it's how it's told. And he killed it. And it was just really funny. And he was really into it. And it's like, just, it was just a neat moment, you know? So I'm really glad I got to see that. And it's like RG3 and I were talking about earlier. It's like, it's nice that it wasn't filmed, you know, it's because it's like just this private,
that personal thing, you know?
Yeah,
That's
very
awesome.
much so. And it was really cool. But I got a picture with him, which I thought was really cool. And it turned out nicely. Gary, thank you. Funny Jim took the picture for me. And, you know, but he was like beaming. He was so proud, you know, and
you could tell, man. Look at the pictures, man.
Yeah. And then, I mean, it was great. I mean, it was just, I mean, he was just so incredibly proud of what his son's accomplished in the community. And,
I'd like to say that intro video with Richard Hart right there. You know, I remember back in the day when Richard was doing his outrage marketing. And, you know, obviously, and I think that kind of proves how we're not the cult, because there was so many of us that were not very happy with the outrage marketing and some of the tactics he was using. And I don't want to say I was the one who used the term, I want t-shirt Richard back. But I remember, you know, saying that and getting a lot of like likes and retweets on the tweet. And now seeing that intro, it's kind of cool, because it almost shows that he's listening to the community, where he could have been wearing anything, but he kind of brought back this like trope of like t-shirt Richard Hart. And I thought that was kind of cool, actually.
Yeah.
I agree, man.
I want a sound sample of Maddie's "yeah" for my text alerts.
Yeah. You wake up and we're live.
Word up.
Yeah, right. Yeah, when I get a phone call and we're live, that would be great. That's a good idea.
I just think it's incredible, right? Like, you know, you got to meet a man, right? An older man, and his son, you know, basically changed tons of lives, right?
Yeah.
And tons more in the future, because you never know what he's going to accomplish even more, right? Like what Richard Hart accomplished now is probably this much than what he's about to do. You just don't know.
Right.
And this gentleman, you know, he's walking around and you're like, damn, this guy, he could have made any decision in his life not to, you know, God bless, make Richard Hart. And he did.
Right.
You know, think about that, right?
Yeah.
And it's just crazy, the journey that we all go through, that it leads to one thing or another. And that one decision he made Richard Hart, and one decision Richard Hart decided to do, we're all here. So it's incredible, man. It's a cool journey.
Man. It's like, I mean, that's why I'm always saying, it's like, you know, don't get too hung up on your past, because if you're happy with where you are now, it's like you had to go through whatever that was, or you wouldn't be where you are, right? So I mean, like all that stuff had to line up, you know, and you know, Richard had to go through the things he had to go through, you know, in his life to become the person that he is now, just like each of us are becoming who we are. And, you know, I think something that was telling, and Hexo mentioned this on his stream as well, about, you know, Richard's in that, he's still in that discovery phase too. You know, it's like Maddie's a psychologist. It's like I've got a psychology degree. You know, I think it's the Ericksonian model, which was like, you know, the belief was like your personality traits are kind of set, or your character is set like plaster by the time you're 30. And then there's like lifespan psychology, which means you can evolve your entire life. I obviously ascribe to lifespan. I didn't like the idea of like how I am at 30 is how I'm always going to be, right? So, along the lifespan lines, it's like, I think we're always evolving. And I think it's important to challenge ourselves and examine things about ourselves that are working and aren't working and modify those, because, life is short. So why make it boring, right? Like, upgrade your life, make the world a better place, one person at a time. And, and it's okay to not always get it right. It's like Richard's made mistakes. I've made mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes, right? And, and for him to be, kind of wrestling with those very human things, I think is good. And, and I mean, from the little bit that we can discern from what we know about him personally, I like the direction that he seems to be going in, and the path he's staying true to. And I actually feel more confident now than ever. I mean, Bruce was saying, the outreach marketing thing, it's like, I had some conversations behind the scenes with some other OGs. Like, man, it's like, either he's like a great actor, or is this maybe kind of part of him? Is like this could part of this?
Me personally, I always
and it got a
like
little scary
just,
for a minute. Like, this guy coming? Could he come unglued, and then this could really be a problem? And
I felt like his dad, talking to mom, going, you don't worry, he'll grow out of it. It's just a phase.
Right.
Well, we always knew like it was a phase. I just think what maybe like triggered a lot of people or got some people worried is that it was like a roller coaster phase, right? Like, outrage, OD outrage, relax, outrage, go OD, and it's like, you just don't know how far he was gonna go.
Right.
I know back in my head, I always knew it was just a stunt. It was always something. Even when he first started doing it, little by little, adding the watches, adding this. He always mentioned this, like, oh, I'm just doing this. Don't buy this shit. I'm just doing it to get, Mayweather, McGregor. This is what I'm doing, blah, blah, this and that. And, it just, bear market stuff. People get emotional, stuff like that. And then people are like, all right, we need you back. Come back to your old
emotional
ways.
What are you talking about, Marco? Nobody gets emotional.
So, I think with us too, during the bear, I think people just wanted the old Richard back, right? They just wanted that voice of reasoning, just a learning, just to drain out all the nonsense, all the bullshit. They wanted to just keep on learning and stuff like that. I think that's what people missed. And even myself, like those times during the big portion of the bear market, I was like, it would be great to hear just old school Richard right now, So I get it.
Speaking of learning, it's like, that's another thing that was a major topic. I mean, I think Maddie and I have talked about it. Briss and I have talked about it. Crispy, others as well, about what we ended up talking about a lot after the movie, about how now of any time, it's go time. Like, if you are a forward-facing person in this community, or maybe you've never shown your face, maybe you've never really been that active in the community, but you always kind of wanted to be, it's like, now is time. Like, we have such a huge opportunity, and it's very, very important.
Come on in.
Educate.
The water's fine.
Right. Yeah. But it's very, very, and I'm not talking about getting people to invest necessarily even, it's like, if you want to onboard, great. And if they want to invest, great. But I'm just talking about educating, right? And all of it comes back to HEX and T-shares. And it's like, how many more people do we have in the ecosystem now? Since the whole PulseChain thing was 2 years in the making, that don't understand T-shares or don't really even know about HEX.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like, so much of everything kind of hinges on HEX on both chains being successful. Right. Because it's like, that's going to be the biggest billboard, the biggest advertisement for PulseChain being a success. Because it's like, look at his first project, crushing it. Yeah, it went down 98%. But guess what? Once again, even after a bear, it made, in its second cycle, a new all-time high, which Tangent's got stats on it. That's super rare. There's not a lot of coins in that will make it an all-time high for the next cycle. So, if we can do that, and that's going to happen through adoption, and it's the easiest sell ever. Like, if you're looking at it like in sales terms, right? If you explain to someone how HEX works, and this also back to the movie does a good job. It doesn't go super into the weeds with T-shares, because it's like, I think you're going to have a theater full of no coiners with glazed over eyeballs if you try to do that. So they were really, really clever with the way that they kind of wove that in, so people could get an idea of how T-shares simulate compounding interest.
Nice.
And it's a lot of this basic stuff. Maddie, so many of us, I think we kind of got bored because we were just saying it so often for years and over, months and months and months. And then so we started to kind of pivot and talk about other things, because we were bored. It's not that there wasn't a need for that information to still be out there. And like, how many people go back and watch old videos?
No, that's a great point, man.
People are watching the new stuff. People are going to watch your
If
latest
a video is 2 days old, I won't watch it.
Right. You know what I mean? Dude, it's like, I don't know. I mean, sometimes though, if it's, I'm like, I probably already know everything they're going to talk about because it's like, it was 3 days ago. I've caught up by now. So I
don't watch crypto videos over 18 hours old.
That's the shelf life for you.
Yeah.
And then they're
But
done.
one thing I did mention in the past there was a couple of spaces in the past couple of days, and they were all great that everybody was doing. But there's one thing I kept bringing up in the spaces. I think right now more than ever, I think it's crucial for Richard and for the community to do is go to hexsearch.io. I think that's the name of it, and all the clips that brought you to Richard Hart or something that he said that was eye-opening or catchy or whatever it is. Take a clip, 30 seconds, 20 seconds, a minute or so, and guys, bombard Twitter with it, right? Let people see the real Richard, the educational side of Richard, right? I think people that have an opinion of Richard, they only know Gucci Richard, right? They don't know sit in the camera and we stream for 8 hours straight, no bathroom breaks, Richard, And, I remember back then where Richard be like, I might stream tomorrow, and we all rushed home, make sure nobody lock the doors, put the baby to sleep. Everybody leave me alone. I gotta watch this. And we all just, laugh and giggled and just, we just chilled with Richard on stream, right? Like, we gotta show Twitter, we gotta show the world, whether it's on TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, little clips, shorts, whatever it is, right? Show the best clips that you prefer, not what I prefer, what you prefer, Richard, right? Because everybody has different flavors, right? And show it. If somebody's got like making fun of Richard or making fun of Hex, don't argue with them on Twitter. Don't fight with them. That's not going to do anything. You know what you do? No. You just reply with a little clip of your favorite moment of Richard that might resonate to what they're complaining about, right? And that's all you got to do. It's not about that person. It's about their followers that they're like, wait a minute. You didn't argue with that guy. He posted something about this Richard guy. Now they're attached. You baiting them, right? So guys do that, right? And then there's one thing that I think I want to do with the community. I'm not sure if I want to do it yet or not, but the whole issue with the Uniswap situation, I'm from New York. They're based in Brooklyn. I was thinking about maybe
you're gonna go beat some ass. Are you going to Uniswap? Knocking on that door?
I would love to. I love my t-shirts though. I don't want to go to jail, right? I was thinking about maybe getting the community involved and like I said, we don't need to do this, or maybe do it. Those LED trucks? I think I made a video in the past where I was in front of two of them.
Yeah.
Why not maybe rent one or two out? The community could just do it. I don't want to be responsible for the funds, whatever. But we go and we hit up the community and be like, listen, maybe do something where we get a truck or two in front of the Uniswap headquarters, and we put Uniswap is not decentralized, is not this, is not that, whatever it is, to get people thinking, get people doing, and then boom, PulseChain shows up on the truck or whatever
just
it
like
is.
A truck with unit
yeah,
plots.
So it's a 4x4 truck, right? And oh no, my watches, right? It's a 4x4 truck and has LEDs on all sides, right? Like a screen, like a TV screen, right? And it's just a looping video of whatever you want to say or whatever you want to do. It could even be a presentation, whatever, regarding the whole situation with the Uniswap. I think it'll be great. I think that'll be cool, to
that'd
do.
be cool.
So, I was thinking about that.
Put that right in front of their headquarters.
Yeah, think about it. And there's nothing they can do. They cannot remove it, right? Like they cannot stop it. So you just never know. Like it would just draw attention, a conversation. And right now, cancel Uniswap is trending. So I think that'd be great. And I know it's not expensive to do those things too. It's really not. So
I have a media campaign I think we should all do. I think it'd be pretty fun. So I actually went and bought a wireless microphone for my phone, and tonight I'm gonna go see the Highest of Stakes. And
all right,
what I want to do is after the movie, is I got the wireless mic and my phone. I'm gonna ask people basically 3 simple questions. The 3 questions I wrote down was basically I just want to ask people, Richard Hart, crypto con man or crypto king, and and record a bunch of people's responses.
Yeah,
and then maybe we can clip them up and make like a media packet. And then like I thought of a couple other questions. Is do do you want to see a part 2? Do you want to have a part 2? And then maybe ask someone or ask people what their favorite part was. And if we can all do that at all the different premieres,
that'd be cool, man.
Maybe we can put something together, like a supercut.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Evan, oh gosh, what's her last name? Maybe, whatever. Sorry, Evan. She's with the Highest of Stakes Muse storytelling team, and she's fantastic. She was just an incredibly invaluable asset last night, and then she's co-hosting with me tonight, and then she'll be hosting tomorrow for the Austin showing. And one of the things that we had talked about is, and Pat actually put a request out for reaction videos, so that's great.
What I was about to say,
well and good. And then Briz is speaking to that with the microphone thing, so making sure you have good sound on that. But what I've been saying for a while, and we've been talking about, is how as people come out of the movie, if you're a premiere host or someone like Briz that wants to engage those people and get their reactions and talk to them about it, if you have some questions, whatever you want to do to compile that information and compile that footage. And then Highest of Stakes actually has a Dropbox. So it's like if you don't feel like clipping it up yourself and you think it might be something that they could utilize, and it's got good sound quality is the primary thing, click on the Dropbox and drop it in there. But ideally, that stuff, plus if you can do it live, I'm not sure if Maddie's got an open session probably for the 48-hour live stream. How cool would it be to be like, hey, we're going to San Diego to see, what Brizology's thinking because they just came out of the movie, or, we're going to throw up to Big K in Chicago, because he went back, like I saw him last night. He's in Chicago for tonight and tomorrow's showings.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, stuff like that I think is going to be huge. And then all of that information out there, it's just going to be, a flood. It's like the whole idea is eyeballs, right? So it's like, the more content that we can create with more people already watching us is just going to amplify it.
I got a fourth question added from the chat, and it's just to make sure everything's fair and balanced. And the question is, besides Toby, which part did you hate the most?
Well, that's Ross. Ross is hilarious, bro.
Ross.
Did you have the Hexago theme song, the video, a little clip in the movie?
I left her on red 4 years ago, and it's Ross can't let it go. What a kid. If you were here, I would noogie you. I'd give you a big noogie right now, Ross. You little whippersnapper. Ross, you know what? Here's the deal. Initially, I'll be honest. Ross kind of annoyed me at first. Him and Children of the Grave went after me relentlessly. And I'm like, what the fuck? Come on, man. It's like, yeah, it's like my real name is Toby, right? So it's like, that's not an easy name to grow up with anyhow. And then it's like, all of a sudden I'm having flashbacks from my youth of being bullied about stuff. I'm like, this sucks. This kind of sucks. It's like, I'm just trying to be a nice guy and help out. And these guys are just tearing into me for what? And then I kind of got more of the humor, and they're both hilarious. You know what I mean? So, when you have a dedicated troll, like my dear friend Ross, I feel like in a weird way I've arrived as a Hexican, So, kudos to Ross. Hopefully we can meet someday, dude. But
did you guys notice on the deck screener they actually added animal leagues?
I don't know if it's accurate, but yeah.
Oh wait, on deck screener?
Yeah. On the right side you'll see it.
Oh, okay.
Only on the PulseChain assets. I went to the same coins but on Ethereum, and it wasn't showing the sticky leagues, but it shows
people
it
are showing love to PulseChain, man. They're showing love to PulseChain.
Well, deck screeners stand true, it sounds like, so that's good. I wish TradingView would get it together though, because it's like you can actually do some TradingView charting. I mean, that's what it is. It's a widget within a deck screener, but it's not got full functionality. And it's like, if people use TradingView or like TradingView, at them on Twitter. If you have a subscription to TradingView, you can hit the support contact button and make a case. Me and many other people I know have been asking them repeatedly, when are you going to list all these Pulse tokens? When are these going to be available for people that want to chart them? Because that kind of stuff is, I've gotten a huge amount of traction from just my daily TA updates, but I can only do full updates on HEX. So to be able to do it for Pulse and PulseX, and it's like I'm looking at those things, but it's just like they're not ready for prime time, because I just don't have all my indicators, and you have to start your drawings over from scratch every time. It's a pain in the butt. But I'm telling you, it's like there's some alpha there that people are missing out on that I just don't have the time to discern to people. But if TradingView got their act together, bro. I'd be putting out charts every day on all of it. And it's like, dude, I called the dip the other day and I couldn't buy it. I was on vacation. I didn't have my treasures. It's like the biggest dip call I think I've ever made. I'm like, because I literally was like, I'm like, I think we're at the bottom right now. You know, it's like, I'm going to go ahead and call it. It was like 45 minutes. We were back up like 50%. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, man. There's a lot of support there, man. The volume was just insane.
Oh yeah, right. And I mean, it was a decent volume. It was a big move, but it's like, and if you look at it too, it's like we've retraced. I mean, not to go down I know Maddie's likes to stay more on like not technical analysis as much. He gives me a little attitude with it, but he's got other ideas. For
He's
stuff.
pitching your leg right now. Like, shut
up. Bring in the traders.
Yeah, no. Okay, I always got.
I will teach them how to lock up their coins.
There it is.
Hey, that's the trick. We're baiting them, Maddie.
That's the thing. It's like it's the soft shell, right? It's like because degens are going to degen. So I got a lot of people that are degens that are following along with that trading stuff. But it's like if they're following me, they're also learning about the value of holding and staking, and and the PulseChain ecosystem in general and how to navigate it. And then also to not freak out. Like if you're a new trader, dude, how do you get wrecked? You freak out. You freak out to the upside. You sell too soon. You freak out to the downside and dump when you shouldn't. It starts to retrace and you chase it. I mean, you do all the bad
and
things.
you buy the top.
Yep, and sell the bottom.
Yeah, once I saw the whole SEC situation once again, right? This time around, I looked at it. I looked at the mood on Twitter.
Yep.
And I saw the little, the dip that happened. I was like, nah, I'm not worried. I'm not, nope. Because the first one was way worse. People freaked the fuck out. Everybody was, going crazy, all that stuff. This time around, people were like, oh, okay. Like we kind of expected this. Like, okay.
Hey, did you see the BitBoy thing where he was talking about that little bag they have? It's like meme coins and they've got some HEX in there and whatever.
Yes.
Like a few days ago. And he was talking about how like the move might be to sell the HEX and try to buy it lower.
Buy it lower, yeah.
And then he literally, and I for whatever reason, I've been busy, whatever, I don't know. I just didn't think about it. Was they brought up a good correlation, which like it would be interesting to look at the XRP chart. Well, what happened when they got their SEC letter, right?
They did
so
about
he calls
70%,
off screen like, hey, Jamie,
exploded.
or whatever his like sidekick is, and has them look at it, and they say it's December 2020. December 28th of 2020 is when they got their letter, and when did it bottom? So he's basically saying like it crashed after that, but they didn't give details on really kind of what happened. So I got curious, but he kind of ran with it like there might be an opportunity there to sell now and maybe get it cheaper. And this is right.
It crashed twice, 70 and then I think another 75.
Yeah,
and then it exploded.
But check this out. I mean, and please prove me wrong, because it's like I don't want to be spouting off if like I don't have this right. The letter came December 28th of 2020. January 1st of 2021, they hit a low. I believe it was around 21 cents. Then it jumped up about 40% to 20 or 30% up to 28 cents. Then from January 1st to January 19th, when Coinbase delisted them, which you think would be a new lower low, it was not. When Coinbase delisted them,
People want to grab as much as they can.
Yeah, it went back down to like 22, 23 cents, but it never was as low as 3 to 4 days after the SEC letter.
Yep.
So that's my thing. Like, hey, BitBoy, if you're listening, you're taking a chance there, bro. If you're thinking that you can sell now and get it back significantly lower, it's like, I think that's as low as it's going to get. Are we going to chop? Is it going to be, some ups and downs along the way? But the biggest, baddest news has happened.
Yeah.
It's like we don't, what Uniswap delisted it.
And you notice nobody cared.
That's not
MetaMask,
a thing.
nobody cared.
Nobody cares.
Like,
Nobody
we didn't
cares.
get scared.
And also people don't understand 1 inch is not illegal in the US.
Insert that Jurassic Park meme. See, nobody cares. Nobody cares.
One thing that was
like
interesting was
1 inch is not illegal in the US. It's like I talked to the CEO of Token Tax, and he's the one that turned me on to it, because he's like, all the data that pulls over from Matcha, it's like it's garbage. It comes in as sends and withdraws, and you got to match every single trade up. So it's a nightmare. He goes, just use 1 inch. I'm like, I can't use 1 inch. I'm in the US. He goes, sure you can. I'm like, I thought it was illegal. He goes, it's not illegal. It's against their terms of service. He goes, but they haven't like exercised that on anyone. And he goes, if you're concerned about it, just use a VPN. He goes, it's not illegal.
Matcha still works. There's a lot of things that still work.
Yeah. So I mean, there's a lot of opportunity. I mean, of course, do your due diligence, do your research. Don't do sketchy exchanges. But I mean, there's so many different opportunities out there.
And Change Now support us, and they tweeted that they got our back, so that was awesome of them.
But the big point of it is like what I mean, think about what's the
OKX,
next what's the next black swan for us, for Richard.
He buys. Gucci again. He starts Gucci again.
You want to go there?
Yeah, let's go there.
Crashes his car.
I mean, we could do imaginary horribles and say the SEC wins, but I think that's
but that's something that's going to happen
possible.
like down the road. You know what I mean? If they could continue to pursue it, you know.
I'm just saying, like between now and whenever this is resolved, what is a situation that could get us to a lower low? Like if we're not going to follow the path of XRP,
literally anything. A red candle could lead to a red candle, like
Bank
YouTube,
X, like screw ya.
like, you know, YouTube could start censoring people. I don't think they will. I'm just like, you're asking like what would make a new low? Lots of things. But what would make a new high? A green candle turning into another green candle. Right.
Yeah.
You know, like
I think it's the biggest fear.
The gatekeeping ending, like Coinbase listing us. Like again, I don't think that's likely, but I also don't think YouTube censoring us is super likely at this point. So it's you know, it's all a game of probabilities. Some OGs have said that this is a game of attrition. And if you haven't dropped out yet, then I have faith in you.
Yeah, absolutely. But my only scare, and this is my only scare, right? And I noticed when some people was typing, you know, ETHHEX.com, whatever it was, Twitter kept blocking these certain things from people tweeting.
Right.
So my biggest fear, and there's only one, is if Twitter just like blocks the word hex or restricts Richard Hart for some reason or something. Bro. That's the only thing, right?
Yeah,
it will be like the Black Swan event because it'll be hard to see what's happening or people communicating. We would have to figure out another way of doing it.
Yeah.
Not like that will stop us, but that will be like a little breaks. And
I mean, that's kind of a little bit of centralization there, isn't it? Like the majority of our communication as a community is on one platform.
Oh, we got to fork Twitter. Let's just do it.
But we've got YouTube, and you know, there's guys like Matty that are out there doing it regularly. But as far as the community engaging easily with one another, you know, Twitter is a focal point. But I mean, I only see Twitter getting better. And I mean, honestly, it's like I see at some point some acknowledgement from Elon Musk about Richard. I mean, especially with freedom of speech.
Well, listen, their first logo was exactly PulseX, like right on the dot.
No
the first
doubt,
logo.
Dude. Yeah,
it's literally PulseX with a number 1 next to it. It's like, bro, you copy that. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. So I just want to let you guys know, I just checked something because I was thinking about this earlier, but like I just never thought about it. ETHHEX.com, when you try and post that link on Twitter, it's blocked. But has anyone tried posting hex.com in the last day or two?
Yeah, I post it all the time. I haven't had a problem.
No, I'm talking about the last day or two. Since they blocked ETHHEX. I just tried it. Hex.com, you can post it.
Cool.
So.
Okay, here, everybody watching the stream now, hop on Twitter and just post hex.com.
Let's get it trending.
Yeah, mine went.
Mine went too.
Yeah.
So.
Hey, do you know what? I got super pissy for a minute because I was trying to post the link to the screenings, right? So it's highestofstakes.com/screenings. I thought it was other words that I had in the tweet. I mean, I was modifying that thing until I was about ready to pull what hair I have left out of my dome. And then what I realized was it didn't like the /screenings. If I just did the highestofstakes.com, it was fine. It went right through. So I don't know, man. There's some weird stuff with websites. I mean, maybe if it's, I mean, Maddie would probably know better than I for sure, as far as like back end stuff, where maybe there's something about permissions on a URL or something that might be sus. So they block it from me being able to tweet it.
Hey Maddie, so I'm in a few minutes. I'm gonna have to start going because I have to get ready for the movie for tonight. I'm gonna be helping Cordy, mini stream and speak to people and get people together and all that stuff.
I got Corey hooked up as a premiere host. Give him my best. He's killing it.
So I'm gonna help him out. He wanted to help and stuff. But
that's awesome.
You want like a little conspiracy theory, guys? So
yes,
the new Twitter logo, right, for Elon. You take a mirror or you flip it, it's a Freemason symbol. Ooh.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
I'm sorry.
Like
what is it again?
It's the Freemason.
Part of the compass.
The compass is exactly it.
Really?
You take it, you flip it over. Yep. Mirror it.
That's clever.
It is peculiar.
If you flip over the new Twitter logo.
It's a what?
It's a what?
It's you know the Freemasons.
The compass.
The compass of it.
Yeah. Oh, I got it.
If you literally flip it together, it's exactly like it.
Kinda.
Trust me, if you do mirror it and make a copy, it's exactly like it. It's kind of crazy.
I don't know. I'll look into that. I like a good conspiracy theory, but I'm a little I don't know. We'll reserve
But,
judgment on that one.
But yeah, man, guys, gentlemen, this is fun. It's always great to see you guys. It's always great to see the community come together. What a freaking journey, right? Like it's wow. Like I told my wife too. I'm like, hey babe, I want to be streaming. You know, I'm gonna go on and talk to Maddie, these guys, stuff like that. She's like, you're doing those things again? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I miss it, man. Like it's it's just it's cool, man. I miss these things. I think we should start streaming more than ever again. I just love back then where we were arguing with each other, like, yo, dude, you just overwritten my time for streaming. Like, push your thing back, like that's how much things we had, and I miss that. I think I would love to see the community get back together and do it. Not just the old people. I think just seeing new people, new content, new anything, I think would be great. So keep it up there, guys. I think the way the community responded the past 3 days was phenomenal. We came together more than ever. We showed Richard Hart love, Hex love, each other love. Wow, right? Like it goes show you that how strong we are. And man, fuck, man, I'm proud to be a Hex again, man.
You're one of my favorites and have been forever. And me and you've had beef before. We've had misunderstandings and
always,
worked
man.
it out. It's like family. So
it's Twitter, bro.
I appreciate you. Get some good
man.
footage out there in New York, man. I want to hear
man.
I want to hear some of those good New York accents giving me some reactions to their film, or like even before they go in, like what they're anticipating or their excitement level or whatever. It'll just be cool to see people around the country, especially like Maddie. Do you have a gap of time, like you're going to go to different locations yet? Or are you kind of freestyling that part, or like once the film starts showing?
Well, we've got Johnny Chaos checking in there. Anybody who's going to be in a theater who's a streamer is welcome to reach out to me or Sticker Guy Win. And we can give you the link to join from your cell phone, and you can pass around the camera for a minute or so to each person who wants to give their anticipation of the film going into it or what their reaction was coming out of it. And you could either do that in the front of the theater, face like with your back to the screen so that you're not compromising people's privacy, and then also out wherever like the movie poster is, which is usually also in a public place. And so just reach out to us. I know that Johnny Chaos is going to be checking in from the Eastern time zone before his movie. And so that'll be, the earliest that we get. During our program here, we're going to have Buck, Fiat, and Hex Sustaining Dylan and 0x Coast up next.
Oh yeah, dude.
We've still got myself and Bristology and Toby one to finish out, and then KDP will take over for 3 hours and be having guests and going to Johnny and other people who are visiting the theaters.
But before I go, really quick, how lucky we were as a community to end up with somebody like Katie, honestly, right? How freaking smart. Doesn't matter what spaces she's on, who she's talking to, who she's debating. Like, she knows her shit. Like, incredible. And not only her, we have tons of people, right? Yeah, Bug, Dylan, all these guys making their own products, and just everybody all around, just all the people we just met in the past 2 or 3 years. Incredible, guys. Just let's keep it up. Let's keep on doing this. And I'm proud to be a Hex again, man. Let's go.
Yeah. Thanks, Marco.
Take care, man. Have fun. I'm looking forward to your feedback after you see it. I want to.
Oh man, you know me. I'm probably gonna be crying.
Laughed, cried, spent $13.50. Right?
Yeah. Guys, pleasure. Maddie, I would like to do, if you can, let's do a recap. Right? Like maybe like in a week or so from this. Get people inputs. Right? Hey, how did you feel about the film? How did you do this? From then to now, what do you think changed? Stuff like that. I think that'd be a cool stream to have. So.
Sounds great.
Book
Yeah.
report.
Yeah.
Movie report.
All right, guys. Well, love yous. Chat. Stay humble. Keep pushing the word out. Get those clips of Richard Hart. Post it on Twitter. Your favorite moments of Richard. I think hexsearch.io. Let's do it, man. Right now it's our time. This is like, we wanted this, right? We wanted people just to notice us, right? We wanted people to notice Richard. We wanted people to. We kind of didn't want it to happen this way, but it happened, right? So let's get out there. Let's rock out, man.
All right.
See you, buddy.
Love
Take
you.
care now.
Latest.
We've got 409 people watching right now, thousands on the replay. Hit the like and subscribe button and stick around. I liked Marco's stay humble.
Stay
like
humble.
that's the sequel to the highest of stakes, is the most humble of Richards.
Hey,
The
Maddie, I'm
most
going to send you
humble of
something.
founders.
It's 12 seconds, but I think you should play it. I gotta find you. Why are you not here?
Are you sure it's not 14 seconds?
It's maybe 13, but it's definitely not 14.
As long as it's not 15 or longer.
All right, I sent it to you on Telegram. But yeah, it's like this is my first time to Austin, so I've never been here before. So I think I might have been in Texas once, maybe Galveston or something, when I was like a fetus. Does that count? I don't know. And then Sticker Guy, man, I want to talk to you. He's one of my favorites. So he's behind the scenes, kicking ass per usual, helping Maddie out. So props to Sticker Guy for doing all this. Briz, where are you seeing?
Did you guys know that last minute I booked not only Sticker Guy with proof of beard, but also Tom Gillespie.
Nice.
So you guys are gonna get a Tom Gillespie and Sticker Guy stream
way.
very early in the
Nice.
morning.
I like Tom. I think Tom is underrated in the
that's
HEX
gonna
community.
be great.
I'm gonna be viewing the movie in Corona, California.
Right on. Cool.
That should be fun. I'm gonna go down there and see some of my favorite Hexicans. You know, I got Crypto Vince down there and Crypto Gammy and stuff. So it's gonna be a lot of fun.
There are times I make myself laugh, and sometimes I share those things. So this was me earlier today. All right. Arrived in Austin, walking outside for the first time. Oh, God. It's hot. It's hot. All right. Arrived in Austin. Yeah. It was so hot, dude. I came out of that airport and it was like I walked into an oven.
It's bad.
Brutal.
Air blower, huh?
Not good.
Like a
I
hair
evaporated when I walked to lunch.
We had to capture him like, in like a sheet of cellophane and like condense him back down. It's like, Maddie, no.
Yeah. Somebody's asking, when Gerardo? Well, if you want a Gerardo, you need to mint him yourself by messaging him, because I already did, and I would love to have him on. How about that?
There you go. Go get him. Make it happen.
Great. Yeah. And in addition to like running this whole conference, I've been preparing my seed words to release them into the wild so that people can practice undoing a hack using Time Pays Me. And I thought it would be ready by now, but I think I'll release that later today and then talk about it in my talk tomorrow afternoon. We're going to be having the developer, one of the two developers of Time Pays Me, will be joining me for the conference. And you may know him as the developer of hexsearch.io.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, really excited for that.
One of my favorite websites.
Awesome. Well, great. It's been awesome having you guys on with me. We stream regularly on Tuesday nights, and I hope that people will come back around and check us out next time we're up. Shout out to everybody who's here live in Austin. It's already been a really awesome time meeting up and hanging out with everybody. Thanks to Fashion Coder and Frank for planning lunch, and everybody else who's been helping out.
Hey, I got to add something. Evan wanted me to share. Maddie and I talked about it earlier. Don't go super early to the theater, because basically the premiere hosts have some things to set up to make it kind of more of an experience when you first get there. So, you know, if you want to go, it's like, you know, and have a meetup or do whatever prior to, but, you know, maybe wait until closer to showtime to actually come to the theater. So all those things can be ready, because then you'll get more of the
But if you're going from the hotel,
yes,
don't wait too long, because the valet only has like 3 spots to bring cars up. And so there's probably going to be a wait for that. So
yep,
make sure to I don't know.
I'm going to scope it out. I'm going to be over there with Evan setting up. So I'll see if maybe there's a cool place to hang out like nearby. And
Awesome.
I'll tweet it out or I'll get it to Maddie and he can make sure you guys know about it.
We're making all of our announcements about the meetup at t.me/hex meetup. Great. Well, Bristology, Toby1, where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitter. Look me up, Bristology. I'm over there.
And then I'm primarily on Twitter. I mean, I'm on with you guys on Tuesday nights on Game Theory Game, of course, and then at Toby1_Hexobi on Twitter. And I most famously lately, I guess, do daily TA updates just for EHEX for the time being until TradingView gets on board with things. But and then I'm a producer on The Highest of Stakes. So, please go check out the film, share it with your family and friends. And then did you guys talk about the international? Like, that it's in 12 markets in the UK, right?
That's great. Yeah. Wow.
So we got 12
impressive.
12 markets in the UK. And then we're actually working on some other European countries now, maybe beyond that as well. Not sure exactly where or when, but you'll hear about more of those updates as time goes on. So really appreciate the support for everyone coming out to the movie. If you're in Austin, I'm going to do a random drawing tonight at the theater, and one person there will get a box set care of me.
Wow.
So come on down, say hi. Maddie and I will be there. Aubrey DeGray will be seeing the movie. Is that right, Maddie?
Yeah,
awesome.
He's gone.
I'm stoked. But thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
See you guys.
And, here we've got our next panel. We've got Stoic from 0x Coast, Hex's Danny Dillon, and Buck Fiat. Welcome.
Thanks for having us, Maddie.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, we're excited to hear your guys' panel. You're both builders and great speakers in the ecosystem. So looking forward to you guys having your freestyle panel here for 1 hour. Thanks, guys. Go.
Thanks, Maddie.
All right.
What's up, guys? What do we want to talk about?
Well, I want to congratulate you, first of all. I think congratulations are in order.
Thank you, kind sir.
I heard there was a couple of transactions that went through Coast today. Was that?
Yep. We launched this morning at about a little after 12, I think it was, Eastern. Technically, the contract's been deployed since last Friday. We've been testing it. But we've got real transactions going through now. We've got about 230 users today. Back when we were doing Prime Trust stuff, we were onboarding about 40 users a day. So we 5x that in our first day, which is nice. We've got about 1,800 users still going through KYC as well. So it's looking promising. We've got about 2,000 users who are sort of in the process of getting onboarded. So that's where we're at. And I think we just eclipsed, I think there's 130,000 of CST minted on chain, and pools being created. So, things are coming along.
Yeah, outstanding. So for those of you guys that maybe don't know what Coast is up to, I assume most of you guys do, but they're doing PulseChain's first native stablecoin. This is sort of in the kind of credit risk style coin, similar to USDC or USDT. Something that I think we really desperately need, given what's been going on lately, to have the ability to de-risk, but also to kind of have our own native stable coins as well. Have I misrepresented anything that you guys are doing there in that statement?
Yeah, the only sort of caveat I would put on that is that, rather than being like USDT and USDC in the sense that those organizations have somewhat mysterious disclosures around what their collateral is and what their reserves are, we're one-to-one fiat backed. That's fiat with an F, not a PH. One of the nice things that we'll be able to
important distinction there.
Yeah, exactly. One of the nice things that we'll be having in our next rollout, which should be on September 1st, is we'll have a full analytics dashboard that'll allow you to see the live reserves of the reserve account and cross-reference that with the circulating supply of CST, less the sort of float that exists within the contract. And so at any given time, you'll be able to see. I think the last time I checked it, we were off by about 15 cents. So, some small issue there, but hopefully it's not a problem long term. So that's the only difference that I would sort of quote right now. If you wanted to think of a corollary between us and other stablecoin issuers on Ethereum, we're more like a TUSD than we are like a USDC, for example.
Right. Understood. So where is your risk then in credit terms? If it's not this entity so much, it's what exactly?
So, I mean, the risk to us and to our banking partner really exists in the movement of funds between a user's bank account, credit card, et cetera, and their digital account. So luckily, like very little of the risk is on the user. It's mostly on us to make determinations about the fraud detection that we want to do and how quickly we want to release funds. And right now we're being incredibly risk averse because, we have, a banking partner who's taken us on short notice, and they're very positive about everything we're doing, but we also don't want to have a high incidence of fraud in our first month of operating with them, because that could see this all end before it's really gotten going. So the intention there is to have a high threshold for people to be able to do ACH payments in the short term. Wires are going through in about 12 to 30 minutes, which is nice. So people are actually getting on chain faster with a wire than they could by doing a bank transfer. But that's really where the risk is. We want to make sure that people are getting money into their digital account and that it's real users, because there's a very high risk of fraud in this industry. And we had to reject a lot of transactions in our beta because people's identities were being stolen left, right, and center. And in fact, we were planning to launch with credit and debit cards available for users as well, but those got turned off on us at 11 a.m. yesterday, about 2 hours before we were going to go live, because the merchant who was processing those credit and debit cards for our banking partner said that they had too high of a risk of fraud and there were too many fraudulent transactions going through their system. So they shut down services to all of Fortress's users, which happened to be us, 2 hours before we started this thing. So, a lot of fraud in the industry generally. And when you're interacting with TradFi, you have to be really careful. And, we would love to be able to have instant buys where people can move money on chain straight away, but we also don't want 75-year-old ladies in Minnesota to have their identity stolen and to lose $2,500 every time it happens. So, that's sort of a brief summary of where we've gotten to in the last couple of days and why things are set up the way they are, I suppose.
Yeah, fantastic. So that's I'll spare the audience kind of deeper probing on these things, but I find them very interesting. But it's really nice that you guys have gotten there. I know this is a big project, and it's an important one for the community. I don't know when USDT or DAI or USDC are coming natively to PulseChain, which means we're perpetually running that bridge risk with those stable coins. So stable coins all have their own risks, I would say, and it's nice to have variety. Currently when you use the wrapped in versions, you're exposed to that bridge risk. So if things go really pear-shaped with the bridge, then it turns out you're not actually hedged, right? That's always a risk. Whereas with this coin that you've got here, the risks are really around. It sounds like hopefully there's no massive fraud going on with your partner.
Exactly.
That would be kind of one type of risk.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I don't think we need to go into too many details about the bank unless you really want to. But I might just explain a little bit about how the risk in this particular instance with Fortress is different than the Prime Trust risk. So
that's good.
So with Prime Trust, the reason there was an issue there was because they were storing or they were custodying crypto assets as well as fiat assets, right? And basically what happened was they were paying off their crypto holders in the form of fiat from their fiat holders. And luckily, that's not something that's probably likely to happen in the case of Fortress, particularly because we're not providing a custody service, right? So users of Coast are not going to have a whole bunch of their coins, ostensibly held with us, but actually on Fortress's private key interacted through BitGo's RPCs, right? That sort of structure is just not possible. And so you do have custodial risk in the sense of your fiat is held in a trust account or a series of trust accounts, but there should not be the risk that those funds are going to be taken and spent to pay out a whole bunch of other customers in some other realm, because as the trustee, Fortress Trust isn't actually able to deposit and withdraw from that account. Because we're a tech layer, the only users who are able to do that are actually end users via the API. And so that should protect everybody.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yep.
See, that sounds like a wonderful structure. So I'm really happy that you guys are now here. I see somebody's already created a pool for it while I was asleep on PHUX, which is very cool to see. I've already sent the contract details off to the boys as well. And it'll be on Fatty probably today, if it's not already. And I just think the stablecoin guys in particular are so important to us maturing as a chain. This is a very big step for us. There's a lot of people that would like to see PulseChain fail. Having our own native stable coins like this are a really nice way to be resilient. We don't necessarily have to suck the MakerDAO dick or whatever, or worry about any of those things. So it's really amazing that you guys have done this for PulseChain, and I'm definitely gonna use this token personally when I feel like de-risking Dylan. When I get bearish,
right on.
But I never get bearish. I'm a perm bull. But
do you think now is the time perhaps to go risk on a little bit? I mean, prices are depressed.
I'm actually going to refrain from making any sort of speculative statements going forward because of fiat and fame. It's occurred to me that other people may try to copy trade things or do something.
Open up leverage positions, yeah.
So I just don't want to be blamed for that. But I do feel like the markets in general are probably at an interesting inflection point that I don't mind buying here in 2023 after having a terrible 2022, just in general. But that's not speaking about anything in particular on PulseChain. What about you, Dylan?
We get a lot of advice from our securities attorney, and most of it is don't talk about price, particularly about the price of the things that you might have created. So it's fairly simple for us.
Yeah. And I didn't make HEX, but I did buy a lot of HEX on the dip. I still have stables. If things get really, really bad, other than what they did the other day, I'll buy more, right? And then after I deploy that, it's hold it until it turns into something, or it go back to work kind of thing at this point. But yeah, I'm pretty excited about the outlook of the chain now. I think that PulseChain at its low was worth about $600 million, right? Which that's pretty cheap. I don't think that this community is only worth $600 million, as an L1. Just generally speaking, we have a fervent community after us. We got the most engagement we've ever gotten in the past couple of days. The SEC tweet, that had the highest engagement. All of the Telegram chats are growing extremely fast now. A sharp V correction in the amount of users in the Telegram chats. We have this movie coming out, which is kind of like a cherry on top. I didn't think that we would get a whole bunch of outbound messaging with this movie, but it just so happens that this news came out, and now we have this cool movie that everyone can go like, oh well, let me actually find out how bad this shit really is, and how cultish it may be, or whatever their preconceptions are, and maybe a couple people will go watch the movie and be like, wow, these guys are really off the rocker, or oh wow, maybe there's a little bit of merit here, and maybe they're a little crash or hard to crash. Yeah, sorry. The trailer park crash. Yes.
Yes.
But anyways, yeah, yeah, and maybe they learn to appreciate the actual messaging behind the outrage marketing facade that we have presented. But yeah, no, I think that the great valuation that we had a couple days ago is awesome, right? And a lot of people removed their liquidity in that drop down, and then they literally just left. Okay, now that kind of leaves a lot of upside volatility because the liquidity pools are smaller now, and it doesn't take much to move the prices anymore. Like we had $300 million of liquidity, and now I think we barely have over $100 million in liquidity on PulseX V1, right? So definitely there was an exodus. You could see that on the bridge outflows. I think $40 million left, and so the liquidity pools are thin. They are very volatile. So the upside volatility as like a knee-jerk reaction is very possible, and we saw that the other day. Somebody bought with $3 million, and I think in like 5 transactions total, right? So he was being an idiot, kind of, aping in whatever he wants, okay, or she, and the price went up, 30%. So it doesn't take much to move Pulse, and you move Pulse, you move the entire ecosystem. So I'm pretty excited. I have my position ready, and I'm ready to go. So
Stoic, there was a couple questions sort of asking about geographic availability. I don't know if you already answered that. It's early in the morning here, but where is it available geographically at the moment?
Yeah, technically it's available in 168 countries, mostly that aren't on any sort of sanction lists. But North Korean. Yeah, exactly. So that's the approval that we've gotten from Fortress, where we can accept customers. It's now just a question of us turning it on in the front end for, I think, probably on September 1st. We're going to work on a sort of phase 2 launch for September 1st, which should include debit and credit cards and potentially some relaxed security rules on ACH. And then we'll at the same time add mostly English-speaking markets. So Singapore, Ireland, New Zealand at a minimum, maybe half a dozen others, particularly in the Caribbean and places like that.
What's available right now, like the US besides New York? Europe?
Yeah, pardon me. US except for New York and Texas, unfortunately. Texas, we were expecting an MTL to come through for Fortress in July, and it has not. So we're still waiting on that. That's still pending. We've sort of got a relatively good timeline on that. It should be in the next couple of months. New York, we don't have any timeline on. It's just too difficult, frankly, for small players to do this. There is the potential that we could do a partnership with BitGo to incorporate New York, but right now it's prohibitively expensive. It would be like the equivalent of paying $10,000 per user to onboard users in New York, and we're just not in a position to do that right now. Maybe someday soon, but no. So it's also available in Canada and the UK and Australia. We've had onboards from all those places so far. We've got real users in those places. The KYC is working as it's supposed to. A couple little issues on, people getting SINs wrong in Canada with copy and paste stuff. But other than that, it's working pretty well for people in those jurisdictions. So hopefully, you know, more English-speaking countries in September, and then it's just a matter of doing translations and getting up those multi-language support resources on the website. So yeah, I'm happy to hear from any translators who might be interested in doing some work for us.
Yeah, Dylan can do Floridian for you, if that's.
I'm fluent, yes. I just want to say, Coast or Stoic, that props to you for getting all of the MTL licenses and stuff, because I tried to do that myself one time, and it is a lot of money, sir, and it takes a lot of paperwork. So yeah, props to that.
Yeah, actually, it's interesting you mentioned that. We don't have any money transmitter licenses.
Oh, what'd you guys do?
So this is part of why we went the way we did, is because of what you're exactly describing, right? Is it's prohibitively expensive to put up those surety bonds in all of those locations. Let's ignore the fact that you have to do every single state individually except for 24 via the multi-application, right? So every state's different. You have to put up a surety bond in every place. You have to go through the application process individually with the Secretary of State in those locations. And basically what we decided was, that's too heavy of a lift for us, you know, if we're not going to be doing like a trust model where you have other integrators. So what we decided instead was to design the product in a non-custodial fashion such that we're not in the flow of funds. And so this was kind of a problem that I've had with people who have talked about this, even high up people who found tokens and things, who have always preached, you know, you have to get money transmitter licenses in order to do that. And that's not necessarily true. Like, you have to understand the regs really well, and you have to design your product around the regs and rely on some service providers. But it is possible to stay out of the flow of funds if you try really hard. And so that's what we've done. We don't have a money transmitter license, but we do have letters of opinion from attorneys in all of the jurisdictions we operate, and communication with regulators in those places on behalf of us through our attorneys, specifying, hey, here's our flow of funds. We'd like you to verify that we're not in it, and therefore that we meet the requirements of your local regulations. And so we've got communication from the FCA in the UK, and with AUSTRAC, I think it is, in Australia, ASIC as well. So, you know, we go about designing the product correctly so we're out of the flow of funds, then getting an attorney to sign off on it, then researching the regs in a local place, then contacting the regulator in that local place and having a local attorney communicate with them on our behalf. So, you know, I don't know if it's less work than getting money transmitter licenses, but it is a little bit copy and paste in a sense, because most of the regs are coming around to be fairly similar. So yeah, hopefully that gives you a bit of insight into why we did it the way we did.
Nice. Yeah, it definitely sounds like a much more capital efficient way to do this, for sure. So props to that.
Yes, certainly the amount of money that you have to put up without having to do surety bonds is an enormous benefit, right? Because you're talking about having to float surety bonds upwards of $10 million in certain jurisdictions just in the US. And to be candid, I think that's something that happened in the case of Prime Trust, where we were originally operating in Texas, and then we had to stop because Prime Trust, this was in development, this wasn't in production, but we had to stop integrating Texas because Texas increased their surety bond for an MTL by like 10x. And so Prime Trust just weren't in a position to put up that sort of capital. And, you know, we were one of Prime Trust's 180 integrators. So for us to put up that sort of capital, if they couldn't, was probably, you know, too much of a stretch. So Dylan, it sounds like you're familiar with this, but yeah, those surety bonds, if they increase on you, you know, what do? You have to come up with $900,000 in order to keep operating, and none of it is put to any good use. It just sits in an escrow account. Like, that's not much fun.
Yeah. So yes, nice on you for going around this and saving money. So props.
Yeah, that's good. I think if I can encourage people kind of throughout the community to show some solidarity with these guys, and I think it's in your own kind of benign self-interest. You don't have to, you know, put your house into this stuff or anything like that, but you know, if you're bringing, you know, a couple $100 or $20 into the community, why not show these guys some support? You don't, rather than going through the bridge. It's nice to have this as an option for us. I would encourage you guys to do the paperwork and whatever needs to be done. And it might come in handy someday. You never know. You might be very happy that you have this at your disposal. So that's just a really, really wonderful thing to have for the community. That's really good. What else should we talk about, gentlemen? There's about a half an hour left. Anything that we're remiss not to bring up?
Well, I feel incumbent on me to ask what's going on with you guys in your development process with certain tools that are expected to be released relatively soon.
I was wondering if I was if I was using these guys' stablecoin, am I going to be able to deposit that on fiat at any point in the future?
Yeah, sure. So we will definitely be looking at all high quality stable coins for fiat. We'll be looking at them for fame. Coast is already on PHUX. That's more of a process, but I would say, what you're describing to me sounds pretty good in terms of what we would like to have. And it also reduces our risk as well for these platforms. We do want to obviously have these things up to a certain size. We want to have probably kind of real clarity ourselves as well around the kind of risks involved with them. This is very likely to be part of the product suite in the future. So I'm pretty excited to see it. Everything we do is heavily involved in stable coins, just as an aside. So if you're the kind of tribalist, low IQ type that has another stable coin that you like that doesn't exist yet, or like whatever. From my perspective, I'm agnostic really. I just like to have different options when it comes to stable coins. I'm not really a maximist of stable coins. I just want to have as many as I can and for them to work smoothly. So they all have their different risks, and we're going to be dealers in pretty much all of them, Dylan. Is the reality on those platforms. So it's really good. I'd love to see millions of dollars of liquidity in the Coast token. I think that's actually like a really good thing for the community. It's maybe not so interesting for people because everybody wants to talk about getting mad gains and things like that. But if you're comfortable doing it and you've got some dollars lying around, it's maybe not such a bad idea to bring them into PulseChain on Coast and look at what yield opportunities you might have with that as well. That's an LP provider or something like that. Just getting us to this point where we're really resilient, right? I think if anything, the events of this week to me kind of point out that we're already fairly resilient, right? We had a whole bunch of existential dread, Bitcoin maxis attacking us relentlessly because they're conflicted and they want the SEC to basically take the kickball away from everybody and go home. They want to say no one else can do crypto except us because we're a commodity. Everybody else is a security. Like you see these guys highly conflicted when they cheer on the SEC, which is very disappointing in my opinion.
Yeah, they used to be libertarians and fight for freedom, but now they love to cheer on the law to take down the little guy, right?
Yeah, it seems to take a couple questions to trap them with those with what they say as well.
It's pretty funny. Yeah, I want to do a space, and I pointed out the kind of conflict of interest, and I said, look, I've got a conflict in that I'm heavily involved in PulseChain. You guys are here as Bitcoin maxis. And they're like, no, we're not conflicted. No, we're totally pure, all this stuff. But it's something we have to deal with. But the point is, it's been 48 hours. Price, kind of took a nosedive for the time being, and then everybody kind of looked around, dusted themselves off, and we're back more or less to where we were, a little bit lower, which is probably about right. Okay, so we've discounted the chain a little bit for that risk, but the reality is there's a whole heap of us that are bringing useful, interesting stuff to PulseChain that is going to, and this chain's going to continue to persevere regardless of any of that stuff that you read about this week. And Coast is a great example of that, right? These guys have been working on this obviously for 2 years, and it's a hell of a task, and but there's about 2 or 3 dozen other guys just like them out there doing interesting stuff that's going to kind of really make PulseChain have real decentralization, but also just a lot of different tools that you can play with, and different things that you can do. And we as a community, I think, should really champion this. I know a lot of people want to be Richard Maxis. That's okay. You can be a Richard Maxi, but I would also say it's in your best interest as well to basically champion and support third-party development on PulseChain, because that's a real key thing to point out to regulators, that we are actually more than just a Richard Hart story. We're a whole bunch of people doing interesting stuff. Someone asked me, Buck, do I have any message to Erica Wall? I've already given him the message, but I want to keep giving him the message, and he agrees with the message, by the way. The message is basically, it's really easy to kick us while we're down right now, but ultimately you don't want to be cheering on regulators who I don't think necessarily understand crypto, and who have crypto's best interest at heart. They may be using kind of Richard's outrage phase as a really cheap political kind of easy, to persuade the court of public opinion against crypto, which is unfortunate. Like they've misrepresented, I think, a lot of things in their complaint about what actually happened, especially in that regard. And I think they're going to, they're not going to have any success on that part, at least. So yeah, my message to Eric is basically, we need your help right now. You should help us. You should defend us. You don't have to like HEX. You don't have to like PulseChain. You don't have to think it does anything cool or new. That's not the point. The point of PulseChain is, the point of crypto is to basically be able to do what you want to do with your money, and to have sovereignty over it. That's the whole ball game. So anybody like Uniswap or anybody else that wants to censor us needs to keep that part in mind. I think these guys know that, but they're also afraid as well, the kind of Uniswap types. But yeah, it's really disappointing to me when I see kind of conflicted maxis from Bitcoin or whatever, kind of cheering, oh yeah, go get them, big government. That's really disappointing. And I say that as a person who got into Bitcoin in 2013. I think that's really sad to see, a lot of these guys. And I think if we haven't learned anything from, like, I don't know, the Iraq war, the Afghan war, COVID, the last 2 presidential elections, it's that, there's a lot of people that have no issues making up things and lying, right? And in order to get their way, right? So, unfortunately, I think there's a lot of that going on. And when I see that happening in the community, I like to point that out. because I want to be somebody that's a force for truth. So if I see somebody arguing in bad faith, I'll point it out in this community. But I also think there's a lot of that going on in crypto Twitter right now. So yeah, that's my diatribe on that.
Yeah, just quickly on maximalism and other projects building on the chain, I do find it a little bit curious when you see Richard Hart maxis, wanting people to put money into those assets, the inks and the pulses and whatnot, but then also denigrating people who are trying to build things on the chain that provide, additional utility, thinking that if everyone just keeps their money in these things that they already own, that the chain will be successful, not recognizing that it is the other projects that are going to bring more people to the chain. An enormous number of people came to Ethereum because of Uniswap. Right? That's not going to, or blocking yourself off from independent development is not how we get more users on PulseChain. We desperately need as many projects as we can, onboarding people from different locations. We had some people in our Telegram the other day asking about the on-ramp, who I went and checked and saw that they weren't in any PulseChain groups. And eventually I'm just like, hey, dude, where are you from? Like, what's going on? He's like, I'm an Arbitrium guy. I just don't have a good on-ramp and I don't have a stable coin. And you guys were launching a stable coin, and I hadn't heard of PulseChain. I wasn't going to use it, but I couldn't find a fiat on-ramp that I liked, and I couldn't find a one-to-one backed stable coin that I liked. And I heard you guys were doing this, and it's not on my chain, but it's something I need, right? So like there's features that people require from other chains. And if they can't get those features on those chains, then for PulseChain to be feature rich, irrespective of who builds those features, is a benefit. And I just wish people recognize that a little bit more often.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly right. It's sort of the same thing that you see from the Bitcoin maxis, to be honest. Their problem is that their coin doesn't do anything other than, what it set out to do 12 years ago, 13 years ago when it started. Right. So it doesn't have these cool toys like smart contracts that make Ethereum awesome. Right. But nobody outside of Bitcoin, no one else anywhere looks at a chain and goes, man, I wish it had fewer protocols. Man, I wish it had, fewer, apps that I can use. Everybody else, the first thing they'll do is to denigrate, like guys like Eric Wall. The first thing they'll do to criticize PulseChain is they'll say it doesn't do anything useful that I can't already do elsewhere, and you don't have any good developers building on it, right? That'll literally be the first two things out of his mouth. So, I think, basically, the use case to me is really just we have this kind of parallel Ethereum where it's a lot cheaper for you to transact, and you can basically, get exposure to everything on Ethereum on PulseChain, and not pay massive gas fees. To me, that's a nice use case as a starting point, right? The second thing is, yes, we do have people building on it, and currently we're in a phase where we're kind of rejigging everything that is good on Ethereum for PulseChain, right? So this
and other chains.
Yeah, and other chains where you can't even do things like this on Ethereum, such as GMX, for example, which has to be on Arbitrum. So we're in a phase where right now we're just trying to kind of catch up to what Ethereum has in terms of kind of major applications and protocols, which is interesting because from a investment opportunity, you look at it and go, wow, okay, so this is a chance to sort of relive DeFi summer, on a new chain that's, potentially just dropped, dramatically, that may have a good buying opportunity. So it's a chance to relive DeFi summer as these things kind of come online. If those things then have good returns, and, I'll predict that some things will have very good returns. Some things will have terrible returns. Some things won't even happen, right? Some things will just be rug pulls, right? But there will be major successes in that vintage of development people will notice that and they'll go, wow, well, that's interesting. Look, let me go check out what's happening over there with this fork of liquidity, let's say, or this new NFT platform. And so they'll come over, they'll look at it, and they'll go, you know what, this thing's actually not so bad. It's just like Ethereum. I know where everything is, how it works. But I don't have to pay, $20 to make a swap, or $100 if gas fees go up. I don't have, actually, there's new interesting ways to make money, and I've got all the cool apps that I want for Ethereum right here, and I also have all the Ethereum exposure that I want right here. So I think that's pretty cool. We love Richard Hart, but this doesn't have to be this part doesn't have to be a Richard Hart story going forward. This can really be about broader decentralization. I think ultimately that stuff that I just described does push up the value of those Richard Hart tokens over time. Just as Ethereum is worth a lot more because of all the interesting, useful stuff that's been built on it, right? So shall be Pulse, right? And with Pulse going up, HEX is going to go up, and PulseX is going to go up. It's all kind of connected in liquidity and in terms of value. So I think there's a real tremendous opportunity for the community to kind of get out now as these things come online, and make sure when people try to chastise PulseChain as being an empty ghost chain, that you're not afraid to say, no, actually there's some really cool, interesting things being built for it by people that aren't even Richard. Like PHUX is a good one. Self-centered to me to bring it up, Dylan, but it's a free airdrop. It's a fork of Balancer. Balancer is obviously pretty successful on Ethereum. PHUX is now the second biggest DEX. We're approaching 100 million in volume that we've done in probably under 2 months, which is pretty good.
So, a month and a week, I think. Maybe a month and 2 weeks.
A month and 2 weeks. So you extrapolate that out. That we could be looking at $1 billion worth of volume. Over a year, especially if that rate grows at all. So that might not happen. Obviously, we had some pretty big volatility this week that kind of increased the volume a bit, and that might not be persistent. Hopefully we don't have that kind of volatility every week. But nonetheless, that's a good example, and that's now up on CoinGecko terminal. So the people that are, that do this for a living, the professionals, the R bots, these guys, they're going to be looking at this and going, well, that's actually a ton of volume. That's an interesting place we can go make money. And, so et voila, we suddenly have tons of transactions happening on our DEX now as a result of this. So the kind of R bot guys are here trying to make money. And that brings in a whole new, set of entrepreneurialism as well. When these guys see opportunity, and then people will. Yeah, go ahead, Doug.
Fun statistic that I saw the other day. There was about 130,000 transactions on PulseX, and there was about 24,000 transactions on PHUX on the same 24-hour period. So just thought, so definitely lots of R bots going on between the two exchanges, and lots of real users using this stuff. So yeah, very, very excited to see.
Are you guys finding that you're getting up towards the same sort of volume as PulseX for your stable swaps? Is that becoming comparable in terms of volume?
Yeah,
and transactions.
Yeah, if you look at the CoinGecko terminal thing, you'll see that bridge stable pool is actually like
it gets the most love.
Yeah, it's in the top 5 pools, I think. Sorry, maybe not today. But yeah, it's on that first page. In terms of pools that get used a lot. You know, and as that thing gets thicker, I would expect that it becomes used more prevalently. But yeah, it's usually in the top 10. But yeah, it's dependent on what kind of activity is happening in a given day. So yeah, I think you know, the moral there is not really so much about, you know, PHUX being a good thing. It's more about just that the fact that we have these tools means that other people are going to be looking at this thing. It means we're also more resilient. You know, nobody can say, oh well, it's a purely centralized chain. No, it's not. There's a ton of people doing different things, and we can disagree with each other, and you know, go in different directions, and still ultimately bring value to PulseChain. You know, and that's a really beautiful thing to have, and I think you know, it's going to help us really make that case as well. You know, if they want to try and shut us down, you know, we need to make the argument. No, you know, we're not shutting down. You know, we don't care what you say, you know, about Richard. You know, there's lots of people that have put a lot of work into this, and we quite like it, and we're keeping it. You know what I mean? It's our baby, right? You know, it's now more than one man. You know, and you know, obviously Richard, you know, brought us PulseChain, but you know, I think going forward, it's really about the community. And I think he'd probably say it's always been about the community, but it's really going to be about the community in terms of the decentralization and in terms of bringing interesting, useful stuff to PulseChain, which is going to give all your favorite tokens more value if people can get excited about it. So I'm super excited. You know, you guys have done what I think is one of the key building blocks with bringing us kind of the first native credit stablecoin. I know you don't like me calling it that, but you understand what I mean, as opposed to the kind of Oracle risk collateralized stablecoin, which Liquid Loans and Power City will be bringing, which is another key building block. You know, I mean, it means we start to become on par with, you know, the other L1s having these things. So it's really beautiful. You know, we need right now. What do we still need? You know, we need a borrowing and lending platform. We'll be providing that next week. We need you know, leverage trading. We'll be providing that later this month. We need an NFT platform or two. I'm sure those are coming.
Yeah, I heard the Mintra stuff is coming well. They just recently had a testnet or something like that.
Yeah, there you go. You know, we're gonna need all that different stuff brought to PulseChain, and you know, I think there's a real ignorance, I think, with a certain type of people that want to think that it should only be about talking about one or two coins. I think those people really just don't understand how economies work. You have you know, North Korea, where they don't really do much, right? You know, they you know, mine some coal or something like that, you know,
and export human slavery.
yeah, and they sell it to their neighbor, and they don't really have good negotiating terms because they don't really have other people they can export to, because everybody else in the world they're shut off from.
There's a giant neck on their, or there's a giant boot on their neck. So
yeah, exactly. There's basically the term is monopsony. Is basically what they've got. You know, that's not nearly as good as a business model as, let's say, the United States, where you've got, you know, you've got a single country where we all agree on, you know, kind of, you know, 24 amendments or however many we've got, right? You know, the Bill of Rights. We agree on a common defense, you know, military. We agree on, you know, a few federal laws, but the vast majority of it is decentralized over 50 different systems in 50 different states. And, you know, Stoic, I think you're learning about this. And it's probably a headache for you, and it is a headache, but it's also a beautiful thing because it means there has to be competition amongst the states to kind of try to make things innovative. And it means that,
and you see that with all sorts of different verticals, right? Like Connecticut with entity formation, and Nevada with trust organizations, and New York with TradFi. Like Texas is obviously trying to move into more of that blockchain space, and Florida a little bit the same. You know, that like there are regional advantages that are being created, and you know, industries will go to those places as a result of that innovation, or they'll bring their innovation there. You know, when legislators can be convinced that this is good for their voters. Sorry.
So the guys that are against that are effectively, you know, the ones that are saying no, all of America should just be like New York, right? That should just be, you know, and I think that's actually not a good strategy because, like, to be honest, New York's a special place, right? And it looks a lot different than Utah, right, or Iowa, right?
Sorry.
Yeah, go
I was
ahead.
going to say something occurred to me while you were talking then about Richard that I thought I might mention because I've been around following Richard for a very long time, and you know, I thought it might just be worth mentioning to the Richard Hart maxis, if there are any out there, that like blockchain wasn't really Richard's original sort of passion. You know, like his thing was longevity tech, right? Like I'd like to see him get back to that. I think we've got this one, and I said that on a stream maybe 4 or 5 months ago as well, right? Like we need to be able to be independent, and we need to be able to run this chain and provide services and innovate on it on our own. But we also need to be able to like let him get back to the thing that he wanted to do, right? Go create that longevity ETF. Start putting money into that research and whatever else is going on. And I think it'd, you know, maybe in a little bit of a philosophical sense, I think it would be good for him to maybe go back to his roots in that way and go do the thing that he had a passion for. I'd like to see that for him in a sense.
Yeah, he's and you know, he was an entrepreneur first and foremost. I think still is an entrepreneur first and foremost. So I think that's part of it, right? You know, he can do a lot of good just getting out, you know, the word and, you know, working with other people and other communities and things like that. I think you're right in the sense that, you know, he doesn't need to spend the rest of his life doing software development. You know, that can be done by a lot of other people who don't have his talents, right? That's for sure. You know, if he wants to do software development, awesome. You know, go for it. But you know, I think, yeah, I absolutely agree. The main thing is just to get his values and his words out to as many people as possible, and to get people to understand that, you know, we're a community that, like the kind of U.S. analogy I was given, we broadly agree on a few things as Hexicans in general. And what I think those things are a lot of the things that he's talked about in the past, which is, you know, freedom of association, freedom of speech, you know, these kind of things, not your keys, not your coins, meaning, you know, we don't like having CEXs rule us. We don't like having, yeah, exactly, self-sovereignty. You know, it's not that we don't like CEXs. It's just we don't want to have a chain that's dictated by CEXs, right? And we'll use them when we have to, when it's, you know, when it's convenient to, but we'll take our money and you know, have control of it in DeFi, right? So, you know, like Richard really stands for those sort of key DeFi values and things like that. So I think a lot of those things connect almost all of us. You know, I think another thing that connects us is people that like big returns, right? You know, I think that's something that people obviously look for. You know, so if you wanna have large returns, you need to take risk. That's sort of a law of investment. You know, so you know, so you have to be kind of in that earlier phase of things where, you know, you have the potential to explode to the upside, but also the equally potential risk of failure as well. So we're very entrepreneurial as a community. I think that's a value that comes from Richard, and we're very open-minded about ideas and things like that, which is interesting, right? Because most people are very closed-minded, right? There's a lot of people that are, kind of they're interested in hearing any pitch you want to give them, good ones, bad ones, they don't care, right? It's one of the most open-minded communities I've ever seen. We're also disagreeable, right? We don't like having people tell us what to do, right? We don't trust authority on average. We like to think for ourselves. We like to get opinions from people that who we trust, who we think share similar values, but we don't just blatantly trust authority because Richard said, or because they've got a really sweet office in Brooklyn or something like that, right? So yeah, we bring those values forward.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't remember joining this community because of one guy and being completely under what he has to say. I joined the community because of the values that he preached before HEX, even with Bitcoin, self-sovereignty, and getting away and exiting your government currencies and stuff, right? So a lot of the guys that have been around since before HEX existed, used to be Bitcoin maximalists. They had that ideology that they really wanted to follow, the libertarian, sticking it to the man kind of thing. And, I still think that a lot of the community still believes in that and kind of maybe has lost sight of that because of the rhetoric of, Richard is a god or something like that. You know what I mean? So.
Sure. But that also is an opportunity as well that we still carry these values, because I think so many other places have lost them, right? Because it's convenient, because they're trying to raise money from, Silicon Valley venture capital or, pension funds.
So tempting to take VC money, isn't it? So
yeah,
it's very
just look at Twitter the
yeah.
past couple of days. All of the guys that are in bed with any sort of politics or chasing clout for that reason. Look at what they're doing. Look at who they are. Look at what they're preaching. Right? Bitboy and Wendy O. They're preaching for the idea of the SEC, overstepping their boundaries and things like this. Whereas, everybody else, they're like, yeah, fuck these guys. They're shit. Blah blah blah. And it's ridiculous. This is not why we're here.
Captured. Yeah, they've been captured. That's exactly right.
We had an interesting moment with a guy in Telegram yesterday or the day before asking us if we were going to change our discount model from locking our previous token to a subscription model. And I was a little bit surprised by that as a question. I was like, no, that's not something we plan to. We've never mentioned it. I'm not sure why you're here talking about it, frankly. And his response was, well, because someone did what you guys are doing now, and then they decided to switch over to, you could get discounts on your on-ramping, but you had to be part of a subscription model. And I'm like, that sounds like the influence of VC money to me. That sounds like why you would make a decision like that. Yeah, we'll take that VC money, but they're going to want you to put all your users on a subscription. And, I hope we get to avoid things like that in the future by not, yeah, exactly, Dylan, not taking that cash when it's offered, if it's offered. Hey, and if it's offered, hopefully I make the same comment that I'm making now, right?
Well, I think that's the end of our hour, just about. I don't know if here he is. Here's the man.
The man himself.
Yeah, thanks so much for the informative talk. I really appreciate all that you guys do for the community. On your way out, can you tell people where to find you?
Sure. You can find Buck and I in our telegrams. You can start at t.me/fiat crypto, and then you can branch out from there. You can follow me on Twitter at @bb_trippin without a G. Ask away if you need my DM. It's in Buck's username down there. Yeah,
For me, if you have any questions for me, make sure to DM Dylan instead.
Yes, DM me. But yes, other than that, thank you, Maddie, for having us.
Thanks, guys. We'll catch you later. All right. Well, now we've got KDP and Ben Cage up next. Thank you guys so much for coming on.
Hello, Maddie.
Thanks for having us.
I have to compliment both of you because you're both such good public speakers. And I know, Katie, I listened to your Twitter space the other day. It was one of the best that I've ever heard. And so thanks for doing that.
Awesome. Thank you, Maddie. And thank you for everything that you do. Hey, Ben.
I'll let you guys take it away. Thanks.
Okay, well, damn. Well, I mean, first thing I want to do is acknowledge the premiere that I was lucky enough to go to recently in Miami, which was phenomenal. Have you met many of the folks that I guess are in our space in person? I'm sure you have a lot more than I, but just curious, being across the other side of the world and all.
T-Bird is the only Hexagon that I've actually had the privilege to meet in person yet. I'm hoping to meet a bunch of them soon, but yeah, unfortunately, just one.
It was
a little
super
jealous.
Fun. It was great, honestly. Like I ended up the night before meeting up with Walrus and RG3, and we went out till maybe a little bit later than we probably should have. So I was absolutely destroyed the next day, really showing my age there. But it was still fun. I mean, we had a real great time, and it was interesting to hear like a lot of the just positive, like atmosphere, despite all this craziness with the SEC and all that stuff. That I think with any other community, it probably would have taken a bigger hit than it did. Yeah. But I think yeah, it was great, and we really are, and it's easy to say, but being a part of such a positive community is very, very showing when everyone's in one space, and you're getting to kind of interact in person too.
Yeah, I think the SEC brings us together more than anything, right? Like most communities, it would divide them and kind of come crashing down. But our community, just everything else gets pushed aside, and it's everybody come together. So
absolutely. And I think it's so and a lot of people are asking me, in terms of all of this craziness that's happening, how certainly in my network, how the traditional finance folks are reacting to it. I'm like, well, if the news is kind of 2 minutes old, they're not really reacting to it yet. I mean, just the fact that HEX and Pulse and Richard Hart are now mentioned in the same breath, in some of the more mainstream generalized media as, a Coinbase, as a Binance, it's great. I mean, look, there's always a silver lining or a double-edged sword when it comes to somewhat negative coverage, but I think it's teeing up pretty nicely to get on, in front of a lot of new eyeballs, and hopefully, have such a strong community, kind of flip the script a little bit and turn this into a, we are not just fighting this as an ecosystem. We're waving the banner for crypto and freedom and all of those kind of cool buzzwords that we can hang on to and represent.
Yeah, I mean, there is one great thing though with the SEC. The letter doesn't say scam or Ponzi scheme, so
no, it doesn't. It still didn't stop all of the mainstream media from mentioning it though, but. Yeah, no, it's so true though. And it's, I would say like in any other situation, being tarred with that brush would kind of be a death stroke to a lot of entities, not just cryptos, but anything. But I think that even just seeing the documentary last night where it was like, okay, I was expecting, and I'm not going to give too much away if no one's seen it, but I was expecting a little bit more, or a lot of bit more cringeworthiness, right? It's like, oh no, this could go one of two ways. We have all this news coming out, and then we've got a guy twerking on stage, dressed like a cartoon character, talking about how big his dick is, right? But they did it in such a good way. I think that it almost like the same stuff that we were kind of, looking through. We were finding the substance amongst all of this outrage marketing. I think they did a really good job of having him kind of shine in those moments as well. So it's like, yeah, this guy is has a bit of a crazy kind of persona, but I kind of can't help but respect what he's saying. I'm going to be very interested to hear kind of like the general reaction to some of that stuff too, and how that is maybe shaping some of the viewpoints with the SEC. Because on paper, it's like, oh, damn, this guy's being sued for fraud and he's dressed like Willy Wonka. This can only really go in one direction, but I really don't think that's going to happen. I think that this is really kind of helping be in somewhat of an unbiased approach to him and crypto as a whole. But kind of fuels that narrative for us to really kind of wave that banner and fight the good fight on behalf of all crypto, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. But I mean,
I
like,
think there may be a bit of
every great film needs a star. Like, you can't have a great film if you don't have a characterizing figure at the center of it all. Like, it's not eye-catching. It's not, we're in an attention world, right? There has to be some form of grabbing people's attention in that film, or people are just going to find it boring, and they're not going to sit through the rest of the film to get to the point where there's substance, right? Like, some people will say about the outrage marketing, it is what it is. It doesn't matter if you like it or you don't like it, because at the end of the day, it grabs your attention and you're now talking about it. Like, it's really hard in an attention world to get your message across, because people don't care about nerds. People don't care about intellectual conversations, right? Like, if there's anything that benefits them, it's at the bottom of their priority list, right? Like, it is just truly an attention world. So you need a characterizing and a polarizing figure to be able to grab people's attention. But then that's the part of Richard Hart that the community, I guess, calls like the IQ test, is because you have to look past that to actually understand what he's saying beneath it, right? And I think that's the best part about Richard Hart, is he does actually have substance and a hell of a lot under it. Like, he has so much to bring to the space as a whole and the individuals, because he can change your life just by listening to him, right? Like, he does change people's lives, not just financially, intellectually. He teaches you and educates you on things that you wouldn't necessarily think about yourself or even notice in the real world, like the collapse of the financial industry, so to speak, right? Like the monetary system. It's things that that are there that maybe you don't take as seriously. So, his messages always have substance.
100%. And honestly, I think that is, they can't, when you have someone like that does have that substance that inevitably shines through. I guess it may not have been such a tough job for the guys at the, who made the documentary to achieve that. But I think they really did. And I think you're right. In terms of like right now grabbing attention, we need a little bit of Tiger King meets a little bit of like, traditional finance meets a little bit of like disruptive, whatever it is. I think that, we kind of need a polarizing figure to grab the attention first, and then kind of, direct that lens to one that's a little bit more, I guess, appeasing to all the trad folks. And I also think too, because a lot of people have asked me, and I'll say this, albeit like my network isn't exactly representative of the entire traditional finance space, right? It's just an amalgamation of some VC guys, some fund managers, some pension fund guys, some crypto guys. So I like to think that I'm trying to get like a very decent, I guess, idea of what the general sentiment is about a lot of this stuff. And to be quite honest with you, even if we didn't have someone who was, again, kind of that polarizing figure and was playing a little bit more safe, which it looks like he will be from now on, if his humble kind of persona is to be believed. But I think even if we had that from the get-go, it wouldn't have done us any good, because a lot of these guys are going to inevitably start at the blue chips, right? They're going to start at Bitcoin. They're going to start at crypto. Yeah. We're seeing now an absolute like ton of interest coming from traditional finance. Even like, the Charles Schwabs or the Fidelities getting together and kind of creating platforms that are looking to dethrone Coinbase or, Binance. They're trying to fill a gap that a lot of traditional old school investors need, right? They need that reassurance. They need that, I need an exchange or an entity to trust my money with that has a pedigree, right? But inevitably, as every single cycle takes place, we get that interest and that money matriculate through the market. And so we have, we're not going after those guys yet. We're not there yet, right? And certainly in terms of this ecosystem, because it's still pretty new. We know how great it is, but the conversion or the real value in the conversion that we're going to be seeing is those people who are already, for instance, folks that already have like a Bitcoin, Ethereum in their portfolio that start to see some big gains because we have a flood of this traditional financial money coming in through whatever vehicles that they prefer. That then comes down and allows those folks to, start looking to capitalize more on some of these altcoin alternatives that, they see opportunity in because they've graduated. They've become more educated, more safe with space, and they understand like there are bigger opportunities than just buying those blue Bitcoin and looking for the same percentage growth that your granddad was making. And so like I think that it's kind of a perfect storm almost that we have this, and I've said it, but a lot of people have said this before, but it's like we have this documentary coming in that's going to be grabbing certainly a lot more mainstream attention than otherwise we would have, I think, just because it's being being put in front of a lot of new eyeballs. But then, as he makes this kind of persona shift, let's say, bit of a humble brag, we're getting some we're getting some traction, whether it's negative or positive right now from this SEC stuff. We're on the radar. And I think that that's where the conversion conversation comes in. If we're able to change that narrative, all of a sudden kind of take an LGBTQ kind of approach and like wave the banner for the goodness of everyone, right? It could work out perfectly.
Can we have a different comparison? That's all I ask. Like just compare to something else. But like
I was saying this. Sorry, go ahead.
You go.
I think there's a bit of a delay here as well. I was going to say that I was talking about this yesterday, and it's just we've seen time after time some like corporate gurus or like the folks out there with some gravitas like an Elon Musk have actually been on record stating just how much they hate the SEC, right? Yes, they'll uphold all the jurisdiction, the laws because they have a respect for that, but they hate the SEC. So it wouldn't be too much of a wish list item to see an Elon Musk even get behind this should we kind of handle this well as a community, which I kind of think we are. And I think that, as we start seeing a lot of this positive momentum being garnered and the defense of, freedom of crypto, of, all of these more generalized items, I can see a lot of folks kind of seeing that as somewhat of an easy thing to get behind. And, it's almost like an Andrew Tate meets an Elon Musk. It's like, there's a little bit of, like, what's the word? Conflict there in terms of the message it's sending. But ultimately, we may have a good narrative to get behind and so I do think that there's a good possibility that we can really turn this around and kind of grab it by the horns, I'm just looking at the comments there. I'm elected.
So did I. I just seen it and I giggled straight away. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
Please don't compare HEX. Yeah, I'm sorry. That was I'm thinking of the message there and their ability to really kind of get behind a good positive narrative that ultimately has a really great effect on everyone. I think that this could potentially follow the same vein, albeit very different audiences or message points. Yeah. Oh man. But that's funny.
I do think you brought up a good point though, because when people move out of the so-called blue chips and they go looking at altcoins, and you're sitting with altcoins and you got 20,000+ different altcoins, it kind of does go back to that attention world, right? Because how out of 20,000 different altcoins do you get attention for yours? So when people actually start moving out of those blue chips, for yours to be front and center, and that comes back to having polarizing figures and having the whole entire space talking about you, because you see it with scammers. They try to make as much noise as possible so the entire space talks about them. And now all of a sudden their products are put before everybody else's, right? So a little bit like Elon Musk, right? When he did that bulletproof car and he put it up on the stage and got somebody to throw, the heavy weight at the bulletproof car and the screen smashed on like live camera, right? The whole entire world started talking about him for free, right? He didn't have to pay for that big, massive marketing campaign. Every news studio, every newspaper outlet, everybody was talking about him. Millions of articles were written. Like, it's that attention sort of thing that grabs every single audience. And I think our community is kind of front and center right now. We have all of that. We have the SEC. We have Richard Hart being talked about everywhere, whether it's good or bad. Like, it's still happening and it's still out there. Then you have the highest of stakes, again, pushing it out to the general public. So I think our community is kind of set up right now to be at the forefront of it all. So, for me, I think our community needs to keep pushing on and giving out Richard's old narratives, but doing it ourselves now. Like, keep doing the work ourselves, not go, Richard, where are you? It's like, no, you need to like carry the legacy now. You've been taught it all. You know it. You've listened to hours on end of his streams. You know the words. You know exactly the narratives to say, or the information that people need, right? You know it all, so be what you want to say.
They're classics for a reason, right? I mean, there's a reason why he kept repeating the same thing over and over again, because they're true. I will say this: I totally agree with you with all of that. I do, however, think that it's not a necessity. Don't get me wrong; it's not mandatory, but I do think in order to get the right or as much of a positive spin on this whole kind of SEC thing, it would be fantastic to see Richard Hart kind of step back into the spotlight a little bit and come across with, if this is a new persona, he sounds so smart, right? When you compare him even to like a Charles Hoskins or a Vitalik, there's no real like competition in terms of who sounds smarter. Now you take away, some garish clothing and, look a little bit more, Steve Jobsy, let's say, then that's an opportune time to be converting a lot more of those kind of serious folks, because we've and again we're going to have the same issue for a while, where as long as he is kind of the lead man in the group, we're going to be scaring away some folks, unless it is a bit of a different take. But I think now, I mean, he's that outrage marketing probably worked in so many different ways for where we needed to get and grabbing attention. Now we have kind of a proof point of that attention in terms of the polarizing figure we see in the documentary. I think if he was to step in the limelight a little bit now and start talking some sense like he normally does, debate a few people. I know that there's been a meme going around with Joe Rogan, like, trying to get him on an interview. Well, now maybe the time. I mean, this SEC, situation may be feeding into some of that, where, previously it was a little tougher to get some media attention from traditional media outlets because it was just another, crypto thing, right? Now it's a crypto thing under the spotlight of a governing, entity. And so I think that if ever there was a time to really utilize the doors that opens, it's only going to be good things. And I get it. A lot of people say, we shouldn't really depend on him to carry, and we shouldn't. I think we have a loud enough community that we can really do that. But there aren't too many people in our space that have the gravitas to really speak on some of those like key media channels. And if we are looking to grab some real important headlines, it's going to take him to do it. Again, it's kind of, I don't want to be completely contradictory of what I said before in terms of like the audience that we're looking for right now are not necessarily the folks that are coming in at the top, we're not looking for the TradFi guys yet, but we are looking to convert as many of those matriculating investors as possible. And the way we do that is by giving them, trust factor, right? And so I think that I've never met anyone who or heard anyone speak so well about, a topic and an industry. And I just really think that now's the time that he could actually position himself as an industry leader, not just the head honcho of our kind of, we all love what he has to say, but we're such a small audience in comparison to where we could really reach that there's a lot going on. But I also get it that, maybe he doesn't want to do that and we don't have to rely on that. And I don't want to dash any hopes if he doesn't get in front of those cameras, because, we don't necessarily need it, but it would be fantastic, I think, and coincide very well with, all things bull market.
Yeah, I don't think if he did step back in the limelight, it would be like the old days where he debated about HEX versus Bitcoin, though. It would be to talk about the different things like the monetary system, right? Those types of things grab a lot of attention. That's the type of thing that Joe Rogan would be interested in hearing, right? Like Joe Rogan isn't really interested in cryptocurrencies. He doesn't like those types of shills on his show. But he is definitely a man for freedoms, right? And he is a man for inflation and the monetary system and the world as a whole. Like, I think Richard has the ability to get on those types of streams. I just don't think it's around crypto, so to speak. Like, maybe with the narrative of blockchain can be the future for this reason, but I don't think they would actually allow like a, but I would like to see it.
Yeah, and that's fine too, though. I think that those are topics that generate their own gravitas. I mean, an industry leader is an industry leader. How it's like related to his baby is, I guess not that important as long as you're getting in the limelight and it's mentioned in the same breath, right? But yeah, I totally get that. And I guess changing gears a little bit. By the way, I signed up to Coast today. It was great to see a lot of that taking place. Super important too, and I love that it's so buttoned up. I love that it's along. You know what? I would compare it. I was speaking to Walrus about this too, just about the way that they did ALLin in terms of just positioning it well because it's got to hold up
Yeah.
to, what will probably be a bit more of a saturated market and future-proof itself a little bit. And as we're seeing these new traditional finance folks coming in, that again, different audiences right now, but not for long, right? And so having an on-ramp and all of that good stuff taking place is such great news and such a big, boost. And again, it's coming in time where, the more we can facilitate the inroad to new people buying, I mean, it can only be good things for price too. So definitely kudos to everyone involved in that.
Yeah, I've always taken my hat off to the Coast guys because they do something that I personally would never want to ever do or be part of, which is deal with TradFi. Like putting TradFi with blockchain, that would be the world's biggest headache. The amount of meetings that you would have to actually explain blockchain to these people. Yeah. So what they're doing is massive for our community, and I'm glad that they are the ones that did it. But yeah, I think the timing was awesome. You're in TradFi, aren't you?
Yeah, well, not full time now. I used to be. My background's more so in. Well, I started trading. I was at BlackRock for a little bit. I was at Goldman for a little bit too, but then I moved into more the VC space. That was kind of more so tech. Really, it was kind of along the when software as a service started becoming a lot more popular, where people were kind of utilizing, I guess, joint CRM systems like Highrise or like Salesforce and things like that, where that was kind of opening up new avenues. Now, obviously, it's whole new area of tech that a lot of people are getting behind, and so it's just that's kind of what got me into crypto. Really, I mean, I have a bit of a longer history in crypto, but ultimately the interest was forged from just how the technology is able to affect I guess the way a lot of the tech that I used to be more heavily involved in. And so a lot of the engineering or the software developers now that are able to incorporate blockchain technology, smart contracts into everything to really improve workflows with any company in the world. And so maybe a boring example, but just seeing how that world has so many impacts and now where it's evolved to, I think now with AI and with a lot of these kind of technologies come into a convergence, there's so much stuff going on, and I don't even think people understand the implications that NFT tech's going to have, right? I mean, we hear Richard Hart talking about pixels. I mean, there's so much more to it than that. And I'm not saying go out and buy some NFTs, but just seeing how that technology is really playing a huge role in video game development and all of that stuff. So kind of I got led. I mean, obviously if you're interested in finance, you got to be interested in crypto. I mean, tech's part of it, and that's the interest, but we all want to make some money at the end of the day too. So I don't want to sound the horn about how much I love the tech. I'm in it to make some money.
I think everybody is here to make money, right? Nobody gets into crypto to not make money, but I think it's fair that when you're actually in crypto, if you start to learn crypto, right, you do like the tech. It's hard not to fall in love with the tech. And yeah, NFTs definitely are going to end up being a big space, right? Maybe not JPEGs. That's a different thing. But the actual tech itself, the 1155s with the gaming, that is pretty revolutionary in itself because that can be expanded to virtually everything. When you're talking about moving into a digital era where it's just solely money on chain or money, digital money, right? No dollar cash bills. It does end up bringing more limelight to that type of NFT space. So evolving that technology now is extremely beneficial. For instance, real estate. We're trying to get a real estate company to come over to PulseChain where you can buy real estate through NFTs, right, on the platform. So those types of things, again, are revolutionary because if you can use your assets to buy real world assets through the blockchain, digital ledger technology is immutable. You can't change it. You cannot refuse what's there, right? You can't deny the facts because it's all on digital ledger. So I would trust a digital ledger blockchain over a centralized entity any day, right? And if you can find ways to put as much as you can into the NFT space so that it is all digital, well, I think that's a lot safer than some of these centralized things because how can you fight something in court when it's, it's right there? So I think ownership and all those types of things, blockchain really gives people the ability to never be able to deny or refuse the facts that are sitting in front of you. So.
I love that too. I love that there are folks like you out there who are, kind of just so innovative within this new ecosystem, because it's not often that happens, right? We don't really get an ecosystem where so much so fast is happening in the space. I mean, and I guess that's why the community is so strong, because everyone's kind of seeing a future here and using a bit of foresight. But that's great. I love that idea too. I think that the more real world assets we can get some actual smarter contracts behind, right? And immutableness, I think that's definitely going to play a huge role. I guess, and sorry, bringing it back a little bit, just to like all things SEC right now, just as interesting to hear someone, and I'm from the UK originally, but I live here in the States, but to hear someone from outside of the States looking kind of into the States in terms of what's happening with the SEC and Gary Gensler, and just like, because I hear from my friends, and it's like, well, the US is almost like cutting their nose off despite their face. They're trying to control an animal, which it's not within the US's best interest to control, because we have other entities, other countries, like even like certain European countries, the Emirates, we have, Saudis, we have China, India. Everyone seems to be taking the ball and running with all things crypto. And I think that this stifling that is taking place with the SEC is kind of jeopardizing, or at least having us lose ground with all of these other kind of regions, in terms of what that freedom and what that, how we're injecting it and integrating it with our economy compared to some of these folks. So I'm curious, like looking into the US, do you kind of think the same
thing? Yeah. Looking into the US, I'm not going to lie, it's taken me a moment to get used to everything about the US, right? Especially crypto is always more centric around the US. But honestly, every government that does those types of things just cuts their own neck off, so to speak, right? So eventually they're all going to undo what they're doing. Just like China, you can ban cryptocurrency, but at the end of the day, you just pushed a whole bunch of economic energy out of your country and gave it to other people that accept cryptocurrency to be traded in there. So if you're paying taxes, you're doing everything, right? The government's the people that are losing out. And we're talking about $1 trillion industry, right? It's multi-trillion-dollar industry. Countries can give you fear, but that fear is usually just based around the fact that they're afraid, right? They're afraid of such a large industry rising up because it threatens what their monetary system has and what it stands for. So you can ban it temporarily to try and spread fear, like through the media and through everything for everybody within that country. But at the end of the day, you will renege it because, Americans pay taxes. They pay quite a lot of tax over in America. So why would you remove such a $1 trillion large industry with so many different participants when America has so many people that participate in cryptocurrency? Why would you remove all of that taxpayer dollar from your country and give it to other countries when you're so in debt? Right? So you can make these choices, but at the end of the day, you're going to have to try and renege it because you're the one that starts losing out. It's usually always to do with fear, right? It's fear mongering. But like if you go back and you start looking at the countries, Europe started doing some funny things as well. It wasn't just the US. But then Europe went and launched the euro, which was their CBDC on the blockchain. It's kind of like their test CBDC, right? And that test CBDC is on the blockchain, right? NAB Bank here in Australia launched a CBDC on Ethereum. So like it's fear mongering, put different narratives out to the general public that don't necessarily know anything, right? That are kind of just sheep and did used to listen to the news, but what they're doing in the background is completely different, right? So the US, for instance, even banks over there are going to look at launching CBDCs because it's cheaper for them to send money over the blockchain than it is to do a wire transfer. So when you're talking about a multi-trillion-dollar industry, a banking system that can look at things like XRPs, digital ledger technology, and find ways to move money across the world for cheaper, so it's more profitable for them. You have a $1 trillion, multi-trillion-dollar industry, and you have $1 trillion centralized entities that are going to be looking at it going, this actually makes sense. So, looking into the US, it's just laughable. Like, what are they going to do at the end of the day? Ban it for a year and then go, oh, crap. Could you guys
losing
come back,
ground
please?
for no reason. Totally agree. And it's kind of a similar thing that happened with manufacturing, right? Where we ended up making it so difficult for companies to manufacture here because of expenses and taxes, and we pushed them all out so that they had no real other avenue to go down except pumping money into other economies because it was cheaper to manufacture. And I see the same thing here. And you're right. It's almost like there's an inevitability, right? And it's funny, even us, we're not behind the scenes with any of this, SEC stuff, but it's kind of obvious to see that they're clutching at a lot of straws. And you have Gensler now talking about shifting a little bit to AI, if any of the recent tweets and news are to be believed. It's like, look, you can't just go after any budding new technology. We're going through a lot of revolution right now. We've shown time after time after time that those who get behind it early are the ones that prosper long term. And it's like, it's a shame that we have folks. And look, I get it. Checks and balances. We always need folks who are able to kind of, put a leash on some of this stuff where and when it makes sense. But they seem to be slow learners, right? And it is frustrating. And it's been like Taylor's oldest time. I've seen so many of my friends and network over the years just shift and move out to different jurisdictions because they own companies or they're doing a bunch of stuff that they want to save money on ultimately, right? They want to be able to prosper in a way, their company, their corporate structure, everything that the US has kind of stifled. And it didn't ever used to be that way. Certainly me growing up, I grew up outside of the US and it was always kind of, I want to go to the US. It looks really entrepreneurial there and I can really spread my wings. And then now they're doing the complete opposite, which is so confusing. And I'm sure that there are, a lot of reasons someone like a Gensler is looking to run around like a headless chicken, it seems like, and just, start picking folks to sue. But I mean, maybe he picked Richard because on the outside, maybe he didn't look too past the clown suit, right? Maybe he was just, okay, that looks like an obvious, we'll win this one, right? We just came off the back of an XRP defeat, and now we have to win something. Surely we can win against this clown. But if you're taking the time to look a little bit closer, I mean, it seems like Richard Hart's done a good job of covering all bases. I mean, I know there's some criminal stuff there that we, who knows, but I don't think that it's an easy target. And I think that he may have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew as well. So yeah, it's frustrating. It's confusing too, right?
Yeah. So just to do a disclaimer for a second, we are not lawyers.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
in saying that, the SEC, they're the securities, right? That's their part. They don't have any ability to reinforce law, right? So the fact that the SEC's letter even has so-called things that would be criminal inside of it doesn't make sense because they're trying to use those types of actions to deem something a security, which you can't do, right? There is a certain criteria around the Howey test, so to speak, right? That can actually deem something a security, and so-called criminal activities is not even one of those. And the SEC doesn't have the right to put fear out into the community and out into the world saying that, oh, this could do jail time. But you're not the Department of Justice. There is no civil case against Richard Hart yet. You don't have the right to put that into a letter to try and push fear out into the world, right? Because
there is a class action though, right? Is there a class action in place right now?
I think there might be, but there
I
isn't.
think, like you said, that's a separate thing.
Yeah.
Completely. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. Just.
How many people does the SEC's Twitter tweet out about? Because they didn't tweet out about FTX.
No.
Right.
True.
They tweeted out about Richard Hart. They didn't tweet out about Do Kwon, but they tweeted out about Richard Hart. Right. So it's yeah.
It's easy to get someone to rally who doesn't know any better, right? I think that's their aim, but I don't think it's going to work too much. But you're right. The SEC has no jurisdiction in anything except securities control. So, hey, if there are other people proven that they're not a security, it's not going to be the toughest thing for us to do the same. Again, not legal advice, not legal. There's no authority behind what I'm saying at all. Just wishful thinking, or I'm speculating on the positive side.
It's kind of sad that you always have to say disclaimers to save yourself, because I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's reality that none of us are giving financial advice and none of us are giving legal advice, but for some reason we need to constantly say it. That in itself is a bit of a joke that the industry got to that point where you have to go, financial advice, guys. It's just people talking about things that they like. It's not going, this is the best thing. You will never see anything like it. If you want to be rich, this is the only option for you. It's an industry where everybody has assets and everybody has something that they like. So they talk about it. Yeah.
I'm just looking at the questions here. HEX Grand saying, He's wondering how many people that are not hexagons currently are going to watch the movie out of curiosity. I think that was one of the main, I mean, obviously, right? But it was one of the main kind of themes of last night, in that the importance of everyone in the community tweeting about it, sending it out, and just getting the news out. Because I think that while this documentary, if I understand correctly, has somewhat of a litmus test right now with the network of theaters that we're showing in, it's still going to be very important for us to kind of fill those viewings, so we get more and more markets. And I think that now, as they're going over to Europe, they have some other kind of international stuff happening. There seems to be a lot of really cool people behind it who are like putting effort into making sure that there are butts in seats. But I think that it's going to be more of a snowball effect, in my opinion, just in terms of people who are going, making people known, bringing their friends, word of mouth. And I think that's what they're expecting. But it's pretty evident that even just being there with some of the folks who were making it, and it was great being there for the Q&A and all of that stuff. But I think that that one of their biggest asks of the community was really to make sure that we're publicizing it as much as possible, just to make sure we are getting some fresh eyeballs there.
I do think the second it hits a platform like Netflix or something, it is going to garner the attention of everybody, right? Because you do have SBF, you have all these things out on the news, and then next minute you have this movie pop up that says new king of crypto or next billion-dollar con man. Like, that already grabs people's attention. Just with the most recent news around our space, they're going to go, oh, what's that? So like, I think the whole point of getting people's attention, like Jay Waller, for instance, said that he would go to the premiere. I don't know if he actually had the ability to, but just bigger names paying attention to the movie gets the attention of platforms. So I think garnering attention is to be able to get the attention of one of those bigger people. Like, the community put in thousands of requests to Netflix, but it's very hard to get a crypto film, right, playing on or airing on one of these streaming things.
Maybe easier now.
The second it is. Yeah. Hopefully, right?
Yeah. No, and I will say, have you seen it, by the way? Did you see it? You haven't seen it yet? It's really good. No one's talking about it, but I'm going to talk about the soundtrack too. I think they did a really good job with the soundtrack. I don't know why that grabbed me. No one else talked about it afterwards, so I didn't voice it. But yeah, it's well made. I will say that. I know that they were saying that for a while, but if we were ever looking to worry about the quality of this thing, I don't think we will. I don't think we need to.
Do you think when people are watching it that are maybe no coiners, that they will get an unbiased opinion of the crypto space? Like, not just Richard Hart himself, like the actual space.
Yes, I think. Well, yes. I mean, it's difficult, right? Because I mean, obviously, with us, we've been in the ecosystem for a while, or the space certainly for a long while, and so trying to look through a lens of someone who's not familiar with certain things, it's tough to put yourself in their spot. I do think. I think that it was, for me, I was on the lookout for certain like red flag indicators where it's like, okay, they're going to come and just be blitzed with this crazy character, or they're, but I think, and again, I don't want to give too much away, but I think the narrative of the whole documentary is kind of through the lens of people who are, I guess, traditional finance or traditional financial thinkers, economists, how they approach looking at both crypto and this ecosystem. And so I think they do a really good job of having these people kind of learning. And I think that people coming to this, and just to answer, MX's question there too, I think that anyone who's, not familiar with the crypto space is going to come in and learn a heck of a lot about the space, about our ecosystem, as well as kind of having their initial doubts and questions and concerns being addressed in real time as well, which is great. I think that's, and they did a really good job of being unbiased. I mean, on the one hand, you have this guy who's pretty polarizing figure, and on the other side of things, you have some pretty serious conversations that are taking place about just the impact on the economy. And it would be a great learning experience for a lot of people, I imagine, that are not familiar with this. And I think that just looking through the lens of certain types of people that they do, and again, I'm trying not to give too much away just because I want people to enjoy it, but I really do think that it does do a good job of addressing concerns in the moment. And so by the time someone leaves a viewing of it, I think they're going to have, they're not just leaving with, oh, I don't know, is it a scam? Is it not? They're leaving with an educated kind of perspective. And in my opinion, probably a positive perspective of HEX, you know, of PulseChain. So I hope that kind of answered your question there, Amex. I got to be careful. I don't want to be. I'm going to get dinged any minute now saying stop giving away information.
I personally am just going to be a little bit jealous, but like that's fine. Just waiting for a cinema in Australia.
Surely they're going to send KDP a copy of it, right? If anyone, they should be sending you a link or something.
No,
to my
that would be
understanding, too,
unfair.
well, I mean, now it's been shown to a few people. I think that it would have been great. Maybe they should have done like a virtual viewing or something where, you know, some folks who are outside, or, you know, it takes a bigger kind of task to get to a showing. They could have kind of had that run virtually, perhaps, which I think would have been really cool. Especially with someone like yourself, who I think it would have been great to get some thoughts kind of thereafter as part of the Q&A that we had. I do think too, I mean, just listening to a lot of the, you know, a lot of the perspectives there of like the going through the motion of filming it. And it seems to be like there's a lot of content that didn't make it into, you know, the final cut, which will be, it looks like, coming out in like different movie or, you know, different formats, hopefully in the future. So hopefully there's a lot of like Easter egg content that we can bend spoilers. No, I'm not giving any spoilers. Trust me. This is all stuff that, that should be visible from the trailer, let's say.
I will say that for the amount of like filming that they did do, I think they would have endless content, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
I think they could have made multiple documentaries.
Yeah, no, I think so too, and I think that would be great as well. I mean, like, I'm any kind of content, or I guess I mean, you know, one bridge at a time. I think, you know, the first one is getting this in front of as many eyeballs as possible. And if I were them, I'd certainly be looking to roll out some hidden stuff behind the scenes, or some additional stuff, or even, you know, a secondary thing, right? Hopefully we end up in like it wasn't a scam, and then that's where that kind of content comes, right? Which it should be the case already, but at least for any new folks coming into the ecosystem, if this next bull market goes the way that a lot of us are hoping, where it is somewhat of a perfect storm and we're all celebrating and shouting from the rooftops, well, that's a different narrative then. You know, and if our own content isn't seen, you know, to a huge extent by then, I think that them coming out with a part 2, the celebration, you know?
That would be awesome.
Let me see some of these.
There is a comment in the chat about validators running 24/7, the community building and bringing adoption, the ecosystem. I just want to reiterate that one comment, because that's the part that makes like our community so much special to everything else, right? Because PulseChain is 100% decentralized. It's community run by PCs that are spread across the globe, right? There is no initial validators running the network anymore. So you can't bring it down, right? Like nothing can stop PulseChain. And when you're talking about bringing adoption, every L1 has a grant program, right? That's in the How We Test managerial and entrepreneurial efforts is a grant program where they pay people to build on chain, where we don't have that in our community. We've never had help from Richard Hart. So I think accolades need to go to our community constantly for everything that they do. You know, PulseChain is 4 months old, and we already have so many different things building on chain. We have so many things live on chain. You know, the fiat on and off ramp today. There's multiple bridges. There is so many different protocols. There's an Oracle service launching. There's lending protocols. There's, you know, you name it, we already have it coming. And not one part of that was incentivized by Richard Hart or by PulseChain to do so, right? There's even protocols that are integrating with PulseChain. There's payment solutions like Now Payments, you know, the community going out and seeking these things so people that are in our community can accept crypto as form of payment. You know, like all those different things is our community. The community does everything. We are the adoption. So, you know, I want to give accolades to everybody in the community. Sometimes there's like smaller accounts that make comments to me that are like, oh, but I'm a small guy, you know, I don't make much difference. No, you really do make a difference. Like even a like on one Twitter post, that's making a difference, because every like and every comment that goes on something pushes the algorithm, right? It pushes other people back out. Each person adds to the adoption, whether they realize it or not. You know, every person that's in the community is important. It doesn't matter if you have a big account or a small account. It doesn't matter if you are a little guy. If you have a voice, then, you know, you are important. Everybody here is.
Totally. And honestly, like it's amazing to see a lot of just even the folks that maybe we're more familiar with, just how much work they put in to making this community kind of where it is. And this is right now in a bear market. We haven't hit euphoria stage anywhere yet. And it's amazing to me. And that should be a massive indicator for anyone, like anyone in this space right now, where it's like, you see how much traction there is being made just in impressions, just in, everyone tweeting, talking. And this, we're not in euphoria stage. This isn't in terms of like where in the timeline it's easier to convert newbies. We're not there yet, and we're still converting, and we're still growing, and it's amazing. If you compare us to, so many any other community out there, I think that, from my take too, and I'm a newer person to this community, I've been probably involved since, let's just say since a sacrifice, where I started kind of, taking more of a vested interest in the ecosystem. But even just since then, seeing how we've maintained momentum from a community perspective as things have dropped, the negativity hasn't impacted folks. And you see it now. We saw with the SEC stuff, people are going to panic sell, right? You know that there are a lot of people who just who inevitably will just look at the veneer of what they're being shown. They're going to be, without being too cliche, they're going to be manipulated by the media. But the same things we're thinking about, or we're told to think about, when it actually happens, I get it. For a lot of people, it's hard to look past that. And then the price kind of rallied again right after. And it's like, this is like as big a hit as we're going to get. Yeah, I think we'll come out of it, hopefully, smelling of roses and really be positioned strongly. But we've just had so many things happen in quick succession, and we're still rolling along. The momentum is still really building. And then, what do you think happens when, we get closer to the halving, right? And traditionally, and don't get me wrong, I don't want to be one of those people to say this time's different. I kind of can't help but say that, because you see a lot of, for the first time ever, not just people inside of crypto talking about TradFi, getting more just into crypto in general, but now we're hearing those conversations taking place to a much greater extent outside of crypto for the first time. And it's evident, you only got to do a quick search on Google to see all the really cool stuff that's happening. And I just think that as we start seeing an inevitable flood of income and revenue coming into this space, it probably looks like things will kick off maybe a little sooner. I mean, again, there's always reasons why we stick to the halving, and it all comes down to people, right? It all comes down to if the masses are expecting the cycle, then, well, everyone involved in crypto, they're probably going to get more excited around it. That may be offset by a whole new bunch of money coming in and kickstarting things a little early. But I just can't help but think that, like I said before, a lot of this money coming in, we're really well positioned to be affected by it so positively. I think that the price action that we could see, in a year, less, but in a year is so good. And I think that we deserve it, right? We absolutely deserve it. We're going through a rocky period. People like yourself too. I love seeing your your X, your X posts, just because they're so informative, and I think it's great because I get a lot of my information from that. Certainly in terms of kind of all the exciting innovations and stuff that's going on, and I think a lot of people have come to really kind of count on folks like yourself who are like pumping out such great content. But I kind of lost track of thought. But where I was going with my previous comment was that I think that because we have been conditioned, or the community has been conditioned with HEX in terms of that, to throw a Richard term out there, that delayed gratification, right? I mean, it's a strong message, and it definitely has shown to bear some fruit. But I think that because we have a bit more of a holding mentality, and we've built up some thicker calluses when it comes to riding the waves, that it's not just easier to maintain positive price action with such a core group within our system, like holding, and knowing that holding, they've been conditioned to do so. That message, we're kind of built to educate new folks coming in, to also give them the importance of holding and delaying gratification and all of that really cool stuff. So I'm pumped. I really think we're going to be doing some good things, and I'm not phased right now by SEC stuff. I mean, again, it's only time will tell in terms of how it all shakes out. But from my perspective, I think it's only good stuff. I think that it's any publicity is good publicity, especially when we've got the substance to back it up, right?
Yeah, pretty much, right? But you brought up another good point, which was the momentum, right? We have a lot of attention around us right now. We've garnered a hell of a lot of it. But the momentum isn't slowing down, and it's not going to, because we have so many more things to look forward to. You know, it's not just the highest of stakes, it's community building, it's adoption, it's protocols launching, it's garnering the attention of the NFT space to come play on PulseChain. It's building our ecosystem as a whole. You know, like the momentum isn't going to slow down. It's only going to speed up. You're sitting in the bottom of a bear market, you know, you're not at the halving yet, and everything's about to get all the more funner, right? So some people are sitting here thinking like this was a buy the rumor, sell the news, and they look short term, but you kind of need to just zoom out a little bit. If you want to trade, you do what you want to do, but you know, if you zoom out and you look at the bigger picture, there's so much more momentum to come and so many more bigger things to drop. So, you know, you look at the engagement that our community has now. Sitting at the bottom of the bear market, we are one of the most engaged communities that there is. You know, it's very hard to find a community that is as engaged and hands-on as what the HEX community is, right? And the PulseChain community. No one gets paid. They're just doing it out of their own time for their love of it. So when you're talking about a massive community sitting at the bottom that's bigger than anything, more engaged than everybody, building more things than everybody, you know, the momentum doesn't stop. The momentum only keeps going, right? And as it grows and it gets larger and larger, how many people do you think are really going to start paying attention to us? If you look at the size of us now, even 2x the size of what we are now, that's enough to grab the attention of just about everybody, right? Every newcomer that comes into crypto, because around the halving, every cycle, around the halving, a whole bunch of new people flood into crypto, right? Because green candles start coming, prices start running, so people start to come to look for things to invest in, right? That halving is when big new cycle of people come through. If you're talking about one of the most engaged, active communities that already has all the attention and garnering momentum the whole way along, who do you think is going to be front and center of all those new oncoming people, all the new economic energy? You know, the momentum doesn't slow down, it only increases. So I think you touched on something really important there.
Oof, you just gave me shivers talking about that then. Completely agree. And you know what? It's so obvious to some of us looking ahead. And I'm using this I got to be careful again, you know, warning, I'm not a financial advisor, but looking ahead, it just seems to be an obvious route to some real positive gains from the and some huge growth in this environment and our ecosystem. And it always surprises me when people don't share that view, or at least like and I get it. A lot of newbies coming in right now, it's maybe their first kind of down cycle, right? And so they're maybe a little bit more, or a lot more skeptical than they probably need to be. And we've seen it, you know, people selling out of their positions. Yeah, unfortunately, you got to learn the hard way. I did the same thing, you know, first cycle or two that I was involved. I mean, I lost some money, I made some money. Yeah, school of hard knocks. You kind of have to, but then, you know, again, we have so many folks in this community that, you know, that you can learn from, that have gone through this, that have gone through one of the most volatile environments known to crypto, and still come out and, like, you know, have the conviction and the patience and all of that stuff that really you need to have to make money. And it's funny, you know, you see folks at first glance too, you know, they're like, wow, that's what a cultish environment it is. You know, that community is very cultish. Yeah, call it what you want, because, you know, at the end of the day, that's probably what it takes to get noticed a little bit, and to really that's why it's so powerful right now. But there's a reason, and there's a lot of experience to be gleaned from new folks coming in and joining joining crypto in general, but especially with all the stuff that we're into. I think that it if anything, you can lean on the rest of the community who've gone through that volatility, that can tell you, you know, look, it's hard. People tell you, you know, one of the first things you'll note, or you'll be told by anyone who's been around, is like, you got to accumulate and position yourself during the bear market. That's so tough for new people to get their head around. They see prices low, and I guess it's a reaction that is natural to, like, pull back. And then when you see these big green candles, like you mentioned, it's human reaction to go in. It's also great because we're relying on that human action come bull season, when we've all been smart investors and we've already positioned. And so, you know, those people buying the top, again, school of hard knocks, you know, they'll learn. Hopefully they'll be better positioned for the next cycle. But anyone right now taking the time to learn is going to reap the benefits if you just listen and don't let your natural reaction sway you. If you're doing your due diligence, you'll look at you understand why it's good or why it's bad or why what the future holds. There's so much opportunity. There's so much, and I think that and the SEC cracking down and all of this stuff, like who knows how long we have to really utilize some of these vehicles. We've heard Richard say it's the number one asset class in terms of like huge gains that we've ever seen. And like, it's true, but you've also got to play the game the right way to be able to take advantage of that. Because if you're buying at the top, it doesn't matter if you're selling like magical gold, you're still going to be buying at the top and you're not going to make much from it. So yeah, that was a huge realization for me. I went through the first cycle with Ethereum. I ended up buying some Bitcoin machines and had to get a factory down in Latin America and kind of go. I lost a lot of money. I had the government come and seize all my machines. I bought at the top. I had my. I have no issue relying on some of those folks in the next cycle and buying at the top. So
yeah, look, we've all been there. People that haven't, you do have to learn from those people because you can't be an emotional investor in crypto because it doesn't work. You really have to take your emotions out of it. You have to choose a winning horse and just back it the whole cycle. If you make emotional and irrational decisions throughout the cycle, you just wreck yourself, right? Like I've 100%. Been there myself, Ben, like Polygon, right? It did nothing. And then people like me sold. And then next minute it ran because I was an emotional investor and I just kicked the dirt and I went, this is stupid. It does nothing. And next minute it just completely and utterly shot up and to the right. And then people like me sit there and like, crap. It's irrational and emotional decisions they lead to more emotions, right? It's choosing something and understanding it because there is technical foundation and there is fundamental foundation between the projects or asset that you back in a cycle, and you can't forget about those, right? So learning crypto is one of the best decisions that you can make in your life. Investing in it is the first thing, but actually understanding crypto, it really will change your life, right? Because if you are an emotional person, if you understand what you're invested in, then it's really difficult to get extremely emotional if you understand the product, right? If you understand the asset, it's easy to be able to reassure yourself and reassure people around you that are emotional why we chose that winning horse, right? Because again, it comes down to the fundamental foundation of what is it? What makes it special? What makes it your winning ticket? So
I just see Westcott in the chat as well. I will say I did get a chance to briefly meet with Westcott. He is everything you think he is in person too. He's like some hip hop celebrity who came down to just watch the premiere. It's super fun. I wish we got a chance to hang out more. I see in some of these comments too. Everyone's commenting on how hot Katie is. I haven't had one comment saying how hot I am. So hurtful. So hurtful. I'm just kidding. No, but you're absolutely right. And I think that I keep saying the same thing. It's almost like a mantra, to anyone who I'm onboarding. And it's like, look, and I'm not just onboarding to this ecosystem too. I think I think Ethereum and Bitcoin have their own selling points. And there are many tokens and ecosystems that, really do well or will do well in the future. I just think this one is a little special because of, a number of the unique selling points that we have, that we've been mentioning. But I really do preach, that whole patience conviction thing, especially now in the bear market. Anyone worrying about their portfolio right now and not just kind of DCAing in, if you have the dry powder, obviously. For a lot of folks who don't, that's fine too. Just sit on it. If you're just hold, because even if you're seeing some dips now, just do a Google search again, or look at some YouTube videos and like the history of successful ecosystems or coins, tokens. They are volatile. They do shoot up over a bull cycle. So like there's not you don't have to be a rocket scientist. It's just down cycle equals buy, up cycle equals sell. Like thank you, Kubrick. There we go. I got some comments.
Ask and you shall receive, Ben.
Exactly. Yeah, I got to start asking that more on regular streams. Oh man. Let me see if there's anything else in the comments. I've seen a few people as well, like always. You guys are ruined. Richard Hart's going to be extradited. So what? I don't think he will, but if he is, it's not going to affect too much on for the ecosystem going forward. I mean, apart from the veneer of the news, but I don't think so. I think there's a lot of bases that are being covered, and he's a very smart man who's gone about things in such an intelligent way so far. It would highly surprise me if he left himself open to some of the stuff that that people could potentially come after. I just don't see it.
And you just can't delist the unlisted, right? Like HEX, PulseChain, it's not listed on centralized exchanges. It doesn't matter if you try to delist us. Our whole entire community has always transacted on chain. Our whole entire community is completely decentralized. What is the worst thing you could actually do to our community? Like, truthfully, if you just sit back and forget about everything, right? Just put it all aside. What is the worst thing that they could do to a truly decentralized community that only transacts on chain? Like, we don't have centralized exchange volume. Like, that doesn't exist in our community. It is all on dexes. It's all decentralized. How can they stop hundreds of thousands of people transacting on chain, on dexes with your own private keys? Like, we don't give our private keys to other people. We don't give our assets to other people. They actually can't put a hold to what we do. So they might be FUD around us, but show me how they can stop our community, because you can't. You can't stop an immutable smart contract on the blockchain. You can't stop PulseChain when it's spread across the entire globe on people's PCs as what's the foundation of running it. And you cannot stop PulseX because it doesn't have a HQ. There is no employees. It's a completely decentralized protocol on the blockchain. So, like, you have to take a step back and actually go, what can they actually do to us? Because it's it's not much, right? It's just not.
It's really not. No. Hey, what's going on?
Bang bang. How we doing?
You still in Miami, or did you fly out?
Best green screen in the world. Watch this. Look at this view. Crazy. People are gonna tell me hex.com is a scam. Scam this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There he is.
Downtown.
How'd you enjoy the premiere last night? You look like you had fun.
Come on. It's too good. I don't want to get in the spoiler. People are about to actually go.
I know. I was skirting around the edges earlier on.
The stream just started because it's 7 p.m. today. So, and I got friends coming in tomorrow. I bought a bunch of tickets. We're gonna go do that as well. But like I said in my tweet, I mean, I really enjoy it. Obviously, to each their own. But like, what I loved the most was, which I put in my comment, was how unbiased it was. Because you know how it is. People are gonna come out of the woodwork. Haters gonna hate. Be like, oh man, it's a movie page shield, this, that, whatever spinning narrative. But they did a really, really good job at just like educating and having thought-provoking questions for people, because I also met a lot of new people too. I'm always onboarding mode, but just educating. And then it's good to see new students coming into the classroom. So it makes me feel like Michael Jordan, coming out of retirement after 3P, it was just too easy. I was getting bored. Now it's like, oh wow, we got some new people coming in. I want to learn more about it. So, and that to me is the most exciting part, because all the noise, all the buzz. It's like, all right, class is in session now. We can start educating the new people instead of just talking to our same old friend that already knows. You know what I mean? But repetition is the mother of all skills, which is the reason why we must constantly repeat, rinse and repeat. New people come in, they need to get educated, right? Then they calm down, and then you educate the leaders. Then the leaders educate the rest, and that's how it goes.
And I don't know if this is too much of a spoiler, but it was good to see you on the big screen too, man.
Well,
you were actually
at some point, right? I was just joking with my friend about how ducks am I getting over there. It's just funny, but but what I like about it, just again in the spirit of the community and Richard, it's like, right, we're not bots, we're real people. So sometimes you do need to put yourself a little bit out there for people to realize that this is real. You know what I mean? And then when they see that we haven't gone anywhere, everything's here. I've been doing the same thing that I've been doing since the very, very beginning. Yeah. It's just people that really know me in the community knows I'm a man of the field. Like, you know what I mean? Talk is cheap. Sometimes it's efficient when you get right now new students, right? And sometimes you just do one-on-one because, I do big onboards. So, and sometimes, like what the system has designed for me personally was to become financially free, which I did. And then I wanted to stay, date, and chill and travel the world. And basically I did what I said I'm going to do and what the system allowed me to have. So
the dream account.
It's in the movie, I can tell you that. And some more.
Man.
But it was just great to see, obviously, everybody. But I think they did a great job. The production, the quality. I mean, it's only an hour and a half. It goes quick because everything's just so captivating. So, but for new person watching it, and anybody's watching this right now, I think they're really, really gonna like it, because everybody's probably, the most people that knew, it's a HEX thing, instead of like, no, wow, it's really teaching you about crypto, asking yourself, what is money? Like those challenging questions, you know what I mean? What is inflation? Do you understand what's happening? The things that we've been talking ad nauseum, because a lot of people, especially no coiners, they could never really put their finger on like why their life was getting tougher and tougher, and why back in the day you hear stories about your grandparents, people working, very hard in one job and able to, take care of themselves and their family. Now it's like you can have 3 jobs and you still paycheck to paycheck, you're still struggling. And that's just you. I'm not even talking you and a spouse, let alone if you have kids. So once you start to understand and challenge those questions of what is money and what are we actually here to do, and you understand that, hey, you're working for a piece of paper that devalues every day and then you have no control over, until you start to decide to take control and understanding what you own. I think the movie does a great job having those challenging questions. And then from there, people like us, because that's what I like to do, can come in and fill in the blank and start answering people's questions. I met a lot of new people, a lot of brand new from the community, brand new to HEX, brand new even almost to crypto. And they already start asking those good questions. Oh, what about this? And what about that? Because they came from old business background, like how business works, how they thought money works, how they thought the bank works, right? Oh, put your money in the bank, and then they loan it out. And no, that's not what they do. But you have to deprogram the old and the fallacy to then inject the new. Because if not, it's like the program is gonna kick it. It'll be like, no, that doesn't make sense. So you have to change the premises for them to understand. It's like, oh, okay, what I thought that I knew for many, many years, sometimes since I was very young, is actually not true. And then once they challenge that, now they can accept new information coming in. And of course, we bring the receipts and we explain too. So
I'll say this too. I mean, and I'm due to jump off in a little bit, but I wanted to touch on something. What I love about the lens that you look through, because a lot of what I'm looking at now, right? Not just in crypto, but in how AI is coming in, and how we could be looking at somewhat of a tricky economic situation, certainly here in the U.S., where we're throwing around terms like a universal basic income, because we're anticipating, right, both white collar and blue collar jobs being taken by potential AI solutions. This is maybe a couple years down the line until we really have to start worrying about this. But seeing how that's playing out, and then recent experience with Venezuela, with other kind of jurisdictions that have gone through mass inflation and some real economic issues. I love with your history, you've seen that firsthand, right? And you've gone through, you've gone through kind of what that looks like turmoil wise, and how from 1 week to the next, the inflation rate has kind of exceeded what anyone was thinking, and then you got to work twice as hard.
Next day. It was literally the next day. It was a day I will never forget. I was like 14 years old, and it's funny, it's in the documentary too. And then literally we got devalued 50% overnight. So for those who obviously understand crypto term, it's kind of like, it's like you woke up and then depegment 50%. So what sucks is when you're on the, let's say right side of the equation, taking that loss, now all of a sudden, right, your productivity got cut in half. All of a sudden you have to work twice as hard for the same thing, not to get more. And then if you're on the other side of the equation, this is the sad part, but this is how they do the theft, right? It's like the best thief, they always got to bribe some people along the way so they can just keep quiet. So, and whether you like it or not, you indirectly involved too. So for example, I will say, third world country A, whatever, depegment 50% versus another currency, right? So if you are from that country, you get hit hard 50%. If you are from the other country, although you didn't start at anything, you just happen to hold that currency, when you come into country A, it's like all of a sudden your productivity double. All of a sudden you feel rich. All of a sudden you can start buying all kinds of stuff because you, for lack of a word, compared, let's say, dollar to crypto, you de-dollarized. You actually truly escape. So when you enter that new country, you have that excess power that you can use. It's the same thing when I was educating people, like you could be in the United States, but that's what crypto is versus, let's say, dollar or other quote unquote strong currency, right? Because the coins are still the coin. They go up a lot in value because it just highlight the devaluation that's happening literally live in front of you. So once you understand that, you get to see, oh, now I can put my finger on the thing that I never really understood, why I felt trapped, why I felt like my purchasing power was being eroded. Now you understand how the indirect theft is happening at a massive, almost global scale, because they're all intertwined, right? So in other words, if one is connected to another one, which connected to another one, being abundant liquidity, right? So if one gets devalued by 30%, but then the other one was literally, let's say, 1-to-1 with that one that got devalued by 50%, then this one also gets devalued by 50%. So it creates like a trickle down effect. Okay. And I use this really cool analogy. Like you ready for to a 5-year-old. Imagine all the currencies, right? They're like little imagine like M&Ms, right? The little M&Ms. And then they all go on the plane. Okay. We're going skydiving. Okay. I'm taking out all the currency, all excited. Oh my God, it's gonna be so much fun. Crypto is in there too, right? And then we get into altitude, it's time to jump, right? Everybody get excited, all the currencies jumping in, they don't even care. And then crypto will be like, nah, I'm staying in the plane, waiting until everybody jumps, and then he stays in the plane. And they're like, oh my God, we got tricked. And then they're all falling down, right? Now, while they're falling down, this is the key. Some of them have a parachute, US dollar, right? Goes down 90+% over 100 years. So the parachute slows down the descent. But let alone, you're still falling down. Crypto is still in the plane, chilling, 30,000 feet, no problem, right? And then others don't even have a parachute. And those are the Venezuelans and stuff. So while those with the parachutes are falling together, their ratio to one another is the same, right? Dollar, euro, yen, they've been doing this dance, right? 1-to-1, 1 to 1.1 ish, but they're still falling compared to crypto. So when you're close to that, you don't see it because the peg looks like it's close. But when you compare to crypto, they're falling down. But then when you compare them to the one that has no parachute, you can see how they're falling faster and faster, right? Venezuela, 1,000,000% a day, all that crazy stuff. But all along, if you just stayed in the plane, literally, you didn't have to do nothing. You just stay there. You just win over time, because the same way we monetize time with HEX, just by staying there while the other one is just accelerating that devaluation because of money printing, your stuff naturally just becomes more valuable over time. So when you explain like that with visual aid, people get to understand, oh, that's what it means. That's how you actually get to escape, right? By staying in the analogy, by staying in the plane. So when people were telling me, Kareem, I did this investment and I bought this property and did this and that, but the problem is you need to de-dollarize, right? If your investment is in dollar, you're building your property or whatever, you can't escape. It gets you, right? Euro used to be 1.3 to dollar, right? Not too long ago. And then all the Europeans just lost almost 30% of their wealth in a matter of weeks. That's insane. That's global theft at a massive level. Most people don't even know what's happening.
Well, it's happened in Greece. It's now happening to Argentina. There's a lot of countries and jurisdictions going through that. And you know what? The reason I asked that is because I've watched some of your stuff, and I was listening to you at the premiere, when we were doing that Q&A, and I liked what you were saying. A lot of the folks, some of the folks that I know of who had kind of like come from other jurisdictions, like Argentina, for instance, or even like a lot of the TradFi folks that are based in the US, everyone is aware of just what situation the US dollar is in. We're somewhat bubbled right now. I think that, we're inevitably going to see a catch up of that inflation rate, right? We printed out more dollars than we ever have before. It's going to catch up to us, and we're going to see, that inflation kind of kick into a gear that we've not really seen before as we start losing value. That's not unseen by a lot of the TradFi guys who are looking to crypto now more than ever before as a way to hedge against a lot of that. And we all know, we've been looking at that as for a long time as a talking point. But I think until you've lived through it, like someone like yourself and some of the folks that I know who have like gone through this, even recently in Argentina, or Venezuela, where it's not just, you can't just switch into another currency with a traditional bank account to protect yourself, because A, that's probably not as good a solution as you think it is. But B, you're still leaving yourself open for government to come in and take it from you. And so we've seen that so many times. And I think that now the importance, again, right, not to toot the Richard Hart ecosystem too much, but the not your keys, not your token, like that's a huge selling point just for that, right? And so as we start seeing a lot more money, even individually, from folks who should know better, who do know better, who are looking to hedge themselves against a lot of that, like, inflation, against the losing of value, like, people are starting to see now how easy it is to protect themselves, firstly, by holding on to their assets in, wallets and vehicles that they own. But then also, as we start like exploring how to switch jurisdictions, right? How to get investment portfolio. If you've built yourself a decent amount of worth or assets, within the crypto space that you completely own, you've opened up a whole new channel in terms of like how you situate yourself somewhere else. You can change jurisdictions. You can protect yourself. You don't need to, stick to one passport. You can gain multiple different passports. And I just think that that's always been a taboo subject in the past by people who are afraid of offshore banks, afraid of passport control and all of that stuff. But now it's a light is being shone in this area that I think the crypto is a massive facilitator of that. And so it was super interesting just hearing your story, because I feel like you've gone through a lot of that stuff. And yes. and like just until someone goes through it firsthand, it's always easy to like kind of distance yourself from it. There's always a disconnect until it hits you in the face.
And here's the key, right? A lot of the time, once you realize it's the fact is that it's almost done on purpose. So what I mean by that is that it's good to see people finally waking up. Because before, not only was taboo, but people never even dreamed about it, because it's like, why would I even need that, right? They don't see the need until it's too late. That's why I tell people sometimes it's not just, you should not trying to just be smart, you should try to be wise. It's not because you haven't gone through something that you shouldn't learn. This is one of the reasons why, besides math that I love, another subject that I always loved in school was history, right? Because I wanted to learn, because that's how you can download the wisdom of others, where you can learn how to, walk a path based on what you preceded and have done in the past, and other people have walked that path before, so you can know if it's something that you want to do or not. So having that understanding, having that curiosity, having to see, right? Because yes, if you've been to a country or experienced it firsthand, it helps. But let's say you were not part of that place, you can still learn from it. You can learn from my story. You can learn from other people's story. You can learn just by doing the research and understanding that, wow, why did I never thought about that before, right? And some of this conditioning and brainwashing is done on purpose, because they want you to stay here as the bag holder, as they devalue the currency. Why would they even tell you, hey, you have option, hey, you can do multiple passports and all these other things? I'm not saying it's easy, but it's good to know that you have multiple options. Because now, as a consumer, when you have more option, you can now really get to decide what you want, what's best for you and your family, and what is it that you want to do. So also it put those other people into like, oh, we got to be careful now about the way we print this thing, because now people got an option that they can opt out. So just by having that option puts you in a better situation, and also allow you to fight some of that devaluation, because those people are going to realize, if I piss the customer too long, hey, maybe he's going to go somewhere else. So having that is really the key, and waking people up and making them understand that, because this is what actually is going to save them in the long term. And this is why education is so important. This is why repetition is so important, because we have to fight media. We have to fight noise. We have to fight misinformation. We have to fight old programming, brainwashing. People have been told this is the greatest thing. This is the greatest thing for so many years that they will never even question it. And this is what we need to go through in order to be open-minded, to realize that, okay, this is actually what's going on, right? You need to realize what is going on to then have an opportunity to potentially fix what's going on. So, and this is why we'll continue to do this over and over and over for this community, but also for crypto in general, because this is one of the things that makes me realize why, one more time, is here to stay for many, 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 many years to come. And everything has transitioned. Going back to what you were talking about earlier about the AI and everything like that, I feel like crypto is just that transition, right? Everything that we had in the past was analog, went to digital, right? We went from regular commerce to e-commerce, you know what I mean? And then even with the way I look at AI replacing job, I think it's just more of an opportunity for people to do other things and more productive, right? Because technically, I feel like we're already mini AI, you know what I mean? With the computers and everything like that, we're like mini Terminators already, because half human, half device helping us. I mean, I'm talking to a device right now. You probably have for whatever. Like we already have that. So instead of looking at it like, oh my God, this fear, is just more like, okay, we're going to be replaced in a sense where the thing that we used to do, that task is going to get replaced so that we can do more productive things, right? Imagine we never had cars and we're just, doing the horse thing, right? It's the same type of analogy. So it's just looking at, okay, it's going to replace this, but it's going to free my time to go do something else. And then you should start thinking about what that something else is before the transition happens, so that you can be at least as effective as possible. So look at it like, okay, I got a 2-3 year, 10 years, maybe not 10 years, but 3 to 5 year head start to start doing the things that I want to do with the help of the AI that is most likely going to replace whatever I'm doing right now, right? Like people, for example, that just, let's say drivers are going to be the ones that's most affected, right? With the whole self-driving and all that stuff, because I think I read a statistic that says about 20 to almost 30% of human population has a job related to driving, right? Now, does that mean every single role is going to have self-driving car? No. But those who are going to get displaced can start thinking about, oh, okay, well, maybe the car is self-driving. Maybe I can find something else. Maybe I can use the technology like what I used to do in sales, where I'm always in my car a lot, but I turned my car into a library, listening to audio books, right? Audibles, like find a way to be productive. So it's almost, I was already like a mini AI because I was going from point A to point B, and I did have a Tesla. So it's like, I use self-driving features, but then it just freed my time to do something else. So I can listen to podcasts, I can learn about crypto, I can learn about money, I can learn about sales, I can learn about, so have I had not have this tool, I'd be able to, right, learn the next skills that's going to help me become financially free. So I really, really encourage people to look at it that way, so it could be a little bit less scary, but don't wait last minute, right? Start looking at it now. I always say that to people.
Yeah,
I think that's
you're
one thing
completely
too,
right.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead. I'm going to jump in
No,
2
you go,
seconds, by the way. But I was just going to say, I think that's something that the documentary kind of touched on too. And I think that it was like the difference between traditional financial fluency and like modern day financial fluency. And I think that all plays into the same conversation, where crypto is a new addition, or fairly new addition. It's a modern way of thinking about, for sorting out your financial, life in a slightly different capacity. And I think you're right. With AI, I mean, it's learn to use it and adapt to it and look for other, opportunities, or don't and get left behind and be dependent on a universal basic income as we gravitate to a socialist economic kind of environment that doesn't really traditionally work for many countries, when it comes to the masses. The idea is you kind of separate yourself from the herd a little bit and not be one of the masses, and manage to kind of position yourself by utilizing the tools we have now, crypto being one of them, of course. But yeah, I agree with everything you're saying. And I didn't mean to cut you off there, Katie. I just got to make a move. So it has been awesome. I've very much enjoyed our conversation. I'd love to set him a stream, at some point as well in the future, and kind of get in the weeds with some other stuff as well. Kareem too. It was good to see you last night, and definitely enjoy your time in Miami. But guys, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ben.
See you.
Kareem, you touched on something that is really important, and it's kind of shifting with the times, right? Because you brought up AI and driving. So that is what Uber's already doing. So when you look at big institutional companies like Uber, for instance, their whole entire business design is built around the fact of AI and self-driving cars in the end. So they're $1 billion company, right, that doesn't make profit because it's not designed for people to drive it. It's not designed to pay employees to drive those cars. So currently, they're happy to run at a loss, so to speak, right? Not be a big profitable company, because in 10 years, they plan for AI and they plan for self-driving cars. And then that is them sitting at the forefront of another wealth shift, another economic shift in the economy. And they're set up already to be the people that benefit from it. It's like when you look at history, you know, everything that you're saying is correct. When you go from commerce to e-commerce, there's people that sit there and capitalize on that big giant wealth shift. And the people that are in early are the people that benefit the most from it. And that's going back to cryptocurrency. You know, everybody is still early because the big shift between the monetary system and the digital monetary system, you know, that big massive shift hasn't happened yet. So everybody is early and everybody has the ability to, again, capitalize on being early before that big monetary shift happens over to cryptocurrency. You know, like, you do have to sit back and look at the world as a whole, because everything you're saying is correct, especially when you compare it to things like AI and Uber. You know, Uber's whole entire business design is built around that next shift to come with AI. You know, like, most big companies are already starting to look at how to make those moves. You know, like in the centralized world, they are the whales. They are the people with all the big money. You know, it's the same as in crypto. People like to watch the whales and see where they go, because usually they, you know, have some sort of information that other people don't know about. They're moving to where the economic energy is going to go next. But you have that in the centralized world as well. You know, like, we have that right now with banks. Banks are starting to deploy CBDCs. Like, you start to see the shifts happen. And going back to Uber again, you can see it happening before time. So everything you're saying is completely and utterly correct. Like, it's bigger than what people realize, and being early is everything, right?
Amen. I mean, and again, this is why observation is key. This is the fundamentals of wisdom as well.
Yeah.
Because what it really boils down to is all those big companies, what they are essentially is just data-driven companies. Okay, it's a data economy. The reason why Uber can run at a loss, you know, billions of dollars or whatever, is because just like Tesla in the early days, the story is like growth, get bigger, market share, all the same. Don't worry about profitability just yet. But also, like you said, they are playing the long-term game, right? So they want to collect all that data so that, again, for the self-driving cars, but also just lowering people pattern. It's so important because it's like, when I kind of like, let's say you use Uber for everything, right? And you Uber to work, you Uber to the grocery store, you Uber to whatever, they can start design patterns to like, oh, you go from here to here, this is where you live, this is where you work. And maybe, you know, let's say it's not nefarious, but they can use that to engineer maybe some, oh, what is it that that person might like, some type of advertising that they can then, you know, push your way or stuff like that. So, but everything is about the data, and that's what they really, really want to collect. The same thing with Tesla. It's the data. Everything is data. Data. It's gonna be kind of like in crypto. It's a data economy. So once you understand that, and you're not in a quote unquote fear because you have a bigger understanding of what is happening, it allows you to stay calm and just be like, okay, cool. I got 2-3 years head start. I might not know exactly where I want to be yet, but it's going to be a great time for me to learn, for a good time for me to be educated, to be prepared, to put myself in the better position so that when the time comes, I'm not in desperation. I'm not like, oh my God, what am I going to do? You're prepared so you can execute, right? What is the definition of luck, right? Opportunity meets preparation. You got to have that. When we're talking about in the early days and to this day, when I told people I wanted to be financially free, and I did, it wasn't by luck. I prepared for that. I was disciplined. I delayed gratification. I made the money. I kept the money and invested the money. I didn't touch the money, right? When we see people, hey, the way the system works, right? Protect the golden goose, lay the golden eggs, eat the eggs, you know, right? Protect the goose. All those little teachings is just to explain people about this is how you can utilize a mechanism that's going to free you from that monetary slavery so that you can be able to do the things that you love and take care of your loved ones and stuff like that. The gentleman before he left was talking about like, you know, if you're not careful, you're just going to be left with whatever government says, and then, you know, universal basic income. And sometimes people think that's a good thing, but it's like, no, because what's going to happen, sadly, is like, because they have that money, they're going to control you. They're going to be like, hey, do this, do that. Or maybe you can buy this, maybe you can buy that. And then let's say in the beginning, you look like, oh my God, I get $2,000 a month. I remember, I almost got PTSD. I remember when I first got to the United States and I was doing door to door, and I was talking to this older lady, And then she just retired, and then she had her pension. And at the time when she had her pension, it was about like $1,000 a month, which looked like a lot. And then following up with her, because she was my customer for years, 2-3 years later, with all the rising costs, aka possibly due to inflation, that $1,000 that back in the day when she heard about I'm gonna get X looked like it was a lot of money. Now, sad that thing could barely even pay her rent. And then if she didn't have savings or other investments or family members, she could literally end up on the street. So I say this to say that it might look like, oh, they're gonna start with some crazy, oh my God, you're gonna get $2,000-$3,000 or whatever, like they did with the COVID thing during COVID. But as the monetary devaluation keeps happening faster and faster at an exponential rate, that $2,000-$3,000, it's not gonna matter. It's gonna feel like it's $300 because everything is gonna cost crazy amount of money. Your rent, I mean, this part of Miami, you can't even get anything less than $3,000 a month. I mean, for one bedroom.
Yeah.
So let alone like your food, your travels, all this other things. So it's like you got to look at it like in terms of purchasing power, and you got to look at it like, okay, I need to prepare myself because this devaluation is going to continue to accelerate. You know, quick math for those who don't know: the higher the debt goes, right, the higher they have to pay interest rate on the debt, which then means that they need to borrow even more money. So it becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy. So I read an article a couple of days ago how they already showed the budget in the US for the rest of the year. They might borrow another $1.8 trillion just to complete the rest of the year. I mean, it's insane. And they're talking about averaging $2 to $3 trillion a year starting next year. I mean, we're talking about a debt that was like, oh my God, $30 trillion sounded like just yesterday. Now we're already like way above that. So it's like exponentially growing. So which then means that devaluation is going to exponentially happen faster and faster. What devalue, let's say the US dollar in 80 years, now that same devaluation happened literally in a matter of 2-3 years. And this is due to the exponential nature of how fast that debt is growing, which then, not to scare anybody, but exponentially also let you know that this is not the time for you not to know about this stuff because the clock is ticking and it's ticking faster and faster. So you want to be protected so that when that time comes, unfortunately, because it is almost inevitable, it's almost a mathematical certainty because, again, the credit card must be extended. There is no enough money paid the debt on the credit card. But just like the credit card, if you don't pay that minimum payment, what happens? The cards start working, right? And this is basically what you look at it like that with the government. So now the question is, how do you protect yourself? So if I were to give an analogy again with a credit card, it's like if you know the credit card is going to go bust very soon, and then you basically essentially have free money, well, buy something that has long-term value with that fake money so that when the thing go bust, at least you have the other thing that has real value that you can rely on and survive on. There's a reason why, you know, in business, there's protection with bankruptcy and stuff like that. So that I'm going to go on there in case save the whole thing, at least protect the next step. This is how people can use also credit in smart ways, use OPM, other people's money, to put that at risk, and only a little bit, they only put their money at risk when they really, really, really have to. And this is the fundamentals why we teach people about building wealth, not just becoming rich. Because in Miami, especially here, it seems like in Dubai, if you're not careful, it will eat you up and spit you out. You won't even understand what happened. You see people hanging out, partying, this, that. They're partying with OPM when you're here wasting your money. So they can do this every week because they have built successful businesses, generating enough cash flow, or in HEX term, having enough T-shares that whatever they do is just the lifestyle, which is sustained with the free cash flow generated by the asset, the income generating asset. This is why you need to first build that to create that indestructible wealth based on what is your definition of financial freedom. But it starts by you taking a very, very conscious decision about what is it that you want to do? What is financial freedom looks for me? Where do I want to see myself 5, 10, 15 years from now, or even 30 years from now? You know what I mean? Depending, or people, what is the definition of quote unquote retirement for you? You know, living that decent life. So once you have those plans, when you start executing, when you start working hard, when you start delaying gratification, I saw that in the chat. Yeah, one of my favorite words right there. Then at least you know why you do what you do. That will bring you the confidence, the power. So when you hear the nonsense, the FUDs, the whatever, you can debunk all of that. You're not going to be swayed because you know why you're here. You made a conscious decision. It wasn't because due to the news or whatever. You knew what journey you embarked on. You knew what crypto is here to do. And this is one reason why I love the documentary, and not just to be a specific coin centric. It's really, again, it's us against them. Some people lose that side sometimes. So
I think some people also miss the whole entire fact of the monetary system, though, because people don't understand how money comes into existence, right? Money comes into existence through debt. That is why there is so much debt in the world. Like, that is how money is printed. Money gets printed out of thin air based on debt. So the richest people I know kind of used to make fun of me a little bit, right? And call me naive, because credit cards are a scam, because they get people to go buy luxurious items or something that doesn't generate return for them, because that's how they get locked into a scam. A, they bring money into existence by getting that debt, and then B, they're trapped because they go do something that locks them into a monetary system where the smartest people in the world and the richest people in the world leverage the debt in the system, right? So they don't go use their own money to buy assets. They go borrow money, because the banks love you if you borrow money, because you're printing money into existence, which is what the economy needs to be able to be self-sustainable, right? So the whole entire monetary system is built to make the rich richer and the poor people poorer. So the richest people in the world will constantly go and borrow money to buy assets to generate that delayed gratification, because eventually those assets will pay themselves off. You know, like going to the real estate industry, right? For instance, people will go borrow money for that. Yeah,
what you said is the key, because it's not just the borrowing, it's the fact that they're borrowing the money, but then they're buying income generating assets, free cash flow, which is really, really the key. Because what most people don't understand is the reason why they're laughing at the bank, so to speak, and it's almost like the perfect scam. But technically, I don't want to use that word scam because it's overused and it sounds too simplistic. I tell people all the time, we're not victims, okay? We were very, very conscious being. We know what we do. And then the problem is that the more accountability you have, you know, shout out to Jocko Willing, right? Extreme ownership, the more you're going to have control of what happens into your life. And the more you will have a freedom to do something about it. Because a lot of the time, but it's this person, it's that person, it's this government, this and that. No, you just need to understand how the system works. Understand how the game is played so you can play the game too. You didn't create the rule, you just need to understand what the game is. Instead of blaming, you know, the players or this or that, understand what's happening so that you can play it yourself and protect yourself, right? Because first thing people don't understand is your debt, it's their income. In other words, like Katie was saying, you're borrowing the money, but when you go buy the whatever, you know, what is the Gucci product, whatever, the clothes, apparel, whatever it might be, or at the bank when you borrow to go do something else, the moment that transaction happened, it shows debt on your side, but it shows income on their side. And this is also how they can manipulate numbers and GDP numbers and whatever. It creates a growth that is technically fake because people are not buying with money that they actually have. They're buying goods and services with money that was borrowed out of thin air, like Katie said, because somebody just authorized it. When you go to the bank and you get approved for a loan, it just virtually gets created. It says 20,000 or whatever it might be. The money was never there. The money never existed. It's just an authorization. When you swipe your card or whatever, it's authorization. So everything's already digital. It's digits. The way they make money is like by the time you quote unquote pay back the money that never existed, right? The interest that has been generated is now the free money that they made. Right. And they basically are also monetizing time. Because if you borrow 20,000, but then it took a year or 2 years to pay it back, and maybe by the time you pay back 23,000, right? You pay back the 20,000 that never existed, but now the bank making that spread, that 3,000, that difference. And they're monetizing the time because they give you an interest rate based on how long it took for you to pay back the money. So when you take that and you extrapolate, how do you want to put yourself in a situation where you can be the benefactor of that kind of incentive, right? So same thing, you borrow money, you go buy income generating assets, which now generate yield. And now when that yield is happening, as long as the value accrued is greater than the interest that you're paying on the money that you borrow, now you're in that free cash flow space. And as long as you're positive, I don't care. I could borrow $1 billion, $1 trillion. It doesn't matter. It's just because I leave off the spread, right? If I quick math, easy math. If I borrow money at 5% and I can generate at least a 6% return, I don't care if this is 1%, I'm in that free cash flow zone, right? Because borrow costs me 5, but I'm earning 6. So after it's all said and done, I'm positive 1. So now all I got to do is just keep borrowing as much as possible, as long as I can still generate that return that is greater than the cost of the capital that I borrow. Now, let's do the same example with inflation. That's what we tell people. You can't just leave your money in the bank and be happy with the 2-3%. I don't care if you have millions of dollars, because if inflation is 8 to 10%, right? If you go to shadowstat.com, you get to see the real numbers. Then you don't want your wealth to be in a melting ice cube, because now what I just talked about, it compounds in the opposite direction. The more money you have sitting, not beating inflation, the more that money is losing value. And this is why you hear a lot of wealthy people, they hate what's called dormant capital. Money that just sits around. That's why I personally, I don't buy a lot of properties or this, that, because my money is best served elsewhere where I can generate a better return. Now, if I didn't know about, let's say HEX or whoever, or crypto, or if I didn't have any other investment that can generate a greater return, I will go to the next greater one, right? If I know where to make 15% of my money, why am I going to take the 5%, right? But if the 5% is the only vehicle that I know, then I'm gonna go with that. So it's the same thing. So once people understand that and understand how the money actually works and how the people that they're borrowing the money from, you need to also understand how they work, how they benefit, right? Like Richard taught us a long time ago, which is really good. Oh, the bank takes my money and lend it to, no, they don't do that. Because again, they take that, they put on a liability side, and then they turn around and then they ask trillions of dollars from the Fed. Because once you understand fractional reserve lending, and now there's not even no reserve ratio, but let's just pretend they used to have a reserve ratio of 10% and then 1%, and the COVID, it was gone. What that means is if you have a reserve ratio of 1%, the more money you have on the deposit, the more you are allowed to borrow, almost basically 100x. So if I have, $1,000, right, and I have a reserve ratio of, 1%, I can borrow up to 100 grand, which basically, again, money out of thin air that I can use and go play around with. So imagine when it's billions of dollars. And this is also, when you understand that, it's also why the bank hate the fact that when you take the money out, because it goes the opposite way too, at an exponential rate. Every time you take $1,000 out of the bank loses 100 grand, because they lose that multiplier factor too, because the deposit ratio, based on that and based on the fact that they got to hold the deposit is no longer here. It leaves the institution, you go wherever it goes, or it goes to the next bank, then they are losing money too. This is the reason why they will tell you whatever under the sun to make you not move that money. Better yet, sometimes, they even eat themselves. And that's also what happened with all the bank runs. Yeah. Those regional banks failing, sadly. Well, ask yourself who benefited, right? The top 3 to 5 banks. And they didn't just benefit, they got an extra $30 billion of deposit from all those regional. No, remember what I just said. You take that number and you're 100x, because now with the same laws and the deposit ratios, then they basically are getting trillions of dollars. And they're fully backed up by the Fed, because they're too big to fail. Isn't that genius? Making money with basically almost no risk. That's crazy. Yeah. So, but the reason why I say almost no risk is because their one risk is what we're talking about right now, crypto. Yeah. Because all that is all good, but they still need you to leave that money in the bank. The moment the bank run happens, let's say from those top 5 to like crypto as a whole, that's when they get really, 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 really scared. And this is also why they're working so hard to create a contingency, to do the CBDC, to probably buy a lot of Bitcoin and do the ETF, so that when that time inevitably comes, because it's going to take a while, but make no mistake, it will happen. People will be woken. It's just a matter of when. We're just here trying to accelerate the process. That's just what I firmly believe. This is why I know crypto is here to stay. This is the reason why I'm 100% confident staking Quattro Cinco, because I'm seeing the vision. I'm playing the long-term game. That's always been my get-go from the beginning. It's just a matter of, are we going to get there in 15 years? Are we going to get there in 5 years? Are we going to get there in 10 years? I really believe it's happening within the 15 years. It's just now I take it upon myself to, and then other people in the community to be like, okay, how do we accelerate the process so that the inevitable come, but also how can we prepare people so that when that come, they know what to do and they don't become monetary enslaved. That's my only fear.
Yeah, and you did bring up something else that was extremely important when you talked about CBDCs and them controlling you. So the euro that just launched not long ago was kind of like their test stablecoin, so to speak, right? They test digital dollar on the blockchain. It is completely and utterly full of those admin keys. Like you literally cannot make one single transaction, not one, like you can't purchase a single thing without an admin key, centralized entity on the other side accepting your transaction. So you can go to process a transaction, but every single tiny thing that you try to purchase with that euro on the blockchain, they can stop you from purchasing it. Like, so the control is real, right? It's the same thing as the banking system. You just don't see it as much, right? So the blockchain, it's really hard to hide those types of things. But the CBDCs exist, and so does the control. The fact that you can't purchase anything that you want to without them saying yes, that's what you were just talking about again. That's entrapping your money into the banking system, because if you try to leave the banking system when they already have those digital currencies in place, they have the ability to deny you the right to do it. You know, so when you're talking about the CBDCs, I think, you know, you keep hitting the nail on the head that they are entrapping you in the banking system. It is their way to completely control you. So escaping that system early, escaping it now, understanding the monetary system and the banking system and getting out of it while you still can, you know, those are the things that I think people need to, instead of ignore and think that it, you know, that won't happen anytime soon, actually come to the realization that it is happening, right? Like they're already doing test runs of it. It is real. Like you can't hide from the fact. You can accept it and jump in there and try and be ahead of it, or you can be too late, which is what most people end up being.
Yeah, to the exact point, you know, because sadly it is inevitable in the sense where it's going to happen. Now, the question is, what are you going to do about it? How prepared you're going to be? Because that's what's going to separate you, sadly, from those who are going to be monetary enslaved or those who are going to be actually free. Because I tell my friend was like, I feel like, you know, slavery hasn't left. It just evolved, just like anything else, right? Evolution is always going to be. And so this thing now, the crazy part is now they want to enslave all of us. You know what I mean? They make it look like they run those distractions and oh, don't look over here, look over there. But it's like playing that 4D chess, and for them, that's the checkmate, because they've pretty much 90% there, but they know that that 10% left is the most important one, because we can still flip it around by thanks to crypto and escape. You know what I mean? Because like I said earlier, they're going to do the consolidation, right? We used to have tens and thousands, hundreds and thousands of banks. Then we went to like less than 10,000, which, you know, acceptable, because back in the day, if you remember, and people who actually do research on that, there was like hundreds of banks failing every year. It was crazy. So maybe that was over decentralized. So, okay, 10,000 is okay. But now they want to shorten that number smaller and smaller and consolidate to top 20 to top 5 banks, because guess what? Centralization, so that they can have more control, so they can launch the CBDC. Because again, they're trying to do it like, how do we become China without telling the rest of the world that we're and not to pick on China. It's just, I'm just using the centralization part. So it's like, how do we do that to get that? Because centralization is efficient for them, keyword for them, but it's bad for us because it takes away our freedom. So this is why they're doing the plan the way they do it. They do all the failing of the bank, they consolidate, they run the fear tactics. They tell you money is safe, don't worry, blah, blah, blah. So you gladly move on to JP Morgan and the rest. And then later on, they'll be like, oh, yeah, don't worry. We just got this new thing here. It's just like a crypto. It's fast. It's instant settlement and blah, blah, blah. They tell you all the good things, right? Like sometimes the used car salesmen, they tell you all the benefit. They don't tell you all the negative stuff, right? It's like watching an infomercial or watching a pharmaceutical commercial. Tell you all this. And then at the end, they go very fast. Like, you know, the little footnotes. Oh, you may do this and may do that. And da-da-da-da-da. Like, no, you got to make sure you have options. When that comes, you can choose whether you want to opt in or not. And more importantly, you can choose to the degree of which you want to opt in. I'll give you an example. let's say they want to give you free money or whatever, but because you have option, you have real crypto versus the fake crypto. When the fake crypto comes, because you know it's not primarily where your wealth is, you're still financially free. You can use the fake crypto for the things that you don't really like care. You're just using it for that. The same way how we say that there's like good money and bad money, right? What do? You use the bad money first before you touch the good money, right? So as long as it's like that, I'll welcome any free money you want to give me, as long as I know that it's just not going to be at a level where you're going to control me, control what I say, where I can go and not. My freedom of movement, my freedom to transact, my freedom of expression, all these things matters. So once you understand and you're protected, when the CBDC comes in, it's for you, it's going to sound funny. I'm about to say this. It's going to be like, oh, guys, another altcoin just came in. We just got a free edge. Let's just cash out. And then we go buy real crypto. And it just becomes another day. All right, guys, they finally dropped it. It came garbage. But hey, whatever you're allowed to buy with it, as long as you need it, maybe you need some toilet paper, I don't know, then you can use it for that. You know what I mean? So, and then the other important stuff, then you can use your real crypto for that. So
I think the day when it finally comes, when you have more payment gateways, so to speak, between cryptocurrency and real world assets, I think that's the day when they come into really bad issues, because we don't need their altcoin eventually, right? Like those types of solutions will definitely come, because not just our community, but crypto at large, people that truly believe in decentralization, you know, they're going to work on those things. We have the technology to build it. You know, maybe not PulseChain, it might not be able to handle the transactional volume sort of thing for that type of infrastructure for a payment gateway, but eventually that technology is going to drop.
But that's the beauty of it, right? Everybody knows if you've been in crypto long enough, you already understand that the future is going to be multi-chain no matter what. That's why we always love to use the analogy of the highway, right? Because at first, nobody even thought about why we need highway. The little back road works. And then you realize, oh my God, there's a lot of cars now. Everybody wants a car now. Oh, it's affordable. Before it was expensive. Now it's affordable. It's a car. Now next thing you know, boom, we need bigger highway. And then you realize, oh, we got to do super highways. We got to do 6 lanes. We got to do up and under. We got to do tunnel. We got to, because the beauty about with the air is that you have unlimited scalability you can do, right? Because when it's on the ground, you can only go usually horizontal. But when it's kind of like in the air or tunnel, you can basically do any shapes. So as long as they go up and under, you can do that. So it's the same thing is going to happen with crypto. And rightfully so, the scalability comes as needed, right? So, you know, obviously in the very beginning, it is true, build and they will come. You got to create, you know, the basic roads. But then as you scale, you want to scale based on the future. And this is why anything EVM compatible, I think it's the future on that. It's just, and like Richard said, we can spin out multiple chains if need be when that time comes, when we cross that bridge. Until then, education, education, education. I can't stress that enough. This is the reason for repetition, because then we can also play 4D chess. So when the CBDC comes in or whatever and they're attacking us, we're ready, we're prepared, we're trained, we're educated community. Believe it or not, we can turn that into our advantage. The same way we're doing with the free publicity, you know, HEX getting right now. So when CBDC comes, free publicity for crypto. Now, the work still needs to be done. The education still needs to happen. It's not going to happen by itself. But when you already prepare, condition, and welcoming for that fight, so to speak, because you're helping people freeing themselves and seeing from themselves, this is the beauty about what I call the Pandora's box analogy. When somebody has been awakened, they can't go back to sleep. That's the key. It's just kind of like in the Matrix. Once you take that red pill, once you're awake, I'm like, okay, my job is done. Whatever you do after that, it's up to you. Because now, once you know, you know. You cannot unknow. You can't play stupid. You can't be like, oh, nobody told me and this and that. Because then, I'll feel bad about, man, I wish I told this guy. I wish somebody told him. But once you know, our job is done. Now the rest is up to you. You have freedom. You decide if you want to be enslaved, but at least you know what you're doing. Or if you want to actually be free, it's going to be up to you. But you're not going to be in a state of total panic, fear, because something is happening to you and you don't understand what is happening to you. Like those people that, you know, work, how many times we heard the story of the coal miners, right? Work 20, 30 years. They knew the change was coming, but they never really adapted. They never really changed. A few did and started finding other jobs and this and that. So when the change inevitably come and the coal plant closed or whatever it might be, those who were prepared, those who were wise, not playing smart, but like, oh, it will never happen. We're going to get the union and da-da-da-da. Those people just moved on to bigger, better things. And those who did not got trapped. And that's very sad. So our job is just to awaken as many people as we can. We're going to welcome the CBDC wave because it's going to bring a lot more into crypto. I think when we get to the billion of people in crypto, I think, what is it now, roughly? How many people in crypto? What would you say? Guess 50 million, 100 million?
A couple 100 million, I think.
Couple hundred.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, that could be about right. Yeah, I read an article yesterday that Binance just passed 150 million customers worldwide, something like that. I don't know if it's all, real accounts, but I think a couple 100 million is fine. So I think CBDC wave by 2025, that gives us that billion plus. Because again, it's Metcalfe's law. As much as we love the tech and this and that, like Richard talks about it, it's the Metcalfe's law. More people come in. This is also when the price comes up because activity is going to start kicking in. So, and then hopefully we get the ETFs and all this other stuff. And then the rest is just going to be education from the get-go.
Yeah. Learning crypto definitely can change your life. Like, it doesn't matter what anybody says. It's not just getting into crypto, it's actually learning it. Because when you learn the fundamental of what crypto is, how it works, how the technology benefits you, even if it's not just HEX, actually just starting to understand that technology that you're interacting with, it changes your whole entire life because it changes your perspective on everything. It changes your investment thesis. It changes your ability to understand how blockchain can be the future. You talked about interconnectivity, right? And utilizing other blockchains. I'm obviously a PulseChain maxi, but Chia has a data layer, right? That type of data layer has the ability to run centralized things on. YouTube could technically be deployed on Chia and do a decentralized YouTube where you don't have to pay a centralized platform.
Hey, I wouldn't be surprised if Elon Musk with the X thing start listing something over there. I mean, to me, it's just common sense. I look at it like my focus is on the main, what I call the trunk of the tree, which is like the education and people to realize like, okay, there's a new world. It's like you just came from your old country to the new country. I'm at the custom. I'm letting you in. I say, welcome. Here's your new passport. Here's what you do. Here's the exchange. This is where you change your currency. And then from there, you go have fun. You go pick your store, whatever you want to eat, where you want to stay, what do you want to do. At least I just welcome you into the new country, understand what is here. And from there, go. Because like you said, there's multiple applications. Like back in the day when the internet first came out, right? Or the first time mail came out, people thought, oh, you're just going to do one thing, right? And next boom, multiple things start happening. Communication, pictures, imagery, videos, voice, all kinds of new businesses spin off from that because they thought, oh, it would just be a one-trick pony. So same thing with blockchain. But we must take care of the trunk first. Financially free. If you're not financially free, you don't have any freedom. If we're really serious about it. Because everything you do, whether you like it or not, I've said it many times, you live on an economic planet. Money is important. It's not the end all be all, but it is important. What's going on, Mr. Hilarski? Good to see you.
Good to see you, Kareem.
Yes,
Good
sir.
to see you, Katie.
So once you understand that, that's really what the takeaway comes in. Because when you become financially free, then you have free thoughts, free movement, freedom to transact with whoever you want. And then from there, I genuinely believe when a human being is calm, free, and relaxed, imagination goes crazy, innovation comes in, new things that we never even thought about, right? People are worried about, oh, AI is going to replace. No, sometimes it's like you need a helper. I hate to say it, but if the helper can allow you not to worry about a certain task so you can free up your mind to think about new, cool, innovating things, I think that's great. Now, if you just choose to, hey, use the helper and then be lazy, that's fine too. Hey, freedom, choose. But for those who want to be able to then expand on that, I think that's great.
It's been really awesome talking to you, Kareem. You're very switched on in the world and a great conversation to have with you. I really hope that I get to have more conversations with you in the future. Just understanding all those types of things, it's a lot for people to get when you find people like you who actually understand it and can sit there and explain it to other people and put it in simple context forms and analogies, it's extremely beneficial. And I personally have really enjoyed everything that you've had to say. It's all true, and I agree with every single thing that you've said, so I really enjoyed the discussion with you. So thank you for having it with me.
Amen. And then for the people in the chat, I always like to leave them with a call of action, which is really great, is, again, share the movie. I think it's going to be amazing for the majority of the people. Spread the word, educate. We're not going anywhere. We're not going to stop. And most importantly, like I tell people all the time, we stake, we date, we chill. And then from there, you're free to do whatever else you want to do. If you have any questions, you can always reach out. Okay, I'm on Twitter, I'm on Telegram, I'm on Instagram as well. So, and from there, adios.
Cheers.
Thank you, Karim.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Randy, how are you?
I'm doing good, Kitty. It seems like every time I see Kareem, we're just doing a handoff between live streams. It's like he's like, "Hey, Randy's up. Hi, Kareem. Bye, Randy." It's like every time. It's always like that between him and I. Well, good to see you, Kitty. I've never actually got to stream with you before or even chat with you. So, and I didn't even know you were Australian. I didn't even know. Sorry. I hear your voice. Aussie. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, most people don't. They'll start shooting me like DMs, like, "Are you Australian?" I'm like, "Yeah, mate, I'm Australian."
You can't tell.
It's pretty thick. My accent is very thick. Yeah. But no, I haven't spoken to you before, Randy, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Thank you. Yeah, we're different time zones, but I do stream. A lot of my followers happen to be Aussie, so and it makes sense because of the time zone. And I stream usually. I was doing 10 p.m. Eastern, so that was like noon for you guys or something. So a lot of folks would like watch me during their lunch breaks. It was really funny. Nice. so it worked out great. But first, I want to say thank you to all that you do on Twitter. I have backed off since I lost my main account. I was really depressed over that, losing my account. And but you guys really have stepped up and shown who the true powerhouses are. The ladies can't be beaten. That you guys get to spread the word a lot further than any of us guys can, except for Richard himself, obviously. But you guys have done an absolutely bang up job. And all of us guys on the SEC list, we've all been hammered and just put in a box. So
yeah,
we're trying our best to continue. I haven't lost my YouTube yet, thank God.
Thank you for everything you do. You have endless hours of content put out on YouTube and endless hours of content in general. So, sure. And if there is anything that I can do to actually help you get back your account, whether that's like a tweet or a petition or something, like if there is something in the background that can be done, just let me know, because I am more than happy to help. Because, somebody got his account back. So if there's a way to garner attention, whether it's from Elon or Twitter support, let me know if I can help you get.
The thing is, we don't know why they took it away, and I thought the only thing I could think of was either the SEC list, because Twitter had no way of contacting me. My Twitter account, my main one, is actually using my Mexican phone number, which I don't live in Mexico, so how are they even going to get in contact? So it was kind of funny. I'm like, great, you guys, SEC's got me on a list. Great, with a Mexican phone number. Good luck going to Acapulco and finding me. I'm not there anymore. So yeah, it was kind of funny. But yeah, we do what we can. It's like the whole thing. When one gets nailed and knocked down, someone else steps up, and I think that's what our community has done now. For the last 3 years, we saw Hexologist step away from live streaming, and 10 other people jumped up. So as long as we continue to do this, we're going to do just fine. Look what we've done without Richard on the forefront. I love it.
The community is virtually unstoppable in itself. It's a decentralized community, and it's just massive. And you're completely right. You can knock 10 of us down, but 100 more will literally just pop up. So
yeah. Just the anger alone of watching your friends fall, it's like, that's not fair. I mean, you're banning them for why? And so you get to work. And I've been dealing with this for a long time, even before HEX. I'm an anarcho-capitalist, and I'm an anti-vaxxer. I'm a former nurse. I did a lot of things in my life, and I've seen a lot of things. And people like me who are on the health kick, going, eating healthy and trying to change your life, and
and going the all natural routes. People like us are getting slammed everywhere. You see in Canada where they're trying to ban supplements now. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that I'm willing to die for. I'm going out there and I'm spreading the word, and sooner or later just have a feeling that I'm going to lose all my mainstream channels. I lost Facebook, I lost Pinterest, I lost my main Twitter. I mean, where else? They're just going to keep coming for me, and that's fine. I'll find another way. Decentralization is here. That's why we have places like Odyssey, and X now. Hopefully, X is as good as Elon says it's going to be. So.
I am totally with you with that, Randy. I think I made pretty clear that I'm an unvaxxed and I stand for decentralization, and I stand for remedies. I stand for natural, right? And I'm more than happy to die for my rights as well. And I'm also willing to die for other people's rights, not just my own, right? My family's, people that I care about, any person that I don't even know, they have a right to make their own decisions. And I'm more than happy to go down fighting for those people's rights. Because
very few people like that today. I think it's still, it's the 80-20 rule. 80% are willing to bend over and take it. And then 20% are like, oh, hell no, I'm not doing that. So, and then there's another, take the 80-20 rule to that group, and then there's only 20% of them or 5 people who are willing to die in the cross for it, and I'm one of those folks, man. So I get into fights all the time. I mean, I got no problem. I'm like, what'd you say, police officer? Oh no, you didn't. Yeah, that's how it is. So I hope more people are starting to wake up and realize that this is all a game. And I like the talk that you guys had, you and Kareem, about the CBDCs. CBDCs have a big anti-CBDC guy for a while. I personally know the guy from Barbados, Gabriel Abed, who was the person that set up the first CBDC system in Barbados. I know the developer that helped do it, Ira Miller. This all happened in Panama. And now Gabriel Abed is traveling the world helping countries set up their CBDCs. And the guy is, he likes to go around and people think because he's an ambassador, he's a good guy. I do not like him. I don't like the goals that he has. He does not care about you and I's freedom. All he cares is about the almighty dollar and his prestige and his ego, and going around the world, saying that, oh, I am the father of CBDCs. Well, good luck to you, Gabriel. I I wish you the best. But when I met him, I did not get a good vibe. And Ira, who was his developer, he's like, oh, Gabriel, Randy, you're going to love Gabriel. No, I did not.
It's so funny you say those things, though, because people still argue that it doesn't exist and it's not real and it's not happening. And for people to be able to live in that delusion, like, they are so trapped by the media and so trapped by the narratives that are pushed out into the general public to not believe that it's true. Like, it is astonishing. Yeah.
It's coming in fast. You guys are going to be getting your little coupons every month. And if you don't spend them, they're going to go right back to the central. And get ready, it's coming. And I totally live outside the system. My credit score in the United States has now fallen back to 0 because I've been outside for so long, 13 years. I ran my credit score about 2 months ago just for the fuck of it. I said, let me go check my credit score. 0. And I'm like, oh man, I couldn't do anything if I went back to the US. I'd have to start from scratch. Man, I do have a decent score here in Panama, but back home, 0. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh, Elvidian is he made a comment about moon cycles, and I don't know, you probably seen it. I talk about moon cycles all the time, and this moon cycle was a gangbuster right on the full moon. SEC going after Richard Hart, and there goes our crypto right off the cliff. And I was like, oh no. Someone's like, Randy, you're right again. And I was like, I don't want to be this right. This is not the kind of right I wanted to be. Not against PulseChain. I didn't care about Bitcoin, but not PulseChain. That was ridiculous. That was the worst wake up ever. Sit down on my computer and checking my Beetroot, because Beetroot's one of my favorite tokens. I'm checking the price. I'm like, what? Why is it down 40%? Who sold? I'm thinking to myself, who sold? Nobody sold. The PulseChain took the whole market down. So it was rough.
Going down at launches isn't a bad thing, right? Because when you're looking at the economics, I guess, in it, right? The money that's sitting in it, a lot of big wallets are in there, right? And if you look at the dip that took place, most people didn't sell. Those dips happen by 2 big whales, and that's not a bad thing. That's redistribution of wealth. And redistribution at the bottom of a cycle is one of the best things, not just for sell pressure later on, but the people that are accumulating and redistributing that wealth from those whales, they're the people that probably need it more than that whale, right? The people that can truly find generational wealth with it, the people that can get financially free, the people that need it the most end up having it. So, you know, I look at those things as a good thing, especially when it's just a couple of individuals that are the people that are doing that to the chart. You know,
they gave
for me, it's great.
I doubled my bags.
I love seeing the little guys win. Like that's, you know, that's why we're here.
And I told everybody I was not going to be. This is before the dip, obviously. I moved everything to stables about a week and a half ago. So everything was liquid, and it wasn't a lot of money because everything. I'm a HEX guy, so everything's staked out for 11 and a half years. Can't do much about that. But all my liquid stuff, I sold pretty much. And I went to stables, and everyone's like, "Oh my god!" Because I have a Patreon group, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, Randy, you did it again." I'm like, "Look, all I knew is that August had 2 full moons." And it's called a blue moon when you have 2 full moons in 1 month. And I said, that does not look good. And everyone's like, but Randy, the movie's coming out. I said, but the movie's coming out in a full moon. I'm like, I trust the moon more than I trust the movie because that's how I am, pretty esoteric when it comes to that kind of stuff. I don't care about TA. I care about cycles. I care about the moons. I care about religion. I care about this stuff. And people are like, Randy, that's just stupid. Why would you care about these things? I said, man, I just made bank. I doubled my PulseChain bags. I doubled my PulseX bags. I doubled my fiat bags. I doubled my FUX bags. I doubled all these bags. Why? Because I was able to move to stables about 5 days before the event took place. So it all worked out. So once again, I got lucky. And just like I got lucky and sold at 12 cents HEX in January, and everyone's like, Randy, you're stupid. It's going to 15. It's going to 20. I said, no, it's not. 12 cents, I'm out. So a lot of the maxis hate me for these things, but I tend to be, when I see something writing on the wall, I make moves. And my Patreon, they all know it because I post all my trades and everything in there, which aren't often, but
yeah.
I make sure I let everybody know, to be fair.
So you made a comment, and that comment just then was that people hate you for those decisions. See, yeah. I don't like those types of things, right? Because we're in decentralization for a free market. Now, you don't have to agree with somebody's investment choices. You don't have to agree whether they're a trader. You don't have to agree with anything that they do, right? But they have the freedom to make their own decisions. And you, as a speculator or investing in assets, you know, it doesn't hurt you to get different perspectives from other people, but it does hurt you to tarnish somebody else for their choices that they make. Absolutely. Now, they might make terrible choices or they might make amazing choices, but it's not your job to criticize them for it because it's their decision and they made it themselves. And that's why we are here, to make our own decisions, right? That's what blockchain is for, to Absolutely. Have freedom to transact. So I don't like when people say they hate somebody, so to speak, right? For their freedom to transact, please transact the way that you want to. That's the whole entire point about freedoms, right?
Absolutely.
Transact how you want on the blockchain.
I'd love to meet some of these people in person. I really would. Have you ever wondered these people, what they're like behind these fake profiles and stuff that like to talk a lot of smack? I just, man to man or woman to woman, sometimes you like, I just wish I could meet you in person. And I wonder if you'd say the same thing in person as you say behind these fake profiles. It really bothers me. And I did want to say hi to my mom. My mom's in the chat. What's up, diehard HEX skin? she's a diehard HEX skin. She's been in HEX since 2020, so she's good to go.
That's awesome. I just think it is what it is, and people need to accept it. And the most people that are the meanest are aliases. You know, you're right. Like people like us that put our face to the things that we're saying. You know, people can find us. They can find our name. They can find pretty much everything about us. It's 2023, right? There's reverse imaging. There's everything, right? So you can find who I am. You can find who Randy is, right? Like we are face fronting people. The most rudest people are people that don't show their faces. Like really they annoying. Are, yeah.
But I understand why some people don't do it. They're afraid, or their jobs, or that kind of stuff. They can't say what they want to say if they use their real face. But I've been doing it for so long, and people always tell me, Randy, be careful. And I understand that. Be careful. It's 3-letter agencies are always watching. Sometimes I just sit there and wonder, I'm like, who in the US government is watching me today? Like, because they're always keeping tabs on me. That's so funny. Oh goodness. Oh, Crypto King, what's up, buddy? He's in the house too. I love Crypto King. He's always working so hard for our community and doing things behind the scenes, connecting us with big YouTubers. And if, guys, remember, you don't always have to be a streamer. You don't always have to be popular on Twitter. You can be the person in the background, like Crypto King, just making connections. He's constantly getting us interviews. He'll message somebody like, "Hey, you want to go on this stream with this so and so?" And he hooks it up. I mean, that's amazing, because you really have to have a personality to do that kind of thing.
Yeah, I brought that up a little earlier too. Like, the small guys sometimes think that they're irrelevant, that they don't have a voice, but they have a voice, right? Like, it's even liking something, commenting on something, that's having a voice, and that's helping push something forward, right? Like, for instance, when we get protocols to integrate, you watch the HEX community just go flood with engagement on their tweets, right? Go, thank you for supporting us. Thanks for coming to PulseChain. You know, welcome to the community. Those hundreds of comments give people a feeling of, holy crap, this is one of the most engaged communities I've ever seen. You know, they read through the comments of what people say. Every single voice has power, and people just don't understand that, right? Like, for instance, sometimes I get way too many comments to sit there and reply to people, but I'll scroll through to see what certain people have to say, right? Like, I want to see what people say, and other people do that as well. So if you're commenting on the big accounts and you think that that big account never sees your stuff because they don't interact with you, I can promise you they see what you write, right? Like, Absolutely. They do. Whether it's a big influencer or a big streamer, you know, they see you, and your comments are seen by other people because you can see the view count off to the side of it. So if you just write HEX under something, but it gets 2,000 views, but maybe no likes, but you've still done something to help,
2,000
right?
views.
So yeah, everybody matters, and people thinking that they're irrelevant, they don't matter. Like, the small guys make up a bigger difference than anybody will see. Like, they are working bees, you know, everybody that puts in work and puts in effort is helping in some shape or form. Like, nobody goes unnoticed.
Absolutely. And I had a good story was when Andreas Antonopoulos, I don't know if you know who he is, or you're in crypto for a while, so I imagine you know who Andreas is. He's for those of you guys who do not know, he was one of the original Bitcoin educators. And Andreas, I've met him in person a couple of times at conferences, at Latin American Bitcoin conferences and things like that. And he was always a big D, And I never really liked him. My wife could not stand him, because he was always so antisocial. We were sitting right next to him at a table having lunch one time, and my wife went to say something to him, and he just did like this, put his head down, put some of his food in his face. My wife looked at me, she goes, "What an asshole!" It's like so. Andreas, like I said, I've been at multiple conferences together, and we, I was on stage right before him one time, so we know each other's face, and when I got into HEX, and this is like January 2020, I put out a tweet saying I was involved in HEX and I was owning HEX. And then right after that, he tweeted something how he hated HEX and how he couldn't stand Richard and it was a scam and all this kind of stuff. And I commented on it. And then he actually went out of his way and made a tweet saying Randy Hilarski was a scammer because he's involved with HEX. And man, I got like 2,000 unfollows within the next week, all because this guy, Andreas, did that. But in the end, he did me a big favor. He got rid of all the chaff that I didn't need, the people that were following me who are Bitcoin maxis, because that's the world I come from, Ethereum and Bitcoin maxis. And that's how I knew Richard. I always thought of him as a Bitcoin maxi. And they just said, they shunned me, put me to the side, and in the end, that benefited me because I didn't try to appease that community anymore. I went and I started working within the HEX community, and you've seen what we've grown into. We're just an absolute beast. There's only one community that comes close to us, and that's the XRP community. Congrats to them because they're pretty strong too, but no one comes close to us. We could just bury someone on Twitter now.
Our community is literally a force to be reckoned with, and it's the bottom of a bear market and they're a force. Like, imagine us in the bull market. Like, our community is, but it's, in crypto there is so much maximalism, and it's fine, right? Like, I personally am a maxi, right? Like, it's very evident that I'm a maxi, okay? But I also value decentralization. So if you're building something cool, I'm going to talk to you, right? Like, if you're if you're doing something for freedom to transact, if you're doing something innovative and amazing and great for DeFi as a whole, like, I'm going to support you because I like it. You know, when you are a maxi, if you can't value what somebody else is doing for our industry, you know, that's a problem in its own, right? Because Bitcoin maxis just want Bitcoin. Like, they've always been that way. There's a new wave of them every year. But at some point, the Bitcoin maxis need to understand, you know, Ethereum has better utility and use case. They need to be acceptant of Ethereum and be okay with what it brings to the whole entire space as a whole. It's not my token's always better than yours. At some point, you know, people just need to go, you know what, Ethereum has the ability to push more people and bring more adoption into this crypto space, allow people to have self-sovereignty, allow people to be decentralized and freedom to transact, do with what they want with their money, right? Have the ability to find freedom in the sense of wealth, right? Like, have the ability to do all those things. So you should want to support that, not, you know,
not stifle it, not
it.
hammer it down. I mean, it makes no freaking sense. And I know lots of Bitcoin maxis, and they're over here applauding all these, you know, what's it called, ETFs, BlackRock and Vanguard and all these guys coming in. And I'm like, wait a second, guys. I mean, when I got involved in 2014, man, you would have just been hung and slaughtered at a conference if you brought that up and said, "Oh, this is great." No, back then it was anarcho-capitalists, it was libertarians, it was cypherpunks. These people did not care about what JP Morgan wanted or what BlackRock wanted. This was like totally anti-establishment, you know. It's a real shame to see where the whole Bitcoin space has gone, and now they're just applauding. They got the richest man in crypto in, you know, a richest man, which is Elon Musk. He's in crypto. Now they've got the two biggest banks, which are just retirement banks. It's retirement funds, and those two are just going to be, you know, those will be the two biggest. So how many X's are you going to get after that? I don't know. What's the two biggest?
You know, it's funny because I remember having a conversation with a really Bitcoin OG, right? Very, very wealthy man. And he kind of said to me, you know, the most people that made the most gains in Bitcoin started to seek other gains elsewhere because they had the capital, right? Because we have the money. So like, even if I keep my Bitcoin, me moving a little bit out into altcoins is really nothing because I can go get 100x over there. And if I really wanted to, I can move it back into Bitcoin. The people that have that type of mentality are the people that don't really have the gains yet. You know, he kind of brought me back down a little bit as well and said, you know, those people don't represent us as a whole. And you have that in our community as well, right? That not everybody represents the space as a whole, but they're usually the loudest. You know, so it is catch-22.
Absolutely. I mean, I started with Bitcoin as well, but it didn't take me long to find other things. I was in XRP in 2015. I was in Dash, which was at that time it was Darkcoin. I mean, I was one of these guys. I got my Bitcoin. I was like, ooh, what do I do with it now? And I'm selling it for all these altcoins right away. So I was never a Bitcoin maxi in that respect. I was always like, where can I get the most fun and make a 10x? You know, my first 10x was XRP. It was pretty cool. Then it was Lisk. I don't know if anybody in the chat even knows what Lisk was, but it was a copy of Ethereum. I think it was the first other layer one that came out. So, you know, I've had lots of 10Xs. I don't like 10Xs anymore. I've been a HEX too long. Now I want another 1000X. Bring on the 1000X, folks. Can we have another, please? Randy wants second 1000X.
I read a comment the other day of somebody in the community that said, people with $1,000 wants 10,000X. People with $100,000, they only want 100X. People with $1 million just want 10X. And I sat there and I went, you are wrong. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter how much money that you have in an asset. You want that asset to perform well. It's why you put money into it. It doesn't matter the amount. Like most people are rooting for an asset to do, you know, 100x minimum. That's why they move to altcoins. So
look, guys, all I want is the dopamine hits. That's all I want. The money. Look, I'm retired. I've already done very well in crypto. I just want the dopamine hits. You get me high off this shit. I mean, before we started the stream, I took some ashwagandha to make sure I didn't get too excited, and I'm just real chill right now. but you know, when we get a big hit, I get so excited, and when I see things move, and like look at where the ETH go. This coin by 9inch that just launched 2 days ago. And look what it did already. I mean, it went from less than I think my original purchase was like 15 cents, and it went to $1.63 today or something, or some ridiculous value for this where the ETH token. Now that's a dopamine hit, and you did that in 48 hours. It's like, wow, this is cool. This brought back the old days of crypto when things get exciting really quick. I was hoping we'd have that with PulseChain when PulseChain launched. I thought we'd get that first 10x really quick, but we only got a 3x because the bridge was jacked up. But what can we do? You know, so got a tiny dopamine hit.
I mean, a 10x straight out the bat versus the 3x probably would have been a little bit worse, because I think our downturn would have been a little bit more extreme than what it was, right? Like, if you look at every other blockchain launch, it does go down at the start. Like, it's, you know, the history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. Like, it does continue to come true in crypto, right? Especially if you launch something near the bottom of a bear market, you know, you do have that year of volatility kind of sideways movement, right? It is down and sideways. So it is constantly the same no matter what chart you look at. So I think 10x would have been cool, right? But I do think maybe it would have hurt a lot more people a lot sooner, right? Than maybe
I know
what
some
we
people
have
that would have sold 90% if it went up 10x.
Yeah, so do I.
know some
I was
folks.
trying to say it without saying it. Like
They would have done it because they told me way beforehand, like, oh, I just need a 10x out of it. I'm like, dude, come on, leave some on the table for the rest of us, us little folks. You know, I didn't put much in. I've told people many, many times on live streams, you know, I didn't go big into PulseChain because I didn't want to sell my HEX. I was so enthralled with my HEX, I didn't want to get rid of it. And I figured that PulseChain was going to launch really quick. I thought it was going to be like a 8 to 10 week thing, and then I would just buy the dip like a typical like an ICO, how it used to be. I launched over 40 projects, and like you said, almost every single one did the same thing. And you know, within 2 to 3 weeks, the price dips, and then it starts going back up slowly, and that's when you get your 20, 30x and stuff like that. And I was hoping to buy the dip. Well, the dip's here now. I did it, but it just didn't go as high as I thought. And it took 2 years down the road it took to get here.
Taking it back to HEX.
I think that's why we had so much capitulation, right? Because it took 2 years. That's why people were just like,
yeah, that's true. But I mean, you know, people also didn't lose a bunch of money through the bear market, which I can almost guarantee a lot of people would have. You know, how many people sit in stable coins for 2 years? Like, the mentality when you're in crypto, that is an extremely difficult thing to do. Like, you know, it just is what it is. But like, if you go back to HEX and people thinking like, most tokens don't really make it to their second cycle, right? Like, historically. And I think HEX has made so much noise and is going to make so much noise that the potential around HEX, in my opinion, not financial advice, just me, you know, the potential around HEX is still relatively large, right? Like, second cycle is usually 3x from the all-time high, and that's about the max that you could do. But it's really hard to create. It's also really hard to create the hype around another token, or the attention, or garner the attention to be able to bring it back to it. And, you know, you're watching everything that's happening around HEX, the SEC case, all of it, you know, it's HEX centric. So, you know, I look at HEX still, and I don't think what you said is a bad thing still, because I think HEX can perform very well in its second cycle. I think it can be one of the tokens to go down in history for making its second cycle, you know, a bigger one or a big one.
You know, I think I'm going to stand by my numbers. I'm going to say $1.50 combined in the next cycle. I know that not Tangent, but Access Alive was saying more in the numbers like $2.50 to up to $17 combined. Like, that's pretty hefty. That was pre-PulseChain launch. That those numbers are really they're a stretch, but you know, I thought that my 2.5 cent prediction for end of the year 2021 was a stretch, and we ended up just blowing that one out of the water by 25x, so or 20x. You know, so I was a little wee off. So I like to be conservative with my predictions, because I really got burnt bad in 2017 when I was making my 2018 predictions. I was way off because everything tanked right after I made my predictions. my pocketbook tanked as well. I went from being what I felt was rich to having to look to make some money again, because I had fired all my clients thinking I was smarter than everybody. I'm like, you're all fired, I'm rich now. And then I wasn't rich anymore.
I actually love your honesty though, right? Because especially people that haven't been through a cycle, you know, they haven't seen those things or experienced it themselves. Because unless you experience it, you know, it's just not really something that you can fathom or something that you really truly understand. Like you can talk about it and they think that they understand, but they just can't. So, you know, it's awesome that you are so open and honest about it. I read an influencer's comment like, it's great that you guys remind me every day that I lost all this money in FTX. And it's kind of like, but at the end of the day, you're teaching people through people bringing up your experience again, right? Because without doing that, the next people that come along, because every cycle, there's new people that come in. Yeah, every halvening especially, there's a huge influx of new people. If you don't keep bringing up those things, those people can fall victim to the same things that you have before because you're not educating them.
Yeah, if you could save a few, at least you saved a few, right? And taking profits, that's my big thing I like to teach. People are so scared to take profits. A couple people followed me in my group when HEX hit 12 cents. This is before PulseChain. This is January. And it hit the 12-cent mark. I said, guys, it might be some time to take some crypto or take some money off the table. And a couple people were like, it's going to keep running. It's going to keep running. And I remember having one of my consults, and I'm having a consult with the guy, and he's like, no, I think it's going to go higher. It's going to go higher. I'm like, listen, take some off the table. And the next day it's back down to 7 cents. It's like, zoom, bam. It's like, I can only help you so much. And if it would have kept running, okay, that's fine. But I was already comfortable at 12 cents. I already realized that the energy behind the move was starting to dissipate. And you could tell when that happens because everyone and their brother on Twitter is like, we're going to 20 cents. I'm like, you know how hard it was for us to get to 12 cents? I don't know where this economic energy you're talking about is coming from. So I'm going to pull some off the table. And it worked out great.
Yeah, I think greed goes in both ways, but they don't teach you it as much, right? At the bottom, they teach you to be greedy when other people are fearful, but they don't teach you about stop being greedy at the top, right? Like everybody has to have an investment plan. Everybody has to have an exit plan and an entry plan. And your exit plan is just as important as your entry plan, right? If there's a certain point in time where you're happy, right, that your life's changed, that you can change your family's lives, that you feel like your next year can be benefited from the situation that you've just got yourself into now. You know, people get this greed, like it's going to go higher, or I can make more money, or if I keep this much in there, I can make this much more. You know, you need to choose your point where it benefits you to start exiting, to take some sort of profit. Like you don't have to exit your position like entirely. That's not what I mean. Exactly. But you need to take some form of profit because you don't actually know what's on the other side. It's pure speculation. So there has to be a certain point in time where that is okay for you to say, okay, this is okay. You know, that can change my life for the rest of the cycle, the rest of the bear market. I can be okay with that. So I'm going to take a bit of profit here. And you keep some in, and if it runs, that's awesome. Like you just made more money. But if it goes the opposite way, your greed didn't just destroy, you know, because that's when you see them people get emotional and angry.
They sure do. And you know, when you're public like I am, and I talk about it, you know, I'm going to get the feedback. I get the negative feedback. That's okay. I'm almost 50 years old. I can handle it. But there was a perfect example of when I wish I was not such a HEX maxi in 2021. And I had a HEX stake that was about 1 to 1.2 million HEX. And I could have early end staked it because it was after the 50% point. And I could have early end staked that in September 2021. And we chose not to do it. We made a decision as a family not to do it. Okay, HEX is going to do fine. Maybe it'll continue to stay high all the way through the end of the year. And we didn't want to lose our big payday tokens, right? Because it included the big payday tokens. But still, it still probably would have been worth about $400,000 to $500,000 at HEX stake. And that's because we didn't early end stake. When we did finally get it, it was like less than 40 grand. You know? So, ow. Painful. Ow. That was only like 1 year difference. And that was so painful. And you know, I just wish that I didn't have that maxi feeling of feeling some little bit of shame if I would have unstaked early. But when we were up so much, that's when I should have said, as a mature adult, and say, you know what, $500,000 is a lot of freaking money. Let's take this money today. And a bird in the hand is better than two in the bush, as our grandparents used to say. You know, I should have taken it at that point, and I didn't. And I regret to this day not making that decision. But you know, you do what you got to do. I am not against early end stakes now. I've learned my lesson. You know, so in the future, I might early end stake something. You never know.
But I mean, you know, like that's why HEX is designed. If you emergency end stake, other people in the staker pool get benefited, right? If you emergency end stake, that's your choice, right? You made the agreement with the smart contract and it's your decision. It's freedom to transact. But I did notice somebody made a comment in the comment section. So should your exit plan be gentle to protect the project from a super dip? Yeah, there's multiple ways you can exit a position. That's why you need an exit plan, right? Like there is multiple ways to exit even a large position without damaging the price chart, right? That's why when you see these whales create massive red candles at the bottom, like, you know, they're also not a smart investor either, right?
They're not savvy.
No, they're not savvy at all. Not at all, Randy. Like there is ways to exit positions. Like it's very simple, even if you just do small amounts. If you do limit orders, right? Because a limit order is saying that you don't want to exit your position if it falls below the price that you determine, right? So it will only execute in that field is when there's enough liquidity there to exit at that price. So you're not going to bring the market down with you, because when you exit your position, like when you look at price impact down the bottom, right, it says price impact. That's not necessarily the price impact to the token. That's your average buying price or your average selling impact price, right? Your average. So what happens to the price chart is more than what that price impact is showing you. So if the price impact is large, right, then you're probably going to hurt the chart, aren't you? Or you're probably going to push the chart up a lot, right? So you can set a limit order to say that your order will only execute at a certain price. There's other ways too, like there's heaps of things you can do. Uniswap B3, for instance, you can do a single side. So people buy into your token and it's essentially exiting your position, so to speak, right? Like, so whales can exit, whales can take profits without actually damaging the chart. When you see a whale damage the chart the way that they do, you kind of have to laugh at them a little bit, right? Because A, they got a bad deal, and B, they obviously became a whale not because of smart investments and because they're a savvy person and you know, capable. They're a pretty dumb whale, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that using liquidity is another way to do it. You could just be a liquidity provider, and and the best way to do, for those of you who want to know how to use liquidity providing, is you can do the one single-sided staking like they have. That's coming to PulseChain. I think 9inch might be the first ones to have it when they launch the next couple of weeks. But you're going to have other ways where you could take out a loan using liquid loans or Power City to take out a loan. That way you don't are hurting the chart. And you could take out something that's 100% leveraged. And if you get liquidated, then then it's on the Power City protocol or the liquid loans protocol. So there's ways we can do this. It's just or just providing double-sided liquidity and do that before the peak of the market. So we know that, say that you have 10 billion HEX that you want to sell and you don't want to wreck the chart, or 20 billion or 20 million, whatever. You put it in as liquidity, and as the market, the HEX price goes up, you're getting USDC the whole time, and your bags will get filled that way. And that way you don't have to hurt the chart at all. And that's kind of like doing limit orders, but it's over a long period. You could do that over the course of 2 years. So and earn fees the whole time. That's the beautiful.
Yeah, I was just about to add that, and you get the fees on top, so your position kind of accumulates. Because when your liquidity pool provide, those fees accumulate inside of your LP pair. So like, yeah, you're completely right, Randy. But that comes down to your exit strategy, right? Like you would start providing liquidity when you're happy, right? Like if you know the top's 6 months away, year away, but you're relatively happy, right? If you were a bigger person and you didn't want to hurt the chart, well, you're already at your position, right? Like that's when you would start providing liquidity and go, okay, like I'm happy to get a bunch of USDC and give other people my tokens. There really is so many ways that you can smartly exit a position. It's kind of amusing when you watch whales, to be honest.
Because I just don't understand it. I mean, you could use impermanent loss to your benefit. And that's a great way. I mean, impermanent loss is not a bad thing, folks. That's why it's called impermanent. permanent. It's only permanent once you close the position. So it's like, there's so many ways that we could skin this guy here. I know that's a horrible saying, but there's so many ways we could do this. That's why I love this guy is DeFi, get into it, learn it, because it's going to save your financial future. Really.
Yeah. That's why I say learning crypto can change your life, because at the end of the day, getting in crypto is only the first part. Learning crypto changes your life. Like, impermanent loss is scary, right? If you don't know what you're doing, you shouldn't be an LP provider. But if you understand impermanent loss, you understand liquidity pool providing, you can understand the benefits that doing that has for you, which is why learning crypto can honestly change your whole entire life, right? Like, not just learning about HEX, not just learning about PulseChain, learning crypto, learning blockchain, because, you know, I think Krim said it earlier, it's just like a giant shopping center. It's a highway, it's a freeway, 6 lanes of traffic. You need to understand crypto and DeFi as a whole, right? Because HEX can change your life, PulseChain can change your life, but then it's up to you to find out how it changed your life and be able to realize that. Otherwise, it is technically what everybody calls as paper gains, right? Like, you need to understand how to find that financial freedom once you have it, and how to do it in ways that you're not just destroying things around you. And it hurts them too, right? Like, if you're a dumb whale and you go do that, like the ones that you've seen on the chart, they wrecked themselves when they did that. They lost out on money because they made poor decisions. Like,
absolutely. Look at the guy that sold the PulseChain on the bottom yesterday or the day before. I was like, are you kidding me? I'm like, really, bro? I mean, that's called fear. And then it just bounced. And then the PulseChain recovery looks like this. It's like a perfect V. Shoot, shoot. And I was like, this is terrible. I got a perfect example of how to use the pools. So for weeks, I was in the Jeet pool on PHUX, and that's 20% USDC, 20% DAI, 20% USDC, 20% PulseChain, 20% PHUX tokens. So that was the pool I was in, and I had a decent sized position. And then this thing, the FUD happens, right? And after I saw Beetroot, the price of Beetroot, and I'm like, oh shit, what's going on? And then I saw the SEC letter came out, and right away, I'm thinking, oh man, the price is way down. Let me pull out of the Jeet pool right now so that I get all of this PulseChain, right? Because that is when impermanent loss worked in my favor, because everyone was looking for US or stable coins, and I'm the opposite. I want as much PulseChain as I could possibly get. But the problem was PHUX front end wasn't working. Everybody was trying to use the platform. It was broken for like 3 hours. And by the time I finally got it in there to get it to work, it had already recovered like 30%. And I'm like, oh man, Randy's intentions were right. I was totally right, but I couldn't pull it off in time. But that's how you can use those things to your advantage.
That's exactly right. It's how you can use the liquidity pool at the other end, right? It's not just about the top, it's the bottom as well. And, you know, you're earning fees while you're doing those things. So you're making smart investment choices based off what you want, right? Not just investment choices. This isn't a financial advice. Based off what you wanted, it would have been a smart decision. And you would have made money doing it by being a liquidity pool provider with fees. Like, it's, Crypto
you don't need a lot either. I'm telling you, I've got less than 20 grand in liquidity providing, and that's enough to pay my rent. My rent's like $1,000 a month. I make enough from just liquidity providing to pay my freaking rent. Where is that even possible in the real world? Nowhere. Nowhere.
Where can you make that kind of money and put your money to work for you in a way that doesn't really affect your day-to-day life? Like, really, there's not that much work put into it. So it's like, when you compare crypto, right, to something like hospitality, hospitality is high volume for not much reward, right? Like, crypto is the complete opposite. It's very low effort put in by you, very low volume for high reward. So it's, you know, you got to toss up everything in life and what benefits you the most. And crypto in almost every aspect benefits you the most.
Exactly. One of my patrons, I had a call with one of my patrons today. I hope he doesn't mind me talking about this, but he told me, he goes, Randy, he goes, I probably put in about 30 minutes to 40 minutes worth of work on crypto per day. And he goes, and it's pulling in, you know, mid 4 figures per day. And I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, I used to work my ass off as a nurse, and I was a psych nurse, And I would work 72-hour weeks, and after taxes, I was bringing home maybe $2,500 a month, something like that. I mean, this is good. It's 15 years ago, right? But like $2,500 a month, and I was broken. My back would be sore, and I'd gotten into fights with patients like punching me and stuff. And I'm risking my life in that job. And this, I wake up, sit over at my computer. Oh, what's the price of PulseChain today? Oh shit, we're down 30%. This is so traumatic. And then I'm like, okay, what can I do to improve this situation? And I'm like, oh, let me pull my Jeet pool. That takes 5 minutes, or normally, and I would have had a way more PulseChain, and I would have restaked it for something else. If people can learn how to use DeFi, they'll simplify their lives. It doesn't take a lot of money to improve your lifestyle, and most people can afford it, especially in the West. I feel for folks that live in societies like Panama. The average salary is like $800 a month, right? But those of us in the West who had these decent sized salaries, you can put 10-15% away every month, and then you have something like HEX come along, and it could turn into millions, which it did for many people.
Yep. HEX made many millionaires, and that's because people took the time to understand it, right? And like that's why the protocols that are building on PulseChain, I know you're big with them too. Like I support most builders that are building decent projects,
Absolutely.
right? Like I say constantly, a lot of it's not for everybody, right? They're not for everybody, and if you don't understand them, you shouldn't use them. But people that take the time to understand them, there is opportunities to create passive income. So if you have assets that you like and you want to accumulate more of them, and there's protocols to allow you to do those types of things, that's where, again, learning crypto can change your life. It's about benefiting yourself, right? Like holding is definitely something that you want to do, right? Especially if you think an asset's going to do well. But if you want to accumulate more, then, you need to learn crypto. It's not just always about DCAing more money into it. There is other ways that you can generate more money inside of crypto. If you keep it in crypto, you can compound it. That's what compounding is, right?
Look, let me tell you, I did not put a penny in crypto since 2016. A penny. It just keeps compounding and compounding. Yeah. But this year, I started again. During this bear cycle, since when PulseChain launched, I have put a significant amount of money into the market that I haven't done it since 2016. I just said, this is an opportunity of a lifetime. I am not going to miss this. I'm going to make this into something that I can change, not just my life, but my son's life and hopefully our family's future, because I don't see this happening in the regular world. It's only going to happen in crypto. And I don't know how many years of opportunities or cycles we have left where you're going to have these kind of possibilities of doing a 10, 20, 30, maybe even 1,000x. I don't know. Maybe it will happen, but I don't know how many more times we have this opportunity or how many times it's going to come along. So I had it one other time in our life. So you and I, we had this once in our life, and this was the stock market bubble. Remember the stock market bubble? I don't know your age, okay? But
look, I'm not as old as you might think, but yes, I do know.
Yes,
yeah, go.
But the stock market bubble made a lot. I'm sorry. The stock market bubble made very many people rich. I was in the Navy at the time. I was a youngster. I was probably 22, 23, 24 when all that was happening. And I sat back there, and I remember I was a nurse, a hospital corpsman, and I worked there with the doctors, and all the doctors were invested in stocks. And I would sit there with the doctors every afternoon when all the patients were out of the clinic, and we'd sit there and we'd watch CNBC. And I'd watch them, and they'd be like, okay, I'm buying this stock, pets.com, and all this. Like, this is some stupid shit, but I'm going to pay attention. I don't understand why they're buying this thing called Amazon.com and all this kind of stuff. Well, guess what, guys? This is the same thing all over again. We're going to have a massive run up, just like in 2000, and we're going to have another collapse. And they're going to say crypto is a scam all over again. And, we're going to go through this whole cycle. And the stock market bubble with the .coms is happening again. And when it's all over with, crypto will be mainstream, just like .coms are mainstream now. Everyone knows Amazon.com. It's just how it's going to be. Katie's like, Randy, I'm going to kill you.
No, I mean, I study history too, and I'm observant, and, so saying those things in most conversations I can be a part of, but was I investing in this stock then? No.
Me either. I wasn't. I was too young. I didn't have any money. I was just a broke pleb.
You see it all the time. You see it in niche markets, commerce to e-commerce, like Karim said before. It's constantly over and over again. Like, you have it again with AI, you have it again with crypto. Like, I am extremely bullish on PulseChain and the PulseChain ecosystem. I think that's obvious. It's never financial advice, but I completely and utterly agree with you. I think that our ecosystem is one of those once in a lifetime opportunities that you just don't get much anymore. And if you let it get past you because of emotions and because of some fear that's looming, those are the things that can damage your future. And those are the things that you will regret. If you understand the technology, understand the potential that it has, you should be making the decisions based off those, because they're facts, right? Not the FUD that's out in the world. That shouldn't be deterring you. That should be enticing you, that people are trying to fudge you out of your position, so to speak, and going to that effort. It just should reinforce you that the choices that you're making, and in your mind yourself, if you believe that to be true, right, it should be reinforcing you that you're right, that you're on the right track, not creating this fear inside of you that makes you second guess yourself. Like, I think one of the biggest things in life, not just in crypto, in life in general, you have a gut instinct, and your gut instinct very rarely leads you astray, right? Like, you get this feeling of something being right, and you get this feeling of something being wrong. And every time you go against your gut, every time you go against what you believe yourself, you usually end up getting a bit screwed or making the wrong decisions, right? You need to listen to yourself more than you listen to other people. It's great to get perspectives. It's great to get ideas from other people, hear what they have, what they've learned, because they have different life experiences to you. But if you go against your gut, that's when things start to go wrong, because deep down what's best for you, right? If you believe that something is going to have more potential than something else, that should be telling you something, right? Like, if you feel like something or a person isn't good, then that should be telling you to stay away from that person. You should trust yourself more than anybody.
Absolutely. Now, one thing I want to talk about before we leave is on Monday when the news came out. I had my Patreon call on Monday mornings at 11 a.m. Eastern. All right, I think maybe it's noon Eastern, so 11 a.m. Central for me. And it was so funny because the news came out, and then we jumped on our Patreon call, and there's 40 of us in there and on the call, and everyone's laughing. We're all cracking up, and we're saying this is just BS. This is nothing serious. We are reading the paper, the lawsuit. We're like, how can this even be put into a court of law? This is such a joke. Everything that's in this court case. We're like, this is not going to be defendable by the SEC. What are they going to do? And we're just cracking up. And you're talking about 40 grown ass adults in a room just chatting, and we're all gray hairs. We're all older folks. In my community, I attract older folks because that's what I am. And we're just in there just laughing. We're like, I cannot believe this. They even accepted this in the courts. And we're like, this is just going to blow right off of HEX. It's going to be like salt on our shoulder. And once it's passed, whether Richard pays the $12.5 million or he fights it, either way, we're going to come out of this looking really good. And people are like, oh, Randy, you've got so much hopium. Hopium? Have you looked at the court case? Like, what is this? Is this did Gary Gensler's 5-year-old put this together? I mean,
yeah, there's it really is laughable when you read it. It does look like a child wrote it, right? And there's just stuff in there that tries to make people believe that it's a security by putting in certain context, like he misappropriated funds instead of marketing to go buy luxurious items. Well, marketing would give an expectation, right? Marketing would be managerial and entrepreneurial efforts put in by the founder, which would make something a security, right? So, it's written by an 8-year-old, and it's written in a way that's trying to convince people that their narrative or what they're trying to say is more real. Like, the whole thing is laughable. The fact that Twitter account even tweeted out about it, that was like, I sat there and I was like, the first thing I did was hit the search button, FTX, they never tweeted about it. SBF, never tweeted about it. Do Kwon, never tweeted about it. And I sat there and I went, okay, all right, because they're like the most recent big, massive things, the massive news coverage, and you never tweeted about once, but you tweet about Richard Hart. like, what just happened? Like, this is the funniest thing.
Maybe Gary should have used ChatGPT. It's like, it would have done a better job.
Can you rewrite this for me, please? Thank you. Write it in a very convincing way.
Yo,
I hate
not
that.
sorry
Hate
to
that.
interrupt. He absolutely should have used ChatGPT, by the way. So we're doing a shift change. We're going to the second stream. So this stream ends, the next one starts. If everyone could help us out by tweeting the second link out on Twitter, etc., your chosen favorite social. Randy, you're definitely coming with me. Katie, for you, it's optional. You're welcome to come with us, but you don't have to if you've got other stuff on.
Tangent, where can I find the link? Is it just
the links are on Telegram? Otherwise, I can send it to you if you need.
That's okay. I'll get it.
So it should be wherever you got this link from. It's in that. Maddie posted the message.
Oh.
So, but I guess Katie, depending on whether you're coming over or not, if you're not, then feel free to do closing, and it's not like it's not urgent because we're actually an hour. The hard stop is at 12, and we're actually 11 hours. So we're formally changing over, but it's not urgent. If you want to do closing remarks, or do you think you'll come?
I am happy to. I will do closing remarks. I have a day job that I do need to attend to and finish off. But
cool.
Thank you, Randy. I really appreciate having a conversation with you. You're really down to earth, and I really enjoyed it. You know, you're a very smart, experienced man. So thank you for the conversation.
Thank you,
as for everybody in the audience and people that have been tuning in, you know, we are a decentralized community and we're a massive community. You can't delist the unlisted. There really isn't much you can do to stop us. We transact on chain with our own private keys. You know, show me facts or to put up any claims, or otherwise we are decentralized and this is our community and we're not going away. So
truth.
Yeah. Thanks everybody.
Cheers.
And thanks Tangent for all you do.
Cheers. You too.
Let's move over to the site. So just end this now.
Yeah, so this one's going to end. And so we'll see everyone over, hopefully, on the other stream. And Randy, I'll DM you to make sure that you can find the link. Okay. So we'll be over there. It formally starts in 2 minutes.